Record is 292 laps distance if we run green. This is the fastest ever field. We might get to 300 laps.
And a quick shot there of the Daytona Coupe with presumably all the water in the right place to get to the pit lane, and it will take at least the end of the lead lap as we go green for the 2014 event. The safety car is in the pit lane. We are revving up somewhere in the region of 30,000 horsepower. They're being held back on the bit like thoroughbred racehorses as they come down to Maguire's. The clock has already started. The Airbus Mercedes on the inside, heading up to the first left-hander. We're waiting for the green flag. And the 2014 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours is... all long hold, now racing, and look at the guys coming up from the back. We said it would be a very slow start indeed. The Nissan gets a good run down the outside there and has to be careful not to be hung out, but everybody makes hell corner for the first time. Look at the Porsche coming through, one of the Class B cars, right through the middle, but it's the Airbus Mercedes from pole position up the mountain straight for the first time.
Nico Bastian, the young German, behind the wheel with Craig Lowndes behind in the Ferrari, up to turn 2 for the first time. There's a battle for third. Clark Quinn, the GT champion of Australia, up the inside of the Nissan and gets the McLaren into third where they qualified. It's Jack LeBrock behind the wheel of the second Airbus Mercedes, fifth in the queue at the moment, holding their position from their qualifying effort. Then a bunch of Audis, they were fighting 3 wide as they got into turn 1, but everyone clean to the top of Mount Panorama for the first time.
The guys were sat down by the race director yesterday afternoon and told in no uncertain terms to behave themselves early on. You're talking to a bunch of sort of bleary-eyed, raring-to-go racing drivers. First thing in the morning, you can see that Mercedes-Benz is very, very low indeed. The sparks coming from the titanium skid plates on the outside edges of the splitter at the front. Mercedes then from Ferrari, from McLaren, then this gaggle of cars from 4th on down. Thought the Nissan has got a good start, but Rick Kelly just dropping back into 4th position as they go across the top for the first time.
Now, happy hour usually is from 5 till 6, the end of the race, but I think the first hour will be happy hour in terms of lap time, because these are perfect conditions for fast lapping of this 6.213 kilometre circuit, with the Mercedes in front, the Ferrari in second, the McLaren in third. This will be a good time to keep check of our lap record. It's 2 minutes and 6.33, set by our late great friend Alan Simonson 2 years ago. Almost a certainty that will go probably within the next 5 laps. We'll keep track on what the tyres and temperatures are doing and see how fast they go.
So coming down to the completion of the first racing lap, remember the 12-hour clock started counting down as soon as the BMW Liqui Moly pace car started rolling. Fantastic shot looking backwards from the Nissan, I think, as they go across the line and down towards the left-hander, and the first lap time starting to come in. And that is what Rick Kelly is looking back on, and he's pulled a 2 or 3 cars gap there. Down in the Airbus pit lane, the man on the right-hand side is Bernd Schneider, who won every race bar 1 that he entered last year for Mercedes-Benz. And in endurance racing, that is some record. Those were their closest competitors, the Ferrari team sitting in second. This has been, and I'm going to find some wood and touch it immediately, this has been a really good, fast, competitive but sensible start by everyone. We've got everyone over the mountain for the first time, and now they're head up the cutting on the racing lap number 2.
Rick Kelly behind the wheel of the Nissan GTR Nismo GT3 from the Nissan Athlete Global team, running very nicely, a man with so much experience. Jack LeBrock behind him at completely opposite ends of the racing spectrum. LeBrock, just a 3rd-year driver at a national championship level. Behind them, Peter Cox, one of the best drivers in GT racing anywhere, and a man that's basically been wholly responsible for developing the Writer Engineering Lamborghini package that he's driving with Roger Largo and David Russell, the 23 car this weekend. Behind them, Stephen Richards, who won here in October 6 months ago so brilliantly and continues to be one of the best in the business. In that Lamborghini is 7th. Thomas Jaeger is next in the number 84 Mercedes from HTP Motorsport. They're up to 8th place. Good, strong early start from them. Behind them, Phoenix Racing, champions of this race 2 years ago for Audi. Lawrence Vanthorpe behind the wheel. And Ollie Gavin, the 4-time Le Mans class winner and American Le Mans Series champion for Corvette, is driving an Audi. He's 10th and 1st in Class B.
And that is a real I suppose, gesture of support for Ollie Gavin. He's not been here before. He's had a handful of laps, and then he's given the responsibility of starting that car, and he leads the Class B field at the moment. You'll hear us talk about the different classes throughout this 12-hour race. We've got two GT3 classes, Class A and B. Basically, they're split by how old the cars are. There's a slightly different specification, but we won't bore you with all the technical details. Class C is what is effectively FIA GT4 cars, and then we've got Class D, which are, if you like, more touring-based cars with a 3-litre engine or above, and then a couple of invitational classes where we'll find the Fiat Bathurst and the new Ford GTC endurance racing cars, the rear-wheel drive Ford Focus with the big Ford V8 crate motor up front, which is proving such a fan favourite early on this week, right from early on this week here at the mountain. So no accident, no incident, and a 2:07.5 for Nico Bastian on full tanks, and they will have brim-filled the tanks at the start of this race, Paul, because they will want to get as deep into the race as they possibly can and get some fuel numbers.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Nico Bastian was very interesting when we heard from him on the grid. I mean, they're very clear that they're going to be double stinting the tyres, the driver as well. So you don't want to be pushing super hard on with a full tank of fuel on a set of tyres that's going to have to last you for probably the best part of 2 hours. We expect the tank of fuel to last them, I'm reckoning, in the order of 28 laps, maybe 29 laps, but it's around about an hour in any event, and then they'll be coming in as Nico was indicating. First stop will probably be get the fuel in, get the car on its way again, don't do anything else, just tighten the belts and send them on their way.
So Bastian running down into the chase. His margin is a second, but Craig Lowndes going with him at the moment. This is a real interesting developing little battle pack with Rick Kelly just backing up Jack LeBrock. And congratulations, Peter Cox. This is his third visit to Mount Panorama. Finally, he's got a racing lap. Incredible. And Nico Bastian breaks the lap record on lap 3, 2:06.09. Well, it was inevitable, and they're just stroking along a new surface, the most competitive field we've ever seen. It was always going to happen, but already into a 2:06 flat. But Peter Cox will be over the moon about finally getting a racing lap at Mount Panorama.
And it's still just dark enough to see the glowing red brake discs, particularly on the front of the Lamborghini, excuse me, as he comes round into Hell Corner. Let's head down into the pit lane. We've been following this developing story of the Daytona Coupe. The 65 team have been up all night. Boydo, what's the news?
Well, unfortunately, the 65 car is back here in pit lane, but not for something major. The crew want to just get this right-hand guard off the front tyre. It's been rubbing, and they don't want to chew tyres because, as you know, tyres are limited here. As the car left this garage, there was a huge round of applause from opposition teams down here, all the officials that were standing around. They managed to get it out for a couple of laps. The crew manager, Mike, tells me that this is only a small issue and they'll be back out on the track shortly, albeit perhaps a lap down.
Thanks, Boydo. Great work. Mike Henry, the team manager down there, doing a great job of experienced Holden Racing Team and V8 Supercars fame. As we have a look at the Road Tech Racing and a car off in the gravel trap at the chase. That's the Compare Insurance Motionsport Lotus. Drives out, fortunately not buried.
One of the favourites in class as well, Creel. See that in the GT4 category. The Gordon Shedden, the British touring car driver, added to that, but he's been held back for the heat of the day. So did he jump or was he pushed? Just missed his braking point there as he turns into the left-hander at the chase.
Yeah, really just missed the market completely, didn't he? They're braking at less than 180 metres from 270 kilometres an hour up the hill to try and get the car stopped, to bit off camber at the exit of that corner at the top of what's quite a steep hill. Maybe a little bit of damage there at the front too, with just a tyre rubbing on the guard. Into the low 2-minute and 5s now for Nico Bastian, 2:05.4. Lowndes going with him at 2:05.9. This battle pack though developing for the minors, 4th, 5th, 6th and now 7th, with Stephen Richards getting onto the back of this leading gaggle of 5 cars. Shea Adam.
There is the 65 share in just a moment or two. the amount of radio frequency and telemetry that we get from these cars nowadays sometimes just mess with our communications down in the pit lane, but Shane's working hard to bring us an update, and we'll get back to her at the moment. So it's Bastian from Lowndes by about 1.6 seconds, and then we're looking at the rest of the fields. Quinn in third place in the McLaren, and then Rick Kelly from fourth on down, and they're all starting to concertina together, and that's the battle for fourth position. This looks like it could get interesting very quickly.
The car currently P1 in the B category started on pole. It's the 14 Audi of Rotec Racing, but yesterday didn't end so well for them. They were in the garage for the end of the qualifying session with a gear shift potentiometer issue. In other words, a sensor had gone wrong. The team quickly got the car fixed, and it did start from pole. Ollie Gavin behind the wheel right now, Rob Huff, Richard Means, and Kevin Gleason to take over at their shifts later on in the day.
And interesting, isn't it? In the old days, if you had a gear shift problem, what you would have done was got a screwdriver out and worked on the linkage. You know, maybe even put a screwdriver in as a shift lever. Now you're talking about electronics, hydraulics, sometimes pneumatics in terms of shifters. Very, very clever. Very, very difficult to... very difficult to... Electrical problems always very difficult to get sorted. You know, if you've got an intermittent problem. Oh, hello, we've got a problem.
Oh, you're kidding.
The Lambo.
It's Peter
Cox, and he's hit something on the mountain.
And we're getting word it could be a kangaroo as well.
Well, there was a word from race control at the start of the race of kangaroos at turn number 9, right at the start of the race, and Peter Cox begins to do some of his... Oh, now he's going to get into some bother for that. I understand why he's done it, but he could have pulled off the track to do it. He's pulled the whole of the front of the car. The cover at the front of the car is being pulled off and left on the circuit, and that may well cause our first full court caution.
This team has the worst luck at Mount Panorama. Last year, Peter did not get a drive because the car was taken out within the first hour. The year before, they were on the lead lap in fourth place and in a very strong position, and were caught out with a crash at turn 1. And again, drama strikes, and if indeed it is a kangaroo, there is a massive irony in that, because David Russell was taken out of the Bathurst 1000 when he hit a skippy in the Jack Daniels Nissan in October. To pit lane with more.
Richard, you've stolen my line. David Russell, yeah, you mentioned he was, remember, behind the wheel of the Jack Daniels Nissan in the 1000 in the early stages last year, and you can see that Peter Cox is limping this car down the top of the hill. So unbelievable luck. Remember, this is the car that's been a Class A car, a Class B car, back to Class A. They've done all sorts of work this weekend. David Russell was so pumped when he came in yesterday after punching out that really fast lap time after minimal time on the track. But boy, oh boy, when your luck doesn't come in Mount Panorama, it really doesn't come, does it?
Yeah, he's going to be, I think, reviewing his travel plans for this time of year next year, because if he hadn't had bad luck here on the mountain, he would have had no luck whatsoever. And he is limping back at the moment. My worry is the engine cover, or at least the front panel cover that he threw off. I think that may have been picked up by one of the 172 volunteer marshals who do such a great job around the mountain.
The only upside to that equation is they've got a spare car in their garage. So they brought 2 cars to the mountain of different specifications, and so they will be able to cannibalise parts from one car to get the other one back on the racetrack. And look, it's a 12-hour motor race. If they lose 1, 2, maybe even 3 laps now, it's not without the realms of possibility that they could make that back as the race progresses. So it's a massive drama. It's a huge shame, because they were a car that I liked for an outright result, but that's the way it goes sometimes at the mountain. They just need to recover and try and bounce back.
Now this is a cracking little battle further down the field that we are looking at the moment, and one of the GTC Ford Focus there. Now let's go back to the front of the field, and a safety car is out. Full course caution here on the mountain, our first after just 18 minutes and of racing and 6 racing laps. We do have what is now the safety car out on the mountain, looking back from Rick Kelly as we were there for a moment. Peter Cox has got the Lambo backed into the pit lane. The 23 car is straight into the box. They will be looking to see what damage there is there. The Largo guys have already had a busy week, as we intimated, having decided to run the car. He's spotted very cleverly, actually, spotted a little wrinkle in the regulations. And here's one of the Seat Leon Super Cobras. It's the 66 car on the top of the mountain with the right guard, the right front fender, wheel arch if you like, that's been peeled away. That might have been just a little brush with the wall there, Krilsey.
Yeah, perhaps on a corner exit somewhere. The walls are so close as Peter Cox jumps out of the Lamborghini. This team just looks in a state of shell shock, don't they? Just cannot believe what's going on. David Russell there shaking his head. This is just so disappointing for this outfit.
And one of the Baths is in the pit lane as well. So I'm putting 2 and 2 together and getting 66 on that Seat Leon Super Courtware. We'll wait for confirmation of that. There is the very affable Dutchman. Spent some time with him on Wednesday, and the shrug is all you need to know about Peter and his look. You normally say down these parts half your luck when people are doing things well. Well, you don't want half of Peter's luck in this place, do you?
Now, the biggest issue with this isn't the damage that we can see, it's the stuff underneath, because the radiators will be mounted there and all the cooling ducts at the front of the car. We could see fluid coming out from the front, so it would have punched the radiators, and that's the biggest drama. It's what we can't see underneath the car. The front splitter as well will be an issue.
Just a shout out there for Writer Engineering, who put those Lambos together and have championed Lamborghini. There's no full works program, and Hans Reiter and Peter Cox have been developing that car for quite some time. Let's head down to the pit lane.
Yeah, the 35 car at the moment sitting just outside the top 20. Aaron Zarafos is having his, third or fourth Enduro run here this weekend. Pretty good start. Are you happy with the way the car's situated at the moment?
Yeah, look, we're very happy. Inra had a really good start and we're currently in 22nd, so we're just going to try to stay out of trouble and probably come in, lap 20, 25, and we'll do a driver change and keep some momentum going, but all good.
Aaron, we've spoken to the front-running teams about what it's like to race here at Mount Panorama. With greatest respect to you, what is it like to race here as a weekend warrior and a guy who's passionate about motorsport? It's a tough place to come play.
Look, it is, but that's part of the fun of racing, and Bathurst is like no other track, so it's great to be here, and hopefully we can have a good run today.
Well, good luck out there. One of your teammates, Rick Shaw, who many punters will know for many years has been heavily involved in motorsport. Rick, you've got the drive of a lifetime. You're getting in a Formula One car this year. How did that come about?
Oh, well, thanks to Sennheiser, who have been supporting me for many years now with motorsport. When we're going to Nürburgring to do the 24-hour again, which we do every year, and it's not a test, it's just simply a drive. You know, they're just going to put us in a real F1 car with no limits at Magny-Cours in France, and we're just going to do a couple of laps and have some fun. So it's not a current car, it's an older car, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Either way, it's a Formula One car. Shay, I'm absolutely jealous.
Peter Cox, you can't seem to catch a break at this track. What happened out there?
Well, the positive thing was that I had a few laps at least. I'm quite angry. Not so much with the Kangaroo, this can happen. But one of the TV people left again a roll of tape in the car. And that's why I lost a little bit on the last lap. I was quite close to the Mercedes. And the tape flew through the pedals and that was affected. In the end, if I would have been close to Mercedes, maybe the Kangaroo would have been behind me. But I'm really angry with the guy. And if I see him, maybe he has the same end to his life as the Kangaroo, because it's really unacceptable. This is unacceptable. I'm coming here down the, whatever you call it, chase, and there's stuff flying around my pedal box. So it's really unacceptable.
Well, the good news is that you are safe. Will the car get back out?
No, I think that the car is damaged too much. The chassis rails are damaged and it's unrepairable.
Well, best of luck next year then.
Peter Cox, such a nice bloke and just can't catch a break. We're under our first full course caution here at the 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst. 12 hours, that is the safety car now. It was the pace car when we rolled off at exactly 6:15 this morning. Hello to you all if you are just joining us. You've missed some pretty decent action and some good driving. At the moment, we haven't had anything to shout too much about other than people driving the wheels off these GT3 cars, Crailsy, and the lap record took all of 3 racing laps to disappear.
Yeah, which isn't a massive surprise given the lap times we've seen into the 2:03s in qualifying. So Nico Bastian leads the race from Craig Lowndes in the Maranello Ferrari. Clark Quinn sits third in the McLaren 12C, the first time we've seen that car racing in Australia, which is fantastic to see. Same too for the Nissan GTR behind them, with Rick Kelly behind the wheel. Stephen Richards going well up to 5th. G'day to And Richards, who's watching on. The Richards family so heavily involved in motorsport at all levels, and I think the kids might have some involvement at some stage. I think it's inevitable, in fact. Sorry, Ange. Thomas Jaeger in 6th place, up to 6th, in fact, for HTP Motorsport in the third Mercedes SLS in the race. Van Thor up to 7th. Ollie Gavin 8th, first in Class B. Earl Bamber, the Kiwi, flying in the Grove Group Porsche, and up to 9th place. And Mark Patterson behind the wheel of the United Autosports Audi. They've been solid this weekend so far. They are currently 10th. Clearwater Racing just outside the 11. Outside the 10, I should say, in 11th place, with Alex Davison behind in 12th. So Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of the Ferrari, really enjoying his time here at Mount Panorama. And if you don't know who Craig Lowndes is, you'll learn pretty quickly when we watch him today, but he is one of the greats of our sport. The most winning driver in V8 Supercar Championship history, cracked over the 90 race wins mark and on his way to 100. But at this place, he's something special and somehow continues to find ways of creating a podium finish when podium finishes seem impossible. And last year's Classic in October is the ultimate example of that. But 5 times the winner in the October Bathurst 1000, and he's been on the podium, I think, 6 of the last 7 years or something remarkable. And this is his place.
I want to call him the new generation of V8 supercar driver, but he's been around for long enough now that he's actually established himself. But it doesn't seem like 2 minutes, to be honest, Crailsey, that we were talking him about this new young gun. He just came in and he hit it straight away.
Well, he was the first of the new wave of drivers, the young drivers coming in, and it was at this place in 1994 that he really made a name for himself when it turned to a plucky youngster driving for the Holden Racing Team, just dived around the outside of the great John Bowe, a legend of the sport, already in 94, and was yet to win an Australian Touring Car Championship then for the lead of the great race with less than an hour to go. JB and Dick Johnson would ultimately win that, but that is where Lowndes emerged on the scene.
Quick shot of the Motorline BMW with some front end damage as well, and once again working on radiators and such like.
Yeah, that car hasn't actually turned a lap yet, John. It didn't take the start, and they did have problems with that coolie, front cooler yesterday when they had a problem in qualifying. That was when it broke, but they're obviously still having problems with it. We can go down to the pit lane. Aaron Noonan.
Just saw on shot there, guys. Have a good close look at this, the Aussie Merc, the Jack LeBrock driven 63 car. You spoke to Greg Crick, one of the team drivers in that car, and Jack LeBrock was involved in that incident. Not so much with Peter Cox, but he was in a position where he made contact with that Kangaroo as well. It's damaged the front splitter. The Erebus team have just been in some discussions down here about what to do. They're leaving him out there on the circuit while we're under safety car for the moment, but nevertheless, although the Lamborghini's out, this is potentially going to compromise this team. But just watching on screen, having a good close look, and you've got a better view of it than I do, but it doesn't look too bad cosmetically, but they're on standby here just in case. And Barry Ryan and the whole team are here just in discussions on what to do. They're keeping an eye. They jumped on the pit wall last time the car went by just to have a quick look and try to at least get a visual on it, but they're staying out for the moment.
Right front of that car that has been slightly deranged, the 2 little dive planes that help the fast stability, the quick running stability of the car are still there, but it is not as AMG intended. Just look at the right front of that car. You can see it's been pushed in a little bit. Now the worry will be what that will, in fact there's a bit of the splitter just trailing the ground as well. You can see underneath the car, underneath the front valance. Now what that is going to do, Crailsey, is at racing speeds at this part of the circuit, 280 kilometres per hour, it's going to be the turn-in to the right-hander at the chase that they're going to worry about.
Yeah, look, it doesn't look too bad. It's flipping around a little bit. The biggest issue will be if race control decide that it is dangerous and is in potentially danger of falling off the car, in which place it becomes an obstacle for other cars to avoid. They've got spares. Won't be a problem, and they can change them out reasonably quickly. Not quite as fast, it must be said, as a V8 supercar. It's a little bit more complicated. There's a bigger diffuser as we go back to green flag running for our first restart, the Liquid Moly 12 hour of 2014. But Jack LeBrock will process around for a while, just assess that situation. They'll try and keep that car out for the first pit stop. It is busy on pit straight. They're 3 wide. The Lamborghini going past LeBrock on the run into turn 1. With Stephen Richards behind the wheel, the HTP car follows through. So LeBrock just got boxed in by a lap car there and got caught napping and has been passed by 2 cars.
Yeah, and that's just a little bit of a lack of experience, isn't it? You had lower class cars in there, the leading pair got away, everybody else sound asleep. Now, in fairness, Jack Le Brocq was struggling because he can't overtake. These guys still can't overtake. I know they're on the mountain straight now, they can overtake, my apologies. And look at how it's been backed up. And you have got the fast class cars now putting laps on some of the Class D and Class F cars that aren't as quick, don't have the power, particularly up the mountain. I thought that was a really, really smart move there by Rick Kelly, though, and Quinn, that they immediately saw the opportunity on that restart. They knew that they had slower cars in front of Jack Le Brocq, and Jack was just caught napping a tiny bit.
The biggest thing here is that safety cars often breed more safety cars because
yellows breed yellows.
It bunches everybody up and they all get caught up with lap traffic, like we're seeing here, the two Abarth Fiat 500s just trying to drive right on the white line on the inside of the circuit to stay out of the way of these Audi R8s that are flying past them. So you've just got to drive on tippy toes on these first couple of laps back on green flag racing while you get your tyres up to temperature. For Nico Bastian and Craig Lowndes, they got an excellent jump and got a good couple of sessions as a fairly well-known racing car driver and sometime actor Eric Banner watches on from pit lane.
Yeah, he's making his debut. He's been just quietly going about his work this week. He's one of this dynasty of drivers who do a bit of acting. You think back through the years to people like Steve McQueen and Paul Newman, who nearly won Le Mans, of course, back in the day. Steve McQueen did it in the movies and raced to a pretty high standard. Paul Newman raced at Le Mans for real, and we had Patrick Dempsey, of course, at Le Mans in just the past year, almost winning his category. Now this is the battle for fourth. That is the fourth place McLaren that goes across the line now. Third place McLaren, excuse me. So one place regained by the McLaren. And right up his tailpipe at the moment is the Nissan. We're looking from on board the Nissan GTR. This is the first time in 22 years that the Nissan GTR has been on the mountain, and look at the drag up Mountain Straight. Darren Cox, the man at the head of Nissan's global motorsport program, is watching these pictures in the UK. He's at a wedding today, but sneaking out to see how this car's doing. And Darren and the rest of the team at Nismo, Bob Neville is down here as well, deserves some credit for bringing that Nissan back to the mountain. And Rick Kelly, of course, knows his way around here very well indeed, part of the Nissan V8 supercar team that are running the Ultimas down here, and the Nissan did take a victory last year.
Yeah, they did at Winton and should have a stronger year this year. Of course, former winner of the Great Race in October with Greg Murphy back in the Kmart Racing days. He's one of the great V8 supercar stars, one of the biggest names in the sport. Incidentally, that team posted a fantastic video. It's shared on all the Bathurst 12-hour and Nissan Motorsport social media of an onboard lap on board his helmet, and it was his qualifying lap. Shot on a GoPro, 2:04.00 just about. Really, really exciting stuff, showing the pace of these cars. So out of the elbow at about 135 kilometres an hour. He'll get an extra couple of Ks in a straight line on the 1.8 kilometre run down Conrod Straight, because he's tucked up into the aero wash of the McLaren in front of him, and about 275 to almost 280 k's an hour on the run into the kink at the Chase, and they're flat, absolutely flat through there. Turn the car in, wait, brake now at 185 metres and stop and get the car turned in.
And we should just mention the whole circuit has been resurfaced since last year's 1,000 kilometres here, and that is one of the areas in the braking area that is much smoother. Don't notice it so much on these GT cars because they've already got the big hand of downforce pushing them down, but the drivers pretty much unanimous in their praise for the work that's been done. It's the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2014. Paul Truswell has been crunching some numbers.
Well, no, I've just, you may have mentioned this when I was crunching numbers, but where is the Erebus Mercedes 63 car? Because it's gone off the timing lists. Oh no, now it's dropped back in again. Okay, no, it was a timing glitch in that case, because it suddenly disappeared off the timing screens and is now magically come back in again. So I'm glad about that, because we weren't getting anything on the TV screen, so it had to be going around somewhere.
Jack Le Brocq has, though, dropped down to 7th position after that restart. Real talent, that young man as well. That is a name for international viewers and listeners to just tuck that one away, because I've got a feeling we'll hear a lot more about that young man.
Yeah.
Hello there, Ollie Jarvis, by the way, Audi Works driver, who is tuned in. Ollie, why aren't you here? That is the simple question that I have. this is a race that would suit you down to the ground. And I think it's a measure, gentlemen, of just how much this race has come along in the last 4 or 5 years. And credit, by the way, to Yeehart and James O'Brien for just getting the formula right. That all of the drivers that I know who aren't here are tweeting saying, I wish I was there.
Yeah, it's been, the feedback on social media has been remarkable. You mentioned Jack LeBrock. Yeah, just got mugged on that restart a little bit and put that down to inexperience. This is his first long distance race, so this is all learning for Jack. He'll get the restart thing right, and he won't make that mistake again. Just misposition the car a little bit, I think, with that lap car in front on the restart, and two very experienced drivers in Stephen Richards and Thomas Jaeger were able to take advantage of that to get past. And Jaeger going very nicely, of course, won last year as part of the Erebus Motorsport squad with Björn Schneider and Alex Roloff in the winning car, and he's hauled this HTP car up inside the top 10, going very nicely. But Richo's doing a great job too in the Lamborghini. The Interrush car, the Interlock car, just going well. That's the black and orange car just behind the Nismo GTR, running well. P5 at the moment for Richo, a man that could drive anything, as Nico Bastian continues to set an epic pace at the front of the field. 204.91 for a new lap record as the whole field runs through. So Ferrari in second place. There's the McLaren with Clark Quinn behind the wheel, and close behind him, or just pulling away, in fact, Rick Kelly in fourth place, then Richards, then Jaeger. Then we go back to Jack LeBrock in the Mercedes. There's Vanthoor in the Phoenix Audi, the first of the Class B cars running nicely. Ollie Gavin in ninth place overall, first in Class B.
He was up at 5:30 earlier in the week to go for his customary run, just the 5 miles. And look at the gap behind Ollie Gavin. It should be Earl Bamber in 10th position that comes across the rise in the Porsche and is. And then it's Patterson, Mark Patterson for United Autosports in the Audi. Then an interesting tactic, the 33 Clearwater car. We haven't talked too much about that red Ferrari. Third 2 years ago, second last year. How will that progression go? But they've decided to put their non-seeded drivers in at the start of the race to try and keep their hot shoes, if you like, in Matt Griffin and Bairdill a little bit fresher for when the day gets warmer later on. And so far that gamble is paying off.
Yes, and I was thinking about this last night because there is a logic behind it as well, in that the most important thing to do is to stay on the lead lap in a race that is going to likely have further safety cars, and it's going to be much easier for those guys to stay on the lead lap, A, when they're starting much closer to the leaders anyway, and B, at the beginning of the race, it's an easier situation to make. Safety car, I've already had one safety car situation. There will no doubt be others. But when you really need the hot shoes in the car is when you're going to be able to make up ground. And at the moment, because of the way the race has been run, and it's remarkable discipline from everybody. I mean, apart from the one incident that we've had, and that wasn't anything to do with racing drivers bumping into each other, we've had very, very good discipline. So we'll hope it keeps going, and that we get a nice clean race where the strategy can actually start playing out over the course of a long period of proper racing.
And we've had just around about 37 minutes, 40 minutes I was going to say, 37:30 on the official clock. So we're starting to look forward now in the next 10 or 15 minutes to the first racing pit stops. Any kind of full course caution now would, I would think, make the pit lane very, very busy indeed, because they've burned off enough truck fuel to make it worthwhile. And Paul's sort of furrowing his brow there.
Yeah, I would say not. I would say to stay out there. If there would be a full course yellow right now.
Change of position to the HTP. Mercedes has got in front of Steve Richards, so Thomas Jaeger up to P5. Just going to make the point, they are setting an unbelievable pace at the front of the field, and Nico Bastian and Craig Lowndes trading lap records each lap. Lowndes the fastest last time round to the tune of a tenth of a second, and he is locked to the back of the #1 Mercedes. So he's got in the groove now, the Ferrari. It wasn't great at the start of the race, and he lost a second or two to Nico Bastian, but since that safety car, Lowndes right up to speed and really harassing our race leader.
And can I just remind everybody,
it's down the inside,
contact, the Forest elbow into the Nissan. The Nissan pushed into the BMW, and that is the first bit of robust driving that we've seen in this year's Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours, and I'm not sure there really that you could call that either way racing incident. The door was left open by Rick Kelly. He takes a slightly wider line, side to side contact between the GTR and the HTP Mercedes. Thomas Jaeger's worked his way through quite quietly to that point from 11th on the grid and looking there for another position, now up to 4th. Now, question is, was there any damage to wheels, tyres, or indeed any of the steering equipment on those two cars?
It was quite hefty contact between the two of them, so there was a gap, and Thomas Jaeger just took it, didn't he? Dived down the inside. Rick Kelly looks very relaxed, just cruising, hands on the bottom of the steering wheel. Doesn't look like he's overly stressed. He's professional enough to not worry about that. Now, here's the look down the inside. So Rick Kelly was trying to avoid the BMW that they were putting a lap on and turned in a little bit late. I don't think there's any fault of Thomas Jaeger there. I think that was just Rick trying to avoid the lap car. Jaeger trying to take the hole and get down the inside, and it turned out it worked. Hopefully they're both okay.
Guys down here at the Nissan pit, the tensions are not running high. They're not particularly worried about what happened. Everybody in the garage is trying to figure out what is the damage to the car, if there is any, but they're not bringing it in early. They're not worried about bringing it into the garage. If they are, they would have moved the chairs that many of the mechanics are sitting on in the middle. Indeed, it is just a thing that they will investigate when the car comes in for its regularly scheduled pit stop.
I did see some racer tape there, some duct tape just being broken off by one of the Nismo mechanics, so they may expect it now. This is the lead, first and second. There is the Daytona Coupe unwittingly playing its part in allowing Craig Lowndes right onto the back of the lead Erebus Mercedes. So Nico Baston down through Forest Elbow and on to Conrod Straight for another lap as they head down on lap 15 now.
He's in the tow here, Hindy, so Craig looking good, tucked up behind that big hole in the air that the Erebus Mercedes punches as they run down to Conrod Straight. He's in the tow, just shows the nose before they get in, but Craig's smart, he's aware, he knows that this is a 12-hour race. He will not do anything silly, but the screaming Ferrari is looking ominous.
I love the way you say that with such certainty.
I've seen a lot of Craig Lowndes over the years, John. He is an absolute expert at long-distance stuff. It is his game, probably more so than sprint racing these days.
Just have a listen to the Ferrari engine as they're going across the line there.
Gorgeous,
it is a high-revving V8 up the mountain straight. We'll just shut up for just a moment as Lowndes shifts up through the box on the mountain straight. Is that not a great way to start Sunday morning? Through Griffin's Bends, he's just dropped back a couple of cars lengths. There was a sniff there of a chance of him getting the lead.
Yeah, he was actually closer on the previous lap, wasn't he? And it's one of those places where you have to line up long distance overtaking moves if you're going to make a move. The other thing that you can do is to be opportunistic, as we saw Thomas Jaeger was when he got past the Nissan. So you have to kind of be able to take an opportunity if there is one, and if there isn't, then you need to do it as a long distance planned move. And that's what Craig Lowndes did on the previous lap. They were nose to tail as they started the lap. Then we got the pictures showing how Lowndes got up very close to him, but didn't quite manage to do it. Meanwhile, John,
Rick Kelly's dropped another place. He's behind Stephen Richards now, dropped down to 6th position, and that was all of a result of that little side-by-side contact as Stephen Richards and Thomas Jaeger, who initiated that move. Stephen Richards took his opportunity and went back through. So the GTR now down in 6th, and then this battle for 7th and 8th with Lauren Vantour and Ollie Gavin cruising up to the back of the Class A cars as well. And that is the first of the Class B cars. Traffic already, and Ollie Gavin takes the wider line in the red and white Audi R8 with the orange kangaroo on it. And I mean, in terms of decals for this car, down the straight again. Now, has the Nissan got the ponies? It punches a bigger hole in the air than the Mercedes-Benz, so it's going to need a few more horsepower. And at the moment, it's holding its own as Rick Kelly crosses the left-hand side of the circuit and uses all of the road and a bit more as he goes across the white line. It is the accepted line there. There's a little bit of extra tarmac on driver's left before you turn hard right. Ease the car into that super fast right-hander. Down to Maguire's, the final corner. And Rick Kelly just settling himself back in. And I've got to say, the experience showed there, didn't it, Rich, when Kelly came together with Thomas Jaeger. lesser drivers might have just lost their focus, lost their concentration a little bit. You said he was sitting there. It was almost like he was forcing himself just to calm back down again. I thought that was a really good onboard shot there.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah, Rick's a pretty relaxed guy most of the time behind the wheel. He'll be comfortable. Might have had a brief word on the radio to express his discomfort at being whacked that early in the race, but Rick's been here long enough to understand that it's a long day and he just needs to circulate. The pace has dropped off the last lap, and they certainly got held up by traffic because into the 209s last time for Kelly. LeBrock considerably quicker, and that's why he's got to the back of the Nismo GTR. But see, now they're getting traffic again, and it ebbs and flows. So the moment the one car gets to a lap car, it'll pull away as the cars behind are held up, and then they'll get some time back, and that's just going to ebb and flow all day long.
Yeah, I just wonder, Crailsey, whether or not Nico Bastian, having put in those, he did 2-3 very quick laps, didn't he? And I just wonder if the tyre temperature started to go up a little bit, or they got something on the telemetry that they then said, look, you can't actually go at that pace, just ease it off a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, that's the kind of us hypothesising from here, but you're absolutely right. The Bastian's times have dropped away again, partly through traffic, but he seems to be just taking things a bit easier.
Jaeger, meanwhile, absolutely flying and lighting up the time on it. I want to see what this lap does for the 84 HTP car, that brilliant white Mercedes that's been repaired once already this weekend after a hefty crash on Friday when they rattled it across the wall at McPhillamy Park. Bastian to Lowndes is 0.6. And then big gap back to Clark Quinn, who's under a real bit of pressure.
He's just lost it. He's just lost the position, went wide at the final corner. Looked like he missed his braking point, and there is the visual confirmation as they go into Hell's Corner on lap number 17. That's just whizzing by, isn't it?
We're 45 minutes into the race, and Bastian has been the biggest charger of the day. So again, the lap Porsche down the inside, textbook stuff at Mount Panorama. Clark gave him racing room. Gee, I tell you what, this has been a very aggressive opening stint for Thomas Jaeger.
Yes, it has.
But all of them calculated, and all of them were risky, but they weren't high-risk moves, and that's what I like about Jaeger so far.
And he didn't have to do it in the first 10 laps, did he? I mean, he was doing... It's not like it was all done early on. He's just been picking them off gently in this second part of the first hour.
But you've got to credit Clark Quinn there, because he did really well to see him. He's on the other side of that car, and down the inside comes with the dive bomb move. Difficult to see when you've got your hands device, you've got the wraparound seat, you're sitting very low down. He must have expected it, started to turn in and then adjusted his line. That is smart endurance racing. No point in trying to fight him. Look, he's not losing any ground now. Bad news for the GWS BMW. No, not bad news. That looks like it may be more routine than I thought. They're having a look on the right rear. This is the car that was being lapped when we saw that incident between Rick Kelly and Thomas Jaeger.
So Peter O'Donnell just jumping out, the car owner, the proprietor of GWS Personnel, a locally Central West New South Wales based recruiting system, a recruiting business, and just doing a driver change, driver assistant working on. Usually it will be a co-driver or one of the drivers that have just jumped out of the car, and it looks like Al Shepherd just jumping in, the only man to have started every 24-hour and 12-hour race at Mount Panorama. To come back to the point I wanted to make before, I want to give massive props to Clark Quinn. Clark Quinn is not a professional racing car driver. Clark Quinn runs a chocolate company. He runs Darrell Lee day to day and spends a massive amount of time building the business that he and Tony bought a few years ago and rescued, an iconic Australian brand. He races on the weekends, doesn't get much time in the car. He is doing an outstanding job in this MP412C.
Matt Charter's the driver that topped into this car. Peter O'Donnell just got out of the machine, and the BMW was a little bit slow. In fact, Keen Booker is down here in pit lane with us at the moment. Keen, a quick chat with you. An early pit stop. We weren't expecting you guys to come in so early. By the looks of things, neither were you.
100%. I'm sitting there just enjoying my own company for a second, nothing happening, and then he came in early. But he had a tap earlier, so he just must have wanted to get out.
Does that upset the strategy for the day? Does that upset the strategy for the day?
No, not at all. There's a whole new strategy now. That was the early strategy. Now we've got a later strategy.
Have fun, Keane.
It's all good, thanks.
Well,
it's the number 28 BMW we're talking about there, the one that was involved in that little love tap, and it's back out on the circuit.
You have to be adaptable in endurance racing, so a new strategy invented at 3 minutes past 7 on a Sunday morning in Bathurst. So my apologies to Matt Charter, who's just jumped in, the very speedy young Victorian driver who has, New South Wales driver, I should say, he's a local boy, who's been racing a bit of the third tier V8 series recently in an ex-Craig Lowndes Falcon, former Formula Ford racer before that. Very handy young steerer, and he was a last-minute addition to the GWS squad. So Keane Booker, Alan Shepherd and Peter O'Donnell, the other drivers in the two-time race-winning car.
The Dean Harwich, number 7, STI Subaru's just come down on the pit lane, so it may be that one or two of the lower class cars are taking the opportunity to get in early before the big rush, and there it is. And that's the roots of this event. This is where this event started, with production touring cars like this WRX, and good to see that there's still a place for them, even though we've got the sharp end of 30 full house FIA GT3 cars at the front of the field.
Currently 30th outright there, and believe it or not, this team travelled further to get here from within Australia than the 5 cars from New Zealand from overseas. 2,950 kilometres, I'm told, from their base in Perth. And they left Sunday afternoon, got here Wednesday, driving across the Nullarbor. So massive trek as Eric Banner gets ready to jump into the Lamborghini. Peter Hill behind the wheel of the 99 car, 23rd outright at the moment. They've made great ground given they started just inside the top 30. Now, I want to give props to a great young driver, Richard Muscat. He's in that blue, white and red Porsche in behind one of the best in the business, and that's Alex Davison in the number 12 Ice Break Ice Coffee entry. Rich Muscat, the GT3 Cup Challenge winner from last year, going with the best in the business in this car, run by Team BRM Redcorp Motorsport. And Rich will be driving with Erebus this year in Aussie GT and the Mercedes, but getting laps at Bathurst in a Porsche. He is doing an unbelievable job lapping at the same pace as some of the best in the business.
And I reckon that's a 4th in Class B at the moment. And these are similar Porsches. Pat Long, of course, will be jumping into that number 12 car. Pat Long, poster boy for American road racing, who learned his craft in Europe and then has taken it back and refined it in the United States. Very well thought of by Porsche, and spearheading the Porsche Works run in the Tudor United Sports Car Championship with Core Autosport this year. This is the first big retirement, gentlemen. The 23 Reiter Engineering Lamborghini, the Largo racing car. Peter Cox's bad luck at the Mountain Crailsea continues.
That hurts. That really hurts to see that, because that team invests so much into the sport. Roger taking a car to Spa later on this year in late July to run the Spa 24-hour for the first time with a bunch of Aussie drivers, including Stephen Richards, and so keen to get there, but was so keen to get a result at this track. And the curse of Bathurst just fights again, but at least Peter Cox got 6 racing laps under his belt for the first time after 3 attempts. I hope Peter doesn't stop coming here because of the bad luck he's endured at this place, because he's one of the great drivers and he's a ripper personality as well. I really hope he comes back.
2 seconds between first and second. Ingo Basson leads for Mercedes-Benz, Craig Lowndes for Ferrari, and then getting on for 9 seconds back to Thomas Jäger, but he is taking time out of the guys ahead of him. At least he has been the last couple of laps. He's started to hit some traffic as well. Looking at the 63 Mercedes there going through with Jack LeBrock, who's impressed me with the way he's attacked this race this weekend. Gentlemen, Vantour behind him.
I'd like your thoughts both on the number 3 Phoenix Racing Audi R8 LMS, because this seems to be a performance. I expected them to be closer to the front of the field. Vanthorpe behind the wheels, one of the best young GT drivers in the world. Rene Rast is one of the best young GT drivers in the world, and Rail Frey, who's been going quite nicely, the former DTM racer, has been going well, but they just haven't quite had the ultimate pace trusses so far.
I absolutely agree with you, Crailsea. And if you look at him, I mean, it's all he can do really to keep Oliver Gavin in the Class B car behind him, rather than playing ball with the other big Class A cars. So yeah, no, I don't know if that's a particular decision they've taken, whether they've maybe not got the setup exactly right in the cool conditions. Maybe they're looking to get the car to perform better as it gets warmer. You don't quite know, but yeah, this is a long race. That anybody in the top 10 can still win it.
$5 every time you say this is a long race. It's going into the
There's a
pot.
long way to go.
Yes.
They did do this last year as well, though, remember, and they probably didn't have quite the star-packed driver lineup that they've got this year, but Phoenix just cruised around early, and they popped up in 4th place at the checkered flag. So we're not ruling them out. We want to be very clear on that, and they're going quite well, but I just had more expectations, I guess, this year.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting a little bit of pressure there on Jack Le Brocq with the other Erebus Mercedes. So, you know, they're not... they're certainly not shabby by any means. Anybody who puts pressure on an Erebus Mercedes is not shabby.
There is a suggestion that Audi R8 Ultras, the newer cars, perhaps haven't had the best of the balance of performance, and it may be, the other thing is that they may be looking after their tyres and trying to double or triple stint the tyres as well. And just there is a bit of frustration, clearly, as we can see the lights flashing from Laurent Vanthoor behind Jack Le Brocq, but he's not really close enough, and he hasn't been close enough to make a proper overtaking move as they head into Griffin's Bend and up the mountain once again. 21 laps completed, and we're coming round to 55 minutes. So around about 5, maybe 10 minutes, or if you prefer, 3 or 4 laps from starting to see. We had that intervention, short though it was, from the safety car, Paul, and that's just stretching people's fuel window a little bit.
That will enable that. I mean, I discovered the other day that they still have, or they do now have on all these GT3 cars, a fuel map dial on the dashboard. So as soon as they get the safety car out, they wind the fuel map down to, or an engine mapping button or knob down, so that they use less fuel behind the safety car. That'll give them, I would say, 1 more lap. So my suggestion would be lap 26 or lap 27 will be the first pit stop.
Let's have a look at the Pirelli outright leaderboard, confirming Nico Bastian for Mercedes-Benz ahead of Craig Lowndes, just dropping away a little bit now, nearly 5 seconds in the 88 Ferrari in second. All of these top cars in the Darrell Lee Class A, of course. Thomas Jaeger in 3rd position, the big mover, up from 11th on the grid for the 84 HTP Mercedes. Clark Quinn driving a very sensible race in 4th position. Steve Richards, Rick Kelly, Jack Le Brocq, Laurent Vanthoor, and then in the GWS Personnel B class for GT3 cars, Ollie Gavin leads it for the 14 Audi R8 with Earl Bamber in the Porsche in second. And behind that class battle in Class B, we've got Mark O'Connor in Class C in the Lotus for GWS Personnel Class C. The Recaro Class D BMW is 97, and then the Fiat and the Mark GTC Ford Focus are in Class F and I, the lead Gunnett, and that's the Michelin class leaderboard for the 6 different categories that we have in the 2014 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours.
Early days yet, and those classes will be worth watching as the day goes on, because there's some really feisty little battles. Class B is almost as every bit as good as Class A in terms of its outright depth. It's pretty good fun to watch. So let's just take stock for the moment as we watch our race leader in car number 1 pound around, and he's got 4.6 seconds now over Craig Lowndes, and we're talking about the German driver Nico Bastian. Lowndes is second in the Ferrari, Jaeger third in the SLS, the second of the SLSs in the race so far. Clark Quinn fourth in the McLaren, I should say, and Stephen Richards going nicely up to P5 and first of the Lamborghinis in the race. Rick Kelly still 6th, Vanthoor in 7th and in the Class A car. So Nico Bastian, let's talk a little bit about Nico, first time here. I think he's been tremendous so far this weekend, and he's been very conversational. He seems to have enjoyed himself immensely, as you would coming here for the first time, but how they've managed to squeeze him in this car is pretty remarkable to start with, because it's just a third very, very strong driver in the defending championship winning team, or race winning team.
Nico has impressed me massively, and in the last 4 or 5 laps he has just gently tightened the screw and squeezed away from Craig Lowndes. And you don't say that about many people with 2 and 3 times the experience. With no disrespect to Nico Bastian, he has done a fantastic job, and it's now 4 seconds the gap between the Mercedes-Benz and the chasing cars. Now watch over the top of the brow, coming over the top of Mountain Straight for lap number 24. There is your leader, number 1, the Mercedes-Benz. Watch out for the 88, the Ferrari with Craig Lowndes going through. 84, Thomas Jaeger, the light-coloured Mercedes-Benz with the bright yellow trim, the 84 car. And he has then got Clark Quinn right up behind him again in that bright orange McLaren. Then we're waiting for Steve Richards in the 48, Rick Kelly. There's Rick Kelly coming through in the GTR, the Nissan. That is down to 6th position. Jack LeBrock in the 2nd of the Airbus Mercedes. And then, now is that a change of position there with Ollie Gavin and Earl Bamber going through? No, it was Ollie still in 9th and Earl Bamber about to take the line now. It was a different Porsche going through as Ollie was working through the traffic. So Earl Bamber still to come through, just showing some of the gaps beginning to open up a little bit once we've had some green flag running.
Yeah, that was Van Thor caught up behind a lapped car, just trying to get out of the way and continue his progress forward. And this just gives you a real indication of how spread out the field can become over a 6.2 kilometre lap in real time from start to finish. There's the number 70 Mark Focus, that Grant Denyer currently behind the wheel, 24th position outright at the moment, and 2nd in class. Their teammate Chris Pither in the number 50 car leading the way. There's the 3rd of those exciting new Aussie built and designed enduro races. There's the 25 United Autosports Audi, Mark Patterson behind the wheel, 11th outright at the moment. There is Wang in the 33 car. Mok Wang Song, the Asian GT champion from a couple of years ago. They run a McLaren up there, but have the Ferrari here at Mount Panorama.
All still on the lead lap, these cars. Got
Correct.
to make that point.
And here's this Class B battle between the two Porsches. Richard Muscat really attacking Alex Davison too. So just a bit further up the road, and they're dicing for 14th and 15th outright, and 3rd and 4th in Class B. So this is for the podium in Class B. 2 Audis just a little bit further up the road.
Yeah, 2 Porsches absolutely in lockstep as they go to the cutting for their 24th time. Now, is that lead Porsche just beginning to lose the rubber from underneath it? There was a little bit of a wide exit there, and the pressure is definitely on. And here's the first of the... now this is interesting. Paul Truswell, first of the leading runners, and it's Rick Kelly in the Nissan GTR with exactly an hour on the clock.
The Nissan is making its way slowly down the pit lane, coming into the pit box where a legion of men are waiting. They will do full service before investigating the damage. They have lots and lots of gaffer tape if they need it to fix this car. On initial appearance, the damage does not look too severe. There aren't any dive planes missing off the front of the car. The right-hand side has not too much damage, and the crew is actually signaling that they might just send it back out after they change the tires.
Well, you can't do anything whilst the fuel is going in, and that's why there's no work going on the car. When the fuel probe is in, no one else can touch the car. Rick Kelly with his GoPro on his helmet had some fantastic shots from that. Little bit of damage on the right front, round the fender, at the front of the front right wheel. No tyres, just fuel. That is the first of the stops, and Paul Truswell nods sagely that should be what is happening if you've put the slightly harder tyres on at least.
I would have thought so, and maybe even if you haven't got the harder tyres on, because it was a cool morning. We were expecting high temperatures later on, but it certainly wasn't baking hot first thing this morning, and so they will possibly have had the softer tyres on and be able to double stint those. They'll put the harder tyres on as the temperatures get warmer, and of course they then become softer because the temperatures are warmer. But the Nissan then, what they will now be doing in the garage is to calculate how much fuel of the 100 litres that they're allowed, how much fuel actually went in. The second place car is also now in pit lane. That's Craig Lowndes in the number 88 Ferrari.
And he's caught up behind one of the Class B Porsches as well. Fortunately, the Superbarn car is out of the way. In fact, and problems for the number 4 Porsche. It looks like a right rear suspension failure. No, it's a puncture. It's a puncture sitting down at the right-hand side. There's Craig Lowndes already getting his belts off. He's right at the far end of the pit lane, so he's slackened everything off. So this is going to be a driver change for the 88 car. Now, you can do that when you are fueling, but that's the only thing you can do.
is putting his seat insert into the car. He will be getting in for this first stint of his early in the morning. They're getting him in to get him used to the car and to throw themselves out of the sink of traffic, hoping to get a little bit of advantage. With the leader still running out there, he will have to pit, and this means that they will get back out while he is in the pit box. So they're just doing up John Bo's belts. They're taking the fuel back off. No tires again. It seems as if these Michelins are very happy to double stint this morning.
Yeah, the issue is now, though, he's already had 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds where the fuel hose was out. He's losing time in the pit lane. They might as well have put tyres on this car. You can see the mechanic, if you're watching the pictures, urging him out of the pit lane. John Bow is a wily old character, though, and he was making sure his belts were tightened. You do not go up the mountain. But that was not the slickest of stops from the second place car, and they may well lose position here.
Well, that took them 1 minute and 18 seconds. Rick Kelly's stop took 1 minute and 7. They didn't change drivers, but it looked like JB was in before the fuel was done, so there might have been a little bit of a delay at the end, or just a little bit tardy leaving away. Perhaps just communication. Okay, JB, go, 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 go. They might just not have got that right. So he was in there getting good to go. The Grove Group team, Stephen Grove, heading up that operation, doing a fantastic job with some great drivers with them, Earl Bamber and Ben Barker, as Bern Schneider watches on from Erebus Motorsport.
Bern Schneider watches on in a polo shirt and a sweater. He's not even set to go racing yet now. Look, just behind the Nissan here, one of the GTC Focus and the BMWs seem to have car magnets in them in this early part of the race. And it is the GWS car again that gets a little bit of a ding. There is the errant GTC Focus in the lane. And it wasn't my fault, he moved over on me. That was the international sign of don't blame me from the driver.
Ryan McLeod there just helping the driver change. So Ryan has engineered this program together. There's the McLaren.
Third place it came out of. Clark Quinn, I think, has done a great job. It shows not like he's going to get out. And that's very interesting to see. GT3 cars, of course, you can have the Formula 1 style steering wheels. You saw that was the little bow tie shaped steering wheel, just like a Formula car. In Le Mans style GT racing, you must have a complete wheel that traces something like an oval or a circle. You look at something like the Corvettes in the US series, it's got just a little bar across the top to fulfill that requirement. But that is very much, isn't it, a single-seater steering wheel that Clark Quinn's got his mitts wrapped around at the moment.
Clark's done a fantastic job and performing very, very well. So he was third entering the lane and going nicely.
And I'm told from our very knowledgeable team in the TV truck that is a 2008 Formula 1 steering wheel that is being used to control that car, which again not only proves that McLaren with the technology transfer, but also just how sophisticated these GT3 cars, because all the knobs and dials on there are for things like traction control. You heard Paul talking about fuel map earlier on, so thanks for that little snippet of information. Thank you, guys. And that is we had 6 street cars on the circuit yesterday. I still believe that this is the only race car in this part of the world.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Tony Quinn, the first one to bring one down south of the equator. It's a cool car. There's one now racing in Asian GT as well. Mok Wen Sung has a 12C current spec car, actually, racing in the Asian GT Championship and going very nicely as HTP Motorsport pulls into pit lane, and the leader as well.
Now this is going to be very interesting. Remember, they qualified on softer tyres to the pole position, did Erebus yesterday. Will they get another run out of these tyres? Also coming in the HTP car, Thomas Jaeger from second place now, and into the box. It looks very slow, doesn't it? But this is absolutely routine.
40 kilometres an hour.
The Erebus car that started from the pole has now come in from the lead. He is staying in the car. They have tires ready if they need to do a change, but they don't look as if they're planning on it. They are also worried about the 63, which right now is making its way slowly down the pit lane. This car should get back out on track as soon as the refueling is done. They should not lose time where the 88 did in a driver change. But if you look at the car right behind it, the green Erebus, that's the one that's going to need more attention. They have lots and lots of gaffer tape prepared to try and repair that front splitter that suffered damage early on in the race from hitting a kangaroo. Fuel is done. Erebus had a minor issue. They're out and away. 63 is still in the box. There is steam coming out of the brakes and lots of dust, but it doesn't look as if the front is too badly damaged. It is the front bumper, and that will flap around. That will hurt the aerodynamics, but the guys will have to repair that with tape if they repair it at all.
What's interesting is the whole of the right side, right third of the splitter, as we can see from those fabulous pictures from the pit lane, is missing now, and that will be an aerodynamic disadvantage. The issue is that that's one big piece that goes all the way under the front part of the engine compartment. It is coming up on the jacks now, and there's going to be a new set of tyres. I'm guessing they're going to be looking to see if there's any damage around that front wheel. That's exactly what the mechanic does. The ducting in there is cooling the brakes. You've got all kinds of suspension components and steering arms, etc. there, but I don't think that's gone too far back. The ubiquitous gaffer tape. Where would you be in motorsport without gaffer tapes and tie wraps?
Nowhere. Without a race car.
And a 4-pound lump hammer.
You're correct. So just they're readjusting the brake ducting in there, so it's caused some damage to that. So brake cooling at this place important, because there's a couple of very heavy stops from high speeds. So 100 mile an hour tape going on underneath. You need more than 100 mile an hour tape here, to be honest with you. 150 miles an hour.
Steve Richards still out with the Lamborghini, which is a surprise to me that the Lamborghini is actually getting the best fuel consumption. Coming into the pits now, but he's done an extra lap. He's done 28 laps plus the pace lap at the beginning of the race, so 29 laps altogether for Steve Richards. And as I say, I would have bet against the Lamborghini being the most economic car in the field.
Shiny tyres there, absolutely indicative of brand new tyres. There is the car that's just come in from the lead, inherited the lead when everybody else had pitted. That's going to leave Ollie Gavin in the Class B Audi in the lead, and Yardley Hastings' finest sports car driver is going to lead the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours at his first attempt, and that is great tactics as the Erebus 63 car goes out after a little bit of running repairs and the racer tape applied to the right front. But Ollie Gavin then has gone through and will be scored as the leader next time around.
However, an extra minute and a half on that stop for Jack Le Brocq. They were almost a lap down to what will be our effective race leader, Nico Bastian, when they come through once Ollie Gavin has made that stop. But the Class B car's not lapping at the same pace, so they'll be using a little bit less fuel, and that will work well for Gavin. And word through that they will be hitting pit lane very, very shortly, so they may not actually cross the line in front of the race.
No, it has. He's just gone through. He's literally just gone through to start lap 29.
But I'm worried about 63 being a lap down already, and you can't help that damage. And you can get those laps back with perhaps trying a different strategy as the race goes, taking advantage of a safety car, perhaps go off sequence, but that's not a great start for the number 63 Erebus Mercedes.
Daytona Coupe in the pit lane. Hard work overnight paid off with those parts coming up from Melbourne, and the little bit of fettling done to the right front wheel with the grinder earlier on. I thought quite the fit that we were looking for.
I thought you were pointing at the louvers on top of that. It's a bit old school car. I thought you liked the louvers. As we watch Stephen Richards hammering across the top of Mount Panorama. Now, came into pit lane inside the top 5, and when they shuffle through, I think they should be around about that mark. Currently scored 6th, but car's yet to stop in front of him. So,
and this is that time of the race, Krilsey, where it all goes a bit bonkers on the timing screen because we're waiting for everyone to make their first pit stops. Let me tell you that the number 14 Audi leads. It's the leading Class B car as well, but he will pull into the lane now. And in fact, there he is. The bright orange, white and black Oakley sponsored car with Ollie Gavin, probably the tallest driver here, one of the fittest drivers here, runs marathons just because he can. He's up at the crack of dawn every morning running 5 or 10 miles. Everyone else just can't get their head around it. He's right at the end of the pit lane as well. He has completed 29 laps and gone at least a good 2 or 3 laps longer than anyone else on the track. The Erebus Mercedes goes through and will retake the lead with Nico Bastian still at the wheel. No sign of Ollie Gavin getting out of this one. No sign of any Michelin tyres being thrown at the B-class leader. Through goes the HTP car. Thomas Jaeger will go through into second place. Now where is the McLaren? Will they go through
right behind
into
him.
third?
Right behind,
he goes right up his tailpipes as he went through. Then it's Rick Kelly is the next car. There he goes into 4th position. So now we're starting this cycle round with all of the leaders having completed their first pit stops.
Yeah, and that's a real rumble going on for second place with, or ultimately second place with Quinn really attacking Jaeger as they go side by side up to turn 2. And Clark driving the race of his life at the moment. Rick Kelly behind them in the Nissan will be 4th on the road after these stops, and Stephen Richards P5.
But where is the 88? Craig Lowndes was into the pits in second place. John Bowe took it over, and he's down in 7th position. 7th position, and that is what the difference of a 10 seconds or so can make. Here's the battles going on up the mountain.
Yeah.
And that is a change of position. the Audi has gone through, and John Bowe loses another position.
Yeah, it was a slow outlap from John Bowe as well, which is probably hardly surprising. He was still dialing himself in. The car, of course, they didn't change the tyres, so John was taking over a hot racing car with warm tyres on it, but he still wants to feel his way into it just a little bit. So yes, it was 10 seconds on the pit stop, John, but also a slow outlap.
Clark Quinn then. Now, here's how the HTP get. Come on, get out. God, just doing all of our hard work, and you're half asleep still having a cup of coffee behind the wheel. Drop that clutch, man. Drop it. Rev it, man. Rev it. And they say there's no passion in endurance racing. I think we saw from every face yesterday on the pole position run, and from what we've just seen from that crew member, that is far from the case. Here is the battle then. Jaeger's second and third, this is, guys.
Jaeger's done a great job this morning. Unbelievable job, and has hauled this car up into what is now second position. Clark going with him. We ride on board the 12C GT3 McLaren. V8 road cars got hydraulic suspension and all sorts of electronic wizardry. The race car loses all of that and reverts to a more standard race car form.
It's another high revving V8, isn't it? Rather like the Ferrari, but it's got a slightly harsher edge to it. Let's have a listen as he goes up the mountain straight. It's quite a lazy gear change, that though, isn't it? Fourth to fifth, it wasn't bang, bang, bang. All right, more action. Hell's Corner again, and this is Rick Kelly in fourth position, and fifth and sixth are right there with him. That is a battle for position. Three cars battling with the Nissan for fourth, fifth and sixth position. Stephen Richards and Lauren Vantor in that number 3 Audi. Meantime, in the pit lane, this is the 33 Ferrari that we've been just quietly watching doing its job. They're doing a very different tactical job here. Mok Wen Sung, the car's owner, has brought it in, and it looks like he's getting out of the car.
Yeah, 30 laps on the stint for that car, so Mok doing a good job of staying out of trouble, of keeping the car on the lead lap, and also of conserving fuel. Now, of course, after just one stint, one lap doesn't really make a whole heck of a difference, but depending on how he uses it, depending on how the safety cars come out, it might make a difference later on. And of course, this is Krell's dark horse car, isn't it? It
absolutely is, and for 2 years in a row now, they've managed to find their way onto the podium when early in the weekend no one would give them any chance. So Hiroshi Hamaguchi, fourth driver added to this car for this weekend, jumping in. Hiroshi drives with Mok in the Asian GT Championship. Tyres going on the Clearwater Ferrari as well. So new rubber going on for the Japanese driver. And they're just keeping Craig Baird and Matt Griffin up their sleeve. Those two drivers haven't driven this car since Friday afternoon. So didn't get any laps yesterday. It was all Wang and Hamaguchi. So remarkable stuff. Just keep an eye on the Chrome Ferrari. It's not hard to miss as we watch this evolving battle between Rick Kelly and Stephen Richards. Two old mates. I'm pretty certain they've been teammates along the way as the HTP Merc gets past one of the Kiwi BMWs. Quinn dives down the inside trying to stay in touch as well.
Yeah, I think Clark realises he's got a real opportunity here, and if he can stay with second place Thomas Jaeger, it might just drag him closer to the leader as well. Then behind them, this is the battle for fourth and fifth position, and look at how close that is. That is the rear view mirror camera from Rick Kelly's Nissan Nismo GTR, and you've got to start to think now that Rick has a decision to make. Does he defend from Steve Richards behind him in that Lambo, or does he say, look, there's 10 3/4 hours to go, I might just let you go now. I'm not going to put myself in a situation where the guys are going to have to do some work on the car. The way the more experienced drivers look at it, there is not a job that can be done by the guys in the pit lane for the 2 seconds or so that you might lose by just breathing off the throttle and letting the guy go through. There's no point in trying to save every fraction of a second when you've still got the better part of 11 hours of a race to go. Up the cutting then with the Nissan. Gee, that looks good in this early morning light. Two great battling marks. And when you look at the calibre of drivers and manufacturers in this race, you realise that the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours has arrived. It's not arriving, it's not got ways to go, it has arrived on the international scene, and our international audience on the stream at the moment, in their tens of thousands, by the way, would seem to underline that fact. And whether you're in the Europe or UK, it's 8:30 in the evening in London at the moment, or further afield, and I know there's an awful lot of you in America watching this, loving the time zone differences. Well, welcome along to what apparently is going to be another one of these endurance races that is flat out from start to finish. And here's an opportunity for Richards. He gets right into the draft. It's a big hole in the air made by the GTR, waving left and right as the other Audi is not in that fight. It's going a lap down towards the right-hander at the end of Conrod Straight. Now Richards is lined up there. He's got the main beam on. That's worked 2 or 3 kilometres an hour, surely, as he comes down. Oh, it's great driving by Rick Kelly, though. He knew there that he was there. Now that answers my question, Crazy. Rick Kelly does not want to give that position up. He wants to be the master of his own destiny.
Yeah, absolutely nothing wrong with the straight line poke of the GTR either. I watched a lot of onboard laps last night, John, just getting an idea of how these cars are behaving. That's not behaving very well. That's one of the motorsport services Sayats out of New Zealand. Number 66, I think, is parked well and truly in pit lane, stuttered behind the wheel.
It's got fire. There's a little bit of fire in the front end of that. Grant Denyer is down there.
Yeah, the situation was the 66 car came in. Michael Driver hopped in the car. The pit stop was taking a little bit long, and as you can see, the right front calipers caught fire. The crew was on it straight away. They've doused it in retardant, but unfortunately, now they're going to have to get to work on this car and clean things up before they can send it back out onto the track.
That was Grant Boyden, wasn't it, down in the pit lane? Sorry, I got overexcited with the sight of flames there. And the helmet design that you saw just on the rear of that car, the rear window of that car, that of Alan Simonson and a number of the cars, of Sean Edwards, excuse me, and a number of the cars carrying Sean's helmet colours, as well as tributes to Alan Simonson, who sadly aren't with us at the race this year.
I was going to say, Grant Denny's 20th. So he's doing a good job to do an interview at the same time as
I'm sure Boyle would love to be 20th as well.
He's just got into pit lane to do that interview for you, Heidi, as JB
Grant
tries to work his way through the 71 car. Bow just trying to get up to speed now in the Maranello Ferrari, but really getting balked by this Audi across the top. And in fact, the Clearwater Racing Ferrari, Hamaguchi getting up to speed in that car, really now up behind the Maranello Motorsport car. So the race coming back a little bit to Maranello, coming back to the field as Grant Denyer jumps out, back in the seat for the first time in a long time, in fact, and it's great to see him do so. He spent the last month or so here. Family live in the region, and said earlier in the week that he's gone for a jog of this track every day for the last month. So there are a few people with better experience around here in the last month, not necessarily in a racing car, but certainly getting every little detail about this circuit, Grant Denyer, as the battle of the Ferraris continues. Was going to say, watched a lot of onboard footage last night, John, just to get an idea of how these cars are behaving. Not only are they quick in a straight line, but they're so good under brakes. And I cannot believe the stopping ability of these cars on the run up into the chase. Now, a V8 supercar will hit 297 kilometres an hour in a straight line. On new tyres, they'll turn through the kink at the chase flat and brake straight away as soon as they've got the car level. A GT car will do 278, 285 between there, k's an hour, flat through the chase, and they're flat, and they're flat, and they're still flat. And they brake at about 150 metres, if not later, because of the aero and the grip these cars have got. They stop so unbelievably well. So they're 20 kilometres an hour slower than a V8 supercar in a straight line down Conrod, but they make up all their time in brakes, and 3 seconds from the cutting to Falcon Elbow at the top of the hill. That's where these cars have a difference in performance to what Australian fans at least are used to seeing here at Mount Panorama.
I did like what Rick Kelly said when he jumped into the Nissan earlier in the week to do his first laps in the GTR, the Nismo GTR. He said, I've just taken it easy, learning about the car, refamiliarising myself, new pavement, etc. Then he looked at the time and went, oh yeah, but that's the second fastest lap I've ever done over the mountain. Didn't go over the mountain. Now this is the Clearwater Ferrari, the chrome and red Ferrari. Fantastic wrap on this car. It's an easy one for us to pick out, particularly with that bright yellow on the rear aerofoil. And they've gone from the car owner Moxing Run to Hamaguchi in that car, so they have put the 2 gentlemen non-seeded drivers in there, and this plan at the moment with them sitting in 14th position but just on the tail end of the lead lap, I don't think that has worked out too badly for them. Remember that each driver can only do a maximum in the 12 hours of 4.5 hours, which means that's 9 in even my rudimentary arithmetic, and it was double periods on a Friday afternoon, so I didn't get much of that, if I'm awfully honest to your viewer and listener. That means you've got to find 3 hours of driving from your other driver or drivers.
And that's what they're doing now, Trusser. So it would not surprise me that they've got that 9 hours plus a bit circled in their team. And from there on, it will be Craig Baird, Matt Griffin, Craig Baird, Matt Griffin for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
exactly right. And of course, the other thing that possibly could happen is that by the time they get in the car, Craig and Matt, there'll be less other cars out on the circuit because natural attrition will take its course. There'll be fewer other cars, and they'll really be able to extend the ponies in that Ferrari then.
The other Ferrari that we are watching at the moment is the 88 car. This is the Iveco-sponsored machine, and we cut away from that because a right front puncture on the number 7 Subaru WRX has meant that car, with its four-way flashes going down Conrod Straight, is staying to driver's right. Smart driving. And that car was up to knocking on the door of the top 20 not so very long ago, and it's still, in fact, just in the top 30. It's still Herridge at the wheel of that car.
Dean's a fantastic character, former full-time rally driver, one of the nicest human beings you'll meet in motor racing. And he said to me on Thursday, popped up and said hello. He said, you know, we didn't need to be here. We knew we wouldn't be that competitive, but we just wanted to be here as much as we could. And they're going to try and get to the finish in this car.
A rally driver of some note, I should mention. Let's look back to the start then. 6:15 this morning, and the green flag waved. Eventually, it was a long run to the start line. The Erebus Mercedes on pole position got the drop on the rest of the field and headed up the mountain straight for the first time in exactly the position that they wanted. Nico Bastian is still in the car and still leads. The big story of the first hour, though, Peter Cox's rude look at the mountain continues. Contact with Global Wildlife has put the 23 Lamborghini in the box and out of the race.
Massive disappointment for a car that I thought could contend this weekend. This was a bit dramatic. Down the inside went Thomas Jaeger on Rick Kelly, and there was a bit of contact, but all okay for both cars. And then more contact just a few laps later down at the chase. One of the Mark Focuses getting into Pete O'Donnell in the GWS BMW. This was exciting, wasn't it? Rick Kelly and Stephen Richards, two old mates and rivals from the V8 scene, having a real good battle for the bottom half of the top 5, and that fight continues with Rick Kelly 4th, Stephen Richards 5th. And this has been an issue too with the Seat, the number 60 car with now live pictures back to the mountain. The Lotus off the road at the chase. It is well bogged.
That is the Motion Sport team that did so well last year. Gordon Shedden, Pete Story and Ben Gower. And did he jump or was he pushed? Oh, he lost it. Well, that's a very, very interesting place to lose it. And when I say interesting, I mean really, really scary, because he lost that as soon as he came through the right-hander onto the chase. That was the moment, I think, Grills, he hit the brakes. Let's get another look at it now. Yeah, he had his right rear wheel just off the side of the circuit, I think. He just pinched the car a little bit coming through the right-hander. And the moment he got on the brakes, that car started swapping around. Now look at the right front of that car. That did not look the way that car came out of Hethel, if I'm honest.
Pete Story was behind the wheel. That's Alex Davison talking to David Calvert-Jones down there. CJ in the Icebreak Racing pits. So that's Pete Story behind the wheel of that car, and second safety car of the day is called onto the racetrack. Safety car, as we confirm the Pirelli leaderboard for you after an hour and 26 of the Liqui 12 hour. Nico Bastian leads the way in Darrell Lee Class A from Thomas Jaeger. It's a Mercedes 1-2. McLaren 3rd with Clark Quinn. Rick Kelly 4th for Nissan, and Steve Richards in the Lambo going well in P5. Lawrence Vantore in 6th for the first of the Audis. John Bowe running 7th for Maranello Motorsports Ferrari in the number 88 car. Ollie Gavin 8th for Audi in first of the GWS Class B cars. Richard Muscat doing an awesome job in the number 45 Porsche in Class B in 9th, and Patrick Long rounding out the 10. The Michelin Class leaderboard, well, we know Class A and we know Class B thanks to Century Batteries and Chrysler Group. GWS, Carl Reindler in the Ginetta leading Class C, the former V8 supercar racer, and Cam's young driver development manager now as well. Andre Mortimer in the BMW currently leads the way in Class D thanks to Recaro, and Richards Class F and I, the invitational classes. Paul Stokel and Keith Kasulki lead the way.
Well, you're not missing any action on the circuit because of that car in the beach, the Lotus in the beach that we showed you just a moment or two ago. So the BMW safety car is back out. That is the cause of it. Yeah, that is going to take a little bit of pulling out. You're going to need a long tow rope, and the snatch vehicle on its way to get out the Motion Sport car. That is bogged. when it's that far down to the axles, that ain't coming out easily and may take a wee while to get things sorted out. The good news is it doesn't look too much damage after that. Let's head down to the pits for a couple of updates.
Alex Davison, you've just gotten out of the 12 Porsche. What was it like out there? Was the traffic any better than it has been for the past couple of days?
Traffic wasn't too bad. The drama isn't the slower cars, it's actually the slower drivers in the Class A cars, because their cars are much quicker. They drive away down the straight and then you're sort of held up behind them around the corner, so you can get stuck with one of those guys for a whole stint and there's nothing you can do. But once the race sort of settled into a groove, everyone found their place and the traffic wasn't too bad. So better than I expected. Our car feels really nice. Maybe a tad down on power compared to a couple of our competitors in Class B, but it's handling really good. And Pat's in now for his first stint at Bathurst, so he'll be excited. He's been loving the track and loving the event, so we'll keep plugging away and see where we end up at the end of the day.
You're no strangers to Porsche, but you're driving with a Porsche factory driver. What does that do for your confidence coming into this race?
Look, Pat and I have been buddies for nearly 15 years, and we raced German Carrera Cup and Porsche Super Cup together 10 years ago, and when I was driving for Porsche over in Europe, we used to spend some time together too. So he's just my buddy Pat, but it's great having someone of his calibre along in our crew. I think we've got a really good driver lineup with Pat and I, and CJ, for a gentleman driver, for lack of a better description, he's really solid and not that far off Pat and I. So I think we've got a good lineup. The Class B regulations are a little bit funny, so we're sort of going to a gunfight with a knife at the moment, but we're having a good time, and I reckon we'll end up, if we don't have any dramas, we'll end up somewhere near the top in Class B.
Well, we're hoping to be in about 10 hours time from now.
There is the Motion Sport Lotus, the snatch tractor in there, giving it the tow on the end of the longest strop line that they've got. Reminded, by the way, by one of our Twitter correspondents that car did have a full brake change after an earlier incident this week. I'm just trying to see if the rear spoiler is still there. Yes, it is. I just with the way the light was shining on it. Thanks, guys. I say it happens on the screen. That car looks remarkably intact, other than being a bit dusty. I did think there might be a problem with the right front there, but I think he may have just lost it. But as I say, it did get new brakes earlier in the week, and that might have been just an issue there, because it looked to be under braking that car started to rotate.
I wonder if they just had a bit of a tank slapper going through the kink there. That very, very fast right-hander had a wobble, wheel off on the inside of the road, and then had the old pendulum effect as they try to get it stopped. So Pete Story behind the wheel. Had a chat to these boys early in the weekend. We did some media with Gordon Shedden, a lot of anticipation about the former British Touring Car champion being on, deciding not to go to pit lane. They're staying out. So just depositing a fair bit of dust and dirt on the track on the braking zone into the final corner. But running down there and just beat the safety car out. So they'll only lose one lap out of that from where they were as well, which is handy for the Motion Sport Compare Insurance car. And deciding not to pit, Truss's continuing on.
Yeah, just looking at the shot there of the safety car coming round, two cars separating first place from second place as they came through then. So Nico Bastian has two cars between himself and Thomas Jaeger in the second place HTP Mercedes. Don't forget, of course, even though these are both SLS AMG Mercedes, a great deal of rivalry between the two teams. HTP, the European team with all the European experience, Erebus, very much an Australian team with Australian Bathurst experience, and both of them getting support from AMG, but as I say, they've got kind of an inter-Mercedes rivalry between them.
They do, as we see the Class C leading Ginetta G50 come into pit lane, and Carl Reindler jumps out with the chrome dome. Actually, it's not chrome, is it? The carbon dome.
That's lovely, isn't it?
The brand new helmet there for Carlos. He's a fantastic driver, Carl. Unfortunately, hasn't got a full-time drive at the moment. Actually works for the Confederation of Australian Motorsport. CAM's the governing body of the sport in Australia, in a young driver development role, and doing it very, very well. But he's been a full-time V8 supercar driver and one of the go-to co-drivers in Enduro season as well.
The other thing you saw clearly there was good obeying of the rules, because everybody has to be behind the red line that separates the pit garage from the pit lane when the car actually leaves. They don't want to have anybody hanging around out in the pit lane when the car leaves the circuit. You saw the team manager there, or the man with the stop board, waving the driver to get over the red line, then I can wave my driver out. So it was a little bit of time lost, although with the safety car out it didn't really matter, but as the driver dawdled a little bit to get back into the pit garage.
those pit regulations, we'll need to follow those closely over the day, Paul, because we saw last year a couple of quite big, powerful teams were caught out by little tiny errors, the 1%ers that you can make in pit lane that will cause you to be penalised and at the very least a drive-through penalty, which will cost you 35 seconds. And that, as we've seen in the past in this race, could be the difference between winning and losing.
What did we say at 6 o'clock this morning? Small mistakes have big repercussions here. And even that 10 seconds lost in the pits by the 88 car when John Bowe got into the car dropped them down from second to 7th as they stand at the moment. Now, look, that might play out, and at the end of the race, if they're standing on the top step of the podium, it won't make a blind bit of difference. However, at the moment, that has had a big, big impact on how that car is and how competitive it is. They've caught a break here because they're going to get caught back up again.
That's
and
not supposed to be parked there.
Caught a break.
That's a 35 Porsche, the second of the two Rent Corp cars, just pulled off to the side of the road. Well and truly stuck, and we weren't too far away from going back to racing. So it's Rick Shaw behind the wheel, one of your favourite Australian driver racing names, I know, Hindy. But
passed one of his outlets on the way out of Sydney up here, and just giggled every time I saw. And he's a great guy as well. For so long associated with Mazda racing, of course, with the super duper RX-7s that just scream. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com commentary, and we're live around the world on the video stream as well. And around the circuit on 87.8 FM. There's nothing happening on the circuit. You're not going to miss anything as we step away from the racing for just a few moments from the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours for 2014. Now, there is the Rick Shaw Porsche that has extended, not caused originally, this second full course caution, yellow flag period. And that is in need of a bit of assistance out on the circuit. The rollback there very quickly indeed. But as you can see, all the wheels on the car, it's rolled up onto the flatbed very, very quickly. The Lotus 55, the motion sport car, has also been recovered. And that is already gone. So as soon as we get this car back into the paddock, we should be racing, which means we've got a chance just to take a little bit more of atmosphere from down in the pit lane.
Well, the 17 Hogs Breath car is out there circulating and doing very, very well in Class C. Carl Reinler started the race and he's just hopped out of the beast. Carl, a very interesting session for you. Talk us through what it's like out there, because those C-Class cars are a bit interesting in the parity department.
Yeah, it's a bit skatey out there. The track's starting to come good. I feel like the track in the first few days has been a little bit greasy, but nice cool conditions this morning. It's really come alive, but it's a different event to what I'm used to. The cars, I only literally jumped in it for the first time 3 minutes before the first practice session. Met Mark Griffith, the owner, about an hour before that. So just coming to grips with it. We're plugging along quite nicely. It's not the fastest car in the world, but it's a hell of a lot of fun.
You're sort of indicating there that the track's starting to come to these cars now, so the lap times are going to get quicker and quicker. Is that going to upset strategies?
Yeah, potentially. We've roughly worked out how much fuel we're going to be using, but the faster you go, the more fuel you end up using too. So it might mess with the strategies. I don't think we're concerned about tyres. I think, the power that this thing's got, we'll probably get through the whole 12 hours on 2 sets, I reckon. But it'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds. It's busy out there, that's for sure. Seriously busy.
It's a little bit quiet with the safety car at the moment, Carl. Good luck and good luck for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
No sign of the BMW safety car peeling into the lane this time around. So that will be another lap for that beautiful M-Series BMW. And Shea has more news on the car that leads the field around here at Bathurst right now.
The car that leads is the car that has been leading all day. The number 1 Erebus Mercedes showing no signs of weakness. They are leaving the driver in the car, but not for too much terribly longer. Bernd Schneider is suited and booted and ready to go as soon as they go back green flag to racing. Look for that Erebus Mercedes car to be in within about 15 minutes.
So it has come just at a little bit of the wrong time, as Paul was mentioning, this safety car period. Full course caution number 2, very slow across the line.
as you mentioned, Paul, these safety cars have come at exactly the wrong time for everybody. But what it does is it keeps everyone on a similar sort of strategy that we started out with after that first round of stops.
That's right, and we've still got 10, 11 cars on the lead lap, but I'd be surprised if that Erebus Mercedes comes in quite as soon as Shay said. I think that's just a little bit early. I'd expect it to be more like 20 minutes after we go green, but we'll see how it goes.
So that is the BMW leading the field around up to the cutting, and the whole field in behind it. And it takes something very special to pace the field here at the Litwy Moly Bathurst 12 Hours, as Shea Adam found out earlier this week. Formula One safety car driver in the race, Ollie Gavin. That's Craig Lowndes, and it was that big. That's how long it was, and I managed to get it on board, and we'll be having it on the Barbie tonight. I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, well, I think that's what the JBS Lamborghini team might be saying, and the Porsches carried to the back of the pit. I cannot honestly remember the last time I saw a Porsche taken back to pit lane due to some form of mechanical drama. Yeah. Those things are so unbelievably reliable, and good morning to Cam McConville, the racer, who is the motorsport boss. HTP Merc.
HTP Merc, that's the front right of that car, and that no, I'm worried about that. That looks like the tyre is rubbing on the guards on the front wing of that car. The McLaren coming up to have a little bit of look to see if he's allowed to go by. They'll be on the radio saying, can I pass him, because we're going to go green.
Now, you would have expected that after the contact with the Nissan when he dived down the inside, remember, yes. Thomas Jaeger.
Yes.
But that was 15 laps ago. Like, it's a long time for that to start to develop. It's a kind of problem you imagine immediately. And he's going so slowly now that Nico Bastian's going to have a massive advantage. They've only just waved Clark Quinn through.
He's gone through.
This is a massive drama. It's a huge advantage for the number one car. They should have kept the safety car out for one more lap when they'd seen that.
I'm guessing that the McLaren and Clark Quinn was on the radio saying, what do I do? What do I do? Can I go by? Can I go by? Well, and they will have got the shout from, he will not have made that decision on his own. Green flag is out now, so you can actually go by, and the left-hand indicator on the HTP car is on and into the pit lane. This is big news. The big mover from 11th all the way up to the front of the field at one stage. The 84 car, that looks like it's a flat. It is a flat. That has got no air in the tyre. I thought it was sitting down on the right front, and that is a flat right under safety car situation. That is such bad luck.
Yeah, I just wonder if because of Thomas Jaeger will have been trying to keep the temperatures in the tyre, it may have been weaving from side to side, and that may have just put an extra strain onto the tyre. I think it is just a tyre, so they'll be able to get that changed and get on with the race. Meanwhile, though, they're also going to take the opportunity to change the driver.
Oh, there's been contact. There's been contact. You can see the shavings, the swarf from the metal on the wheel, and I've got a nasty feeling that wheel is catching on the inside to the brake caliper, and that means that wheel is not seated properly, and that is probably what has overheated the tyre and put the tyre down. Either that or it's broken the seal on the inside, the side that we can't see.
All right, so they're going through the motion of a standard pit stop, but it's pretty animated down there at HTP. So driver change going in, fuel going in now. They get the car in the air. Broken front, oh, that's broken front suspension.
Yeah, either
see it flopping around?
Yeah, either that or the whole of the hub and the retaining nut is not holding that on.
And they're going into the garage with this car, so...
Contact under the safety car?
Only 6 people over the red line in pit lane to work on the car, so it's much better to get it in the garage where everyone can attack it. That's got broken front suspension.
Yeah, and that must be as a result of the contact with the Nissan GTR earlier on. It's worked its way loose, it's cracked, it's done something, and eventually it's played out and cost them some time in the pit lane. That is dire luck for the HTP team.
Dire luck for the HTP team has been the story of the weekend for them. Harold Prima, who just got behind the wheel of the car, had an incident on practice on Friday. His incident involved the left rear of the car, which needed them to rebuild it. They weren't sure if they were going to have the car back out for qualifying. They did. They got it started for the race, and now this car is plagued currently with bad luck.
Yeah, and you can see the effects of that little brush with the Nissan earlier on. Now, the key thing now, is that hub still attached? Is the upright still attached? Or is it an issue? Wow, you see, that looked like it was... I think that's a hub. I think that's a hub and a fixing problem rather than a strut, because that that brake disc there, the mechanic was putting quite a lot of pressure into it, and it wasn't wobbling around.
So hopefully that sort of reduces the amount of time they spent in pit lane, but already they've dropped a lap on our leaders. But what that problem did was it's handed on a platter to Nico Bastian and Erebus Motorsport an 11.2 second lead, one lap after the BMW M5 safety car went into pit lane. So Clark Quinn second, Rick Kelly in third.
Yeah, I mean, what the rules say on safety car is you have to stay within 5 car lengths of the car in front. And as soon as that doesn't happen, go on, John.
Well, this is the incident from earlier on that we believe may have contributed or even caused the problem that this car in the pit lane has got now, the HTP Mercedes-Benz. Now, what they're doing is they're changing the pads and the discs on that car now. This would be a part of the planned servicing anyway. You saw them put the disc spreader, the pad spreader into there, and I just wonder whether they've shed a pad out of that caliper. The caliper was then shaking around behind the wheel, and that is what has caused that. You saw all that swarf, all of that metal damage from the back of the magnesium alloy rim that when the car came in. And actually, in fairness, the driver, Thomas Jaeger's done a pretty good job to get that car into pit lane without any further damage. Maybe they were lucky that it happened when there was a safety car.
Do you know how you asked whether a Class A or Class B car would win this race?
And what did you say?
About an hour and 47 to go?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
I think you said absolutely not.
Well, the best one at the moment is currently 7th outright. Ollie Gavin doing an awesome job behind the wheel of the Oakley number 14 Audi for Roadtech Racing. There's the Daytona. Great to see that car back on track.
Fan favourite.
And how is the variety in this little group of cars? The Donut King exceeds. Here goes HTP back out on the racetrack. So 4 minutes and 13 seconds and counting in pit lane.
There's Ollie Gavin, who's just taken another position. You mentioned him there, and he was a little bit wide. Was he defending or attacking? Answer was, I think he was just taking another one of the GT cars. He's gone up to 6th, yeah? Has he? No, it's still John Bowe ahead of him. John Bowe ahead of him.
So Bowe still
Where
going.
have I gotten John Bowe from? Slap me around the head.
No, you're not the first person to call him John Bowe. So Bowe still going all right, actually, in the Maranello Ferrari. So they dropped 4 positions on track, but that safety car helped them because they were at risk, I thought, of dropping well off the leading group of cars, if not off the lead lap. So that safety car worked for Maranello after that very slow stop and a slow out lap. So Bowe P6, Banthor 5 in the Audi, Richards 4th in the Lamborghini, Kelly 3rd in the Nissan, see how this is working,
Yeah.
Quinn 2nd in the McLaren, and Bastian leading in the Mercedes. Remarkable variety at the front of this incredible field at the Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour.
And I've got to say, of all of those guys you've mentioned at the moment, the guys at the front are happy. The guys in second place are absolutely delighted because that McLaren has not got a lot, that particular car has not got a lot of racing miles under it, and it's not been to the mountain before. Problem for one of the GTC Focus. No, he's just staying out of the way. That's heads-up driving by I really think that space frame V8 with the rear wheel drive, I think that's a cracking concept, and little golf clap from me to the guys who put that together, and very much an Aussie project. Pretty much 90% of everything that's gone into that car in terms of the sweat, the blood, the tears, the thought, and all of the bits and pieces have been manufactured, thought of, or brought together here in Australia.
And a lot of it within about 150 kilometres of Ryan McLeod's base on the Gold Coast. Cars prepared out of Paul Morris Motorsports at Norwell. Engines, and it's all been Australian design and development, and they're very, very proud of that as well, and they're great cars, and they were designed for races like this to go out, start the race at 6:15, finish it at 6:15 p.m. in the afternoon, and just pound around all day in between. And so far they're doing a very, very good job of that. So let's have a look at the field spacings. That's the massive margin between Nico Bastian, the leader, and Clark Quinn in second. Then it's a little bit more feisty because Rick Kelly is third in the Nismo GTR, which is going outstandingly well, and they've had a good day so far. Stephen Richards and Lamborghini 4th. The Vanthor Audi 5th. There's Bowe in 6th place, coming into shot now through the haze of the developing heat of a summer Sunday in the central west of New South Wales as the number 14 Roadtech car of Ollie Gavin leading Class B. Marcus Winkelhock next in the running order because Hamaguchi shown a lap behind. So the Clearwater car out of the running order. Side by side for a couple of cars there. Patrick Long in the Competition Motorsport. McElrea number 12, the Icebreak Racing. Then Earl Bamber, actually they're dicing for position. Bamber in the Grove car. And there is the HTP Motorsport SLS AMG. It scored in 19th position. They dropped 6 minutes in total in that pit stop, and during the dramas fixing the right front corner.
Of that 84 HTP Mercedes was Thomas Jaeger. Thomas, what happened out there?
Well, the start it was pretty good because we started from P11. We had difficult training and qualifying days. So in the race it was going really well. Car seemed to be good. And then in the last safety car lap, the right front wheel got loose somehow. And I had lots of vibration and rubber was going off, and I wasn't quite sure what was going on, and that's why we had to go in, had to check it, and hopefully now everything is good again.
Did it have anything to do with the contact earlier with the Nissan, do you think?
Probably, yeah. It was a little bit of a misunderstanding because he moved completely to the right behind the slow car, and I really said, okay, probably he lets me by, because at this corner you do not go completely on the right when there's another car to overtake, and that's why we touched a little bit. Hopefully there will be no further damage on our car.
Well, Thomas Jaeger won this race last year. He was 6 minutes down, but there is still over 10 hours to go.
Thanks, Shay. Great update, and that shows the extent of the damage, but good effort from HTP to get that car out. They've dropped 3 laps from the leaders. Ultimately, it'll probably work out 2 once they cross the timing line. So it's not an insurmountable margin, Trusses, with still 10 hours to go.
Car number 54 is being given a black flag by race control. It's got Alford at the wheel at the moment, scored in the 25th position. That's Tony Alford, the Donut King car, the Exige Cup R. It's a GT4 class car. Can't tell you why at the moment, but that's just come over on the race net, so I expect to see him in the lane shortly. Now, Rick Kelly has got his rear view mirrors full of Lamborghini. GTR versus Lamborghini on the mountain. How cool is it to say that, by the way? And Rick Kelly defending at the moment a podium position. Well, 10 hours and 6 minutes away from a podium position, but nevertheless he has shown early on here that he is reluctant to give up even a centimetre of ground on the Mount Panorama circuit.
This is a really good drive from Stephen Richards too. Loves these cars, loves the grip and the confidence that they inspire, having driven the V8s on a knife edge for October. Yeah, down the inside, Richo just shows the nose to Kelly. Van Thor there showing that the Phoenix Audi is very much in this race. So 3 brands, 3 marks fighting it out for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Stephen Richards came very close to having a proper go up the inside at Falcon Tyres elbow, the top of Conrod Straight. Nothing wrong with the straight line performance of this Nismo GTR. Good horsepower, good straight line speed. And the thing seems to be very stable across the top of Mount Panorama too. Compared an onboard lap of that between that and the Audi last night, and the GTR just seems so composed and so well set up and planted across McPhillamy Park and onto Skyline. It's a good fight, this.
And it's interesting, isn't it, just how much you slow yourself down when you start to have to defend, because look at that Audi coming in 5th position. Lawrence Van Toor, he's got the sniff of a podium position as well, hasn't he? And now we have to work the traffic. This is where it looks like the video game from Rick Kelly's onboard on-helmet GoPro camera, past one of the Abarth 500s and heading up Mountain Straight for the 46th time. And look at how the Audi has dropped back. It really doesn't have the ponies on the fast stuff. And the Nissan and the Lambo carving their way through the traffic. Big engines, great looking cars. They sound fantastic when they're at full chat over the top. And this is where the Audi, very well balanced, starts to come into its own. And Van Toor now has again got target acquired on 3rd and 4th place ahead of him.
And Marcus Winkelhock, recently now behind the wheel of the United Autosports number 25 Audi, has just broken the lap record on lap 45. Wow. 2:04.58. That's a massive lap time.
Qualifying speed here,
3/10 quicker than they've gone so far in the race. So Winkelhock flying. The United car on the lead lap, it's 7th, and it's going very nicely indeed. So we'll keep an eye on the United Autosports team as this day progresses, but Winky's going well.
Well, there is the Donut King car still circulating. We heard a black flag called for that a moment or two ago, and through goes Kelly. The Lambo and the Audi in close attendance now, down the hill through the Falcon Elbow and down onto Conrod Straight. Let's see which of these hypercars have got the pace. That Nissan punches out of the elbow so well and immediately takes 2-3 cars lengths out of the Lamborghini. The Audi does not have the straight line. quite clearly does not have the straight line pace to keep up with these, but look how late Vantour is on the brakes as they go down through the chase and head towards the Litwy Molly Bridge in the final corner at Maguire's.
We just word through, we understand an alternator failure for the Motion Sport Compare Insurance Lotus. Gordon Shedden jumping on Twitter and telling us a tale of woe, but he said it could be worse. We could be like Peter Cox and have hit a kangaroo. So it always could be worse. So Flash will hopefully get some time in that car a bit later on, and they'll get it back out and run around. The team from Simply Sports Cars, who look after a lot of Lotuses, they're based in Sydney, helping prepare that car for Motion Sport this weekend.
Do you know what I love about Rick Kelly? How he can be so calm and collected, as we saw earlier on after that incident with Thomas Jaeger, and just take a breath and dial himself back. He's had pressure for each of the last 2 or 3 laps from Stephen Richards right behind him. He's put in 2 laps close to qualifying pace from that Nissan GTR, and immediately he pulls out 2 or 3 cars less. Now, he's going to lose that in a moment because he's going to hit some more traffic, but even so, that's mega stuff from Rick Kelly, because he's just using every bit of his experience. Doesn't know the car well, but of course knows the mountain very well indeed. It's Nico Bastian that leads it then by nearly 12 seconds from the McLaren in second place. What a story that is. And the Nissan GTR back on the mountain after 22 years. Third position for Rick Kelly for the Litwy Molly Bathurst 12 Hours 2014. Oh, battle for second position. Thanks, Shea. Battle for second position is on 37. And that is Clark Quinn in the... Oh, and just as we get to that, the first of the big accidents that we thought might have happened. This is right at the Falcon Elbow. And that is the number 50 GTC Ford Focus with
24th position at the moment, John Keith Kasuki behind the wheel. The regular in the Touring Car Masters Series races, an XB Falcon hardtop.
And that is just going to break up what we were coming back to, which is the great battle for second position. McLaren and Rick Kelly catching him in the GTR. That's Clark Quinn in second place, third for the Nissan, fourth for the Lamborghini, fifth for the Audi, and those cars all battling for position. And in fact, that's John Bowe behind in sixth position as well. That's all going to close up.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other gap that one will then close up is the 10-second or 12-second gap that Nico Bastian has been slowly eking out over those 5 cars behind him. So it will all just close up together again. That is, I mean, they haven't actually thrown the safety car yet,
no,
so we're still in a racing situation.
There is an opportunity to get that car dragged out the way, and there's an access point on driver's right at the exit of the elbow, and it may be that our hard-working volunteer marshals, of which we have the sharp end of 200 here, there is the yellow flag. It's a little bit further. They'd like to put the yellow flags out quite a way back from the incident, and when you see how tight it is here, you'll understand why. These guys are not slowing down that much, and in fact the yellow flags are withdrawn there, and we're told that the car, the Ford Focus, has started moving. That's not the appropriate line or way to get through, but he's pulled that car out of the way. That's actually a bit of heads-up driving. Used the gradient to his advantage and popped it down backwards. Just beyond there, Krillsy, there is a place that he'll be able to get that car out of harm's way.
Yeah, I just hoping...
Sorry, I had to laugh. No, you don't expect to see a car going race direction, but facing the wrong way.
Yeah, he could roll the whole way to the pits in reverse, but there might be some issues with that. So some dramas for Keith. Fortunately, it seems like that car's okay as this fight continues with Rick Kelly and Stephen Richards.
Stephen Richards on the 67 Porsche tries to go around the outside, and Vantour in the red, white and yellow of the Audi team goes down the inside and takes the opportunist manoeuvre. That is great heads-up driving by Vantour, and goes up into fourth position as he crossed the line. John Bowe is right in there as well. John Bowe is right there, and they slap me every time I do that. And the Iveco-sponsored Ferrari has closed up on this battle after losing that time in the pitch. Now, here's the Focus spinning. Ooh. Wow, he's lucky. Wow, he is lucky at that point. I don't think he hit the wall.
No, Marcus Winkelhock just behind. Was there contact? Now this is heads-up driving from the Audi. Watch the Audi with the bright yellow headlights. So around the outside goes Richards. Maybe a little bit of contact, nothing too bad. Watch the heads-up from the Audi and just sliced past on the inside and got himself a position. And now it's Vanthor's turn to go out after Rick Kelly in the Nissan, who still grimly and determinedly holds on to third position. So great stuff from Ethel. That's why he's a GT champion. That's why he's one of the best. Wasn't he number 1 or 2 in Autosport's top 10 GT drivers of last year, I think? Awesome start and going nicely.
No overtaking. There's a yellow flag there, and that is again heads-up driving from Vantur. Gets alongside the Daytona Coupe, which in fairness was trying to let him by, but there was a yellow flag out, and now it's back to green again, so he can now have a look down the inside of the Falcon elbow and look at the yellow again at this point. So there you go, and getting through, that is just wound everything back in, and to the left there we've now seen that the Ford Focus has pushed away. You got a little flash of a green flag, so we're back on it again, and John Bow, right up in behind them, is looking at this and just laughing, and the Lambo goes through on power.
And none of the GT3 cars have got anything on straight line performance to the Daytona Coupe in front. So there's the Mark Focus cruising down the hill. They go past it. Down the inside goes Richards, retakes his position. But that was amusing, wasn't it? Because they were all over the back of the Daytona through the twisty bits. Down Conrod, nothing in it.
So there's Rick Kelly going through. Now, does he get that done before the yellow flag? I think he probably does. And the Nissan is in the pit lane. Now, is this a penalty or is this a pit stop? Paul Truswell, about the right time? This looks like a standard pit stop to me.
It's a regular pit stop. Remember, the Nissan was the earliest in the pits last time, and I questioned at the time they'd be calculating what the fuel consumption was. Well, they obviously, that Nissan, very rapid car indeed, but it seems to be using more fuel than certainly anybody else out there. We'll be getting the Mercedes in, by my reckoning, in about another 5 laps, and before the Mercedes will come in, we'll probably be getting in the certainly the second placed McLaren, and then not long after that I think John Bow with the Ferrari will be making his pit stop.
So we're getting the first set of tyres onto the GTR in race trim, and you do the driver at the same time. You see the driver's already belted up and ready to go, so this is looking like a slick stop for the Nismo Digital Age Performance guys. The Nismo Athlete Global Team, remember, 2 of the drivers in this car selected from the Nissan GT Academy, which is advertised on the back. Oh, they've got a little bit of the tail off stuck there, but it was away from the wheels, and out it goes. That's a pretty slick stop for tyres.
Very nice indeed, and the exhaust did the job of getting that debris out of the way as they accelerated away. Great opening stint at just over 2 minutes, so 2 hours and 10 minutes in the Liqui Moly 12-hour. Great opening stint from Rick Kelly.
And what that is the first of the second round of pit stops for the top teams. So get ready. It will spread out a little bit because we've had a bit more safety car. Again, that just extends the fuel window. It's like a traffic jam on the Great Western Highway as they come down Conrod, except everybody on Great Western Highway would be doing exactly 60 clicks and no further, of course.
Correct, if you're lucky, with the roadworks that have been going on there. But all for making the road to Bathurst even better and easier to get to from the great metropolis that is Sydney.
It's a lovely drive up. I really enjoy it.
Very scenic indeed. Mount Victoria in particular is just an amazing part of the world. Very, very busy on this run down into Maguire's Corner. The 2 little Fiats getting past. That Daytona, I suggest that's probably the fastest car here in a straight line.
A couple of our Twitter correspondents who are watching down Conrod absolutely concurring with you there. It is quick down the tubes and sounds phenomenal.
Pretty impressive to watch, isn't it? Very, very fast thing. But across the top, monstered by the GT cars, is the number 14 Rotec Racing Audi R8 Class B leader, Ollie Gavin behind the wheel, P7 at the moment. So baptism of fire for the 4-time Le Mans 24-hour winner. Factory Chevy driver in an Audi this weekend. Nice of them to let him have a run. What I couldn't believe when I sat down and watched the Rolex a few weeks ago was the number of drivers that were sort of talking about the Bathurst 12-hour during pit lane interviews at that race, and Ollie Gavin was one of them. Very, very keen to get down here for the first time.
Ollie was quick to point out when we were speaking to him early in the week, and indeed when we had a chat with him on Thursday evening, just how good it was for the GM Corvette team to let him go and do other things. He did, of course, drive an Aston Martin GT Le Mans car in America in the World Endurance Championship as well this year, so he's had a variety of cars around him. He is the ultimate plug-and-play accessory in terms of race drivers. You really do just get him in, strap him down and send him out. He seems to be able to drive pretty much anything, and that is, I think, the key to being a good endurance driver. You could say that of quite a number of the top guys who are here at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours for 2014. Hello to Alan McNish and Mrs. World Champion Kelly McNish. They're watching the stream at home in Monaco. All kinds of rumours, Mr. McNish, that you've been eyeing this race to do a little bit of GT driving. Alan's always said to me that GTs has not been on his radar, but now he's retired from P1 racing. Who knows? And if you want to tweet me back, Al, and tell me what your plans are, that would be really nice, because there's an audience who would love to see you back in Australia after you and Dindo won the race of 1,000 years at the end of 2000 into 2001 with that crocodile decaled Audi R8. That is a race that people still talk about, and a car that people still talk about around these parts.
Yeah, raced around the streets of my hometown. Amazing car, and it was great. Audi have such a great tradition of embracing special events, don't they, and putting on a show, and especially here in Australia, they sort of go to the extra level. It's fantastic. And the two Erebus Motorsport cars. Now, one of these cars is a lap behind the leader. So the purple and black car is Nico Bastian. The number 63 car with the green highlights is Jack LeBrock behind the wheel. That's Will Davison watching on in pit lane. So LeBrock already one lap behind this to make it 2. So remember, a long pit stop early on really delayed the 63 car in pit lane, and you can see on the front right corner of that car a missing part of the front splitter, the front aerodynamic device on these cars. They spent a lot of time in pit lane trying to fix that, and LeBrock hasn't quite had the leading pace since that pit stop. And Bastian quickly closing up behind the second of the Erebus Mercedes.
We're seeing still up on the top of the mountain 1 or 2 yellow flags waving, and they're just individual ones, and I think that is warning drivers about potential wildlife on the track again. It was said in the driver's briefing that if you saw a single yellow flag, it might not necessarily be for a car stop, so it could be that we've got some of the local flora, or fauna rather, a little too close to the circuit. This is the 37 McLaren in second place at the moment. We hear he's due to do a pit lane stop, and he's in the lane now. He's still on the racetrack at the moment. You can drive through this very tight section as quickly as possible. Now get hard on the anchors so you're down to 40 clicks before the red and white cones, and second place McLaren is in the pit lane. Right underneath our commentary box, the team go to work, and also coming in, Lawrence Vantor, Larry V in the 3 Audi. He's gone through, and this looks like a full service. There's tyres out for the McLaren. Fuel going in takes forever, and Boydo's down in the lane.
Well, as you can see, a driver change taking place. Clark Quinn hopping out of the car, Andrew Kirkgaldy's hopping in. A massive height difference between these two drivers too. Fueling's done now. They've got 4 sets of 4 tyres to go on this car, and they are scrub tyres too, I can tell you guys. They're tyres that have done a few laps, but they're still A-OK. This car very, very light and doesn't chew up tyres all that dramatically, as Clark was telling us down on the grid a little bit earlier on. It was just the one lap to get these tyres on and off, so it's going to be a very quick change for the 37 car. We'll see if we can catch up with Clark in just a few moments' time.
And there is Larry V, Lawrence Vantor. That's fuel only, no tyres. Come on, start it. You're asleep, man. Hit the button. And that was an extra 3 or 4 seconds that he didn't need, but he's got out ahead of the Macca because of the fact that they did not do tyres and didn't change drivers. They're a perfect example, Paul, of making those tyres last. Remember, we said early on that car's pace was interesting, wondered why they were doing it. Is that a triple on the start?
That's a triple stint that he's starting. Of course, now the tyres are going to get their 3rd hour, effectively, around the racetrack, and the temperatures, of course, are going up and up and up. So it was nice and cool at the beginning of the day, but now the tyres are getting older, they're getting more pressure put on them, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, it was only about 18 degrees in the air this morning, already up into the high 20s, and the track temperature climbing as well. The race leader is on the lane, Crailsey, and this is Nico Bastian bringing it in. Now, will they go for a triple stint? No, they won't, because we have another driver ready to get in the number 1 car, and that, I believe, is Maro Engel that was standing by to get in.
No, it's Steve Schneider.
Yeah, I think it's Ben Schneider.
It's Schneider, is it?
Yeah, that's Ben Schneider.
It is, you're right.
Yep, jumping in. So
well, he's got changed quickly. The last time we saw him 5 minutes ago, he was still in a polo shirt.
He was kicking back and relaxing on lap 55 of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. Stephen Richards sets a brand new lap record. More from Shea in pit lane.
Bernd Schneider just strapping in behind the wheel of the leading number 1 Erebus car. Kurt just gave up the lead for its pit stop, but it should go back out and retake it given the amount of time it will be spending in the pits. They are doing a 4 Michelin tire change, putting new tires in to go with a new driver. Maro Engel will be getting in 3rd driver stint as expected, but for the time being, Bernd Schneider said he's just ready to go before it gets too hot out there.
They're going to lose the lead here, I think, because they're put... Well, you see, I've said that. Who was their closest rivals? Yeah, through has gone Richards, through has gone Winkelhock. Ollie Gavin will cycle through and go longer, of course, in that Class B Audi. We have had Ollie Gavin leading the race for a couple of 3 laps. There goes the number 3 car. So this is Van Tour going through, and he's already made his pit stop. Meantime, the McLaren and Nissan, look at the difference in size and shape of these cars. This is variety at its best in GT3 racing. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive for the Macca, and the front-engined rear-wheel drive for the GTR, of course, the Nismo Digital Age performance car that is pushing so hard, not allowed the 4-wheel drive that the street car has in GT3 racing.
Stephen Richards is flying, race leader now in the M Motorsport Lamborghini, 2:04.51 on lap 55. New lap record, new fastest lap of the motor race.
And remember, of course, Steve Richards went a lap longer in the Lamborghini last time around, and he'll do another lap this time around. So that'll give him an extra 2 laps in the lead this time, whereas last stint, he only had 1 lap in the lead. There he goes through again.
Yeah, and he's going to be very, very close to this Ferrari as they come out. And a problem, another Porsche with a problem. Right rear, that looks like a tyre going down. They've had some contact, have they, on the guard? Certainly that right rear tyre is not holding air and rubbing up against the beautiful rear wheel arch on that Porsche. Green flags are waving there, you can go by, and through goes Vanter. The interesting thing, and why I said Vanter has gone through, is because Vanter's already taken his pit stop. So when it cycles round, I reckon the number 1 car has indeed lost the lead, and in fact it's René Rast, of course, that's at the wheel. Meantime, another pit stop for the Erebus guys. This is the 63 car that had that work done on the right front earlier on.
Yeah, new Michelin tyres going on that car. Interesting, René Rast didn't see that green flag because they're still driving into the rising sun. They're still heading directly, so the sun's rising. So that green flag would have looked yellow because it would have had a great big ball of fire in the sun right behind it. So he was hesitant, he lost time going past the lap traffic. Gee, good stop from Erebus. They got the 63 car turned around very quickly, and Will Davison will jump behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, that would have been, of course, because they changed tyres on the previous stop when they did the work on the front splitter, and so that time they didn't have to change the tyres, so it's a quick stop from 63, the other Erebus Mercedes, who is, you were saying he was about to go 2 laps behind Crailsey. I think he's only 1 lap, only just 1 lap behind, not nearly 2 laps behind.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Now GT4 Ginetta just giving way to the Porsche number 45 as it comes down in the braking area for Maguire's to click off another lap. We should remind you there are 6 classes here, of course, and that's the boy Muscat behind the wheel that you've been bigging up, and I've been impressed with him. Now this is the race leader at the moment, but also a pit stop, of course, Steve Richards. But my goodness, he is making hay in the sunshine here because he's had the hammer down and has been reeling off some really quick laps, whilst his nearest and dearest competition have all been making their pit stops. Now he's got a little bit of traffic now, but he's very, very good, very decisive. When you're passing slower cars, Crailsey, you can't sort of go, shall I, shan't I? You've got to make a decision, and if you're going, you've got to get yourself into a place where you can be seen by the driver and then get there and do it, and that's what Steve was doing at the moment. The race leader then in the Lamborghini Gallardo, the 48 car, in second place. Marcus Winkelhock has just peeled off in the pit, so Ollie Gavin will be scored second next time he comes around. There is the 88 car, which is down the field after its issues earlier on. It's still got the ledge behind the wheel.
Here's Winkelhock from P2. Corrected order when everyone stopped. Clear order Ferrari.
That's exactly what they didn't want.
At the chase. He's gone through the gravel somewhere. And Hiroshi Hamaguchi well and truly stopped on the exit right in the middle of the road. And where those cars are coming in now blind, they won't be able to see that. Replay. So he's not gone through the gravel.
He's gone on the outside.
Lost the rear. And just did a complete 360 and spun the car.
Needs to get that restarted. His issue now is a sequential box. He needs to release the gearbox, get down through there, then get it started and get going. And he has done. Nicely done. You can't afford to panic in those situations, because all you do is overheat yourself as well as the car. The heat sink gets into it. And there is a particular set of things that you've got to do to find neutral when the engine is not running.
I've been impressed with Hamaguchi this weekend.
Yes.
I spoke to Craig Baird about him late last year after they'd won the Sepang 12 hour together, and he said, you know, he's really, really fast. He's extremely brave as well, so we've just got to peel him back a little bit, just got to peg him and keep him happy as we see the race leader continuing to pound around. And geez, Stephen Richards is doing an outstanding job, but Hamaguchi's good. And don't forget, when they get to 9 hours, 38 minutes away, that team, they'll start looking at putting Craig Baird and or Matt Griffin in that car for probably the remainder of the day. In comes the race leader, the Lamborghini, the Interloy car from M Motorsport in Melbourne for Justin McMillan's team. Gets into pit lane. He is a massive Lambo enthusiast. He drives them on the road. This is his second race car. It's a brand new car. Only arrived in the country early in January.
Wow.
And they did the full prep on it. They've tested it once or twice. But aside from that, it is brand new.
Do you know, the standard of preparation, it's interesting you mentioned that, walking down the pit lane and behind the paddock here at Bathurst, the standard of preparation throughout the field, from the smallest of the Fiat Abarths right up to the GT cars, is unbelievable. Some of these cars are not in their first flush of youth, particularly the Class B cars. You would not know that to look at it. No.
Dale Wood, I think, getting in that car. So it looks like Woody, the reigning Dunlop Series champion, the second tier of the V8 supercars. He's jumped in pit lane. So the 58th lap of the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. A good couple of laps in the lead and a lap record to boot for the champion of the Bathurst 1000 from last October, Stephen Richards. At the moment, Ollie Gavin shown in second place in the number 14 Rotec Racing Audi. And tyres going on as well.
And Ollie Gavin will get a lap in the lead again. Remember, he got a lap in the lead on the previous pit stop cycle. Of course, the Audi running as a Class B car, and as such gets slightly better fuel consumption with less aero to drag it down. Still the Erebus twins circulating nose to tail as they go across the start-finish line, with the erstwhile race leader, Ben Schneider, now being shown in third place, but he goes through into second with the Steve Richards Lambo still in the pits.
Ollie Gavin leads the race again, and this is what happened the last time we had a long run under green and went into the pit stop cycle with full grain flag racing. The big fella has really adapted to this. He is loving it. Every time I said to him anything about the circuit, it's just a lot of fun. So how's the cat? It's a lot of fun. He's really enjoying himself here. Now, let's see these two Audis side by side. The Class B car on the left, the Class A car on the right. And Ollie G gets a good run out of the Falcon Elbow and down through Conrod's. And almost all four wheels off on the left-hand side as he tries to straighten out that right-hand kink. Late on the brakes, as Quilsey was telling us earlier, by those Michelin boards. Just look to the right-hand side and you see where the Michelin signage starts. That is that close to the corner before the guys are on the middle pedal. The McLaren has been doing great work. Shane van Gisbergen is in there, which means that, and there's another problem for the Clearwater Ferrari. We're just going to have a report from the pits. That's right up at the top of the hill. And there's fluid on the circuit there. Fluid on the circuit from the Clearwater car. And in that dust, there's another car got into him, and he slid straight into it. There's carnage at the top of the mountain here. I think that was the Nissan going off as well. But there's clearly some fluid down there on the racing line, and a huge dust cloud at the top of the mountain. There are two cars in there. One of them is the 33 full course caution number 3.
Massive impact.
Liquid Molly 2014 Bathurst 12 hours. And the Clearwater car, having spun on its own fluid or someone else's, is being picked up by another car. It's Hamaguchi at the wheel of that car. It's scored in 12th position at the moment, and their tactics were paying off beautifully. This is going to take some clearing up. Hamaguchi gets out the car under his own steam, and I'm so pleased to see that.
That was a massive impact. Remember, top of the mountain, 5th gear in one of these cars, absolutely flat at 220 kilometres an hour, and a car stranded facing the wrong direction. So, and it's the Nissan.
I knew it was the Nissan. It's the Nissan, and it's ripped off the right rear. It was the Nissan that hit it. I thought that as soon as I saw it go through, it was the shape of the car. It's been in the gravel. It's carried on for a few hundred metres, but the Nissan is out. The return to the mountain after 22 years, the odyssey for the Nismo Digital Age Performance Global Athlete car has come to a crashing end. And it's Chayo at the wheel. The McLaren is back in the pit lane. Now, this is not expected. We've just seen that car a few moments ago. Now, what are they going to do? They're just going to top it off, or are they going to do some work on that car? Let's get down to the pit lane.
Taken place on this car. All they're doing is topping up the fuel. Of course, the safety car is obviously going to come out. They're going to try and jump the queue here. They reacted very, very quickly to the fact that the Nissan was stalled at the top of the mountain, and they're going to try and take advantage of it with that fuel top up.
Yeah, that's a smart move. Ollie Gavin is still out there, of course, hasn't made his pit stop. He's completed 59 laps. So Van Gisbergen in, Muscat in the 45 Porsche was up to 6th position. The 48 car is in as well, and this is being held. There's some work going on the driver's side, the left-hand side of that car. And one of the crew is in there having a chat with the driver.
Dale Wood behind the wheel. We saw him get behind the wheel and take over from Stephen Richards just a lap ago.
Just did one lap, Grailsy, and then straight back in. And that, I mean, we saw the McLaren coming in to top up. It had only done 5 laps, and it just doesn't seem worth it to me. I suppose you do get that fuel for free with the way that the safety car rules work here. But as I say, it just didn't quite seem the right thing to do. But the Lamborghini on its way again. So the Lamborghini heading up the pit lane. He can go out there. Don't close the exit to the pit lane. He can go out whenever he wants, as long as the safety car train is not going past at the end. So the Lamborghini on its way. Other cars still coming through, and we form up the Crocodile behind the safety car, and then what they'll try and do is to get the leader up behind the safety car, and the leader, of course, is still the Audi of Oliver Gavin. The two Mercedes, I noticed, have swapped round because Bernd Schneider has now put himself ahead of the number 63 car. Here's the replay, Brailsy.
So Hamaguchi's hit the wall on the entry to the elbow. It's broken the front right steering on the car. He's got no control. It's spun. There's fluid on the front wheels as well, and the rear wheels from the radiator where it's punched it in, and he's spun on his own. The car's stranded.
Listen.
Oh, and a big save by the Audi and the competition Porsche. And wait for the Nissan. Remember, dust, debris, driving into the sun. And Chio-san had absolutely no way to avoid that. And one of the Porsches taking massive evasive as well. So Hamaguchi's found the wall just before the crest of McPhillamy, and he smacked it hard to break the radiator and probably the steering. And he's had no control
right
from there.
The suspension's gone as well there, Krilsey. You can see the fluid just sparkling there.
Look at all the debris coming off into the gravel track, a massive debris field too. So that's the Audi taking massive evasive action.
I think the Audi might have hit something, actually. I think that Audi might have hit something. There was almost a thud. There's the Nissan going in.
Oh, Chiro-san was very lucky because it was a glancing blow. So the Nissan, we could just see it through all the debris. It's like a war zone, was sideways, and it's taken the right rear corner off the Nissan. So he whacked the front of the Ferrari with the rear of the Nissan when he was sideways trying to avoid the accident.
Now, that is the very good news as Hamaguchi is out of the car. As well as the dust of the car being just on the edge of the circuit, as in comes that Audi, is it?
Yeah, no, Oliver Gavin has already made a pit stop, in fact, John, and so that's put Schneider into the lead of the race, but the safety car should not pick up Schneider. The safety car should pick up the car that was immediately behind Oliver Gavin, if it works properly.
Okay.
This is going to be a fairly lengthy safety car period.
The point I was going to make was that incident with the Nissan, not only the car is just on the edge of the circuit, but you've got all that fluid that we saw getting dropped there from a couple of 100 metres back, and fluid and slick tyres, even hot slick tyres, just don't mix. And it looks like the 50 car might have been involved as well, one of the GTC Focuses. That door is not as it came out of the factory. There he is. That is the 60 car. Was there a bit of contact beforehand? Is that the 50 or the 60? CSI Bathurst having a forensic look at what's going on. Look at the trail of liquid to the left-hand side there, though.
And the drama with that is, Hindy, that had that Ferrari not been clobbered by the Nissan, there's every chance they might have been able to get out, but that's a frightening hit. And the debris, there's somewhere down on the Mount Panorama sign, there's a front splitter from a Ferrari 458 that got hit so hard it flew right over the fence and has landed some way down Mount Panorama.
Well, we're on to another safety car period for a big accident at the top of the mountain. The cars are damaged, the drivers are being attended to. It's the Liqui Moly 2014 Bathurst 12 hours, and the BMW M5 safety car is back out on Conrod Straight and has picked up the fields. Well, the good news is that Kayo-san is out of the Nissan. He was on the left-hand side of the car, and the car was parked with its left-hand side right up against the concrete wall. But he's got out on his own, and that is the best news that we've seen. We've already seen Hamaguchi-san out of the Ferrari, but terrible news for the Nismo Digital Age Performance Athlete Global team. Shea Adam is down with Alex Bunkum.
Terrible news for a program that's been running here so well this week. Alex, you and the guys had the car up P1 for some of the sessions, and now, sadly, it's over. The good news is at least the bars are still open.
Yeah, for sure. It's not a good way to end the day. Things were looking really good. Rick did a fantastic first couple of stints there, and Gio-san was just settling into his rhythm, and yeah, we got caught out big time. It's just goes to show how tough this place is, and haven't really seen the full story yet, but on TV it looks like the number 33, the Clearwater car, had some contact somewhere with the front of the car, and he was leaving some fluid on the ground through, I think, 16 and 17, the double fast left-hander, and yeah, the car spun, and we came round, and I can't see in the whole shot yet, but it just shows our car out of control, and we go sideways into the front of it, and yeah, it seems fairly big damage to the right rear of our car. So yeah, real shame for the team and everyone involved. You know, it's been a massive effort to get the car and the team here, and yeah, it's a real shame that we've had to end it this way. We were looking really good for a strong result here.
You didn't get a chance to get in the car during the race. Any chance we'll see you back here next year?
Yeah, it's a big shame to be going all the way back to England without having to do a stint here in Bathurst. It's a real shame, but would love to come back next year. It's a fantastic event, and yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Nissan keeping their chins up after a rough start to this weekend.
Alex Bunkum trying to take some positives out of this as Nissan brought the GTR back to the mountain. Such a fan favourite, such folklore around the Nissan GTR, known as the Skyline, of course, in many parts of the world in its previous iterations. And, well, no consolation for Bob Neville there in the white shirt to the right-hand side of the picture, and the rest of the team, the Japanese crew who have come across from the Nismo HQ at Yokohama, who put this car together specifically for this race. They know that it's all over, but they will bring that car back, I'm sure of that. There's been a real interest from Nismo and from Nissan with the GTR program. They're supplying engines, shelling the engines out like peas for the P2 cars in Le Mans style racing. I think something like 13 cars out of 20, 18 cars out of 22, I think, last year at Le Mans were Nissan powered, and of course that included the cars on the podium. Well, we're under another full course caution, so we'll take a chance to take a breath, but you won't miss any of the action. We're live through to the checkered flag at 6:15 this afternoon. Mount Panorama claims 2 more victims in the 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours. Continues on the top of the mountain. There is the remnants of the 33 clear up water Ferrari that has brought out the safety car again with just under 9 hours and 20 minutes to go. The good news is that we saw the drivers under their own steam out of the cars, and initial reports from race control tells us that they're fine. They'll be given a check over, that standard operational procedure of course, but just to underline, we saw both Chiyo-san and Hamaguchi-san out of the cars and on their own 2 feet, being talked to and looked at by the medical staff who were very quickly on the scene. Let's go back to dawn this morning. What a way to start Sunday morning. Erebus Mercedes-Benz on pole position, gets the green flag eventually. Absolutely copybook start, 2 by 2 down to Hell Corner for the first time. And what a great start for the defending champions up Mountain Straight with the whole field behind them.
The local wildlife played their role as well, John. The 23 Lamborghini struck a kangaroo on the way up towards turn 3, and they have since been withdrawn from the race. Too much damage to continue, and the Cox curse at Bathurst continues. Aggressive moves early from Thomas Jaeger in the white Mercedes from HTP Motorsport from 11th to 2nd, and ultimately back to pit lane with dramas that we believe stemmed from that contact with Rick Kelly in the Nismo GTR.
GTR has been working its way up the field. The Ford Focus getting together with the BMWs. There was a couple of BMW incidents further on, and then the battles for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, all the way down the top 10. There was action. Conrad Strait seeing some of the best of it. Who had the ponies? Well, in this case, the Lamborghini couldn't stay with Rick Kelly in the GTR.
There were dramas for the Motorsport Services Seat with a fire in the right front corner. They went to pit lane, and the beauty of an endurance race is they'll continue for a while. This was a drama for the Motion Sport Lotus Exige, a spin coming into the chase, and they were well and truly bogged deep in the sand, and that brought out the safety car.
Bunching the field back up again, meaning we got a great bit of restart racing, and once again it was Nissan versus Lamborghini. Chance for a pass not taken at the Falcon Elbow, and Laurent Vantour in the Audi right in there. How's that for luck with a spinning Ford Focus GTC not hitting the wall? Can't say the same for Porsche versus Lamborghini. A bit of paint traded there at Maguire's.
Opportunistic driving from Laurent Vantour, and the 3-car 2 managed to get that position back. El Bamba behind the wheel of the number 4 Porsche had a puncture in the right rear and went to pit lane. This was the first of the dramas for Clearwater Racing. A spin at the chase, and they managed to get that car refired. But then soon after, at the top of the mountain, in the fence hard, broken front of that car, fluid pouring out, a spin at a blind 220 km/h corner, and then a good number of cars took massive evasive action on a fluid covered racetrack. The Hallmark Audi, one of the Porsches, the Competition Motorsport Porsche, and then wait for the Nissan. Boom, massive impact, debris going everywhere, and both cars now out of the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
And the upshot of that is a very badly damaged Nismo Nissan GTR, and the Nissan reduced to its component parts. You'd need to be a model car expert to put that one back together again, and it's not going to, I'm afraid that's not going to polish out. The Ferrari and the Nissan shedding parts on the top of the mountain, wheels, tyres, uprights. Well, mix them together. I'm not sure whether that was Ferrari or Nissan, but for sure, both of those cars will not take any further part, and that's 2 real favourites. The Pirelli outright leaderboard has Bernd Schneider, defending champion for Erebus Mercedes in the Darrell A class, leading it from René Rast, now in 2nd place and leading the Audis. Ricard Means in the GWS B class has the Audi number 14 that he's just taken over from Ollie Gavin in 3rd place. The 88 Ferrari in 4th position. And the rest of the top 10 is Van Gisbergen, Lux. That's a good move from the 25 United Autosport team. Then Lily Davidson, Pariachi and Mark Eddy for the top 10.
The class leaderboard, thanks to Michel and Bernd Schneider leading the way outright, of course, for Mercedes. Means, of course, in the Audi we saw inside the outright top 10, in fact, in the outright top 3. Daniel Gaunt in the Genetta continues to lead the way in Rich's Class C, thanks to Century Batteries. Michael Lyons is behind the wheel of the Mortimer Motorsport BMW in Class D. Paul Gover, the expert journo, leads the way in the Chrysler Group Fiat Class F. And then the Mark Focus, of course, in the Invitational class, rounding out the field. That is a massively damaged Ferrari 458 Italia as we continue to catch our breath at the Liquimoli Bathurst 12-hour racing, not too far away now on the mountain as this epic race continues.
Looking back down from the top of Mount Panorama towards the Liquimoli Bridge and the fantastic facility that Bathurst Council has built for pit and paddock. The campgrounds behind the paddock fuller than I've ever seen them before. Before we go back to green, just like to welcome very quickly a guest into the booth here. It's Bob Neville of RGN Nissan Academy Racing. Terrible news about your car, Bob, the 32 car. First of all, tell us about the driver. Is Chio-san okay?
He's okay. He was out of the car. He's been taken to the medical centre, and Liz is there, and the Nismo guys, but he seems perfectly okay, thank goodness.
One of those accidents that's pretty much unavoidable. Something happens in front, you get caught. Yes, the yellow flags are out, but once you're getting onto all that fluid and debris on there, not really much you can do.
No, I think you're absolutely right, John. I think the Ferrari obviously dropped a lot of fluid. Some people managed to squeeze by. He probably got the worst of the bad vision, and we saw what happened. So one of those things that's likely to happen in these circumstances.
Bob, I'd hope to not meet you under these circumstances, but let's look at a brief positive if we can. I know it's not the way you wanted to end the day, but the impact that you guys have made with the return of the GTR to Mount Panorama has been unbelievable, and it's taken over a lot of the storylines about this race this weekend.
Well, thanks very much. Yeah, we were really delighted with the way that the race was unfolding for us, really. Our fuel consumption with that big car is higher, that's no secret, but we were still, Rick Kelly did a fantastic job, I thought, and the strategy was looking good.
You might not have seen this yet, Bob. This is the 33 car going around. A couple of people got by it. One of the Audis did hit the wall. We've just had a tweet from Christopher Meese. Now listen to this. You hear the audio of people locking up. That's an Audi hitting the wall and bending the steering. Porsche goes by. Enter stage left.
Yeah.
Now that's a big hit. The car clearly is out of the race, but we said it immediately in commentary just how strong these FIA GT3 cars are. They are designed as racing cars from the very beginning of their lives. These aren't road cars that have been just put a cage in and let's go racing.
No, they're tremendously strong. I think probably the strongest of the GT cars out there, and because well, as soon as I saw that, the horrible sort of memories of Daytona almost.
Yes.
Maybe unsighted and straight in, but.
Just tell me a little bit about the program, because this car was built specifically for the mountain over in Japan by Nismo at their HQ over in Yokohama, and they're really pushing this GTR program on. It has been around. It was a GT1 car to start with, been re-engineered to a GT3 car, and now beginning to get the performance out of that car that we knew was there, just needed to be unlocked.
Yeah, it is just purely, that car is just purely a customer GT3 Nismo GTR. Exactly the same as we race in Europe. It is a different car to the GT1 car. It is based on the production car, and well, we had quite a good year, as you know.
Just watching the wave by going round. We're not going back to green. Don't worry, you're not missing any of the action here on the mountain. It has got something that you don't have in Europe. You were telling me that you've got air conditioning in that car, and quite a trick setup as well. A number of our listeners asking, and we were down in town last night at the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective meetup, and saying, does that not sap you of power? How does that work, Bob?
Well, it doesn't sap you of power. It's driven from the gearbox. I mean, it does take a little power, but it's worth it to have the drivers cool and calm, and it's expensive. I mean, we haven't got it. I asked Nismo here, how much is it? And they said, Bob San, you don't want to know. So, but I want it for our cars, for Spa, and if we were lucky to do Nürburgring. So, yeah, fantastic. That would have been a big advantage later in the day.
Bob, the GT Academy is an incredible program that has seemed to be massively successful. And the thing I think that impressed all of us this weekend was how competitive all four of your drivers were relative to each other. We all knew Rick Kelly would be fantastic around here, and we knew Alex Buncombe would be good too, because we've seen a lot of him in British GT and the series that he's raced in. But I mean, this academy program has had massive results in developing some serious talent.
It has, yeah, you're right. We're almost surprised ourselves, but we're delighted with it, and long may it continue. And we had Wolfie here, who's an academy winner, and he's done one full season.
Yep.
And I can also tell you that you might not know this yet, but Jan Mardenborough, last year's Nissan Academy winner, has just set pole position in the Manfield TRS race. At least he's got the pole position, and he's looking for another victory out there. Bob, thanks very much. Will you pass on our best to everybody down in the Nissan Nismo pit? Sorry to see you out. Glad to see that everybody's okay after what was a nasty incident, and I'm sure we'll see Godzilla back at the mountain again.
Thanks, John. Great stuff.
There's the team down in the pit lane, and Bob Neville of RGN Nissan Nismo, the GT Academy team, joining us up here in the booth. And good to know that everybody has done their job. It's an early bath for these guys, and they are packing up. Let's take a look at the Pirelli outright leaderboard as we're about to go green. Bernd Schneider leads for Mercedes-Benz in the Darrell Lee A-Class, with René Rast in second position. Wave by going on at the moment. In third place, first of the GWS Personnel B-Class cars, this is the Rotec Racing Richard Mines driven Audi, the 14 car, then the Ferrari, the number 88 Maranello Motorsports car, the number 4 position then for the bright red number 88. Van Gisbergen has the McLaren in 5th, Lux for United Autosport in 6th, and then Lilly, Davidson, Padiacci and Mark Eddy the number 10 car. Now, Paul Truswell did say we would see some splashes and dashes towards the end of the safety car period. We know that the safety car is coming in, and here is Will Davison taking the opportunity for Erebus.
Erebus has been extremely cheeky. Yeah, Erebus have been extremely cheeky here, and I don't know if the organisers have picked this up, but they swapped the cars behind the safety car, because that car was behind Bernd Schneider. They swapped them behind the safety car.
So he got the wave by.
So now he's got the wave by, and he's come into the pits, and he's then gone out again. So he's refueled. But why, quite how they managed to swap the order of those two cars behind the safety car, I'm not quite sure. But
it's a clever piece of tactics, because you've basically given him a free pit stop by doing that and got him back ahead of the leader.
And onto the lead lap.
Back on the lead lap.
But even though he's right at the back of all this lot, remember before he was just in front of the race leader with a whole lap separating them. Now they've got him back onto the lead lap. Once the safety car goes, then they'll be able to use that advantage. But as I say, they shouldn't swap the order behind the safety car. So quite that has happened. I've no idea, but we're expecting the safety car to pull off this time, and we'll see them go flat to the floor as soon as they come around this time.
So before we go back to green, thanks to Michelin, air and track temperature update. Track up to 30 degrees. Remember, at 6:15 this morning, 19. So it's starting to get warm outside. 25 degrees ambient. A top in the mid-30s expected today here at Mount Panorama.
Just over 9 hours of racing still for the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours of 2014. The BMW safety cars in the lane, and we are racing across the line. Bernd Schneider has got, 10, 12 car lengths between himself and the Audi of René Rast, and now Rast clears the traffic and has the back of the Mercedes-Benz in sight. We know that the Audi is not as quick on the fast sections, the straight sections of the circuit, but can he do anything to put some pressure on the Erebus Mercedes in the early part of this restart? The rest of the field stream through in front of us. Ricard Means in the number 14 B-Class leader in third position. Then the Ferrari number 88 Van Gisbergen shuffled down to 5th position in the bright orange McLaren. He's in the mix there, and side-by-side action as they go up the cutting.
And for position as well, trying to work on the Rotec Racing Audi, and actually got past, so that is actually for track position. Van Gisbergen trying to work his way forward. The Equity 1 car that MPC entered Audi from Melbourne, running around pretty consistently at the moment and going nicely. So confirming Van Gisbergen up to 3rd place. Bow follows him through and goes to 4th. Means back now to 5th place. So the Ferrari and the McLaren starting to come back in the race. But in answer to your question, can Rene Rast go with Bernd Schneider? At the moment, no, because he dropped 2.2 seconds from the start-finish line to the top at Solman Park.
And here is another battle with the beautiful Ferrari heading down through the S's, and look at the train of these GT3 cars. They are quick. They are the masters as far as the times are concerned here. And that's a great move down the inside by John as he dives into Falcon Elbow and clears the traffic. He does not want to lose any ground to the leaders. What we are clearly seeing here, guys, that, oh yes, we are being punctuated by safety cars when we have incidents, but you really need to be flat out when it's green and stay in touch with the guys ahead. And we've still got the vast majority of the top 10 on the lead lap.
Yeah, all I worry about at the moment is staying on the lead lap, getting there until the final couple of hours, because if you're off the lead lap with 1 hour to go and you get a safety car, that's your race done, barring some kind of miracle. But if you're there, if you're somewhere within 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes of the leader and the laps tick over the same way, you are in contention for a victory at Mount Panorama. So important. Gee, the United Autosport Audi's been pretty good today. I've been impressed with the way they're going. Eric Lux behind the wheel, as Greg Crick, one of the great experts of Mount Panorama, watches on from pit lane from the Erebus camp, checking out the 63 car, which, where's that in the order? Will Davison behind the wheel, 8th at the moment. And Will would be going okay, just waiting for them to get to the line.
Yeah, it's got about 15-20 seconds before it comes into sight, shading his eyes there from the sun that you were talking about. Was that a little touch there with the Abarth?
Just a smidge. I was more interested in the size difference between the cars. Now, the Erebus Mercedes not particularly high, but how wide is it compared to the little Fiat? It's unbelievable. But Will Davison going nicely. He just comes across to complete 67 laps and ticking away. He's 55 seconds behind Bernd Schneider at this point in time in the race.
You mentioned the United Autosports 25 Audi. Isn't it interesting how the Audis have just gently worked their way to the front in the first, 3 hours or so of the 12? 3 hours already in the book. Amazing stuff. And credit Mark Patterson, who started that car for United Autosport, who did an absolutely cracking job. Hung around the 10s and the teens, kept out of trouble, and when the tactics could be played with pit stops and safety cars, the guys, Paul Haig, who runs that team for United Autosport, and Richard and the rest of the guys back in the UK, they played the tactical card very well, and all of a sudden they've leapfrogged up and upped into the top 6. And I'd say the same, by the way, as well about the 14 car. Ollie Gavin just doing great work, going out there, getting the fuel mileage, but still turning the lap times. It's interesting how the Audis are just beginning to find their feet out there, Paul.
Yeah, now with Richard Mines at the wheel of the number 14 car, having that car had the pit stop at the beginning of the safety car period. But Schneider being able to eke out a bit of an advantage, going up to 4.7 seconds now. The gap first to second is he goes through now and completes another lap.
The two Fiat Abarths we're watching at the moment. This is a really interesting programme, isn't it, Krillsy? Last year, as we've still got the slippery surface and debris fog out at the top of the mountain at the place of that last incident that brought out the safety car, a bit of oil dry still getting thrown up there. We saw Peugeot come with the RCZs last year, the diesels. You've not seen the RCZs in Australia, and effectively Peugeot Australia used this race to launch the RCZ sports cars. Fiat Chrysler in Australia have done a similar job here with Abarth, which hasn't been around these parts for quite some time, and those guys, real racing drivers, teamed up with some journos as well. Meantime, the battle hots up in the Audi class, it would appear.
It does. It was Paul Gover versus Toby Hagen in the Fiat, two of Australia's leading motoring journalists trying each to out each other on a scoop, which isn't surprising. So they fight over column inches, they're fighting over track position at the moment. We'll come back to the battle of the baby cars here at the Liquimoli 12 Hour, because this is very interesting. So the 14 car with Mines behind the wheel, P5, Eric Lux in the 25 United Autosport car is next in P6. Now the car that's behind them is the Hallmark Property Group Audi, which is the number 9 car with Mark Eddy, a double Australian GT champion, behind the wheel.
He wants his lap back.
He does want his lap
back. Top 8, by the way, still on the lead lap, and the third of those Audis is the second car off the lead lap. And at the moment, Mark Eddy has the pace on the two cars ahead of him, and he desperately wants to get by and head towards somewhere nearer the front of the field, it's so that he's got half a chance of getting a wave by if something happens later on. But there's a battle for position ahead of him, and those are two Audis in a space that probably is only big enough for 1.5 R8s as they come through the S's. Great part of the racetrack, and Mark Eddy has got a grandstand seat for the battle ahead of him, which is for 5th and 6th position.
It's been a great drive by Mines since he's got in the car. A really good opening stint by Ollie Gavin, who I think will be elated just to finally get laps at Mount Panorama. Now let's have a look if there's any difference between these two V10 powered Audi R8 LMSs. They should be identical, but
well,
I think the 25
A-class car on the right,
true.
B-class car on the left.
There'll be some aero differences. So the B-class car actually has less downforce, so it'll be faster in a straight line. The Audis are somewhere near 275 k's an hour through the chase, and they're braking quite late, but they're not the fastest cars in a straight line. That's their major downfall. And I spoke to the HTP team earlier, and they thought, no, the Mercedes is better in a straight line compared to the Audi. The Audi might have a little bit more downforce.
No, don't go there, don't go there. He's come from a long way back, and looks gets through. He's done a pretty good job. I'm guessing that the guys were on the radio to the 14 car, Rickard Means, and said, listen, don't fight too hard, and you don't need to fight the second one at all because he's a lap back on you, and that's smart team management there. You've got to manage the expectation of the drivers. And again, talking to the guys in the paddock early in the week, they were asking me about the drivers of the Fiats and some of the smaller cars. Who are the pros, who are the amateurs, so that they could tick that off in their mental list and ask the guys on the radio who's driving what. Down in the Erebus pits.
So Benny Klemenko talking away. He's a great character. Did a whole bunch of cooking before this weekend. Cooks for the team as well as owning it. It's remarkable. Brad Fiddler it is she's talking to. Rugby legend in Australia, one of the greats of the sport. They're enjoying some time down there at Erebus. Pretty relaxed at the moment.
We've had some pretty decent VIP guests. Mark Webber's dad Alan was here yesterday, and just having a look at what was going on. Big rumour, of course, that Eric Banner was trying to persuade Webber to come and give this a go, now that he's working with Porsche on the LMP side of things. A chance for Mark perhaps to be here next year, and you will be able to hear Mark and Porsche's LMP1 debut in the World Endurance Championship Easter weekend on RadioLeMans.com, live and exclusive from Silverstone in the centre of Northamptonshire. Home gig for us as far as that one's concerned. Let's get back to the action on the mountain here, the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours 2014. Third, Shane van Gisbergen in the bright orange McLaren. That is properly McLaren orange, that car. And right in front of him, Rene Rast, Super Cup champion, multiple Super Cup champion. He was Rookie of the Year his first year when he went into that championship. He'd won races in the French Championship, seen as a little bit of a Porsche specialist, but now spreading his wings and becoming an Audi customer sport driver. And look at the Macca up the inside, going into Griffiths. He's got position, got to give him racing room there, and Rast is sensible enough to do that. Didn't try to close the door. Great drive by Van Gisbergen. It goes through, and that's a new second place car.
Don't shut the door on SVG, because you'll often find it opened by force if he needs to. So Van Gisbergen gets through. That's a change of position. Second place now for the McLaren. And it's hard to say a team that finished on the podium here last year has been a surprise. However, they have been a massive surprise this weekend. I don't think anyone expected the McLaren to be as competitive and as strong overly as it has been so far.
Yeah.
So last time round, Rast did a 7.1, Van Gisbergen a 6 flat, and Schneider somewhere in the middle of them. We'll get an indication now. Van Gisbergen's got clear racetrack of what sort of pace this number 37 McLaren has, and whether he's catching Bernd Schneider. The margin is 2.8 seconds at the moment. We'll see what SVG's got. Well, it's closing. You can see it.
Massively.
We don't need to tell you figures. Van Gisbergen is absolutely flying.
Now, Paul, out of the Erebus and the 37 McLaren, the 1 and the 37, who took tyres last time around? Schneider got tyres because he just got in, and Van Gisbergen got tyres as well, didn't he?
Yes, he did. That's right. So they're both on fresh tyres. In terms of fuel, the McLaren has slightly less fuel aboard than the Mercedes, so the McLaren will be stopping first. So Van Gisbergen has got to make his chase of the Mercedes, and then if he can, to get through, because he's going to, as I say, have to come into the pits sooner than the Mercedes does. But it's a real dogfight between those two at the moment.
And dragging the Audi with him, I'd say, as well, if I'm honest. Rene Rast not losing touch there. There is your leader, heading into Hell's Corner and ready to go up the mountain for the 72nd time.
Van Gisbergen a full second quicker than Schneider last time round, Paul.
Yeah, and Rast is going to be clever enough to know that he's going to be able to use the toe of the McLaren. Yes, he's got the speed over the mountain to be able to get right up under the rear wing of the McLaren, and then by being behind the McLaren, he'll then be towed down the Conrod Straight, and that'll help him.
Hell Corner, turn 1 here, it looks fairly innocuous, but it's such an important corner, isn't it? A bit like Forest Elbow, because you've got long straights off the back of it, and that is quite a climb up Mountain Straight. You don't realise that the TV flattens everything out. It's not as you can't warm up this bit. I mean, you really cannot warm up this bit. But people, it's easy to just sort of think, first corner, 90 left, how hard can it be? But it's really technical, actually. You've got to get the turn in, and if you get it right, you get on the power so much earlier.
Well, we saw in qualifying yesterday, John, that Jack LeBrock had a little bit of a go, but massively underestimated the level of grip. As we take a look at Falcon Tyres elbow, and a Porsche just squeezing down the inside of a Mark Focus.
That's no harm, no foul, just.
The number 6 safety stop car run by Gary Manel's On-Track Motorsport squad. That was very, very close indeed. Van Gisbergen flying and catching the race leader. It's 1.8 seconds now.
And the reason that Schneider lost the time a couple of laps ago, he went very wide and into the grass at the chase, and that's where he lost the bulk of that. He may just have dirtied up his tyres as well, allowing Van Gisbergen to close that gap down.
So Patrick Long in the Class B competition motorsport, and McElrea Motorsport entered 997 GT3 Cup car. He's there. And Patrick currently scored an 11th overall, 3rd in class.
Yeah, it's a class
4th in class, sorry.
Yeah.
So behind the number 45 Rentcourt Porsche, which is a little bit further up the road. So he's just caught up in a bit of a gaggle of cars that he's not really fighting with here at the moment, Patrick Long. He's sort of fighting his own battle, and has good margin over the next Class B car, which is the Ben Barker number 4 car. In fact, Barker was just in front of Patrick Long in the Grove, the black and red Porsche. So Patrick Long actually looking to put a lap on the car directly behind him on the road. So the black and red Porsche is a lap behind the Competition Motorsports Ice Brake Porsche that's just behind him.
Quick look at the 67 car going back into the box there, the Motorsport Services Jeff Lowry driven car with Tony Richards and Jonathan Venter. More issues for that car. Pat Long been looking forward to this. Chris Considine at CXC Simulators on the left-hand coast of America in California, giving Pat a little bit of an opportunity to learn the mountain on the computer with the triple screen and the motion on the seat. And hello to Chris, I know he'll be listening and watching on the stream. So many people from motorsports all over the world, and not just from Endurance Motorsport, tuned in on the streams at the moment, either on radiolemans.com or on the video stream. So hello to you, wherever you are, whatever time of day it is. Thank you for joining us. There's lots of racing still in this, and this is the battle for the lead. And straight away, Van Gisbergen on the back doesn't even think of just taking stock. He gets there and immediately starts to put pressure on the leading Mercedes-Benz at Bernd Schneider. I've got to think that having been off the circuit, that Schneider is not happy with that set of tyres.
So this is an unbelievable battle, and Van Gisbergen, the pace has been very impressive, but how's the backgrounds that these two emerge from? Bernd Schneider, a 5-time German touring car champion, and the man that basically developed the SLS for Mercedes.
There he goes.
Fighting with a plucky young Kiwi who came from obscurity into V8 supercars 5 or 6 years ago as an 18-year-old teenager, and is absolutely flying. And the margin is 3/10, but they're locked together.
And don't forget Bernd Schneider's endurance record as well, racing for Mercedes-Benz at Le Mans back down through the years. He knows how to get a car to the finish. And last year, of the endurance races that he ended, 12, 24 hour races, he won all bar one of them. And in fact, every race that we covered that he was involved in on radiolemans.com, he won. It was amazing. It was just a banner year for Bernd Schneider for every time he got into a Mercedes-Benz, and just ticking off more on his CV. It looks to me as though these cars, now that they're together though, Krillsy, are pretty well set and well matched. Two very different concepts, of course. The mid-engined rear-wheel drive McLaren, a real carbon fibre supercar. Up ahead is the front-engine and very front-engined Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, just one correction to what I said earlier on. It's the McLaren that has more fuel on board, not the Mercedes. Remember that the McLaren has came in for that extra pit stop while whilst the safety car was out to top it up with fuel. So he in fact is going to be out, I suspect, until round about lap 86. The Mercedes will be coming in, I reckon, on lap 83.
There hasn't been the pace in Bernd Schneider for a couple of laps, and as I say, we did have the report of him off on the grass at the chase, and that's where he lost the bulk of the lead after the restart. He got a good restart and got away. What do you do though if you're on the phone to Schneider now? Do you fight, or do you say, hey, there's 8 hours 47 minutes left, Bernd, you know what to do?
Yeah, I think the latter, and there's no telling SVG about what he can do. He's just going to drive as fast as he can.
Notice I didn't ask you that.
I know, right? You say they're not got great pace. It's all relative, isn't it? They're still doing low sixes around Mount Panorama, which is not slow, but relative to the race pace we've seen so far, it is. It's not brilliant. So 6.5 for Schneider last time round, and a 5 and a bit for Shane van Gisbergen. So the pace is huge, but there's no beating the straight line performance of the SLS and the big 6.3 litre V8 thundering away out in front. And few cars in this field have the capability. Probably only the Daytona, which is a similar sort of philosophy design. Big engine at the front, drive to the rear, send it. It's probably the only car quicker in a straight line here this weekend.
280 clicks or something like that?
Yeah, about 285 through the chase for the faster GT cars. Remember, the Audis are a little bit slower. They're about 275 k's an hour, 280 in
much
a tow.
slower.
But Renault Rust is going with these two guys now, and the Phoenix Racing Audi has closed in and pulled 1.5 seconds out of the two of them last time round, so Rust is flying.
And that is because there isn't the pace in that Erebus car at the moment. How many times have I said this? Probably never. Bernd Schneider is holding the guys up behind him, or he's pacing himself to the guys behind him. You decide. He has not had the pace in that car for 3 or 4 laps. Van Gisbergen's got his head down, certainly has closed up, but look, they had dropped that third place Audi, and now, Paul, that is closing in. René Rast is thinking, I'll have a bit of this battle for the lead as well.
Coming over the mountain is where René Rast can make up the ground in the Audi, provided he doesn't get held up by the traffic, which he looks like he is doing on this particular lap.
Got to be brave.
That's where the Audi can catch up. But of course, because of these two blasting the air through the Conrad Straders, again, Van Gisbergen having a big look there, John.
Yeah, he had a look. You can't really go through that double left-hander. You can't see over the top of these corners. You commit in absolute blind faith to the fact that the track hasn't moved since the last time you were around. But that is the nature of motor racing. You believe, you turn in, you're doing it from muscle memory, you're reacting to what's in front. It's a Lamborghini at the moment. I think it's got Eric Banner at the wheel of that car. He took that car over at the last pit stop. The leaders go through first, second, third, absolutely together down to the fork and elbow. Now we see who cuts through the air. Now we see who's got the horsepower down Conrad Straight for the 75th time, and we've still got 8 3/4 hours to go, and this is the battle for the lead.
Yeah, 3 1/4 hours into the race, and a remarkable three-way fight for the lead between Mercedes, McLaren, Audi, and they're covered by 0.7 of a second at the second intermediate at Falcon Elbow at the top of Conrad. It's an awesome battle, and the teammates watch on. And there might be a little bit of stress there from the Erebus camp. Right of screen, Brett Francis, very experienced racing car driver, ran at the Formula Ford Festival in the UK successfully, now runs racing car teams full-time here in Australia and runs the VIP Pet Foods program, part of the engineer of their third place finish here last year in the Porsche. Now they've got the McLaren and they are flying.
Now held up a little bit there in the battle for second on down, and oh, Schneider makes a mistake. There's something else that I don't often say, running wide at Hell Corner. Just what we were talking about earlier on, that you can't take any kind of liberties at that first corner, and just how it can mess you up going up the hill. Now what you'll see here, ladies and gentlemen and listeners and viewers, is that although the Mercedes-Benz has pulled out a bit of a gap, because those two cars behind her are just a little bit quicker at the moment, it won't take very long before the bright orange McLaren of Van Gisbergen and the red and yellow Audi of René Rast is back on the tail of that purple and black Mercedes-Benz at the head of the field. I'm very interested to see, and I love it. Why do I like endurance racing? Why do I like sports car racing? The biggest answer for me for that is variety. And we're not just talking about how the cars look and sound, although that is part of it. Each of these cars, Krilsey, has got different strengths and weaknesses. Round a circuit that's as diverse as the mountain here at Bathurst, these cars have, let's not make them all the same. Let's not try and balance the performance of them exactly. They make their They make their lap times in different ways, and now we see Van Gisbergen has made the best of his car's advantage and dragged back up to the back of the leader.
What I'm seeing here is Bernd Schneider being very conservative with lap traffic and Shane Van Gisbergen not, which doesn't surprise me at all because that's his style. But Schneider is taking it pretty easy. He's not taking risks. And every time he does that, Van Gisbergen just takes chunks of lap time out of the Erebus Merc in front.
He also knows, Crailsey, that he's fast down the Conrad straight and that if, so long as he's ahead there, he can eke out a bit of time. What Bernd doesn't want to see as this two GTC Focuses right in front of him having their own personal battle, because now he's got Van Gisbergen right up his tailpipes as they go through Maguire's to start lap number 77, to complete lap number 76 and start lap 77 to hell corner again. Little mistake last time round here for Schneider. He's he's not conservative and rides the bump on the exit again. Rene Rast is the one that loses out in traffic, and the third place car for the moment is 10-12 car lengths back as they head up the mountain, and traffic once again will play its part. But there, Bernd Schneider takes his chance past the Subaru. He does not want Van Gisbergen right in his wheel tracks from now to the Fulton elbow, because that's where the McLaren is very good.
But I think what would happen if Van Gisbergen gets by at the elbow, Schneider will pull out and drive past down Conrad, because that thing's so good relative to the other cars in a straight line. There's no doubt that Van Gisbergen is the best of the best across the top of this McLaren. Just seems to have a good balance of downforce and grip across the top, and the commitment of this young Kiwi behind the wheel also helps the cause. So watch them across the top. It's 4/10 officially. Rast has dropped back in the last lap and a half, so he's not a factor at the moment. Bow remains in 4th place, by the way, 20 seconds behind this leading battle. The United Autosports car still remains in 5th place with Eric Lux behind the wheel. Richard Mines is next in 6th place and first in Class B. Ross Lilly and the Lamborghini 7th. Will Davison 8th. Has he just dropped a position? He's dropped a little bit of time lately, has Will Davison.
Yes, he has.
Tavares and Padiacci 9th in Class B, and the Porsche going really well. And they're second in class now. Mark Eddy rounding out the top 10.
You'll forgive us, dear listener and viewer, for concentrating on the battle at the head of the field, but it is very close indeed, with even Schneider this time pulling across to the middle of the road, trying to break the toe between himself and SVG in the bright orange Macca as they head again. 285 kilometres an hour, turning right-handed into the chase, braking at the start of the Michelin Man signs on the driver's right there. It's a great place to have as your marker for jumping on the middle pedal, and this time there's a little more breathing space for Bernd Schneider, multiple champion in the Erebus Mercedes-Benz. Rene Rast for the moment has dropped a little bit back. There is the 63 car that has just dropped back. It was a great start in that machine for the young local driver Jacques Lebrock. He is out of that car now, and Shea Adam can have a word.
Jacques Lebrock, you certainly had an interesting start to this race where you met some of the local wildlife. What happened out there?
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. It sort of came around turn 2 and just had really nowhere to go. But we cleaned up the kangaroo, so it's very unfortunate. And, we're struggling a little bit with the car with the front end, especially in high speed. But yeah, we'll push on. We're back on the lead lap now, so it's good.
So how difficult is it to handle that car across the top of the mountain?
Yeah, it made it very interesting. The first couple of laps took me a lot to get used to, and it's every time through McPhillamy and the crate, it's just very difficult. We've got no front end turning left, and we can't even get through the chase flat at the moment, so it makes life very difficult.
And it's not like you're letting off at all, you're still pushing for the win.
Yeah, that's right. We're back on the lead lap, and I think we're in 6th position at the moment, so we'll keep pushing on. We'll aim for a podium, I think. See what happens. Long race.
Keep pushing on. It is a long race indeed.
Well, back at the head of the field, we have still got the leaders absolutely tied together with a short piece of bungee cord, and Schneider has to go right, go left. Which way do you go? Take a line and stick to it, Bernd, because you got SVG. Seemingly, at the moment, if Bernd Schneider's looking back through his door mirrors, it'll look like there's 2 orange McLarens behind him, because SVG is all over that car. Left, right, he's looking for the tiniest bit of daylight to throw the McLaren down the inside. Now he knows again, he's just going to have to take the pain. Andrew Kirkcaldy on the left-hand side there, the man behind this McLaren programme.
What sort of pressure is this putting on Kirkcaldy, though? Because the immense job that he's going to have to do just to keep the standard up in this car for the rest of the race, it is unbelievable. And Twitter's just having a bit of a meltdown about the fact that we're 3 hours and 21 minutes into a 12-hour race, and this is the kind of battle for the lead that we've got going on between 2 and 3 great cars.
And you can just imagine, can't you? Save your tyres, lads. Save your tyres. No, I'm not going to save my tyres. I'm in the race for the lead here, and it'll be interesting to see if they can go another stint on the tyres that they've bolted onto these cars. Both got new rubber at the last stop, remember.
I'd like Truss's thoughts on this. I'm not worried about tyres today, but the track temperature will be a drama, but we're not seeing massive wear, and when people are already triple stinting tyres.
Yeah, the trick is going to be to know when to switch the compound because there's a kind of a low temperature tyre and a high temperature tyre, and as the temperature of the day rises, you're going to at one point need to make that choice, which point you change from one to the other.
So the last update I had was track 35 degrees, so it'll be warmer than that now as the sun rises and the day starts to heat up. The pressure on down at VIP Pet Foods. They're just checking the temperature of Brett Francis there by the sound of it.
Here's an issue for the leader. Exactly where you don't want to hit traffic, just heading up towards McPhillamy, and he's going to have to squeeze down the inside of the Porsche, make a decision and stick to it. He does do. Thank goodness, you almost have your heart in your mouth there. You're the leader of the race and you are really putting your faith and the lead of the race in somebody else's hands. You just hope that that Porsche driver stays on his line and you can go through into the S's again. That classic shot looking back up the hillside. And this is the car that is seventh position car. Ricard Means took over that car in third position. It's just been steadily dropping down. SVG round the outside. He sees the opportunity, but he can't get it done there. But what he's doing, he's putting doubt in the mind of the German ahead of him. He's putting pressure on that very cool, calm and collected German psyche that is behind the wheel of the Benz. You would think it wouldn't make any difference, but hey, look at the guys here. This is tactics.
So Barry Ryan, the team manager at Erebus Motorsport, Damo, with the long hair and the beard next to it. They're just talking, working out their strategy for the next round of stops, which won't be that far away, I wouldn't have thought, but maybe working out their strategy for what car one is going to do. Do they let Van Gisbergen go by? He's the wild card. He's the X factor in this race. If he sees an opportunity, he will take it and go through, even if there's half a Mercedes left. And dramas for Phoenix. Puncture, right rear puncture at Phoenix Racing.
Fourth place car, that was. In fact, it was third a moment ago. The Ferrari's already gone past it now. He's just on the top end of the Conrod Straight coming out of the Falkland Elbow. Oh no, get off the dirt. Get off the dirt. That's not going to help you.
This is a big moment for the race because 2 laps ago they were within a second and a half of our 2 leaders. So Rene Rast behind the wheel of the Phoenix Racing Audi.
Terrible look.
And this is going to cost them big time. They're going to have to adapt their strategy to suit this out-of-sequence stop. When were they last in pit lane, Paul? How close is this going to work for their strategy?
Up to the cutting side by side, and Jim Van Gisbergen tries to put the pressure on the leader. He can't do it, but he's forcing the German into some defensive driving. That means he can't get on the power as early, going up through the cutting, and there's more traffic ahead. You get the feeling now, and again, credit Van Gisbergen, SVG doing a great job, that just for once, the German master is driving with more than one eye on the mirror. The Lamborghini now needs to steer drivers right and does. That's the 48 car. That's the 6th place car going a lap back. So now only 5 cars on the lead lap. Eric Lux in the 25 Audi, the United Autosports red, white and blue car, will be the next car to go a lap down. The pace of the leaders has picked up.
Yeah, and it will be 4 cars as well with that puncture for the number 3, won't it? Because that car, just to answer your question from a moment ago, Crailsy, due in anyway in about 4 laps for fuel, so they're not going to be completely messed up on the schedule. But
Full course caution. There's a yellow flag on the start line as the number 3 car has got into the pit lane. So for the moment, the safety car will bring
Lamborghini.
It's the Lambo. It's at the top of the hill again.
That's the Stephen Richards, David Wood car. Ross Lilly behind the wheel. 8th place car in the wall.
He'd just been passed by the leaders and gone offline at that part of the circuit. I wonder if he dirtied up his tyres and then could not manage to make, that is such a quick part of the circuit, could not manage to make the double left.
And another contender falls early in the Liquimoli Bathurst 12-hour. Safety car out, timed perfectly for Phoenix Racing.
Stand by to release a Scotsman, not the Scotsman. Kirkcaldy is getting ready to get into the McLaren, and the leader's in the lane. Bert Schneider is in the pit lane and heading towards the pit stop, and it looks like the McLaren of Shane Van Gisbergen has gone round. He has. Now, is that good tactics or bad tactics? It'll depend what the safety car does. Here's the Erebus stop. And it's going to be fuel only. It's fuel only. And there is SVG. Shane van Gisbergen is the leader of the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2014, and the safety car has picked up the leader.
He should have come into the pits, in my view there, John. He should have just shadowed the leader and done whatever the leader did, because all that's going to happen is that he's going to rejoin, the Mercedes is going to rejoin at the back of the safety car line. Van Gisbergen is then going to be up behind the safety car, and then when the safety car releases them, Van Gisbergen is going to owe us a pit stop. So that'll then lose him.
How long for Van Gisbergen before he needs a pit stop?
No more than 10 laps. In fact, what have I got it down here? 86 laps he should be coming in. In fact, 6 laps.
They've rolled the dice and think. I just don't see that. And the 88 car comes in from 3rd position, and that's a driver change there, Krilsey.
Yeah, so Marinello just following what the leader's doing.
Smart.
There's Kikordi watching on from pit lane.
Now, interesting, he's taking his balaclava off.
So here's a look what happened at the top. Leaders go by.
There you go.
That's a massive hit.
And that's driver's
scary
side.
fast. So he got out the way. We called it. We watched it happen as the 2 leaders went by Ross Lilly and the Lamborghini to put them a lap behind, and he's gone off the wall and square into the barrier. That is a massive impact.
Ross Lilly is out of the car, got out under his own steam.
That's good news for Ross. These cars are so strong. And haven't we tested some this weekend? We have. It has been a bruising weekend. I cannot remember a 12-hour with the kind of carnage that we've seen so far. So change of driver for car 88, and JB out of the car, John Bow out, and we're showing Peter Edwards behind the wheel. So the gentleman driver of the quartet in this car behind the wheel for what will be, I would have thought, an hour and a half behind the wheel in this stint. And then they'll go to Mika Salo, who's yet to drive this race. Remember, Craig Lowndes started the car as the Aussie side of the Erebus garage rolls into pit lane. Car number 63 from 5th place with Will Davison behind the wheel.
And when Shea was doing that interview early on, we got excited, a quick glance of the guys looking at their computer screens, and they'd taken a screen grab from the TV coverage that was showing the front end of their car so they could assess the damage of what's going on. So not only are we providing a service to all the fans here at the track and further afield, but the teams are using our excellent TV coverage as well to assess the damage on their car. And a quick shout out, by the way, for all the cameras out there in the heat. We get the easy job of getting excited about the great pictures. We're in air-conditioned splendour. The camera guys are taking the pain out in the circuit. So let's have a look again. Here is the pass. We said the Lambo needs to say driver's right, and he does. And then he just gets onto the dirt and the rubbish from the earlier Nissan accident, loses grip. He's already on the dirty part of the circuit, and from there, I'm afraid, he was a passenger.
Yeah, and we talk about getting out into the marbles and the build-up of rubber that gets taken off the tyres on these cars as they wear down. Although the wear's not massive here, there is still a build-up off the line that the racing cars usually take. It's called the marbles, and when you get into that and you turn in, the car just wants to understeer straight. It's like driving on ice. So there's no steering control. So Ross Lilly, unfortunately, got out into the marbles and got out on the curb, and the debris that we mentioned from the crash earlier lost the car. Here's another look. So he's out wide.
He's done the right thing.
Gone through, absolutely, but he's in the marbles already. You can see it's dirty off the line.
He's understeering at that point.
The quick dry down from the Hamaguchi crash earlier on the Clearwater Ferrari, and he's now bouncing over the gravel somewhere. It flicks the car around and it's square into the barriers in a very, very big impact.
Good news is we did see the driver out of that very pre-loved Lamborghini. We'll get you details on his condition, but he got out under his own steam. The safety car is out. The BMW M5 has Shane van Gisbergen at the lead of the 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. SVG leads the motor race. 8.5 hours still to go. Well, there is the remains of the Lamborghini number 48. Do you know, sometimes you can't do right for doing wrong, can you? Because getting out of the way, Rob Lilly of the leaders coming through, stayed to driver's right, exactly the right thing as he came through McPhillamy and onto Skyline, but just picked up the dirt, debris and oil dry from the earlier Ferrari and Nissan crash and ended up in the wall very hard indeed. We've got 8.5 hours to go. Here's the Pirelli leaderboard with Van Gisbergen scored as the leader behind the safety car, the Darrell Lee A-Class. Look further down to 6th position for the GWS B-Class leader. That's Richard Means in the number 14 Audi. And David Calvert-Jones now slipped into the top 10 in the number 12 Porsche as well. That's going to shake up because SVG, remember, in that McLaren owes us a pit stop.
Quite achievers in there too. The Class B number 45 Porsche Devarshan Padiachi behind the wheel going really well. The Michelin class leaderboard, Shane van Gisbergen remained out, as we know, thanks to Darrell Lee, leads the way. Richard Mines going nicely for GWS personnel. Richard's Class C, the Ginetta, Daniel Gaunt, the Kiwi, continuing to be strong behind the wheel. Michael Lyons in the Century Batteries class going well. And now Shane van Gisbergen pits the number 37 car from the lead of the race
and loses the lead
the safety
now.
car.
The leader has just gone through and it changes literally as he came in. Now he'll still be scored on this lap, but Schneider is already up the road and going through Hell Corner.
And no sign of a driver change yet, but certainly getting some water into SVG, and we're starting to get very warm in the cockpits of these cars now.
But the other thing that's happening, of course, is that Peter Edwards has also gone through in the Ferrari number 88, so changes happening not just for the lead.
Now, as we've been watching the cars going around, there's been a number of pit stops. Let's head down to Shea Adam and catch up on some of the news from the pit lane.
Well, a lot's been going on down here in pit lane while the cars have been under yellow. The 3 was the first car to come in to repair that broken tire. They had a flat tire. Rene Rast, completely calm, stayed in the car, new drinks bottle. They put a new right rear on and back out onto the track. The cars continue to progress down. The Airbus Mercedes came in about 3 minutes early. They were expecting to go 5 more laps. They went 2 more. So they came in, did a complete change. Driver stayed in the car. They went back out. That gave them an advantage over the Shane van Gisbergen McLaren, which should be coming up behind me here shortly. A few other notes. Patrick Long got out of the 12 after a brilliant stint in the Porsche. And the Porsche I'm standing right in front of, the 51, is having a very, very rough weekend. They had severe damage, which meant they were rebuilding the car last night. Well, the bad luck has continued. They were using lots and lots of tape to try and hold the front bumper of the car on. It was not cooperating very well. Where that incident came from, they're not entirely sure. It might have been when the Nissan had its incident earlier, but it's all good for them right now, at least for the time being.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane, and there is another look on the Maguire's replay of the 48 Lamborghini, and that car has stood up to that impact exceptionally well. No incursion whatsoever into the passenger compartment, just underlining what Bob Neville of RGN Nissan GT Academy Motorsport was saying earlier. Oh, a problem here. He's going to have to wiggle that to get it down and close it. This is the HTP car, the 84 Mercedes-Benz. It's had an interesting weekend already, and he's waving one of the marshals across to close it. The air conditioning's not working, mate. That's he's going to ask someone to close that. It just hasn't clicked down properly, has it? Big slam.
Well, talk about first world problems.
Nice.
That's Maximilian Book behind the wheel of the HTP Motorsport car.
That's still not quite closed. It needs an extra. You know how some doors need an extra.
Yes.
If you
an extra what?
Up.
Yeah. Okay. How are we spelling that?
Yeah, goes with the hand motion of pressing it down.
Outside assistance in some motor racing series, particularly at Le Mans, and if you're a follower of Le Mans, you'll know that nobody can touch the car other than the driver out on the circuit. That's called outside assistance. It is encouraged here, not only not banned. So getting a tow back wouldn't put you out, and certainly getting assistance from a marshal to get a door closed, that's not going to cause any problems. In fact, that's really sensible because you can't drive around like that.
The problem is that might be defined as working on the car, and you're only allowed to work on the car in the pit. So the race organisers might take a dim view. The safety car is out there, so.
If that had been at racing speeds, I think he'd probably have been asked to the headmaster's office for a meeting without coffee. But I think under safety car, that isn't the worst thing that could happen, to be honest.
The other thing which has happened as a result of this safety car is that the other Erebus car, having got itself back onto the lead lap by the jiggery pokery on the previous safety car, has managed to get itself not only on the lead lap but onto the tail of the leaders, and is going to be close, if not up with the McLaren that was battling for the lead itself.
Now we're seeing the wave by going on again because we had various of the leaders come in, including the 37 Van Gisbergen, who now, by the way, has dropped from first down to 4th position. So a wait-by has gone on. We wait for Bernd Schneider to appear behind the BMW M5, which he has done. That means we're not that far from going back to green flag racing. We've got 8 hours and 20 minutes still to run in the 2014 Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst. Adam with our Liquid Moly updates from the 12 hours here at Bathurst. A couple of people are tweeting and emailing into us here in the booth at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, and of course at Bathurst12HOUR, at Bathurst 12 Hour. And don't forget to hashtag anything about the race, hashtag B12HR. A couple of people talking about the Mercedes-Benz, which I'll get to in a moment, because in comes the Class B leader, Ricard Means. This is Ollie Gavin's car. He's just tweeted how much fun he had in the first stint. And the 14 car comes in out of 7th position overall, but leading B class. And that will be reflected in the Pirelli outright leaderboards. There it is, down in 7th position and leading the GWS Personnel B class. Darrell Lee Class A cars fill the first 6 positions. Bernd Schneider, Peter Edwards, Eric Lux, Will Davison and Shane van Gisbergen all on the lead lap. David Calvert-Jones sneaking into the top 10 there for 10th position, with Christopher Mees just ahead of him. In the Michelin classes, Darrell Lee Class A, led by our overall leader, Bernd Schneider, in the Mercedes GWS Personnel Class B leader, Ricard Means, in 7th position. Daniel Gorn still at the wheel of the Ginetta in the Ridges GT4 category. Then it's Michael Lyons for BMW, leading in the 97 car in the Century Batteries class. The Fiat in Class F is leading the Chrysler Group Financial Class F, and Gary Jacobson in the Ford Focus in the Recaro Invitational Class I.
So the BMW M5 safety car leads the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour field around Mount Panorama. It's been a slightly longer safety car interruption than intended. There was some reshuffling that needed to go by, so conversations between race control and also the people in timing and scoring to make sure they've got the order right for the restart. So they've got pretty close to that from what we can see on the timing monitor. We shouldn't be too far away from a restart. They just had to hold it back for one lap just to make sure that they had the complete order right and all the cars that needed to be on the lead lap in particular in the right order.
Yeah, 15 minutes and counting, in fact 16 minutes now behind this safety car. The previous longest safety car period we had was 32 minutes. And so altogether now we're just over an hour up behind the safety car.
This is an amazing shot looking out from the top of the mountain over to the campground, which is fuller than I've ever seen it for this race.
Yep.
And indeed, the mountain has been fuller than I've ever seen it for this race in terms of people watching from the sides. It's absolutely packed. A lot of them officials, yes, camped there, and a lot of the support categories, the Radicals Improved Productions as well, that also have been competing this weekend. But that is a very, very busy campground. Several thousand people camping here for the weekend.
And I can tell you that some people have cleared out of that because there was guys who were involved in the support races
who've gone home.
Who've already gone home. They went home last night. That was even fuller yesterday. Now this is what we saw a few moments ago. This is the HTP car with the beautiful gull-wing door on the Mercedes-Benz, needing a little outside assistance from one of our volunteer marshals, over 170 of them. Being pointed out to me by a number of people that of course you have to be very careful with that because it does have explosive bolts on that to free the door if the car's upside down.
We're back to green flag racing here at the Liquid Moly 12 Hour. That HTP moment turning out to be one of the comedy moments of the race. Twitter thoroughly enjoyed it. There might be a serious side we'll pick up on in a minute as we go back to racing. There's the Ferrari, Peter Edwards behind the wheel, 2nd position on the road. Eric Lux, 3rd on the road. The United Autosport Audi going very, very well. Up to 3rd, Will Davison 4th. So watch for that green striped SLS AMG. Then Shane van Gisbergen will be further down the queue because remember, he stopped during that safety car interruption, whereas Bernd Schneider got in right at the very start. So he's there, carving his way through the field. and he will be zigzagging his way through the slower traffic, outside, inside, it doesn't matter.
And he's got Will Davison in his sights in the 63 Erebus Mercedes-Benz. The green and black car is a battle for position, and he's right up his tailpipes already. That's a fabulous restart by SVG in the McLaren, and already as they head up the cutting on lap number 86, he's pushing to get back up into 4th place. He'll be absolutely fuming that they got the tactics wrong in that safety car period.
If I was Davison, I'd get out of the way and let Van Gisbergen go, which I think he's done. Yep. Oh, almost had a look at the metal grate, dived up the inside. That was scary stuff for the V8 supercar rivals, but I'd let Van Gisbergen go. There's no point keeping him bottled up. He's going to be quicker. Let him be the one to negotiate all the slower cars while you're trying to get back to the leaders.
Well, yeah, at the moment, Will Davison is the snowplow, isn't he? He is clearing the way, and Van Gisbergen's on his tailpipe. These guys are rivals who know each other very, very well, and there will be a respect and an understanding between these two. SVG will know who's in the other car. They're used to knocking off the wing mirrors on the cars in V8 supercars. You can't really do that here. It's rather frowned upon, and also the car won't last the whole of the rest of the 8 hours and 10 minutes. But I think it's important to point out that these guys have raced together a lot, and therefore they will have the respect and know how they're going to react in certain situations.
This is messy, isn't it? You said that Will Davison's the snowplow. Van Gisbergen's a bigger snowplow. He will be better at carving his way through the traffic, I think, or more aggressive at least. And that's what you need to carve your way through. But Will's done a very good job just clearing his way through that mess, and he's now got a little bit of breathing room. But Van Gisbergen harassing the back of the number 63 car. This is for position, by the way. So they are dicing for position. There is a timing issue on the number 63 SLS AMG, but it is for track position. 4th and 5th at the moment for Will Davison and Shane Van Gisbergen.
That's a good point if you're following along at home with the web timing. Don't worry that that's dropped down. Now let's look further up the field. That is 2nd place, Paul Edwards at the wheel. Bernstein is still leading, and then here is that battle for 4th and 5th position. Eric Lux just nipping through there in the 25 car. That's been a great run for United Autosports.
Right, here's what's going to happen in the next 4 or 5 laps. Will Davison and Van Gisbergen will clear these slower class cars in front. Then they will get to the back and pass these two. Lux up the inside of Peter Edwards and another Audi as well. Be careful, Pete. Keep it on the black stuff.
That's a change of position there.
That is for 2nd place. But these two drivers do not have the raw speed that Van Gisbergen and Davison have. So they will get to the back of them very, very quickly and should get themselves up further up the order. So there is the dicing battle for 4th and 5th. And they're very, very quick at this point in time, so they will catch. Now Peter Edwards around the outside. Van Gisbergen sweeps around Davison and gets the position.
That was interesting, wasn't it? You don't normally see a pass into the braking area for the S's, but once again, opportunist tactics have to be undertaken here when you've got multi-class racing. You take what you can get when you can get it. And at the moment, Will Davison has got nothing for the McLaren. SVG has cleared off, like the afterburners. Meantime, this is an interesting look as well, because what we're seeing here is a car getting a lap back. That is the 2nd place car of Eric Lux that is just getting a lap taken back from it.
Chris Meese going past, 2-time winner with the Works Audi team when they were here in 2011 and 12. So Christopher Meese working his way back in and setting a good pace in that car that he's sharing with Mark Sini and Michael Lochisano. So that's a very, very nice move. And Chris Meese is a superstar. Have a look at this. Davison, don't mind if I do. Thank you very much.
Coming through. Excuse me.
Wilbo got stuck up behind the iMac Porsche. Bit of blocking going on. I think Clark's thinking about what next product line he can introduce at Darrell Lee in the next week. I think he's pretty relaxed, chilled out, and has had the flu for the last couple of days, but he's getting better. Greg Crick watching on from the Erebus camp.
I should say as well, remember what we were talking about just before that pass, about how those guys know each other. SVG goes down the inside of Davison there. Davison did give him racing room. Yes, it was a manufactured, he did it very well, but other drivers might not have given him that room, and SVG might not have pushed the point so hard on another driver. That's a perfect example of guys who race together a lot, not in this type of racing, but in the V8. They know each other, they know the style of driving, and he knew that Will Davison would give him the room to get through.
Having said that, and I hate to contradict what you've just said, however, bear in mind, for the last 12 months, they've been on the opposite ends of the Great Divide.
True.
Wilbo has been a factory Ford driver, and Van Gisbergen's driving a 888 built Holden Commodore for Techno Autosports. They're rivals. They're not mates. They're rivals, but there would be a respect between them. And it was a clean, hard battle. That was good stuff.
Would he have done the same move on René Rast?
Yeah, absolutely. He would have done that move on Michael Schumacher if he could, and we hope Michael's getting better. And he's clear now with Peter Edwards as well, so Van Gisbergen moves to third. So up to third place, and they're second up the road. This has been a charge from SVG. Eric Lux, his next target.
A couple of people tweeting in at Radio Le Mans and at Specutainment about the relative pit stop strategies. The McLaren did stop at that. The McLaren did stop at that last last pit stop.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
So it is on roughly the same fuel strategy. No driver change. Although we did see pictures of Andrew Kirkcaldy, the Scotsman, putting on his balaclava. It was then taken off again. So roughly speaking, the guys at the front of the field within a lap or two are on the same pit strategy, and already SVG is up behind second place Eric Lux in the United Autosport Audi, who have done themselves no harm at all in that little kerfuffle around the last couple of safety car periods. They have played the tactics perfectly. Paul Haig and the rest of the guys who brought their own supply of Yorkshire tea bags down to Australia so they can have a proper brew, and it has paid off. This is the battle for second. Eric Lux won't fight it. He can't fight it because he hasn't got the speed in the Audi, and SVG goes up to second place and now has to think about how far ahead Bernd Schneider is. Answer: 24.5 seconds.
88 car in pit lane and rolling through. So for Maranello Motorsport, Peter Edwards, no stop.
Can you check and see if that was a
questioning on the face of Clark Quinn was going, we're not too sure what's going on there either. So drive through, we believe. They waved him through, we're being told, from pit lane. So I wonder if that was an error for Peter. Maybe he heard something on the radio that sounded like pit this lap, but actually didn't. So he's just continued on as Nissan assessed the damage on the GTR, at least what's left of it down in the Nismo pit. So to recap, Bernd Schneider, whatever they did during that last pit stop, maybe fresh rubber helped for Bernd, because all of a sudden he's happier with that car.
It's just fuel.
Yeah, so he's happy with that car because back down into the 2-minute 5s. Remember, before that safety car, didn't really seem that happy with the number 1 car. So the pace is back for the leader, but Van Gisbergen has pulled 1.5 seconds out this lap on the race leader. The gap is 23 seconds, first to second.
Here's a little thought. We know that Bernd Schneider had gone off a few laps before we saw that battle. We've just heard he's been pushing hard again. I'm just wondering if the handling of the car on empty is not as good and as balanced as the handling of the car on full, because they were coming round to needing to have to take their pit stop anyway. You are going to change with a 100-litre fuel tank. You are going to change quite substantially the balance of the car as you burn the fuel off. Anybody who runs a Porsche 911, particularly some of the older cars back into the 90s, you'd never try and let the thing go down below half tank even when you're on the road.
2:06.5 for Bernd Schneider. Shane Van Gisbergen, 2:04.9. Casually on lap 89, which is only a tenth of a second off that car's best race lap. So Van Gisbergen is absolutely flying. This is the change of position for second. We saw 1 lap ago. Absolute textbook stuff, and as Heidi said, no fighting from Lux. He's smarter than that. He's done enough endurance racing to know when you're lapping in the 2-minute 10s and you've got a guy doing 4s coming up behind you, just let them go. There's no point battling for that. I'll also point out Chris Meeks, we mentioned him before, the young German in the number 9 Audi, also flying and lapping quicker than the race leader at the moment. So he's 8th position at the moment, but going very quickly indeed.
You're watching live coverage from Bathurst, Mount Panorama, the Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 Hours for 2014. Richard Creel, Paul Truswell and John Hindorf on the call for you. And we're just getting back into a little bit of the rhythm after the full course caution. And let's head down into the pit lane. We've just seen the 88 car go straight through. Boydo, what happened?
Yeah, I can fill you in on that. The 88 car was given a drive-through penalty for speeding on its previous tour down pit lane. So a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pits.
Do you remember
first time they've been pinged?
Do you remember the 1%ers we spoke about this morning? The tiny little key details that can be the difference between you winning this race or not winning it. The 28 seconds that Peter Edwards lost trundling down pit lane for 500 odd metres at 40 kilometres an hour. If they lose the race by 23 seconds, at the end of the day, that could be the difference.
And that was a car that was sitting in the top 3, now dropped down to 5th position and just holding on to the end of the lead lap now. SVG just had to lift off there behind one of the Bath 500s. Let's have another look. Somewhere in there, have a look. Oh dear, that is not very good at all. And look at SVG coming through. I hadn't even seen the Audi. I've got to say it, the Audi was so close up the back of that little Fiat that we could barely see him.
He's a lunatic, isn't he, Van Gisbergen? It's unbelievable. No fear. No fear whatsoever from that man.
Coming down to click off another hour, gentlemen. We've barely got 8 hours as we look down into the VIP Pet Foods garage. And there is, in the white, is Andrew Cocotti just texting home to make sure everything's all right in Scotland.
Tony Quinn sampling some of his own product, the Darrell Lee. It won't be the VIP Pet Foods. And Mika Salo watching on from pit lane.
So close to pole position.
Oh, yeah, but gee, what a session it was yesterday. What a lap it was. First driver into the 203s at Mount Panorama.
And remember, he's retired, as is Andrew Cocotti. He's retired as well. They've gone into management and running teams. And Mika Salo's retired from racing
Pretty
as well.
good for a retired. Yeah. I hope I'm that competent when I'm a retired bloke. I tell you, that's impressive.
I tell you what, you could put together a decent team for pretty much anything with all these guys that's retired. Salo, Andrew Cocotti, Alan McNish, Dario Franchitti, you know. Right, let's have a look at what's going on back on the top of the mountain, and that is Rene Rast in the second of those 2 cars, and he is right up behind Eric Lux in the United Autosport car, and it's the battle for now 3rd and 4th position, and I think we can call that doing an SVG then, can't we? Rene Rast, whose name I mentioned in that, has learned.
Except Rene went down the inside. Shane went around the outside, just to make it interesting for everybody as we tick over.
Is that a reverse SVG then?
Correct. Tick over 8 hours to go. 7:59 and a half left in this race. So Rast on the pace. And if we have a look at the best laps of these cars relative to everyone else. So Bernd Schneider, 204.7, 204.8, the best lap for Van Gisbergen, a 5.2 for Rast. So I think that underlines the problem with the Audis in this race is they just don't quite have the ultimate performance that the leading cars do, which is fine now. But when we get to the final hour, and let's say Rene Rast is leading the race by whatever circumstance, and he's being chased down by Bernd Schneider, there might not be an opportunity for him to battle if he doesn't quite have those last few tenths. The United Autosport Audi, a 4.5, actually is the lap record holder at the moment.
Sorry, no, I didn't mean to tap your shoulder there. I really swung round and just caught you. But yeah, I mean, the race is still at absolute fever pitch, and you kind of forget over 4 hours have passed with still nearly 8 hours remaining on the clock. Next pit stops, just if you're counting down, we've still got another 15 laps or so to go. So a lot of racing on the racetrack to come.
Maxi Book just going through. That was not a pass for position. That means the 25 car is still in 5th at the moment. Maxi Book in the 84 Benz, just outside the top 10 in 11th for the HTP car. Remember that had braking issues earlier on, which cost it some time when it was sitting well up in the top 3.
And potentially some issues as well from a penalty that may or may not be applied.
Are we hearing on the net, are we, that something might be happening with the closing of the door?
I'm not hearing that anything is happening, but just having had a closer look at the regulations, yes, outside assistance can be given, but not in the way that it was given in those circumstances. The driver didn't work on the car effectively. He stopped the car. The outside assistance that was given, I believe, was in breach of the way that the repairs are supposed to be done. Had the driver hopped out, closed the door himself, it would have been all right.
I think it'd be harsh.
It would be harsh.
I think it'd be harsh.
And the car, as you say, is not featuring in the top, well, it is just inside the top 10, but
That's just gone into the top 10, yeah. It was in 11th the last time I looked.
He's a talent, isn't he, Maxi Book, the Blancpain Endurance Series champion from last year. Been part of the AMG Customer Sports driving squad for a while. He's one of the superstar GT drivers of the future. He's, I guess, the next Tom Christensen or Alan McNish, I guess, for long term. It's been a remarkable story in his very young career. We take a look back a little bit. This is Ben Barker in the Grove Racing Porsche. The number
11th position overall, by the way.
Teaming with Earl Bamber and Stephen Grove, the owner driver. It's Grovey races Carrera Cup for, full time in his racing at least. Behind them, Devarshan Padiachi, who is a regular in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia. His dad, Indran, running the second of 2 cars from the Rent Corp squad. Now, Devarshan running 8th at the moment, and, believe it or not, leading Class B
Yeah,
at
that's
this
because
stage.
Ricard Means has done another pit stop in the 14 car. We saw him up as high as 3rd position. Ollie Gavin had the car at the lead of the race, but that 14 Audi has dropped back, having had an extra pit stop.
Great performance from this team so far, being run by Team BRM that won more Australian Drivers' Championship or Formula 3 races than any other team in Aussie motorsport. Young Rich Muscat opened the race and was setting lap times equivalent to that of...
He's impressive, isn't he?
He's a super watch for him internationally. Keep an eye out for him overseas because I think he will go there at some stage. So that team going well. Let's look back. Class C, thanks to Ridges, where we're taking these pictures from right now appropriately. The little Ginetta, haven't seen too much of the Ginetta brand in Australia. 3 or 4 of them run regularly in Aussie GT racing, but this car's performed very, very well. Daniel Gaunt behind the wheel, the young Kiwi, who's a go-to driver in V8 Supercar co-driving, runs in the New Zealand Super Tourer Series. There's Mark Griffith, running in this car. He's the major sponsor and driver of that. He's been running with Jack Perkins in this car last year. Jack not available for this race because he's become a full-time V8 Supercar driver once again, but they've drafted in Carl Reiner and Daniel Gaunt in a very strong performance.
Yorkshire-built car, of course, the Ginetta, Lawrence Tomlinson and the guys up there at Garforth, just north of Leeds, on the A1 tube frame car, crate V6 Ford motor. You don't need to do a lot to it because it weighs about as much as a shopping trolley. Great street car, even better as a race car. The G55, which is the big brother of this car, up into GT3 and knocking on the door of being a GT Le Mans spec as well. Expect to see a GTD version of that racing in Tusk at the American Series later on this season. Now this is Class D, the venerable E92 BMW M3, and it's not really an endurance race, multi-class endurance race if you haven't got a variety of BMWs in here. This car has been leading this class for quite some time.
Michael Lyons behind the wheel, I think, in the number 97 car. So
it's Mortimer Motorsports.
Yep, 2 father and son combinations running in this, which makes that be interesting. We're just seeing Eric Lux in pit lane with the United Autosport Audi. So that's one of the leading cars coming into pit lane. So the Mortimer Motorsports car, Warwick and Andre Mortimer, Michael Lyons and Frank Lyons, the 2 father and son combinations. So team dynamic would be interesting in there, wouldn't it? The team briefings would be slightly interesting.
Yes, Dad. No, Dad. The Abarth 500s leading their class, of course, and there is the best of the 3 of them. Really interesting project, this, by Fiat Chrysler. And mentioned this yesterday, but I'll say it again for the new audience. Well done to Fiat Chrysler. They sent out a note to all the marshals around here with a care package, including a floppy hat and some drinks and some sun lotion as well. Said we know the speed differential to our cars might be causing you 1 or 2 issues and a bit of flag waving, so accept this care package on our behalf. And I thought that was a great touch by Fiat Chrysler Australia. And this is a really interesting, very interesting project that we're seeing. This is the Mark Focus GTC. Looks like a Ford Focus, is a Ford Focus from the outside, but underneath a fire-breathing 5-litre V8 driving the rear wheels.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a road-going Ford Focus got together with a GT3 car, and this was the resulting offspring. It's a cool thing. This is the number 70 car at Leeds, the Invitational class. Gary Jacobson behind the wheel. Gary's a tremendous little steerer. He's an ex-Formula Ford racer, and he's done a bit of other stuff, but not a huge amount, but very experienced in Formula Ford. Doing a really exceptional job so far. Grant Denyer started this car, did the first 2 hours of the race and was really competitive, and he's just loving being back on board. And of course, Crimsafe, a long-term supporter of Denyer, backing that car this weekend.
And the fans are loving this all around the world and saying how good is it to see a new project where the guys aren't going somewhere and trying to test in public. They're putting race miles on this car. This is the debut race outing for this machine. It's very public, but it's also getting proper miles under the wheels for the car in race conditions. And frankly, for my money, Crailsy, there's no better way to test a racing car.
They only finished the 3rd car, this one we're looking at now, only a couple of weeks ago, and they've only had 3 test days at Queensland Raceway and a couple of shakedowns to get these cars up to speed. So for the fact that they're all pounding around going well, it's great. We'll talk about the leader in a minute, because Shane Van Gisbergen on lap 94 has just smashed the lap record and done a 2:04.04. and he's got the gap down to 17.9 seconds. Here's the leader.
It was, remember, 24 seconds. Remember when he got it a second, I said, what's the gap? It's just over 24 seconds. It's now down to 17.9, and a 2:04.04 for Van Gisbergen means that this man in the middle of your screen now, Bernd Schneider, who goes down the inside of the 65 Daytona Coupe at the end of the chase there, he's got the hurry up. His last lap around, he lost a couple of seconds, the best part of a couple of seconds, to the second place car as he comes round to complete lap number 95. We're looking towards 100 laps coming up in the next couple of minutes, and Erebus still leads the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours.
It's the number one Mercedes car that's out in front. Daniel Klemenko, a familiar spot for you guys to be out in front with this car, but it's been a while since we've seen you down here in pit lane. What's the strategy? When are we expecting a driver change?
Basically, we kind of keep it very simple. I mean, you're playing the numbers. You know, we've got the minimum time for each driver you've got to do and your maximum for your pros. So we're trying to manage that out. Our biggest conservation is we're trying to run long on tyres. The longer we run on the tyres, the better. Gets us out on the track quicker. You don't want to waste time in pit lane. I think the race will be won and lost with the unseededs. So, you know, the pros match each other within tenths. So it's the unseeded where you win this race. And I think, you know, Nico's done a fantastic job starting the race. I'm led to believe he'll be bringing it home very much like Alex Roloff last year. So, you know, we like giving our unseeded drivers a bit of a challenge.
And not dissimilar to last year, you came in and you did a top-up of fuel, so you're out of strategy with everybody else at the moment.
Basically, we're following the same strategies last year. It's a simple formula. You don't want to overcomplicate these races because they always throw up something that you can't plan for. So basically, you've just got to have a simple strategy that's very flexible.
Thanks, Dan.
Pleasure. Cheers.
And more drama with an issue for the right rear wheel of one of the leading Porsches, and it starts at Maguire's corner. It's the 12 car. Pat Long had just got out of that machine not too long ago, and he's got the whole of the lap pretty much to go around because he had missed the pit lane, and that is a disaster. 3 3/4 miles to get around. Oh, and there's some I thought that was on the track. That is just on the 40 kilometers is so slow down the pit lane, isn't it? And into, this is bad news. That is the 14 car, and Rob Huff, the World Touring Car champion, had just jumped into that car, and that's a couple of pit stops in quick succession.
Exactly, just one lap, in fact, was all Rob did in that car before bringing it back in. So remember, the car had problems with the gear shift in practice and qualifying.
Potentiometer, apparently.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a sensor of some sort, but a sensor,
and that's where they are.
They thought it was heat related, so this may be, of course, another issue as temperatures rise. We've still got the hottest part of the day to come, but racing cars don't like a lot of heat.
Yeah, I wonder if there'd been a problem earlier on for that car, because it did drop back quite a bit. The Rotec Racing car with Richard Means at the wheel had been up as when it led the race in Ollie Gavin's hands at the start, and then Richard Means restarted, I think second or third.
But they're going at it with spanners, which perhaps illustrates that it's not an electronic problem.
A bit of tyre debris on the top of the mountain. That was there before the Porsche went through with its right rear issue. I noticed that on the shots we got there from before. It's kind of off the racing line.
Yeah, they'll leave that there, I think,
till the next full course caution.
Safety car, and then they'll do a track clean as well, just to make sure everything's out of the way as Shane Van Gisbergen continues on his merry way. Meanwhile, Schneider has upped the pace as well in the number 1 car, the leader, and is responding to this charge from Van Gisbergen, but not responding enough, because the margin down now to just 11 seconds. So it's inevitable that we will end up with a repeat of what we saw an hour ago, which was a massive fight for the lead. Rene Rast still in third, another 20 seconds down the road. And finally, CJ, David Calvert-Jones, gets the Porsche into pit lane.
And another 10 laps to go by my reckoning before these two leaders, Schneider and Van Gisbergen, will be headed for the pits. But then what we were hearing from Daniel Klemenko absolutely starts to apply, doesn't it? It's the other drivers. You may have a star driver and they're well matched, but it's the other drivers who get into the car. We'll see how quickly they go under those circumstances.
Fuel first.
Tell you what, guys, David Calvert-Jones has done a fabulous job. That tyre gave up at Maguire's, the final corner. He's done a full lap of the mountain, and he's kept it on the rim and not done any further damage. That And he's lost time, but he's not broken the suspension. So get a new set of boots on it, fill it up and send it.
Well, having the Roadtech Racing Audi in pit lane helps these guys as well, because they were amongst their nearest rivals in Class B. As it is, the Devarshan Padiachi number 45 Rent Court Porsche is also in pit lane, I believe having routine service. So they went a couple of extra laps longer last time round. So that makes sense for the 45 team. And this won't put them off too much. It will just change the positions around a little bit for the Competition Motorsports Ice Brake Racing team. They've been sending some product up this way as well, which is lovely. Appreciate that. I have to hit Donut King Racing up a little bit later on, Hindy.
I do love the way that you make sure that you mention all the food sponsors on the cars.
It's the done thing.
Is it?
It's the done thing, yep. 7 hours and 46 minutes to go in the Liquimoli 12 hours. Work continues.
Tie wraps.
Yeah, down there at Roadtech Racing, the Peter Conroy Motorsport owned car. It's actually the same car that Huffy drove last year. So this is the stop finishing that we just spoke about with Padiachi in the 45 car. You can see from our vantage point actually whether they made a driver change or not. But Barton Moore yet to drive that car. Very handy. Sydney side, that's Bart behind the wheel. I could recognise that helmet from a mile away.
By the way, from a commentator's and a spectator's point of view, well done to the organisers here for having the sense to put really brightly coloured numbers on the windscreen with the classes as well. You can do all kinds of flash things, but that is just a simple way of doing it. That is the 23 Lamborghini. It's an A-class car, and that was the first casualty. Hit some local wildlife with Peter Cox at the wheel, and his bad luck continues. Then the big lurid spin from the Motion Works Lotus Exige got bogged down to its axles in the beach at the chase. How lucky is this? Put the lotto on this weekend as the Ford GTC spins and hits nothing. And a spin with no issues for the 33 car. Hamaguchi at the wheel. He didn't get away with the second one on the top of the mountain. Spreading fluid behind him underneath his rear wheels, goes around. That's bad enough, but it calls carnage at the top of the hill. And wait for Chayo-san to come round in the Nissan end stage left in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. That's just big.
Terrible. And
two cars out.
Yeah, that was just one of the more dramatic moments you'll see. And the dust and debris at the top of the mountain didn't work. So the Nissan out, debris everywhere. That's the rear corner from the Nissan. It left stranded there. Then this was just a few laps later. Ross Lilly in the Lamborghini got out of the way of the two leaders who were having a massive fight for the lead. Got out into the marbles, off the road and into the fence at almost the same spot. Another 20 metres down the road. That car now well and truly out of the race as well.
Amazing to see just how well that Lambo stood up to that incident with no problems for the passenger compartment. The Pirelli outright leaderboard has Bernd Schneider and the defending champion Mercedes-Benz at the head of the Darrell Lee A-Class, with Van Gisbergen closing in though in that McLaren. What a run it is for the 37 car. Rene Rast in third position. Gap between first and second now down to just 10.5 seconds. At the bottom end of the top 10, the leading Class B car in the GWS personnel category is the 45 Porsche with Barton Moore at the wheel. And in the Michelin classes, Creelsey, we have...
Well, Bernd Schneider, Ben Barker, Gort leading A, B and C. Michael Lyons leading the BMW in Century Batteries Class D. Josh Dowling, the Motoring Journo, leads the Fiats, and Gary Jacobson on top in the Mark Focuses. Shane Van Gisbergen is smashing lap records on the mountain as the Liquimoli Bathurst 12-hour continues. 203.85 on lap 98 into the threes for the first time. We'll take a break at Mount Panorama. The action continues. Things getting interesting at the Liquimoli Bathurst 12-hour.
Shane Van Gisbergen is the man of the moment as he sets light to Mount Panorama in the McLaren. The 37 car coming from 25 seconds back to close the gap to the leader, Bernd Schneider, to just 7 seconds in the, well, 3/4, if you like, of a green flag full fuel run here at Mount Panorama for the Liquimoli Bathurst 12 hours. John Hindhaugh with Paul Trustwell and Richard Krill looking at the fantastic run from SVG. Let's pick up on some news from the pits. We've got an issue for one of the leading Class B runners, the Roadtech, I was going to say Porsche there, the Roadtech Audi, and Boydo is down there.
Yeah, certainly is. It's sitting here in pit lane at the moment. Richard Mines is joining us. Richard, you were in the car when the issue started. What can you tell us about the symptoms?
Yeah, well, you know, we had quite a long safety car period, and obviously, you don't really notice anything then. You know, the car was running fine before that, We came in for a bit of fuel, and then when I went back out again, the car was way down on power. You know, wasn't getting the revs, wasn't pulling 6th gear on the straights. You know, so you know, we tried. I rebooted it a couple of times, stopped on the circuit, closed everything out, and started again. Still no joy. Back in now, and you know, it's obviously electrical glitch or something.
Yeah, they've just shut the car down, which is never a good sign, and Rob's hopped out of the car, which can't be pleasing.
No, not really. But I mean, there's a lot of very clever people there with laptops, so hopefully they're going to find a solution.
Thanks for your time, Richard.
Richard Means there answering the question as to why that car had dropped back and now back in. Just put Rob Huff in the car. No, Francesca was listening at home, so bad news for you and the rest of the family. There's the leader going through. It was 7 seconds. It's not now, is it? It's about 3.5, 4 seconds just by eye as they go across the line, and it is 4.2 seconds. And in fact, I've got to say that Bert Schneider's just took a couple of tenths out of Van Gisbergen in that run. Now there's the 88 car. This is in 5th position. That's not in this fight for 1st and 2nd. It's Paul Edwards at the wheel of that car. That car really should be in the fight. They've had a couple of little tactical snafus and issues, including a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane that has dropped them out of the fight, and they are sitting in 5th position, but they are still, well, just fallen off the lead lap. The leaders have gone through the 100 lap mark, which means we have done
100 laps and 621 kilometres, and we're well on our way to the 1,000k mark, which of course is the famous 161 lap distance here at Mount Panorama, and they're setting a cracking pace as well. So 4 hours and 22 into the race, 7 hours and 37 to go. So the average distance for a race here is 258, but the record is 292, which we set in the first year of the GT cars here in 2011, which is 1,814 kilometres. So that was a race with only a handful of safety car interruptions and only a handful of safety car laps run under yellow. Last year, 268 laps completed, but 15 safety car interruptions.
I mean, the other thing that happened last year, of course, was we had that rain, I was going to say shower, that enormous amount of weather that came at the end of the race, which hopefully this time we won't have. We'll have dry weather right to the end, so they'll be able to run at full pace for the whole of this 12 hours.
So the 4 safety car interruptions so far, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the course of this race and how many we end up with. Of course, we're losing a couple of key cars, Paul.
Yeah, a total of 1 hour and 17 minutes actually run behind the safety car out of the 4 and 23 that we've had thus far. It's amazing how quickly safety car time does eat up without you really realising it.
The other thing is we've lost quite a lot of the Class A, the GT3 outright cars as well. Roughly speaking, half of the cars that started that category have either fallen away or have been taken from us in terms of the cars at the sharp end of the field, and we're beginning to see the Class B runners now just make their way gently up and start to populate certainly the middle part of the top 20 and sneaking in to the top 10 in numbers. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th, all now Class B cars.
2.5 seconds the gap, Schneider to Van Gisbergen, who has been consistently 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap faster for this last part of the stint that we've been running green. So the gap is down to 2 and a bit seconds, and he goes quicker again. Now the number 7 Subaru continuing to lap Angus Kennard behind the wheel, 28th position outright, running in Class D, just pounding around the Subaru, not going massively quickly though. 2:31.5 is their best lap set earlier in the race, and that's basically bang on where the production cars generally race at this place. So that's not too bad. Dean Harridge started that car, very good early stint. Kennard lapping now, and John O'Dowd will jump in that car as well today.
They're thinking that that's an all-wheel drive car.
Yes, it will be.
So they're praying for rain. They've had the cricket stumps out.
They thoroughly enjoyed the end of last year's race, I can tell you. But
all you have to do is get the cricket stumps out and it will rain somewhere.
Even the English cricket team.
Yeah, well, then I realised that I put myself in hot water the moment I said that. There. Thank you, Crazy. 7.5 hours just over to go. This is the very roots of this event, of course, with the touring class cars, and just look at the speed differential even between two of the slightly slower cars as the Lotus just piles around the outside. I'm wondering, in fact, if that Subaru is not running at full jar.
Yeah, I will check the splits when it comes around to the start-finish line next time round and see how fast indeed it was going. That was Gordon Shedden going by in the Motorsport Compare Insurance Lotus. So it's nice to see Flash finally getting some laps. 1.2 seconds at the front, a 4.6 for Van Gisbergen, a 5.9 last time round, 2-minute 5.9 for Bernd Schneider. SVG is continuing to come at the race leader.
Start playing the Jaws music now. You can hear John Williams' score, can't you? Because inexorably he's dragging up. He's taken nearly 24 seconds out of Bernd Schneider in less than 1 tank of fuel. Now that doesn't sound very much, but given the traffic and given it's Bernd Schneider at the wheel of an AMG Mercedes-Benz, that is very good for Shane Van Gisbergen. We know he knows his way around there, but what it does also, it shows just how good that McLaren is.
Absolutely, it's going very quickly indeed, and as I say, we'll just see how quickly they are after the pit stops, and they get the new drivers into them on that lap as well. Schneider, just to prove he wasn't hanging about, the pair of them have put another lap on, or put a lap on the car number 88, which is the 5th place Ferrari. So that's now a lap down. So we've got 4 cars left on the lead lap.
So Van Gisbergen second, Rene Rast still third, Davison fourth and Edwards fifth, just to bring up to speed with the top 5 in this outright battle. And Maranello will be keen to get other drivers in to that Ferrari as soon. There's Tony and Clark Quinn. They've not driven together as much as they would have liked to lately, actually, but father and son combination. What does that say?
Needed to get that closer, guys. If you're going to do some Schneid advertising, get it closer to the camera.
You might have said buy some Darrell Lee because they own the company. So Tony Quinn salvaged and bought the VIP, or founded VIP Pet Foods. He's a pet food mogul, one of Queensland's richest men. This is the top of Mount Panorama, and I never like seeing smoke and dust and debris up there. We've seen it too much today already. Remember the Lamborghini and the Ferrari.
Slippery surface flag on the right-hand side. That's the yellow and red bars that you see can also mean debris as well. And those 2 cars there were not slowing down at all as they went through the limited visibility that you had there. Now, the battle for the lead is through Hell Corner. It's heading up the mountain straight. And if this was a fighter ace leading another fighter race, he'd be having that little beep, beep, beep target acquired in his ear at the moment, because we've got Bernd Schneider with a handful of Shane Van Gisbergen back where we were, 55 minutes ago. Now, how hard will Bernd fight this time? Because we're coming round to pit stops, Paul Truswell, and down the inside of the cutting through the traffic, which includes the Daytona Coupe, and
the father and son watching on in pit lane will be interested to see how this plays out. Tony and Clark Quinn. Clark's driven, Tony yet to drive today. Missed out on a drive last year. Crashed early in his Aston Martin in the GT portion of the race and didn't get any laps. What about SVG over the top, where he got Will Davison not more than half an hour ago when he was 30 seconds behind the leader? Not this time. Slippery surface flags are out, but he's right to the back of Bernd Schneider and setting an unbelievable pace relentlessly in the mid to low 2-minute 4s. He's hauled the Mercedes back and the McLaren is flying. But remember, we talked about this the last time they battled. The McLaren is not as good in a straight line as the Mercedes, but it's better across the top. How does Bernd Schneider play this? Arguably, Bernd's got a better car than he did last time. He's more comfortable, the pace is better, but it's not quite there.
All of the guys just going, please don't bend it. Please give me a go. I want to have a go. It's this part of the track, Paul, that Bernd has seemed to have an advantage, but this time he feels the need to go defensive into the braking area at the end of the chase. And Van Gisbergen now is right there, 4.5 hours into this race, and the battle for the lead is on full gas mark 9.
No need for either of them to save their tyres at this stage either, John, because they both double stinted this set of tyres, so they can absolutely run them to their limits. About 3-4 laps to go for Bernd Schneider before he's going to be coming into the pits to hand the car over to Maro Engel. A couple of laps on top of that for the McLaren, so the McLaren should get 2 or 3 laps at the top of the list after Bernd Schneider makes his pit stop.
It's not the first time that Bernd Schneider, of course, has been up against the Quins, Crilsey.
Homebush 2012 final round of Aussie GT. He's one-off drive with Erebus Motorsport and just single-handedly dismantled the Australia's Aussie GT field. It wasn't this close between an Erebus Merc and a VIP Pet Food / Darrell Lee sponsored entry that time. In fact, the Highlands Motorsport Park livery on the side of that McLaren, because that's the track that Tony Quinn built in New Zealand, in Cromwell.
Here we go.
Cacoldi watching in pit lane as his teammate thrashes the McLaren in a battle for the race lead.
And clearly he is going to get in at the next stop. Will he get in with the car in second? Will he get in with the car in first? Schneider wants to hold on to that position as the guys down at Erebus are watching on this traffic again. And Bernd Schneider, gets a bit of a wiggle on there on the slippery surface. The flags are out. Do you know what? I think he looked there and wondered if that was a yellow flag or a yellow and red flag. Realised he could go through and then just readjusted and went through. The Seat getting in the way, and here's Van Gisbergen. You know he doesn't mind the outside move. We've seen him do it before. Down towards the Falcon elbow. Two completely different lines. You can dive down the inside there. It doesn't really cruelly hurt your exit. Now the Mercedes-Benz seems to have a little bit more of the poke down the first part of the Conrod Straight, but for once the toe hasn't been broken. Can Van Gisbergen get somewhere close as they go through the right-hander? 285 Ks, no hint of a lift from the right-hand pedal. Van Gisbergen lining up the leader, but he's not close enough to do it here.
Unreal fight, and this is just awesome stuff from Van Gisbergen. Remember, he was 30 seconds behind and buried down in the queue after the last pit stop. He's hauled them back with raw pace from this McLaren, and now he's caught up behind the race leader. So this is well and truly on. The Merc better down the bottom of the mountain, but so good across the top is Shane Van Gisbergen. It's great stuff, and remember tyre brands as well. Michelin on the leader, Pirelli second, so nothing wrong in the battle of the tyres either. Bit of stress down at Erebus. Betty watching on nervously as her German charge, Bernd Schneider, leads the way, and there's the Quinn family watching on. Tony with the balaclava on the top of his head, so it looks like Tony will be next into, but Cacoldi next, but Tony Quinn not too far away from jumping into the number 37 McLaren either.
Rene Rast is still third in the number 3 Audi. Davidson in the 63 Mercedes-Benz in fourth. New fifth place man as Christopher Mies in the Audi is back up into fifth position ahead of the Ferrari, with Edwards at the wheel, the 88 car dropping down to sixth position. But we will concentrate on the battle at the head of the field. We don't have to look too far for the big scraps on the mountain, because it is the lead of the race. 7 hours and 26 minutes still to go, and it's traffic all the way. Who gets the best of it? One of the Class B Porsches. In fact, that was one of the leading Porsches. And it's David Calvert-Jones back out on the circuit after that problem with the tyre earlier on. Now the GTC Ford. It's good. He gets the block. He gets the block from the Ford, and then the Benz gets it back side by side through the dimmer. That doesn't work. Physics doesn't allow that to happen.
That's never been done. That's astonishing from Van Gisbergen. How he kept it out of the fence, I don't know, but he got boxed in by the Mark Focus and holds on to second place, but was inches away from fencing that car. That was hairy, and there's just nothing you can tell these drivers. 4.5 hours into a 12-hour race, and they're fighting for the lead like it's a 2-lap sprint race.
Expecting Bernd Schneider in at the end of the next lap, lap 108. They're working 107 at the moment as they're down through the chase again and down towards Riders, the hotel that was built here a few years ago and on which we are looking from our camera at the moment.
Here he goes.
The guys down at the Chicane Bar and Restaurant getting a fantastic look at the battle for the lead down into Maguire's for the 107th time, and still he can't get it done. Bernd Schneider doing enough, just enough, but still leads the motor race as they head up the mountain one more time.
Watch him at turn 1, try and fire one down the inside at Hell Corner, not quite. Work the toe, get a good exit of the corner, and use that Mercedes to pull the McLaren up the hill. That's what Van Gisbergen needs if he wants to try and fire one down the inside and turn to it. Griffin's Bend at the top of Mountain Straight.
He's got half a chance.
Fifth gear now as they rise over the crest, just touch the limiter before they turn in. He's around the outside.
He's let him go. He let him go. There was a lift there from Bernd Schneider. He let the McLaren go because he's coming in at the end of the lap. No doubt in my mind at all he went defensive there, but then he lifted and let the McLaren go. Into the pits comes the 6th position Ferrari. Edwards on board that one. So we know now that the tactics has been, somebody was on the phone to Bernd saying, mate, what are you doing? There's no need.
That was just unbelievable, and this is probably why Bernd Schneider let him go. So lap traffic, the mark focus in front. Schneider goes one way, Van Gisbergen goes
he was
whatever.
through. He was through at that point. He'd actually got his nose ahead.
But then he got pegged in by the focus as well. He was just driving down the middle of the road, and that actually worked for Bernd Schneider because he was on the racing line. And that's the reaction from Betty, watching it side by side, almost an expletive, but with holds. Oh, wow.
I don't know what was better, the restraint from the two drivers or from Betty, who nearly said a rude word there on television.
Oh, dear. Knew the camera. I think she realised at the last minute that the camera was actually on.
But what that tells me...
And here's the look from VIP. This is a look back as it was happening with Clark and Tony Quinn watching it. Brett Francis, team manager. And the co-driver, Cacoldi, standing there wondering if he's going to get his car back. Now, in a straight line, the Mercedes is close right up to the McLaren again. So these are the strengths and weaknesses of these cars.
Expect to see that Erebus Mercedes peel off into the pit lane this time around. That does tell me the reaction that everybody knows that you don't see cars side by side through the dipper very often. Well, he's gone for another one. This is the end of lap 108. Bernd Schneider stretching it a little bit. The other Erebus Mercedes-Benz, the 63 car, with Will Davison on board, has come into the lane from 4th position.
I just got a message from motorsport commentator David Rose. He's watching from the top of the mountain, and as a fan, who said, I rest my case, Van Gisbergen is awesome. Crazy, but awesome. And that pretty much sums up what we've seen in that amazing fight for the lead. Now, this will be interesting. Let's see how much better the McLaren is across the top of Mount Panorama. Now Van Gisbergen leads this motor race from Bernd Schneider.
And let's see how aggressive Schneider wants to be in traffic now that he's got a course clearing car in the shape of that McLaren Orange MP12 4C GT3, Natalie named, getting the road cleared for him, like I said before, working as the snowplow. In comes 3rd place car. Rene Rast in the Audi is in the pit lane. That's the number 3 car.
And what we didn't talk about was that Mika Salo is now behind the wheel of the number 88 Maranello Ferrari. Peter Edwards out, Salo in. So they're in.
Van Gisbergen! Van Gisbergen goes for a gap that wasn't there. Mika Salo had nowhere to go, and that is the other side of Shane Van Gisbergen. Yes, he's great, but he didn't need to do that. He's coming to a pit stop. There's a wry shake of the head down in the pit lane. That was something that could have cost him the race. Never mind the lead.
Unbelievable stuff.
That
was the closest you can get to destroying a McLaren.
Well, he had a crash there. He just didn't hit anything. That's just unbelievable.
That's just, I don't know what to say. That's remarkable. And Schneider going, well, what are you doing? You crazy New Zealander in front of me, just trying to dive up the inside. Now he goes down the finish race, the XF1 Ferrari driver, side by side, 285 through the kink.
And did you see
it's clear?
Did you see that Bernd Schneider had braked and lifted off? He wasn't having any part of that going there.
Absolutely not. And the stress up in now pit lane must have been remarkable. Poor old Mika Salo, he's jumped into the Ferrari, he's a lap down, and he's on cold tyres cruising around, and all of a sudden there's this bright yellow McLaren stuffed up the inside of him at the fastest point at the top of the mountain there. All 4 wheels off the racetrack.
That's bonkers driving. I'm sorry, I love the fact that he's dragged back, but that is bad decision making, and that is a low percentage move. A low percentage move.
Watch Tony. There's just a subtle shake of the head.
There's no need to do that. They could have lost the race right there.
Well, in defence of Van Gisbergen, he probably didn't know that it was Salo's outlap, because Salo was, as Crailsey was just saying, on cold tyres coming out of the pit. So, you've got to take assumptions about what's happening in front of you. And we've said during the race thus far, haven't we, that Schneider seems to be a little bit more cautious. Schneider perhaps in a slightly older, wiser head on the shoulders there. And, the race continues, but that was a get-out-of-jail-free card moment, wasn't it?
Where the track temperature has increased here at Bathurst from 22 degrees this morning all the way up to 40, and guys, it's expected to rise about another 20 degrees before the day is over. 40 degrees Celsius for track temperature. It's probably about 35 ambient. It's getting warm down here.
Just the way the Florida girl likes it. At Gearbox Girl, by the way, for Shea Adam, one of our regular RadioLeMans.com crew. And here is the pit stop that we were expecting. The smiles on the face at the moment because they know they've dodged a bullet there massively on the top of the mountain.
Do you think they've just grabbed Maro Engel by the helmet and said, watch out for Shane van Gisbergen.
Yeah.
Please keep an awareness of your surroundings and watch what's going on. So they're about to pull SVG out after one of the stints of the Bathurst 12 hour, not just this year, but any of them, for all pluses and negatives and all sorts of stuff in between. But for excitement and for drama and for action, I don't think you get any better than that. That was amazing. So Andrew Cacoldi about to jump in to the McLaren because Shane van Gisbergen is in, so too Erebus Motorsport. It's now a pit stop battle between these two great Aussie GT teams.
Pirelli versus Michelin, the black tyres going on where they'll be getting a new set for the new drivers. And just look at the strife as Van Gisbergen absolutely flings himself out. Look at the way the brakes were steaming there. And let's get down to the pit lane.
Yeah, the Mercedes #1 car comes into its pit garage right now. I can tell you how keen Maro Engel was to get in this car. Two crew members were holding him behind the red line. Ed Schneider that hops out of the car. The belt's going on. They're going for a full tank of fuel, as you would expect, but brand new sticker tyres will go on this car, so it'll have plenty of grip for the opening couple of laps and been setting themselves up for a long run here. On the previous pit stop for the sister car, a little bit slow for Greg Crick. He had radio communication issues. They had to reconnect his two-way, cost him a little bit of time. So far, this pit stop, nice and smooth. Driver in, locked away, fuel in, now the tyres are about to go on. As I said, brand new sticker tyres. The battle in pit lane is for the race lead. The McLaren still sitting down there at the moment, up in the air on its jacks. Front tyres going on the, or in fact, right-hand side tyres going on. Now they go across to the left-hand side. Left hand's come off, then the new one's being put straight on. The McLaren is down on the ground. This car's still in the air, fires up the motor. Let's see what they can do. Who's going to lead out of the pits? It's going to be the Mercedes. Takes the lead in pit lane, effectively anyway, as he goes out. Maro Engel comes out to rejoin the circuit as the Erebus crowd give themselves a round of applause.
So all that hard work, all that charging back from Shane van Gisbergen, and the Erebus guys have nicked the lead right back from the McLaren guys, under the McLaren guys' nose by Dylan. A better pit stop, and now it's going to be Andrew Cacoldi who has to do the chasing.
Well, how quickly things can change. Well done, Erebus Motorsport. They pride themselves on being the best drilled team in Australian motorsport, let alone Australian GT. So awesome stuff. Good stop from the McLaren boys, but not quite good enough.
10 seconds was the difference in pit stop time because remember that the McLaren came in the lead and they swapped around on the circuit. 10 seconds quicker to Erebus, and that takes a lot of doing on the racetrack, as we've been saying. Meanwhile, out on the circuit,
yeah, the Mark Focus parked in the wall. The number 50 car, Jake Camilleri behind the wheel, 19th outright and second in their class. And it's a very sweaty young Kiwi racing car driver. Reflects on what was probably the wildest moment of his career at Mount Panorama. And the Focus is okay. Reversed out of the wall, drives on, so that's great.
Second time we got away with it with that, hasn't he? At least they kind of pause, and I give credit to the organisation here because they pause before showing the safety car, see what's going to happen. If the safety car situation can be avoided, then it can, and we get on with the racing. We don't have to have full course caution. We can do it all with a local yellow. Into the pits as well has just come the fourth place car, the Audi number 9 of the Network Clothing team, and that'll be Christopher Meese, I suspect, staying in for a second stint in that car. I suspect they'll be doing a double with him, and that car has crept its way up the lists. The Audi it was in third place and now in fourth place as a result of the pit stop cycling. Two Audis in third and fourth places, Richard, behind the Mercedes and McLaren battle.
Yes, creeping up on it, aren't they? So Rail Frey behind the wheel of the number 3 Phoenix Racing R8 LMS Ultra. So looking pretty good at the moment. Greg Crick behind the wheel of the number 63 Erebus SLS AMG. So Cricky took over just a little bit while ago and looking very, very good. Patterson behind the wheel of the United Autosports Audi. Now pit lane, he plays a vital, vital role in this. Let's have a look at the reaction. This is it from the Erebus boys. They are pumped, they are fired up because they've just turned a deficit into a race lead once again for Maro Engel. And that's great teamwork down there from United Autosport
and you can,
from Erebus Motorsport.
You can say what you like about the battles we've had on the track. There's just as much going on in the lane as well, tactically and in teamwork. We know that motorsport is a team game, but you see it played out absolutely perfectly there. The guys have done their job and stolen probably 3, 4, 5 seconds, and that is all right, unless you've got Shane Van Gisbergen at the wheel who can take that off somebody in a heartbeat. But that is probably 3 or 4 or 5 laps of somebody trying to gain in. So they've bought that leading car a little bit of breathing space for the new driver to settle in on the new tyres. And that could be so important as this race carries on through the next 7 1/4 hours.
And it's the sort of thing that the teams practice, and it's all about consistency and being able to do it over and over again. And you have the impression that the Erebus team will be able. It wasn't like that was a one-off. That wasn't the Shane Van Gisbergen lap type of pit stop. That was the pit stop that they can do time after time after time. The only thing they forgot to do was to tell Maro Engel to push the button to say that he'd got in the car. And the screen has now changed, but so we've got Engel in the car against Kirkcaldy in the Mercedes.
Now here's something that I have never said before in all the years that I've covered endurance racing. I'm hearing from the pit lane that the number 14, the Rotex Audi, may have an engine problem. An Audi with an engine problem. Waiting for confirmation from this. Ollie Gavin's keeping me, but we think it might be something as simple as a valve spring problem. We'll wait to hear from that. I have never had to say that in over 15 years of Audi racing in endurance racing.
Just look at the back of that shot there, one of the Mark Focuses, and it could be the car that ended up at the top of the mountain there and reversed out, drove away. Wobbling front bar, wobbling rear wing as well, as we check the visual gap between first and second place. So Engel's out lap 209.5. Kirkcaldy coming to the line now, 10.5. Not a massive amount of difference. 1 second as Andrew winds himself in. And the bonnet up on that Mark Focus as well, just to finish on that point. So they'll need to keep a close eye on that, because there's the car just running up Mountain Straight.
Oh, that's not good. The aero on that Focus, it's not how it came out of the factory down in South Australia.
Queensland.
In Queensland, excuse me.
Don't get states confused.
No,
You'll create a war. So a driver, they need to keep an eye on that too, because a couple of the bonnet pins have come up on the left-hand side of that bonnet. The last thing you want is to be grabbing 6 gear down Conrod and have the bonnet pop up and be complete.
That's quite straight. There's a few places here where if it popped up, where you're going not much slower than that, where you really need to see which way the track's going and hit your marks and your turning points.
Good point, well made.
Andrew Kirkcaldy then settling himself in. The Scotsman has been so much a part of the development of the MP12 4C GT3 for McLaren. That now taken back in-house, that programme. And I note with interest that Dan Wormsley, who was the lead engineer at Straka Racing, the endurance team, has just been co-opted to the GT programme at McLaren as special projects engineer. Prior to that, he was in F1 as a data engineer. So Dan now joins the McLaren development team for the GT programme. There is your leader. As into the pit lane, by the way, Maxi Buch has come in from 8th position in the 84 HTP Mercedes-Benz. But that is the Mercedes-Benz of Maro Engel, who is leading the motor race with 7 hours and 11 minutes still to run. It's the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours for 2014, and Crailsey, we get to take a little bit of light and shade. We always talk about light and shade when we're doing workshops for commentators, and we haven't had much shade here because it's all been absolutely bright 1 million candle power racing.
Just been reflecting on that stint from Shane Van Gisbergen, crunching some of the numbers. He set in that stint the fastest ever lap of Mount Panorama by a GT car. He went faster than the pole position time that Maro Engel set yesterday, only by 8/1000ths of a second, a 203.8586 to Van Gisbergen's 203.8506. Nonetheless, it's quicker. That's why we timed it 4 decimal points here as well.
But he did it twice as well.
I know.
So he didn't just improve the lap record and say, okay, I've improved the lap record, but he then did it again. So, you know, a fantastic stint.
And this is a great shot window for the McLaren. We haven't seen the McLaren in the very long distance races, perhaps with the kind of success that we might have. It has been in the sprint races very successful indeed. But Andrew Kirkcaldy, as I said, so much a part of the development, early development of this car, knows this car very well indeed. And as I said, this is pretty much just a pretty much just a shop window for the car. Let's head down to the pit lane. Here's Boydo.
Shane van Gisbergen, what is it like to be the fastest man ever around Mount Panorama?
Oh, that's pretty cool, but you have to look at that car. That McLaren is unbelievable, and consistent laps, and the heat is really suiting the Pirelli tyres, and I think we did 2.5, maybe 3 stints on them, and still doing 4s at the end. It's amazing.
A stunning session for you. I mean, to be so far down, nearly 30 seconds off the lead, and to get up there and battle for the race lead, you must be so in tune with the beast.
Yeah, it was awesome. I really got comfortable then, and catching Snyder, you know, everyone knows who he is in GT world, and seeing his big German head bobbing around and looking in the mirror is a pretty cool feeling. And in the end, we got past him, which was really cool. But you know, there's a long way to go, and hopefully we can keep fighting till the end.
Mika Salo, is he still on your Christmas list? Talk us through that.
I gave him the international signal of hello down the straight, but he was just on cold tyres. But he definitely saw me and just cut me off, which was a bit weird. But you know, we got through with, I think we had a little touch, but no damage at all.
Well done, Shane. Stunning.
Thank you. Cheers.
And I've got to say as well, off the back of that, and I agree with everything that we've been saying, he put pressure on Bernd Schneider, and Bernd Schneider made a couple of mistakes. And you don't often say that. He was off the track a couple of times, Bernd, remember, in the early part of his stint. And that was, I mean, that's not why Shane caught him. Shane had the pace, no doubt. Yeah. But the point I'm making, Paul, is you don't often see Bernd... Oh, hang on. This is the number 1 car up the straight. Is that at speed? Yes, it is. Sorry, just a trick of the camera there. You don't often see Bernd Schneider looking in his mirrors, feeling like he's under pressure and having the heat turned up on him.
Well, I think heat is the key word, because he was saying in the pole interviews conference yesterday that you know, he is now in his... certainly late 40s, he's not his 50 already, I think he's late 40s, and he does feel the heat, and you know, you are in a front engine car, you've got the heat from the engine coming back at you, you've got a closed cockpit, yes, you've got air blowing at you, but it is an uncomfortable position, and I suspect that he was feeling the heat literally, quite literally as well, John.
Yeah, into the pit lane, we've got one of the GTC Focuses, and just to finish up on that, plenty of Twitter traffic coming in, and this from MG5904. We talk about endurance races being long sprint races now, except, he says, for Shane van Gisbergen, it's just a long qualifying session for him, and that's a fantastic comment.
I'd just like to point out as well, to what I'm sure is a very large audience watching in Germany, Shane van Gisbergen's from New Zealand. If anyone was worried about the comments he made about Bernd Schneider and watching his head inside the car. So he's a Kiwi. That explains it. We love our Kiwi cousins. They're great fun. So the teammates running line astern here at the Porsche's 45 car, actually the class leader in Class B, Button Moore behind the wheel. Behind them is the second team car. Just rolling through the timing on it to see where they are. They had some issues.
Off the pace a bit, yeah.
Yeah, they had some massive issues early on, and had some fairly fundamental engine issues, which they've recovered from. So, 2-car team from Rentcorp Motorsport, actually being run by different teams in a way. The 45 car being run by 37th place, thanks, Heidi. Yeah, Rick Shaw behind the wheel. The 45 car actually been running by Team BRM. The 35 car by the Rentcorp Motorsport squad. And leading their class at the moment, looking very nicely indeed. And Barton Moore doing a great job as there's contact down at the final corner at Maguire's between the HTP Mercedes and the United Autosport Audi. So Mark Patterson behind the wheel of the Audi, Maxi Book behind the wheel of the SLS, a lap behind the United Audi. So that was for, not for track position, well, it was for track position, not for race position at this stage, but Maximilian Book has been charging his way forward. They've got that car back to 8th position after dropping 5 minutes earlier on in the race with that drama on the right front corner of that car after the contact with the Nissan. And we have another look at this, had it wobbling on the braking zone, and the car, it was just a very last of the late braking there for Maxi Book, and the car was just squirming around under brakes. Just glanced the sort of side blade there on the Audi next to the door.
Mark Patterson did a cracking job at the beginning of the race. He's reinstalled into the 25 United Autosports Audi, and I've got to say again, I think they've been doing a really good job. They've just been hitting their marks, doing what they need to do, stretching the fuel, stretching the tyres. And worth mentioning again that we do have a proper tyre battle at the front of this field with Maro Engel on the Michelins and Andrew Kirkcaldy on the Pirellis and the McLaren, and that was a 2.5 effectively stint run for both of those tyre manufacturers in the heat of the day at coming on to, well, just on 11 o'clock when those guys got out of their cars. 7 hours and 5 minutes to go. Liquid Molly, Bathurst, 12 hours for 2014. If you're on the social media watching and listening around the world, radiolemans.com, of course, also bringing you the audio all the way through this race. 2BS 1503 on the medium wave as well for the first time this year. And hello if you're listening in the slightly further afield environs from Bathurst. 87.8 FM around the circuit. John Hindorf, Richard Crail and Paul Truswell in the booth as we're about to go down and click off another hour. And it just these are we doing short hours, guys? Is somebody speeding this up?
Time flies when you're having fun, Hindy. Interesting to note at the battle at the front of the field, Kikoldi doing a very good job at the moment and consistently quicker than Maro Engel. So all that deficit they lost or that Erebus gained during the pit stops, Kikoldi is pegging back. So there's no one doubting the pace of the MP412C at the moment. Mikasalo in the Iveco Il Belrosso Ferrari lapping into the sevens, and actually quite a lot quicker than the leaders at the moment too. Scored in 7th place, and that's the Phoenix Racing Audi behind them, actually a lap ahead of the Ferrari at the moment.
I think that last lap was a particularly bad one for Maro rather than anything else. Because he lost, 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds at least on the lap. So I think it might have just been that Maro came across a bit more traffic, but we'll keep monitoring that gap. But it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out. The next car up is still the number 3 Phoenix Racing Audi, which is only another 20 seconds or so down the road. Rahel Frey, the only lady, I think she's the only lady in the race. The ungraded driver as well, the unseated driver in that car. She's out in the number 3, trying to keep that Audi ahead of the number 9 Audi, the Network Clothing car, which, as I said, is having a double stint by Christopher Meese. So he's out on his same set of tyres for the second hour.
You're the expert as we go through another hour. Well, I'll come that in a moment, but it's the Pirelli leaderboard as we're heading towards another hour of racing complete. The Darrell Lee Class A leader is Maro Engel for Mercedes-Benz. Andrew Kokodi chasing them down in 2nd place, and Rahel Frey on the mountain for the lady drivers. The Audi is in 3rd position. If you look down to the bottom part of the top 10, you'll see we've got the battle in the GWS personnel B class as well, with the 45 Porsche and David Calvert-Jones after that puncture on the car, coming back into 2nd place. And in the Michelin class leaderboard, Krilsey.
Yeah, interesting to note, Andrew Medicki leading the way now in Class I. He's behind the wheel of the number 70 Focus thanks to Recaro. Lewis Scott is behind the wheel of the Seat, so they've jumped to the top of the leaderboard in Class D. Class D is actually turning out to be quite an interesting little battle that will follow throughout the course of the race. And Scott in the Seat, 22nd overall, and just about to tick over their 100th lap of the race, which means they're 17 behind our race leaders.
Yeah, and just the point I was going to make about Rahel Frey, you're the expert on history here, but I think we've had a 9th place and a 5th place finished by female drivers in the past. So Rahel Frey could be the first lady driver to get onto the podium and could be the best finish ever for one of the ladies. You don't often see them in the top class. That we've got a dearth of good female drivers who are getting drives in the GT3 category. There are plenty of them out there. Rahel is one. Susie Stoddart, of course, has driven DTM and is still a Formula One test driver. And Catherine Legg, of course, is doing endurance racing now, having had a phenomenal career in Indy Lights and IndyCar, won races in Indy Lights, and she's now racing the Delta Wing across in the Tudor United Sports Car Series in the United States.
As Maro Engel continues to work away at the lead of the race, the margin 4.7. So it's Mercedes-Benz leading McLaren, leading Audi, and then another one running, or actually it's Greg Crick. They're just continuing the timing issues on the 63 car, yeah. But they're 4th, so for Mercedes. Then another Audi, then the first of the Ferraris for Mikasalo. In fact, the only remaining Ferrari, it has to be said, we started with 4 Friday morning at about 7:30 when we had first practice. We're left with 1, and that's the Mikasalo car running in 6th place.
Yeah, just 1 lap behind. That is the first of the unlapped runners, the number 88 car in 6th place.
Yeah, I think what's happening is the timing and scoring team are having to put that 63 car in quite often. They're going to have to be, they're doing that manually. I'm guessing there's a transponder problem on that car.
Yeah, I think when it had the splitter damage, I think that was what did the transponder at the same time. And the problem for us is that it works going across start-finish line because they do a visual input of it across the start-finish line. It doesn't work at the sector intervals. And so when we get the cars going past the sectors, the timekeeping system thinks that the car hasn't gone past.
Yeah, Warwick Mortimer just taking the 97 BMW, the Mortimer Motorsport car from Class D into the pit garage there. They've had an up and down day already, and we've still got just under 7 hours to go. Hello there if you are just joining us. Plenty of people on the World Wide Web watching these pictures on the stream. Don't forget, if you're in Australia, we've got coverage of pretty much the whole of the last 3 hours on SBS Network later on this afternoon, and a bit of the podium celebrations as well. 15:03 for 2BS if you're around the Bathurst region, and 87.8 FM around the circuit, as well as radiolemans.com on the World Wide Web. In comes the Porsche number 69 into the pit lane. This looks all fairly regular and planned. He's just underneath our feet now because our commentary box is above it. Comes up on the jacks, and now that's interesting. They didn't get the fuel in as quick as they should have there. You really want that fuel hose in straight away because you can't do anything else. That was Owen bringing the 69 car into the pit lane. That's one of the Class B cars, the Superbarn Supermarkets car. Yeah, Steve Owen at the wheel.
Plenty of pace behind that car as well, lapping in the 8s, but they've had some dramas that delayed them earlier. Great to see the boys from Canberra back as well. James and Theo Konduras have been racing Porsches for as long as Porsches have been racing in Australia, and they're very, very successful and very, very good drivers at it too. So it's nice to see them back in the Superman Supermarkets number 69 car. Danny Stuttered behind the wheel of the number 22 Seat. Currently running nicely. Timing showing it's Scott behind the wheel of that car, but car 22 shown in 22nd position, which works nicely for them, and they're leading the way in Class D.
Do you know, one of the reasons I really love doing the job that I do is because our audience really take notice of what's going on. If you're going to commit yourself to a 12-hour race, you don't kind of just watch it. You are sitting down and inhaling it and immersing yourself in what's going on. And a lot of people, as we've still got 7 hours to run, of course, but a lot of people noting just how few penalties have been handed out. In fact, one for pit lane speeding on the 88 car, and commenting just how well behaved the drivers have been. And Paul touched on this earlier on about the officiating. When we've seen cars going around, potentially this is a place where you need to get the race neutralised as quickly as possible, but race controllers had a breath, watched the situation develop, and not had to deploy the M5 BMW safety car unless it was absolutely necessary. When it is necessary, it's been done quickly. The wave rounds have been performed quickly, and we've got back to racing as fast as possible. But just that breath to see how a spinning car develops, whether it gets back into first gear and drives away, has been roundly applauded by the fans, who are a knowledgeable crowd who are watching and listening around the world.
And there's many of them too. It's a massive audience that we're going out to. We'll get bigger later on today with the final 3 hours of the race live on SBS television around Australia. We just saw Chris Meese in the number 9 Audi with a bit of a moment on that number 22 Seat. We were following the young German, part of the Audi Sport customer racing sort of driving group, I guess. Successful in VLN racing in the German Endurance Championship at the Nürburgring, and races in GT Blancpain series like that. And the Donut King Lotus slowing down, the Exige not going particularly quickly down Conrod Straight.
Yeah, and that is an issue on the racing line at the moment. I'm going to suggest he's dead stick, actually. I'm not even sure that engine is running.
19th position at the moment. Peter Lemus behind the wheel, long-time co-driving partner of Tony Alford, who is Mr. Donut King, Retail Foods Group, and accelerating into the chase. So maybe an ignition problem. Car in neutral, they seem to be back up to speed now. The other issue is could have run out of fuel, possibly, and they had to cycle through to a reserve tank. But yeah, they let the Phoenix Racing Audi go through and they head to pit lane. I'm suspecting fuel was the issue there, and they just coasted down until they either knew they had enough to get back to pit lane, killed the engine for a bit, or they switched to the reserve tank and refired the car, but they've got back to pit lane under their own power, and the brand new Lotus Exige.
I was going to say, how shiny and new is that
excellent,
car?
isn't it? It's a great looking car, and there's more in pit lane. Shay Adam.
Oliver, Gavin, your first stint at Bathurst, it looked like you were having a great time out there. You actually led overall twice. What was that like?
It was spectacular fun. It was great. You know, being able to mix up with the A-class cars was a huge amount of fun. You know, this track is phenomenal. It's really unique. You know, that section coming up over the mountain you have to be so focused, so on your game. And the guys at Rotate Racing are giving me a fantastic car to compete with, and so we made the right choice with the tyre as well to start the race. So, you know, all in all, it fell nicely into place, and you know, I had 2.5 hours of fantastic fun out there, and you know, just it's such a shame that we haven't been able to sort of finish the job today, because it looked like we had our class sort of under control. It seems we've just found the problem now. We actually, it's a broken valve spring, so the guys are just sort of putting the car back together. I don't think we're going to be able to fix it or change it. So it's such a frustrating event, particularly for, you know, Richard and Kevin Gleeson here, and Rob. You know, Rob hardly got in the car this weekend, and you know, it's his deal that he put together, and I do feel very sorry for Rob not being able to get in the car and do more laps. So, you know, we'll have to come back next year and give it another crack.
Well, I was just going to say, it seems like you like the track and that the track likes you, so we will see you back here next year. Can you confirm that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd love to come back. You know, this is a phenomenal circuit, and a place that I dreamt of as a boy to come and race at, and now I've done that, and so, you know, I've really ticked that box, and I've just had such fun here. It's fantastic, and you know, all the fans, all the people here have been so welcoming and so friendly, and you can understand why people really enjoy coming here to race. And so, yeah, I mean, I'd love to come back here any time and race, and you know, hopefully next year I'll be able to come back here and have another crack at the Bathurst 12 Hours, and it has been a really fun event.
Next box to tick off, come back here and actually stand atop the podium.
Ever since he was a small boy. It's the classic quote.
That's great. That's fantastic stuff as Christopher Meese overhauls Greg Crick for 4th and 5th position. The Erebus Racing Mercedes SLS AMG, but Cricky might get back, but Meese just drives the thing down the middle of the road. We know how fast the SLSs are in a straight line and trying to look out, but there was no way the German driver was going to let the Tasmanian get by. Cricky will have to wait another day, perhaps the run up Mountain Straight to get back past, but that was looming for a while. Meese has been very, very quick for the last portion of this stint, and he's got himself up into the top 4. This has been a good drive by the Hallmark Property Group Racing Network clothing outfit. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher Meese is a former winner here as well, isn't he?
Yeah,
so twice winner, and certainly the Audi not showing any signs of being short of power going down the Conrod Straight that time.
Here's what's happened so far, Hindy, and there's been so much to talk about. This will be talked about for years. We'll get to the really good bit. This wasn't great. This was a big crash at the top. Ross Lilly, he's okay, but that was a very big impact for the Interloy Lamborghini at McPhillamy Park. This was the comedy moment on social media, according to our fans that are following the race. Maximilian Book trying to get the door down on the SLS, and as far as we know, no dramas from race control for this. It was A-OK, probably because it was whilst the safety car was on the racetrack. This was astonishing, an amazing
nervous
drive.
disposition, look away now. Because
Around
this
the
actually is
outside.
physically impossible, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, completely physically impossible. Around the outside of Will Davison went Shane Van Gisbergen and got that position away. Bit of a lock up from Patrick Long down at Maguire's corner, and then a puncture, and that sent the Ice Break iced coffee car back into pit lane. This was pretty exciting stuff too. Just Christopher Meese using the Fiat, and out of nowhere comes SVG, the flying Kiwi. Got round the Fiat and then made further hay while the sun was shining at the mountain. And then the battle of the race so far. Schneider versus Van Gisbergen, lap traffic side by side through parts of a racetrack where you just do not go side by side through. And it's called the Dipper. And they both came out the other side remarkably, and that battle continued, and boy, there were some tense moments in pit lane after that.
You know, that's physically impossible to do that as well, so that's twice. Eventually, Bernd Schneider called enough, lifted off in the braking area into Griffin's Bend and decided to follow Van Gisbergen a little bit. Shane just pushing his luck for my money on cold tyres on the Ferrari with cold tyres, with Mika Salo just not ceding the position quite as quickly, I think, as SVG wanted. And don't forget, they lost the position in the pits. They're in second position and chasing back with Andrew Kirkcaldy. We've still got over 6 hours and 50 minutes to go at Bathurst for the Liquid Moly. 12 hours at Bathurst 2014.
The cars behind him.
So the Liquid Moly 12 hours here at Bathurst for 2014. In the pit lane, Mark Patterson with the United Autosport Audi R8 getting a new set of tyres, and I think Mark stayed in that car, and that's been sent. We'll see it when he crosses the first of the timing lines. Paul Truswell, Richard Krill, John Hindhaugh in the booth. Nice long green flag run. And just underlining, by the way, what Ollie Gavin said to Shea Adam in the pit lane. Query a broken valve spring on the 14 Rotec Audi. And I'm not exaggerating to tell you that in something like 16 years now, possibly even a little bit more, 16 years, yes, of talking about Audis in endurance racing, that is the first time that I've heard of an Audi with an engine problem. We've still never seen it in the prototypes, but even in the GT3 cars, that is a very, very unusual occurrence. And you could see from the disappointment from Ollie Gavin, who is, in fairness, if you cut him in half, a bow tie Chevrolet GM man, having been with Corvette racing for such a long time. But you could even see his disappointment and his surprise that they had been struck by some kind of engine gremlin. We'll get the lowdown on that. At the head of the field, Maro Engel leads by just 1.2 seconds now as Andrew Kirkcaldy's got the hurry up and the bright orange McLaren is chasing back. The Ferrari, number 88, we're looking at the moment, Mika Salo in 6th position. And now the leaders come through to the final corner at Maguire's. And again, we've got the big magnets turned on the front of the McLaren as Andrew Kirkcaldy does what the McLaren has seemingly been able to do all day and just gradually, if necessary, ease back that lead. And again, I'm going to put this out there, guys, that the Mercedes-Benz does seem better on full tanks. And towards the end of its run, perhaps the balance is just going away slightly.
It hasn't, and I'm not surprised, but it hasn't taken long for Kirkcaldy to get up to speed, has it?
He's again, he's another one of these retired drivers. He ran out of cash and therefore career long before he ran out of talent. He was an excellent single-seater driver. He transitioned into GTs very well indeed, and then built his team around the fact that he knew about motor racing. Rather, in some ways, surprisingly, McLaren subcontracted the original design and development of the GT3 car, this car here, to Andrew's concern, and they took on all of that design, development and supply to the early customers. And it's been a tough road. They still, I don't think, have had all of the endurance success they should have in sprint racing. The car has been phenomenally successful, but Andrew proving here that he and the car has got the pace to take it to the very biggest international races.
Tony and Clark Quinn, in case you hadn't noticed, play their cards quite close to their chest more often than not, and when they popped up on the entry list without Shane Van Gisbergen, we thought, okay, well, that's interesting. They've obviously gone a different route. But then they popped up with a man by the name of Andrew Kirkcaldy. And no one in Australia, I don't think, except those who are very, very closely dedicated sports car fans, had any idea about who he was. But then we did some digging and we realised about his role, like you said, in the development of this car. And everyone went, well, this could be one of the most inspired driving selections of the entire race. And so far, at least, touch wood, it's looking very, very good for them, because all his job is to keep them in the game, because they've got Shane Van Gisbergen, who has proven time and time again this weekend to be the fastest man at Mount Panorama today. They've got him up the sleeve for the last hour or two of the motor race. So as long as they're in the game into that last stint, this is as good a team as anybody with a shot to win this one.
We're talking about the international appeal for drivers and manufacturers and also for the fans as well, with a huge audience watching us online. And I can't tell you any more than the Twitter handle here is @_V8Dave, who tells us on Twitter that he's watching from his hotel room in the Olympic Village in Sochi, watching amazing looking pictures. Now that is reach, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head down into the pit lane. Rene Rast is with Shea Adam.
Renee, your car is currently in third, and you just said it's hot out here, it's hotter in the car, and you got off on the easy stint. What is it like to drive the car with this kind of heat?
It's quite difficult, to be honest. I mean, we have quite a lot of heat inside the car, coming from the brakes and from the engine, but we have a good cooling system inside the car, so for the drivers it's quite okay, especially when you have 2 safety car periods like I had. So for me it was quite nice. For Rahel it will be a bit more difficult because she's pushing now without any safety cars, so for her it's quite difficult.
Do you have air conditioning in the car?
No, we don't have any air conditioning, just the air coming from the outside.
So it is getting pretty warm inside there.
Yeah, I think we maybe reached the 60s in the car, yeah.
What is it like to drive the car today as opposed to yesterday or even Friday during practice?
I think the tracks get faster and faster. I mean, at the beginning of the season or beginning of the weekend, we got a new surface on the track. And now apparently the track is getting faster because there's more rubber on the track. So this suits the Audi better than yesterday. We are now at the moment we are 1 second faster than yesterday in qualify, which is good for us. But we are still missing a lot straight line speed compared to the Mercedes and the McLaren. So we are a bit down there, but in the corners we are improving.
Missing speed, but still sitting third.
And Shea makes a decent point there with Rene, because the European guys, I mean, most of Europe and the UK certainly, in the UK it's been horribly wet over the last few months, and the temperatures as a result haven't been quite as cold as you might expect at this time of the year, but still hovering around single figures Celsius, and 1 or 2 degrees the last few days before we jumped on to the big silver bird and headed south. In parts of Europe much colder than that as well, down into the minus teens in Celsius, and you're coming to plus 37 here today. That's a big jump.
Well, I flew through Helsinki. I'm assuming that Mika Salo flew out of Helsinki as well, being from Finland. There was snow on the ground, so you've got a massive, it's not just the acclimatisation in terms of time zone coming over to this race for the European guys, but also the going from snow to melting tarmac in the space of a day. It's going to keep you on your toes, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Just getting back to Andrew Kokodi for a minute. I mean, you mentioned his single-seater career, John. He was pretty handy in GT cars, won the British GT Championship in 2005, and was well-placed in Le Mans in his class as a slow Audi, though, having talked about that.
It's Rahel Fry, and this is the 3rd place car, and that was a quick control-alt-delete there from Rahel behind the wheel, but that is another electrical issue. We had some worries from Audi Customer Racing that perhaps is there any rear lights on that car? There's certainly front lights on it, that the heat and the charging system weren't perhaps doing what they should be. I don't think that's got rear lights on there, fellas. I think that's an electrical issue for that car. And that is the number 3 car, which was in 3rd, or is still in 3rd position,
but dropped more, makes more or less 20 seconds that lap.
Yeah.
So that's a big wad of time, and where is Christopher Meese in relation to that in the number 9 car? That's going to be the big issue to talk about, and may well be very, very close for a change in the podium positions.
Yeah, he was about a minute behind, 51 seconds behind, so there's a little bit of padding behind Rahel before she's going to lose that place.
There he is in the number 9 Hallmark Property Group Network Clothing sponsored Audi R8. So dramas for Phoenix Racing, team that has had so much success here. Won here when they represented the factory Audi Sport team 2 years ago, and then returned last year as I guess you call them a privateer, and finished 4th, a very solid 4th. Harold Primar was one of the drivers in that squad last year, and they did a good job. And Andreas Simonson with them as well. And they were the quiet achievers, and today they've flown under the radar a little bit. There was that stint early on where we saw Rene Rast running up with the leaders and keeping in contention with that wild battle between Bernd Schneider and Shane van Gisbergen. but they just didn't quite have the ultimate car speed to go with them, which worries me for the end of the race, if they do manage to stay in contention, that if it comes down to an all-out fight with an hour to go, and it tends to be a safety car here with an hour to go with routine, with great routine at Mount Panorama and endurance races, I'm not sure if they're going to wade into battle there with a full set of firepower to dice with that very, very fast McLaren and the SLS, which has got so much straight line speed.
Yeah, except that the way that the Erebus team are able to turn the car around in the pits, they can get, if they can gain 10 seconds, and that car going slow again, John.
And has lost a position as the result of the ongoing issues, but still, well, gets a chance to come into the lane now, and I would think we'll take it, because that's twice. No, goes through again. And this is clearly something then that they feel they can't clear easily in the pit lane. But that's Chris Meese who's gone through in the black and red Audi R8. You just got a flash of it going through as they entered the chase, and Rahel Frey continues to soldier on with what is clearly some recalcitrant issues with that Audi. And there is the visual confirmation as Chris Meese heads up there. And again, that car doesn't look well. And you've got to say, if it's electrical, these cars are so absolutely so complicated that they're so difficult. So difficult to track them down. Let's head down to the pit lane. Shea Adam.
E-drama continues. The 71, which came right down the pit lane, went immediately into the garage. The guys next door who have been dealing with the issues on the 14 think it might be the same issue plaguing the 71. It's not looking good for Audi right now.
Yeah, they're into the left rear wheel arch and having a look at suspension, and the engine cover's been off and now it's going back on again. Oddly, that is the same sort of area that they were looking at. Oh, the Donut King Lotus is in strife going up the cutting. It's a problem at the right rear, and it's a puncture on the right rear. Another right rear puncture, Crailsy.
Well, this is interesting because punctures have been a common theme not only across this weekend but across the October race meeting. But of course, since then we've changed track surface completely, so you can perhaps rule that out as a reason behind it and start looking elsewhere towards the curbs. Now, there was a directive that went out at the October race meeting, the V8 supercars, to especially the exit curb at turn 2 is to stay off the back of the curb, so don't run the car out so wide. But that's on the wrong side, according to the Lotus. So I'm not sure why.
Unless he was reversing up the mountain, of
well,
course.
possibly. I'm not sure why they keep popping tyres. This has been an issue.
You lean on that right rear an awful lot around this circuit, being as it's mainly a left-hand circuit.
It's a loaded tyre, yeah.
I wonder if one or two people have just been cheating the camber angles a little bit, or whether there is another curb somewhere that they're dropping off. A lot of people dropping off drivers right at Hell Corner at turn 1, and it is exceptionally dry here. The grass, I mean, the guys at Bathurst Council have done a great job trying to get the grass to green up a little bit, but it's cracking. The ground is cracking here. It's been so long since there's been any significant rainfall.
The beauty is they can coast from where they are almost all the way into pit lane, and we've seen Dean Kutsamides bring the number 71 Equity One Motorsport Audi into pit lane. So from 17th position, the Class B car pits. They've had a solid run today, and unspectacular is probably the only way to describe it. They've just been pounding around since the start, but they've got themselves into some trouble. They're currently down in the lane, and this tyre just getting to the point of delaminating.
Just hanging on there, and he's still got all of Conrod to go. Doing a good job though, in fairness. This car not long out of the pits, remember. We saw the car coming in early on and remarking just how good that brand new Lotus Exige Cup S looked in the colours of the Donut King. Boydo is in the pit lane.
Well, a team that knows all about issues over the day is Andrew Fisher's team. The car's back out on the circuit. You're down a few laps. How do you mentally prepare for going out and racing when you know that you really don't have a realistic chance of taking a victory here today?
Well, you have fun, don't you? So, yeah, look, it's a great race, as we all know, and 12 hours. The team's done a fantastic job. They've changed an engine inside of 2 hours. Remarkable sort of work that they've done just to get us back out there, to put some miles in. And, it's been a great privilege to come and race the Porsche, and I got the opportunity to qualify yesterday, and so I'm just really looking forward to getting in, doing a stint. Rick Shaw's out there right now, and Indran did a great job this morning, and unfortunately, look, the engine, we're not sure what happened, but it went, and these guys, well-prepared team, had a spare engine and the commitment to put a new one in.
Never give up?
Never give up, just enjoy yourself.
Thanks, Andrew.
Cheers, thanks guys.
It's a proper character there who is normally racing much closer proximity to his to his competitors, because he normally races the Utes, doesn't he?
Yeah, Jesus Racing driver, and he's actually a Christian minister, so goes around Australia racing and sort of spreads the message of winning on Sunday, I guess, is part of what he does. It's all very, very appropriate. But he's a very handy ute driver and consistently inside the top 5 in the V8 Ute Racing Series that follows the V8 supercars around Australia. Completely different style of racing to this, though, and this is not the kind of racing, unless you're Shane Van Gisbergen, where you want to be jamming it up the inside and just praying that you come out the other end. But that's what Fisher does in the Utes, but it works for him. He's a very good driver, and it's great to have him here as part of the Rentcourt team.
And should say as well that ute racing, it's not just a V8 supercar with a different body on, because they have a very different dynamic. Obviously the cars is different shapes, so they have different aerodynamics quality, but they do handle quite differently. If you watch trucks in the States as opposed to NASCAR stock cars, you'll know that. But right here as well, it's the same on the road circuits too. You're listening to the RadioLeMans.com commentary crew. We're live from Mount Panorama Bathurst for the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour, and we're about to get a legend into the commentary box, and he joined us here last year, and I'm delighted that we've got him back, and I'll let Krilsey do the introductions as for the Equity One Audi comes back out. That's good news, because I was worried that they were having the similar issues to the 14 car from earlier on, which had that query valve spring problem. Loving the t-shirt as well.
It's excellent. A man who's been round here once or twice in the past in 1000k 12-hour and 24-hour races. John Bow, good morning.
G'day. Is it still morning? It feels
just
like late in the day to me,
yes,
but anyway,
mate.
yeah.
It's been a long one. Hey, how's it been going today? It's been an interesting run. Lots of pace early on in the morning, but just dropped a lap there when Pete was behind the wheel. But how's it going now?
Well, the car's great, terrific. You know, Craig started the race. The car was fast. It's been really nice to drive. It was nice to drive when I drove it. So they asked me yesterday if I would do a double stint, and I said no because I'm too lazy. And the car was so nice that in the end I said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. So it was really good.
You had a bit of drama getting into the car right at the start of your stint. They didn't do tyres, they just fueled. You got in, just took an extra couple of moments to tighten down the belt. Was that just a miscommunication there?
Honestly, don't know. You know, I'm not the most agile bloke in the world, so I don't know. It may have been a little longer. I honestly don't know. We all use a seat insert. Because I'm the smallest, I have a bigger seat insert, which takes a bit more getting in and out. But generally, the car's good. Unfortunately, we had a drive-through penalty, so that's put us back a bit. But you know, we need Jeremy Moore from Triple Eight is helping us on strategy. He's a great and very clever guy, and I'm hoping he's going to perform some miracle so we get back on the same lap.
Long way to go.
Yeah,
John, you know this place. You know the history of this place in all forms of racing. How good and how good is it to see this international audience watching, listening, and the guys who are now being drawn to this as a genuine second race after, of course, the madness and the brilliance that is the 1000Ks?
Oh, absolutely. I love this. I mean, the people are interested in it. The more each year, you see the growth. You see the people that are. There is more to the world than Holdens and Fords, as we all know. But Australia's very traditional about that sort of thing. But this is growing. I honestly can see in the next 3 or 4 years this will be a serious major international race. It's quite a major international race now, but I can see we'll probably lose some of the lower classes and it'll be all GT cars.
What about this fella behind the wheel at the moment, Mika Salo? Keeps telling us over in Europe he's retired. I'm going to go off and do different things.
Oh, he's
and
bloody
you've
silly.
plugged him in.
No, him and I had this conversation the other day. I said, why would you want to retire? Like, I'm quite a lot older than him and I don't want to retire. What are you going to do? And you go and shoot some bears in Finland or something, So I think that's what they do in Finland.
Obviously.
But no, he's a fantastic driver, great bloke. Yeah. And when you see the way he drives, you can understand why he was a Formula One driver for a very long time. He's just an outstanding driver, as is you know, our team's a good team. It's a really good team.
And what about your other co-driver? I remember '94, I was
20 years
younger than I am now, watching you and,
Well,
and a very young Craig Lowndes with CL go round the outside of you at Griffin's Bend before you repassed him and went on to take a famous victory with your mate Dickie Johnson. What's it like teaming up with CL in the Ferrari?
Well, it's fantastic. He's a great guy, and I've always had a massive respect for him, you know, so we have a terrific relationship. And, you know, when you drive with guys you like, I mean, same with Peter Edwards. Peter Edwards is a top bloke. He's been racing for 3 years. He doesn't have 20, 30 years, or in my case, 40 years experience. He does a very good job. And it's like a group of friends racing together, but we're all serious. And, you know, I'm really proud of everybody this weekend. It's terrific.
What's on the cards for you this year, for those that don't know? Back in Sally?
I'm going to do I'm going to try and do the Touring Car Masters Series again, because, you know, I've got a fair old investment in that car now.
This is the Mustang, right?
Yeah, the Mustang,
the first race car he'd bought for what,
25 years?
Yeah.
25 years. First race car I've owned for 25 years. I tell you what, wasn't a good idea. Was not a good idea.
Of all those years of experience, and you haven't learned that you never buy them, you race other people's.
I know.
Before we let you go, got to ask you, with the rivalry that we've seen here between all the teams, McLaren doing a great job this weekend, Audi bringing some good cars, and the guys, of course, at Erebus Racing, the kind of camaraderie, though, in the pit lane that saw Betty come down yesterday after they'd nicked away the pole position from you and bring that Alan Simonson Memorial Trophy down.
Yes,
that was a hell of a gesture.
That was lovely. I mean, she's a great girl, and I think it's terrific. It's terrific that she's come to motorsport. You know, I mean, she's been on the fringes for many years, but she's great. She's a breath of fresh air, and, you know, she's not just a V8 supercar operator. She's got a big commitment to GT racing, and you know, it's terrific. They do an awesome job. So I love this GT racing, and I'm going to try and do a bit more this year if I can with Peter Edwards. And good on you for being here, and good on Liquid Molly.
Absolutely.
Hey, look
Thanks,
at that.
John.
What a brand.
Great stuff, mate. At the head of the field, we've got Maro Engel, about 7 seconds ahead of Andrew Kirkcaldy, the Scotsman, trying to chase him down in the McLaren. It's the Liquid Molly, 12 hours of Bathurst for 2013. The action continues. And what a perfect time to rejoin us on the feed here with the 37 second place McLaren of Andrew Kirkcaldy into the pit lane for what looks to be a regular stop. No tyres, no Pirelli's been brought out. Also coming in from 6th place, Mika Salo in the Maranello concessionaires Ferrari Ilbel Della Rosso. And yeah, there's going to be no tyres on that Macca, is there? And the Darrell Lee McLaren MP412C GT3 is about to be sent with the Scotsman still behind the wheel. Clear that hose. Nice, easy takeoff by Andrew Kirkcaldy. No stress on the clutch. Let's get down to the pit lane. Here's Grant Boyden.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion on that pit stop. We had Clark Quinn set to go in the car. We had 4 tyres ready, and at the very last minute they elected just to top the fuel up and send them back out onto the racetrack. I'll see if I can grab Tony Quinn, who's just making his way to the back of the garage. Tony, with Clark all dressed up, ready to go, I was surprised that you didn't see a driver change and some new tyres. What's going on there? Come on, don't be a wily old fox, let us in.
No, we're just working to the secret pet food strategy.
It's secret pet food strategy, is it?
11 secret herbs and spices.
Was it a late call to elect to keep Andrew in the car?
It was his call. Unfortunately, we didn't plug the water thing in for him, and he's a wee Scotsman, and he struggles with the heat, but he'll be all right. He's doing an awesome job.
I think we're all struggling with the heat today. Thanks for your time, Tony.
Yeah, and good news for those of you online, by the way. I know we've had 1 or 2 issues with connectivity, but the live timing and scoring is back up so that you can follow the race as we do now. On the way into pit lane, this is what happened for Andrew Kirkcaldy. Got the wrong side of one of the... Was that just a shadow across the car, or was there a little touch there? It was too close to call from my point of view.
Wouldn't want to be any closer, and the Maranello Motorsport Ferrari following them in as well, but didn't have to dodge the Fiat to do so. So a water bottle top-up trusses for Kirkcaldy.
Yeah, I suspect they were really just having the driver standing by just in case Kirkcaldy said, no, I'm too tired, I'm too hot, and but they seem to have sent him on his way pretty well. What is interesting, remember on the last pit stop cycle, the Erebus Mercedes and the McLaren were in together. Well, Maro Engel has been out for another lap, and he's on a second lap now since the McLaren made his pit stop. So there's extra fuel capacity on the Mercedes, John.
Rahel Fry in the pit lane and getting some new Michelin tyres. Remember, this was the Audi that was been coughing and spluttering a little bit, and being followed by Misty Kirkisner out in the United States. And hello to her and her husband Chad. So many messages coming in, we can barely keep up with them. But thank you for your support, as we're still 20 minutes away from half distance. And the opening salvos have been bloody fast and furious here, and you've got to wonder what some of these teams are going to have for the last half of the race, where the temperatures only get hotter and you are torturing the machinery and the human element, the carbon-based element of the car, not just the centre section, which is carbon fibre of the McLaren, but the driver itself. And I think teams who are holding back drivers, or who are letting some of their drivers get a longer rest, this is a really smart move at this point, because if you need to push with an hour or a couple of hours to go and you're putting some guy in who is not really recovered, then that's when lapses of concentration and mistakes get made.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this, for a lot of teams, is probably the most dangerous part of the race, because this is where the little mistakes can slip in, especially in a very hot day like it is today, as Kirkcaldy continues to chase down the 63 Erebus car with Greg Crick behind the wheel, rolls into pit lane. The Audi's doing the right thing by getting out of the way, and Kirkcaldy goes through the Phoenix Racing car behind them, as well as the Equity One Racing car that we saw in pit lane for a little while there a couple of laps ago. But I think this is a tough part of the race. This is where they really just need to focus and consolidate. This is where teams are starting to feel the burn in pit lane, because it's coming up to 35, 36 degrees ambient. Of course, the radiant heat off a track which is approaching 50 degrees just amplifies that heat, and they're standing on concrete and asphalt down in pit lane. So fuel going into the 63 Erebus car. Crick still behind the wheel, the very experienced Tasmanian driver who's been around here for so many times. No Michelin tyres. And Devashin Padiachi, it was Barton Moore actually behind the wheel of the Rent Court Porsche, getting very, very close to their pit wall, perhaps to give their pit crew a bit of shade while they service the car.
And that's the Class B leader, by the way, that Porsche.
So thanks to GWS personnel, the 997 GT3 Cup car. This is the car that Devashin raced in Carrera Cup Australia last year. New model Carrera Cup cars coming into Oz in 2014. There's the Erebus car rolling out of pit lane, so service done quickly for the number 63
And does your Carrera Cup season run to a European season, or is it a winter season starting in September and October?
No, it runs with the V8 supercars. So it starts at the Clipsal 500 in 3 weeks and rolls through until the final round
and
later in the season.
You've got the new 991 car coming for that.
For this year, yep. So this is the first time we've seen the 2011 model year, as Crick has a big moment at turn 2. And remember, the same tyres on the car, but they've been sitting still for a lap, and just, well, at least a minute and a half, while they've been trying to get the fuel in the car, and the leader in as well. So Maro Engel brings number 1 in on lap 138. We're not far away from that mythical 161 lap barrier. It all seems like new adventurous ground when we get past 161, at least for someone that was brought up on the October 1000 Classic. 5 hours and 42 minutes in. 6 hours and 17 to go. Almost halfway in the 12-hour race. Driver change.
Engel getting out. Now that's an interesting. Was that a double stint?
No, that was only a single
yeah.
from Maro. It was quick, but they decided to go for a driver change. And I'm assuming it's Nico Baskin getting into it. Ben Schneider having been in the car an hour ago.
And again, this is just changing up the pit strategy again, and you've got to think that in the heat of the day, with a car that is very, very dark on the top of it, that it might just pay to keep the guys fresher. And that was a very smart stop. Fuel only, so you basically the time taken to refill the 100-litre tank. there is the 88 car heading around and up the mountain with Mika Salo, the cool Scandinavian, sitting in 4th position for the Finn.
It's good to hear from John Bauer before too, and how relaxed and chilled out he is. He's just spent some time up at the Liquid Moly corporate suite. He's got personal sponsorship from them as well, so happy to promote the brand, as you could tell. We're going to step aside for a while. John and Paul and Aaron Noonan's waiting in the wings. He's been chomping at the bit, waiting at the door for about an hour, just trying to get in with you boys and have a bit of a look at this and get into the race. He'll be hosting our live coverage on SBS a little bit later on today, so we'll plug Noons in for the lunchtime shift, and as this race
of that car. So live from the mountain, it's the Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst for 2014, with still 15 minutes to go to half distance. 138 laps in the book, and the Ginetta G50 continues to plug around in this GT4 category. This is perhaps one of the categories that could see a little bit of expansion here in this race. There's a number of GT4 class cars. Oh, this is disaster. This is the leading Class B car. Just come out of the pits, and that is turn 1, Hell Corner. There's plenty of runoff there. I did try to get out of the track that way the other night and found that there was a tyre barrier and fence locked up. What it looks to me as though Padiachi has just missed his braking point, and now, you see, what you never ask is where the reverse is on a race car, and it's, oh, there's a thing and a clip and a this and a that, and he's tried to flick turn it and not got it done, and requires a little bit of assistance from one of our almost 180 volunteer marshals coming from as far afield as the US, the UK and Europe, up from New Zealand and of course from all over Australia, to make sure that this race can get off. And along with our volunteer race officials, we thank them for giving up their time and standing out in the weather, and thanks to Fiat Chrysler Australia too for providing them with their comfort packs this weekend. Aaron joins us in the booth. Well, we're nearly up to a World Endurance Championship race in Europe. We're getting on towards half distance, up to the 1000k kind of distance around the mountain here. We've had plenty of headlines already, haven't we?
I don't think we need to do the next 6 hours, do we? We've crammed enough in the first 6. It's been quite unbelievable. And now the Class B Porsche returns to the fray, although it's still struggling along a little bit here. So the Class B leading Porsche, they had a lap on the David Calvert-Jones car, so that's pretty much erased all of that, and that now turns Class B into probably just as big a fight as Class A.
In fact, we've had a couple of issues with the Class B cars because Ollie Gavin, of course. Oh, and off at the top of the mountain now, as the dust clears, we're hearing it might be Nico Bastian at the top of the mountain. It's right in the danger area that we've seen this before. And this could be the big story of the first hour of the race. The Erebus Mercedes-Benz, where is it? I'm looking at the tracker, and we do have a red spot on the tracker. Has he got out of it? There he is going down, but has he been off the road? It looks a little dusty on one side for sure. And that Ferrari doesn't look the cleanest as well, and that was right at the top of the mountain. That's 170, 180 Ks. Bastian coming through, loses the back end of the car. So easy to do, and my goodness me, how close is he to the wall? Too close, and that will have woken up Nico Bastian. That was an accident that he got away with there, Dooms.
You don't often go that far in, John, and not make it out the other side. Have a look at the right rear of the number 1 car. Look at the damage to there. It's ripped away the rear bumper from dragging through the dirt and ploughing through the grass. So that's caused major drama, and that will drop him down. That lap was 2 minutes 12. It'll be a gap back to the McLaren. It was 12.2 seconds, and that will cost serious time. That will affect, so one Erebus car's had damage to the front, the other one now has damage to the rear, and there's the leftovers.
Yeah, and that's, as you say, Aaron, has been pulled off as he bounced through that gravel track. It's meant to slow the cars down. It did its job, definitely. Andrew Kokotti then will be closing in on that car, I don't believe he's lost the lead,
No,
but
still in the lead.
it's really walking him up. And of course, he will have dirty tyres, Paul. 16 seconds has gone down to 12.
Yeah, what was interesting was the fact that through the pit stop, Nico Bastian stayed in the lead, or the car being brought in by Maro Engel. Nico Bastian took it out again, and that's one of those significant turning points of a long distance race, when the leader can come in, make his pit stop, and go out again, still in the lead. So you can do that before half distance, then it's an indication of the advantage you've got. But you see how quickly an advantage can go away.
But look how he's got back into the groove straight away. That is a scary moment for any driver, no matter how much of experience you got. Look, he turns in, he's pretty good there. He's missed his turning point by what? A couple of metres, if that? And
doesn't take much.
At that point, that's luck. That's not good management. He is a passenger at that point on the Maguire's replay there. And down in the pit lane, Shea Adam has got some reaction from the Erebus Motorsport team.
Maro Engel, just watching that replay, you looked very, very nervous. You only did a single stint. What was the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, I'll do more runs later on in the race. So we're trying to stint through so that it works quite nicely, and it ends up with me in a double stint. So yeah, I'll be in the car later on a bit more.
What was the reports from your co-driver coming through about that loss of traction, for lack of a better word?
I think it's all okay, but it was obviously close. So at the moment we just need to circulate, just keep chipping away, drive good conservative laps, and keep the car on track and stay out of trouble.
No plans to bring the car in to check for any damage?
Not at the moment. I think he's radioed in that it's okay, so hopefully that's the case.
How has the traction and the track surface changed over the course of the race so far?
It's hard to say because I jumped onto a harder set of tyres, so we need to get them out the way as well. So obviously I didn't drive on early, but the track seems to be quick today. I mean, Shane did a 3.8, and on that hard compound I did a 4.8. So I think we could probably expect to see some mid-3s today.
So you're the secret ace to put in at the end of the race. There, you've heard it first.
Thanks, Shea. Down in the pit lane with Maro Engel. That was a proper old-fashioned loss of control at Skyline. Plenty of old footage on YouTube of things like that. They normally end up in far worse consequences that we saw there. Hadn't long been out of the pits. I wonder if they've just lost a little bit of temp and pressure on the tyres. Turns in perfectly this time, and there's that confidence I was talking about, gentlemen, because you have that incident, but you cleanse your mind of it, and that's why these guys are a different breed.
It goes to script, though. You don't win this race and everything goes right. There's something that goes wrong along the way. The winning Audi a couple of years ago was parked in the bunker down here at the final corner. They managed to get it out without losing a lap, went on and won the race. So if this is the biggest drama that they have, that's not such a bad thing.
Now, a moment or two ago, the HTP car, which has had all kinds of trouble, was in the pit lane and spotted by our eagle-eyed producers. Pulled a little bit of a stroke here. Look at the back wheels on the Maguire's replay. He's spinning the wheels. I wonder if he's got a clutch problem on that news.
If we were in V8 supercars, that's an instant pit lane penalty.
Yeah.
That's a rule in our world, but certainly not one I wouldn't believe for this race. But still, no mechanics with their hands in near the wheels. That's the main priority, is the mechanic safety. That's why it's a rule. Truss is going straight to the manual.
Straight to the manual, absolutely. He'd be flicking through. We'll wait from race control. We've been relatively bereft, actually, of the penalties. Just one for pit lane speeding, and that was for the 88 car. Truss deep in thought and into the regulations. We'll try and get that sorted out. Nunes, you talk about the V8 supercars around here, which are immensely spectacular. What we're having to get used to, because that is all of our childhoods, even from us back in the UK, is watching the James Hardy or the Ferodo 1000 as it was. That tells you how old I was when I was watching it. But we are having to reprogram our minds, because although these cars aren't as quick down the tubes, down Conrod Straight, the amount of speed they're taking over the top of the mountain is just phenomenal.
That's where all the lap time comes from. I mean, a V8 supercar generally down the straight is faster than most of these GT3 cars, but all the aero grip all over the top of the mountain. I'd love to see the sector times from the cutting to Forest's Elbow to see the difference between the cars, because it would be quite massive, and then it would come back up and down the straights. But the GT cars, what are we punching out? We've gone down to 2-minute 3s with Shane van Gisbergen. He won't do that in October, no matter how hard he tries. Look out, car off the road, and that is
It's the 45
Porsche again. So their
He's
class
dug in.
lead's gone. Now they're in the bunker. It all goes wrong really quickly.
And I was just about to say before that incident before that the Class B leaders seem to want to throw this away. We had Ollie Gavin leading the race in the Class B Audi earlier on, and now they've had problems. The 45 car, exactly the same point. Boydo down in the pits.
Down here with the team at the moment, you can see that they're looking on in absolute disgust as to what's happened. There was an issue with the car a few moments ago. Mark Rundle sitting there looking at the monitor. John Paul Messengers down with us now. Now, what was the issue? We saw the car stop at the top of the mountain. Is that what's caused the car to go off with Bart at the helm?
He's had a long pedal. After the stop, he had a long pedal. Seemed to be all right for a lap and a half, and then he's just got to the end of Conrod and nothing, gone off.
A scary moment coming down Conrod in a Porsche with no brakes.
Yeah.
And no indication as to what's caused it?
Not at the minute, no. It was fine before the stop. After the stop, there's something wrong.
JP, thanks for your time.
No problem.
And it has brought out the M5 BMW safety car. In fact, as I say that, it does bring out the safety car. Let's have a look at this. This is not where you want to have any issues. Long pedal, pump, 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 then lock the rear brakes.
Throw it at the sand trap. Look at it, just launched over the grass, ends up in the sand trap on the other side. It's about now he knows, oh, hang on, this is where he's on the brake. There's nothing there to play with. Throw it left, fire it away. Dangerous to go into the sand sideways because it can dig in. We've seen cars launch there over the last few years in V8 supercars. He's very, very lucky. What this does, it means that the fight for Class B now is between the 12 and the 4. McLaren is in the lane, but the Class B fight's now separated by half a second.
Oh my goodness, mate. And that is the second place car. Andrew Kirkcaldy has brought the VIP Pet Foods car into the pit lane, the Darrell lead car. And that is just fuel again. No Pirelli tyres. They have proven to be very durable indeed. He's got to wait for a moment as the Donut King Lotus Exige out on the fast lane of the pit lane. And there is your leader, Nico Bastian, in behind the M5. This could be a tricky piece of pit strategy, Paul Truswell. We didn't think the McLaren team got it right last time, and it cost them something like 25 seconds. Now, they plugged in Shane van Gisbergen and got that back, but it took them the best part of an hour. This is, for me, a smart move.
Yes, it is, because what they've been able to do is to get out before the safety car queue has built up. So even if Nico Bastian comes in at the end of this lap, then he's going to have had a lap sitting behind the safety car when Andrew Kirkcaldy in the McLaren has been running around at not necessarily full racing pace, but at quicker pace, catching up with the Crocodile at the back of the behind the safety car.
And a win too for the Maranello team. That car was almost off the lead lap in terms of its distance behind the leader, but this is all very, very handy. This is what they needed.
In fact, Mika Salo, I think whilst the leader was having his issue, got himself back on the lead lap, and this is going to close it all back up again.
Back around.
Yeah, that's really worked nicely for them. There is the snatch tractor down in the beach at the bunker at the end of the Conrod Straight. It shouldn't take them too long to get out of there, but there's going to be some work needed to be done. Let's have a look at this again. He's got a long pedal, we heard on the Maguire's replay. I just wonder there if he's pumping it, getting nothing, and then all of a sudden he gets everything.
Well, he's lucky not to collect the traffic that comes through the other side of the chase as well. I wouldn't like to have been in that focus, because you're wondering, is he going to go right? Will he go left? Will he stay in that sand trap? Will he land in that sand trap? Will I be there when he does it?
And you know that he's frantically banging down through the gears, trying to get some kind of retardation and pull himself down. Even on those B-Class GT3 car are pulling something in the region of 260 k's through that part of the circuit. Well, we're under safety car again. The BMW M5 leads around Nico Bastian in the Erebus Mercedes-Benz. We're getting down a half distance. It's the Liquid Molly 12 Hours of Bathurst for 2014. Well, sad to say that the excitement has been put on pause, but only on pause for just a moment or two, as we're working a full course caution behind the very beautifully turned out M5 BMW safety car as it now is. It has picked up Nico Bastian, who's the leader, Paul Truswell and John Heinhoff in the booth, joined by Aaron Noonan. Watching this go around now, as some of these teams will be happy as we're heading down to half distance for a little bit of a breather. Let's check out the Pirelli outright leaderboard. There's the confirmation that Andrew Cocotti is trying to chase down the Mercedes-Benz. McLaren, Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi in the top 4 of the Darrell Lea Class A runners. In Class B, that's all closed up now. The 12 from the 4, both the Porsches and the GWS personnel, Class B category, and inside the top 10. Main thing there is Mika Salo's back on the lead lap in the 88 car. For the Michelin Class leaderboards, well, you know about Nico Bastian and Alex Davidson for Darrell Lea and DWS. The Ridges Class C, the 17 Ginetta G50 leading that. Mark Griffiths at the wheel at the moment. Century Batteries for Class D has the Seat Leon Supercopa, the 22. Lewis Scott at the wheel of that. Class F for Chrysler Group Finance is the Fiat Abarth 500. And Grant Denyer making his return to motor racing in the Mark Focus GTC and the Recaro Class I, the Invitational class, leads that one. And here is the end of pit lane. These cars just going to be held for a moment. No, they're going to be rolled out. Just a quick word about Grant Denyer, because that's someone that you know very well. Coming back to motor racing here in Australia, most thought of recently as a TV personality. Bud started life as a very good racing driver and only had to stop because of a back issue.
Yeah, little kid, went go-kart racing, didn't obviously have the big bucks to forge a career all the way through, went into television, started working in motorsport, ended up on the biggest network here in Australia doing weather and crazy stunts and hosting shows and all sorts of bits and pieces. He's raced in the Bathurst 1000, he's been here at the 12-hour when it was a production car race some 3 or 4 years ago in a Mitsubishi with the Quins, actually, who were right up there contending again today in the McLaren. So this is a bit of a return. Yeah, he broke his back in a monster truck demo accident a couple of years ago, and it physically laid him out for quite some time, because you can't do anything but wait for those things to repair. So it really put a big dent in his racing career, because it put a dent in everything. He couldn't do too much lying down. But he's back now. He's got a wife, a daughter. He's growing up. Well, not physically, but you know,
not mentally.
Well, no.
We never grew up. We're blokes, don't we?
We can get away with it. But so he's in the invitational category. I don't know who invited him, but he's ended up with a drive anyway.
He's based himself around the Bathurst area. His wife have got family here, and he's been here for quite some time. He's been running the track for the last few weeks, getting himself back into fitness. So we were sort of joking around with him earlier on this week. He'd probably done more laps on this new surface than anybody else before we started the practice. That was certainly true. And a word about this new surface. I mean, a Herculean effort by Bathurst Council to take the decision to add the new catch fencing, the FIA catch fencing down the front, 1 or 2 other safety changes to keep this as a Class B FIA circuit, but to resurface the whole track in the gap between the 1000k and this race, and do it so well. Amazing.
Very, very big job. We were able to keep an eye on it through social media, because they were posting photos all the time, so we could see 6.213 kilometres of racetrack to do, plus a little bit around here and there in other areas. So it's a massive job. They've done a really great job, but we've had a great job so far today. Let's have a look at how this race is unfolding.
Dawn, 6:15 Sunday morning. Can you start off the day any better than getting the sharp end of 50 cars onto the world's greatest motor racing circuit and letting a whole load of nutters behind the wheel loose for a 12-hour race? Nah, absolutely not. Erebus from pole position takes the lead for the first run up the mountain. Peter Cox came into contact with some of the local wildlife in a way that he wasn't expecting, and his lousy look on the mountain continues. The 23 Lambo is out of the race in the first hour. Bad luck for those Largo racing guys. Then a little bump and run at the Falcon Elbow. Rick Kelly on the wrong end of it, but the HTP Mercedes-Benz came off worse later on with a problem with the brake caliper that caused all kinds of strife on the inside of that alloy wheel. More pit traded between BMW and one of those new Ford Focuses. BMW was involved in quite a lot early on. And then the early battles with that Nissan, quick in a straight line, out-dragging the Lamborghini and the Audi down the chase. 285 kilometres an hour, turning flat chat into that right-hander. Oh, yes, please. Everybody on hand to make sure there was no issues with the Seat, and rather too hot on the front end. And 1 or 2 people with braking problems, so we've just seen that down here. This was the Lotus earlier on that got beached in the bunker. What else would a British car do but go for a run on the beach on a sunny day? Seems reasonable to me. Then it's the resumption of hostilities Lamborghini and the 32 Nissan back on the mountain after a 22-year absence. And how's your look for this one? Get the lotto numbers on this week for the 50 GTC as he spun coming down the S's and hit nothing. Can't say that about the Porsche and the 48 BMW. And look at Laurent Vantour in the Audi just making positions up there. Earl Bamber with a right rear puncture brought that car into the pit lane. And then the first of two major incidents for the 33 Clearwater car. This one didn't have any repercussions, but my goodness, the second one did. Already been in the wall at McPhillamy, spinning on its own fluids and broken pieces of suspension. Well, that's bad enough, but just wait to see what happens next. An Audi hits the wall and breaks its front suspension. You heard the bang there. Porsche goes one side, Audi the other. And wait, because coming from the left of frame is Kayo-san in the Nissan GTR and nails the front of the Clearwater car. Both cars written off on the spot. Both drivers walked away unaided. That's the safety that FIA GT3 cars have built in. You know, people get greedy on the top of the mountain and coming down through Forest Elbow. You really can't overtake that. The battle of the race, however, was at the front of the field. Schneider versus Van Gisbergen, McLaren versus Mercedes-Benz, and we were treated to something like 30 minutes of back and forth between these two hard charges. First of all, Burton was able to keep SVG sitting in his wheel tracks, but you could almost feel that the man, the Kiwi, the man they call the Flying Kiwi, was plotting and scheming and trying to find a chink in the Germans' armour. It's not been a great day for right rear rubber, in fairness. That was another issue for the 3 Audi. And just watch this, coming through onto the top, the 48 Lambo gives way to the leaders and then loses out on the oil drive from the earlier accident. Again, the driver walked away. Comedy moment of the race, and the one that has ignited social media. Maxi Book in the 84 HTP Mercedes-Benz. I need a hand. Can you shut the door for us, please? It's a bit blowy in here. Thanks very much. I'll tip you next time round. And then Shane Van Gisbergen doing what only he can. Makes room down the outside and makes the pass for the lead. Just amazing stuff from the man from New Zealand. There's more from the first 6 hours of the race, but we're going back to green, so we'll take a breath and resume in the second half. Don't have to change ends here like you do in soccer. All we've got to do is throw the green flag and let them go at it again. And it's still Nico Bastian that leads from Andrew Cocotti. Mika Salo open to third in the Ferrari. Oh, now that's really interesting. It's closed everything back up again. Bastian, who had a lead, has got Cocotti now just 4 seconds behind him, Paul.
Yeah, what we've had, though, as a result of that safety car is now only 3 cars on the lead lap. We've already talked about Bastian and Cocotti. Mika Salo has got himself back onto the lead lap as a result of staying out there and not making a pit stop. But the next car's up. Laurens Vantour in the Audi number 3, Greg Crick in the Mercedes number 63. They've fallen off the lead lap now, as has the number 9 Audi, which now has at the wheel Mark Cheney doing the driving. But so we've got a lot of close battling going on out on the circuit as they try and sort themselves out, having been boxed in behind the safety car for 4 laps altogether.
Yeah, and none closer than what we're watching at the moment. That is Thomas Jäger. These are slightly out of order, these cars, but they're all struggling for position coming back after the safety car. You know, they say in NASCAR's names, don't they, that yellows breed yellows, and this is exactly why that happens.
And that's a position change. That's Marcus Winkelhock going by Mark Cheney. So that's for position 5. Remember, they're on the same lap, 1 lap off the lead. Nico Bastian, he's gone. The number 1 Mercedes has run and gun from the green flag. The margin back to the McLaren is 5.9 seconds. Here he is on Conrod straight with that big Merc V8 opened up. Couple of cars back. There's the McLaren. In between is the number 3 Phoenix Audi that is actually 4th. He's just off the lead lap by only a couple of seconds.
So look at that, there is the McLaren in second place. Mika Salo is in third. That's the 63 car sitting in behind there. That car's had an up and down day as well. And it's in 7th position at the moment. Greg Crick at the wheel of that. But now, can Cocotti, Andrew Cocotti, who has been so involved with this programme for McLaren from the beginning. Can he do what Shane van Gisbergen did earlier? He doesn't need, I don't think, at this stage to be right at the tailpipes of Nico Bastian, but he certainly doesn't want that Mercedes-Benz to get too far ahead. They're roughly speaking, again, all still on the same pit strategy because of the way the safety cars have played out. Advantage who at the moment on the pits, Paul?
Well, advantage McLaren, John, because the McLaren made the pit stop during the safety car and topped it up with fuel, whereas the Mercedes didn't. So the McLaren has more fuel aboard. The Mercedes is going to have to stop next.
Okay. Watching the field come through there. There goes the number 12 Porsche. Now this is the battle for Class B coming up through the haze at the moment, and that has been thrown into all kinds of confusion because the leader caused this safety car period.
And that is the second car in Class B, car 4, the Stephen Grove, Ben Barker, Earl Bamber car. Barker at the wheel. Barker, Bamber, that's easy to trip over, isn't it? Alex Davison's on board car 12, and he's about 8 seconds down the road. The car he shares with Paddy Long and David Colbert-Jones. So Class B, the fight's really good here. Remember, the Rotec Audi is gone and out of the way. It was the pace setter early on with Ollie Gavin at the helm. Then we saw the Porsche that led. All of a sudden it was off down the escape road, then it was brakeless and heading off through the chase. So it's now turned into two cars that are fighting, and they are on the same lap, which is always handy. Another 2 laps back to the next car in that class. So it's very much a head-to-head Porsche GT3 Cup car fight at the moment, but they're in and among other cars that don't really want to give them a break.
6 different classes racing at the same time here, and if you just look at the next time we see the right rear of that black and red Porsche, we saw it in the highlights package, did have the right rear puncture with Earl Bamber, the Kiwi, on board earlier on in the race, and they fought back from those trials and tribulations, and that's what you do in endurance racing. Now, is there room down the inside of the Falcon elbow for the Porsche? He's going to find it difficult now with the Cobra, with the Daytona Coupe rather, because that car is wicked quick in a straight line. Well, I think there was a little feathering of the throttle there from the 65 car, because that is one of the quickest cars through the speed traps on the Conrod Straight, and a big fan favourite. They've worked all night, all yesterday, all night, because the parts only turned up in the early hours of this Sunday morning here at Bathurst to get that car back out of the track. Herculean effort.
When I last saw that car before I left the track last night, John, it didn't have a front on it at all. There was just an engine sitting there. There was nothing around it. It's been a massive effort. They are on the road. Paul Freestone is at the wheel, and they are position 23 overall, and that is the crew. They're still awake. Just
how?
Lots of sugar, I would be guessing.
Caffeine and sugar powering that team at the moment. They're just underneath us and to our left in the pit lane here where the commentary booth is. And that car, styled of course after the classic Shelby Daytona Coupe of the 1960s, which was of course penned, and I do mean penned in those days, no computer-aided design, by Peter Brock, not your Peter Brock,
that's
the
right.
other Peter Brock, who is actually a very accomplished motorsports photographer now. He and his wife Gail chase around the American Le Mans series. Big fan is Peter and Gail of the Pikes Peak hill climb as well, and two nicer people you could not wish to meet. And I always remember talking to him about this car and say, when I first met him about 15 years ago, and he said, yeah, I wasn't quite pleased with that car. It wasn't how I wanted it. It's one of the most beautiful racing cars in the world. Well, I think we're going to do another one and tidy it up. And that, of course, has become the Brock Super Performance Coupe, which has made its debut a few years ago, built in South Africa and distributed around the world.
Changed on the second part of the top 10. In fact, the fifth and sixth place, isn't it? Yeah, fifth place car, Marcus Winkelhock. In the United Autosports Audi, has got himself ahead of the number 9 Audi, the Network clothing car, currently in the hands of Mark Cheney. So Winkelhock up to 5th. Two Audis swapping places there. Still Audi's looking handily placed, 4th, 5th and 6th, behind Mercedes, McLaren and Ferrari in the top 3.
Just saw a quick shot of the garage there of a car that had just ducked in. It was the 6, the yellow safety stop Porsche. That's one of the Class B cars. It was 3rd in the class and 2 laps off the lead, so that doesn't help when it's parked in the garage.
No, and that Class B is proving to be one of attrition. You could say the same for Class A at the moment as well, but we've still got a decent battle at the head of the field with Nico Bastian just pulling away to about 6.5 seconds on the leaders. And it's quite remarkable, you know, we're talking about that 65 car, the white and blue coupe. This is what happened, and every time I see that I cringe. This is what happened on Saturday, wasn't it? That car went around,
and that was first lap out after a red flag.
Yeah, I mean, bonkers stuff. And it wasn't the fact that the guys didn't want to do it, they just didn't have the bits. Had to have them driven up from Melbourne, I think.
Yeah, from Melbourne, from Sydney. This is what was going on during the night while we were all catching some Zs. They were working to get this car back. They managed to do it. They had a little problem. Remember, they started it from pit lane, but gee, for rolling it straight out without a test session, without a little bit of a run, that is great stuff from Richard Bendel and his team. And Richard Bendel was the man behind Motec.
Yeah.
Of course, now worldwide in race cars all over the world. Australian company.
They had to get the grinding wheel out on the right front guard, didn't they? It sort of comes back. It wasn't quite the fit that they were looking for, but they got the car. It's that never say die attitude you've got to have in endurance racing. There is the bright orange McLaren, Andrew Kirkcaldy, the Scotsman, at the wheel, and in behind him, Lauren Van Tour in the number 3 Audi, the white and red car with the yellow Roo signs on it. And that car is trying to make its way back and get itself back on the lead lap. It's sitting just off the lead lap at the moment, and he's chasing Kirkcaldy back towards Nico Bastien, who is our leader. So that is second and fourth, but not a battle for position as they stand at the moment. They're separated by 3.85 miles of this circuit, and what you can see there.
It gets so hard to read who's got genuine pace at this stage of the race because they're all picking their way through traffic. I mean, Nico Bastien that time through lap 150, 2 minutes 6.4. Kirkcaldy and the McLaren at 2:07.72. But how much of that is traffic affected? Where do you get the traffic? How long are you stuck behind it? Or do you get a nice clear lap and suddenly look like you're a bit of a superstar? It's really, really hard to read. We saw that earlier on where the fight for the lead was going on, but we didn't need to worry about the gaps because we could see it because the two cars were right together picking through the traffic.
The gap is slowly increasing. I took the gap as it came off the first flying lap after the safety car. It was 5.6. It went up to 5.9. It's now stretched up to 7.8. So it's not going up in masses, but it is just creeping up. It's advantage Bastien at the moment.
Now there is the Lamborghini, Eric Banner on the driving roster for that car. He's gone about his business nice and quietly. Another one of the breed of very successful actors who are pretty successful as racing drivers as well. He loves motor racing, he loves cars, loving the beast. If you've not seen that movie, you have got to see it. It is a classic. And Eric Banner out of that Lambo now and down in the lane with Boydo.
Yeah, Eric Banner, no better place for a rev head on a Sunday afternoon when the sun's shining, the Mount Panorama. A good stint?
Yeah, it was great. It was great. It was my second stint for the day, and car's still running, and the guys are doing a great job. And yeah, just got to keep circulating and try and remain invisible to the faster guys.
As you know, having seen so many races up here, staying out of trouble, doing those consistent laps keeps you in the game. What are you hoping for at the end of the day?
Look, we knew that if we could, stay out of trouble and just, keep at a consistent pace, we'd have a good chance of being in the top 20. We're now running 14th or 15th, so we'll just see. We got no grand ambitions. We just want to keep circulating at a comfortable pace, and we'll end up where we end up. We're not chasing anyone.
So many professional race car drivers try and explain what it's like to drive around Mount Panorama. Give us your thoughts.
It's just, I love the mental side of it. I mean, it's physical and all that sort of stuff, but it's just such a huge mental challenge, and I think that's what it. People go on about the rise and the fall and all that sort of stuff, but I do think ultimately it's just mentally such a great workout. So I love it.
Great to see you enjoying yourself. Thanks for your time.
Cheers, Ram.
Fifth position in class for that car. It is a Class B car and one of a growing line. And it's nice to see once again that the celebrity side of Hollywood, and Eric Banner is no doubt a Hollywood superstar, getting back interested in racing again. I mentioned earlier on about Steve McQueen and Paul Newman. Paul Newman did race at Le Mans. Steve McQueen made the movie, but he had a decent result at Sebring in 1970 with Peter Revson in the 908 Flunder, did McQueen. And Newman came second at Le Mans, let's not forget. We've got Patrick Dempsey, who's interested in racing Porsches. There was some talk about Eric Banner trying to drag Mark Webber, a long-time friend of his, and he used to race Formula Ford in the UK many years ago, did that young Mark Webber lad. He's doing a bit of Porsche stuff now. Trying to drag him there, and the Twitter went bonkers, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I think Richard Crowell almost fell over. He didn't have to do anything to get coverage for the Bathurst 12 Hour because that did amazing things when a couple of tweets went around with, of course, James Tompkins, the former Olympic gold medalist Australian rower as well. So expect, hopefully, to see them here in 12 months' time.
The thing that any non-professional
John, as you well know, I am in heaven right now. This is a beautiful temperature out. It's 34 degrees ambient, which is just lovely, but 51 track temperature. Now, this red line right here at the front of the garage signifies where a team can come to for a pit stop, where they need to stay behind. But actually, teams, much like the drivers struggling with the heat, have shifted it and have moved back into the line of shade. They've decided that this is a safer place to be. You're not finding many crew members up and down this pit lane hanging out outside of the shaded area. You're not finding many people at all hanging outside of the shaded area, except for the crazy ones like me.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're born and brought up in Florida. Shea Adam, part of the RadioLeMans.com team here at the mountain again this year. Across the line, the HTP Mercedes-Benz, Thomas Jäger, and he is in 8th position. That's the light-coloured Mercedes-Benz. Behind him, he's got the Il Bello Rosso Ferrari, the 88 car. That's the 3rd position car, a lap or so ahead of him. And behind that is the 63, the 5th position car. So that's not confusing at all. 8 leads 3rd, 8th leads 3rd, leads 5th position. Obviously, they're not all battling for those positions right now, but what they are doing is battling against the competition, which might be 2 or 3 or 4 kilometres away on the other side of the circuit.
Yeah, they're all 3 of them on different laps. The Mercedes being 2 laps behind, Mika Salo being on the lead lap in the Il Bello Rosso Ferrari, and then the Erebus Mercedes, is on the 63 Mercedes, is a lap off the lead lap, and therefore a lap behind the Ferrari ahead of it.
Which makes things a little bit confusing, but just easy to say that the car in the middle is the car furthest up the field, 3rd position at the moment for Mika Salo, and he will want to clear that 84 Erebus Mercedes of Thomas Jäger. Thomas Jäger, though, no mean competitor. We saw him early on in the first stint of the day. I thought that is possibly, in terms of passing, one of these stints of the day. You'd absolutely put Shane van Gisbergen up for his pace when he got into the McLaren, but from 11th to 2nd in that opening stint was a pretty good run for Thomas Jäger in that light-coloured Mercedes-Benz. Now Mika Salo gets position going on to Conrad Straight.
Starts to make me ask the question. I know this is early. I know we've just gone past halfway. I know it's just past 12:30. We just saw a quick shot there. That's Jeremy Moore, who's race engineering for that Ferrari. That's Craig Lowndes' regular V8 engineer.
That's the Triple Eight, yeah?
Yeah, they like to hang out together on their non-V8 working weekends. But what I was going to say is, I know we're a long way away from this, but clearly all the teams are running their driver lineups, and we saw before with Maro Engel just doing the one stint. They're all working their way backwards from how it's going to play out and who they want in the car for that last stint or two. So the question starts to be asked, who do you want later on in those cars?
And we've got 5 hours and 37 minutes to go. The stint lengths, Paul Trustwell, are a little bit longer than what we might have been expecting. So we're not talking about that many pit stops now to the end of the race.
No, exactly. We're getting an hour on a normal stint, or maybe an hour and 10 if we've had a safety car during the stint to stretch it. But the actual pit stops very quick indeed, with virtually all the teams double stinting the tyres. So we've got quite a lot of them double stinting the drivers as well. And so you do have to start looking at it. There's a 3-hour limit on the amount of continuous driving time that you can do, or 4.5 hours altogether. And it's that kind of calculation that the team needs to be doing to say, okay, there's 4.5 hours left. So this is how the drivers have got to do their time.
Yeah, because you can't afford, it's a bit like playing 2020 cricket. You've only got so many overs for the guys, and you've got to make sure you've got the right guy in to bowl the over at the death. Now we're getting up to, we're working lap 154 at the moment, Noons, and we're getting towards that magic number that everybody associates with the mountain in terms of laps completed.
161. Does that mean I could go home and I'm done?
That is ingrained on your brain, isn't it?
Well, it used to be 163, and then we put the chase in and it changed the lap time, so it became 161 since the World Touring Car round in 1987. But yes, it is ingrained in us. The 1000 is indeed part of Australian sporting culture, really. But I'm loving this fight here. Thomas Jäger and Mika Salo not fighting for position. Salo wants to get on with the job. He's 22.8 seconds off the lead of the race. He's, 9-10 seconds behind the McLaren, so he wouldn't mind moving this Mercedes, but Jäger's proven today he's not really keen to help anybody out.
He's starting to feel a little bit of frustration in that red car. Just the way that he's positioning, he's having a good look there, and he's letting Thomas Jäger know by doing that. Now, he didn't even try to go down the left-hand side of the track there, but what he's saying to Thomas Jäger is, mate, you're a lap back, you're a couple of laps back, I need to be through, I'm coming through, and here I am, I'm putting myself right on the inside. That is smart driving by Mika Salo. Lines him up, lets him know gives the team time to say, come on, you've got to let him by. And there's no chance of any paint being traded at that point.
No risk. Don't need risk. It's not really worth it yet. Maybe in the last 20 minutes or so, but this is the Daytona Coupe back in the pit lane. I'm just surprised that these guys are awake to be able to service it. This has been a massive effort. If they get this car to the line at the end of the day, no matter how many laps that it has or hasn't done, that's a massive effort.
Well, these guys have now been up something in the region of 36 hours.
That's a lot of sugar.
Well, because they had a double overnighter, didn't they? Because they were up on Friday night into Saturday morning with another issue on the car, which they managed to get fixed. But
I think they did get some sleep that night, but I don't think they pulled an all-nighter, but they did pull an all-nighter last night.
Yeah, well, they were using the fact that there was transportation time, wasn't there? There was nothing they could do while the trucks were coming over from Melbourne and various other places, and parts were being sourced. I'm going to be interested now to see what Sarlo's times are, because even though he was bottled up behind the Mercedes of Thomas Jaeger, he wasn't actually losing very much time. I think the Mercedes was helping the Ferrari down the straights, even though Mika could have gone faster over the mountain. But it will be interesting to watch how those lap times go.
Taking a look at the GTC Ford Focus now. Now that outwardly looks like a front-wheel drive Ford Focus. You'd normally expect it to have a 1.8 or a 2-litre engine in it. And yes, you'd be right to say that, except this has got a fire-breathing V8 driving the rear wheels. And effectively what's under their names is like a V8 supercar. It's a tube frame car, and this is a really clever and I think intriguing project that is very much Australia based.
This has been put together on the Gold Coast in Queensland by Paul Sepernich from Pace Innovations, his company. He's a former V8 supercar and touring car engineer. He's worked all over the world. They've put together these cars with Ryan McLeod, so a lot of Australian companies putting together the componentry. It's a 5-litre Ford Coyote engine in these cars. There's 3 of them running. They're built to what's being dubbed GTC, so they're essentially being built as a customer car for a South African series in Australia by an expat South African. I don't think that's ever happened before. But the beauty of this is it's like in V8 supercars, the new generation of cars. You change the bodywork and suddenly you've got a different type of car, even though you've got the same chassis underneath. Craig Lowndes is helmeting up and getting ready to go. Normally for the 1000 on lap 155, he'd be right in the middle of a fight for the podium, but he's going to take over at some stage from Mika Salo. This is at the top of the hill. Is it the BMW?
It is indeed the GWS car, isn't it?
And the Grove Porsche was involved with Ben Barker.
Now that was interesting because the Grove Porsche dived down the escape road at the top of Mount Panorama. Top 3 have had 5, 7 and 6 stops respectively, with Nico Bastian in the lead car now having a 13.3 second lead. We have the 88 car. One of those passes through the pits was not a stop, of course. It was their drive-through for speeding. So it looks like Mika Salo is getting ready to get. Why has the McLaren had a couple of extra stops, Paul? What did they do?
Because they're running a strategy which is to refuel when the safety car comes out.
Top it up.
And they've now done that twice. So in effect, the top 3 are all on 5 stops, but the McLaren has done the 2 extra ones. So
this is not necessarily problems. This is just a different tactic.
It's purely a schedule. They use the time when the safety car comes out to come in and refuel, and it certainly has helped them on that last stop. They made one, in my view, tactical error a little while ago, but they've got over that and they're still on the lead lap. They're still chasing.
Do you want me to explain what that was all about?
That is a brilliant piece of artwork on the back of the helmet.
Craig Lowndes has on the back of his helmets, right throughout the course of his career, since he has his kids. That's Levi and Chili, his kids. So over the evolution of his various helmets, you can see the evolution of them as well, because as they grow up, there with Craig wherever he races.
That's photographic quality. Whoever's done the airbrushing on that is really good.
Yeah.
So let's keep an eye on the 88 car. Let's come around Maguire's. There's one more lap at least, but you'll often see the drivers getting ready. They're not sitting around for hours on end with their helmets and a Hans device on, but they also don't want to be pulling that on just as the car comes in to the lane. So Mika Salo heads up Mountain Straight for his 155th time, and Paul says
he's going to be out for another 5 laps by my reckoning, right, on the pit stop schedule.
And what about Andrew Cocotti? Watching him in the McLaren at the moment, how long's he got before he needs fuel?
got another 10 laps or more, in fact more. He's going up to 171, so 18 laps for Kirkcaldy. And so the order of the pit stops is going to be the Ferrari coming in first, Mika Salo, then Nico Bastian in the Mercedes number 1, and then it'll be Kirkcaldy. Kirkcaldy's got the most fuel on board.
Always assuming that nothing intervenes. Good news for fans of the Daytona Coupe. The 65 car is back out onto the circuit, and there would have been, I had noticed a little ripple of applause from the guys who are chuffing out the midday, early afternoon sun here at Mount Panorama, because that sounds great, that car, and it is clearly a fan favourite.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to not like that car, and now it's only added to the story with the work they've done. And I'm just keeping an eye. This fight for 4th place is actually starting to get interesting between the Phoenix Audi and the second of the Erebus Mercedes, the 63 Aussie car with Greg Crick behind the wheel. 10 seconds, that's all it is between them on the road. So there's 23 seconds covering the top 3 in the race. There's 10 seconds between 4th and 5th. About nearly another minute back is Mark Sini in the number 9 Audi, and Eric Lux in the United car is 7th. He's the last car 1 lap down, and then Thomas Jaeger's 2 laps down. So at the moment, it's very much shaping up as a Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari fight. But if that Audi and the second Merc can get back on the lead lap, ooh, it gets really spicy. It gets really, really tasty. But Bastian's got pace at the moment. He's cranking out 2-minute 5s. Kirkcaldy and Salo are regularly in the 7s, so he's built 13 seconds.
Yeah, but Kirkcaldy and Salo aren't 13 seconds apart here. There must have been an issue somewhere, because there was the orange of the McLaren right in front of that 88 car. And there are the eyes of Craig Lowndes waiting for his go, and he'd be like getting himself sacked. That's not 13 seconds. No. So there's been an issue for Andrew Kirkcaldy.
I reckon he was off at the chase. That's why we were seeing a little bit of dust on that last replay. So that margin's come in, because Kirkcaldy last time around it's showing here a 7.5, but clearly the margin to come down that far, that's not the case.
Well, unless we've got a little timing glitch, but I can see it on the screen now, and going up towards the cutting for the 155th time for these cars. Mika Salo all of a sudden sees the opportunity to move up another position before he hands the car over to his teammate Craig Lowndes. And what an up and down day it's been for the McLaren. The timing's just given up on us for the moment, which has been lulling us into a false sense of security. But and there is the opportunity for Salo as he comes through traffic, and once again the little wiggle right at the top of the mountain. We've seen 3 or 4 big incidents there. You don't normally have a small one there, in fairness, and Mika Salo now has got the big target on the back of that orange McLaren, down to the Falcon hairpin. Now, we've seen this McLaren is reasonably good on the twisty stuff. What's it like? It looks slippery as a car should. There's an Audi in front of it. Can they get a little toe? Mika Salo already right there. Goes to the right, goes to the left. There's no room. It'll go 3 wide down Conrod Straight. Fantastic stuff. Getting up to 280 kilometres an hour. And this is GT racing at its best. Still 5.5 hours to go. And Mika Salo pulls it off round the outside. Used the power of Maranello's finest, the big screaming V8, and goes up into second position. 3 wide down Conrod. That woke us up.
I'm awake. I'm good to go. So the Ferrari's good to go. I've just got a stopwatch running to get us the margin. Nico Bastian has gone past the line a little while ago. I'll get the stopwatch this time through. The gap's 21 seconds from first to second. This is the replay at the top of the hill.
This is really what set it all up, wasn't it? That was where Salo realised he had an opportunity through the traffic. The Audi is sort of blazing a trail there, and everybody heads up driving. You've got to have respect for the guys around you here on the mountain.
Oh, you have to. It's the only way to go, particularly in a race like this. Is now Mika Salo going by. That's the Damien Flack Porsche that has had some dramas. Look at this. This is Thomas Jaeger. Careful here. Now the Audi's out wide in the dirty stuff. Manages to get away with it. That's the 4th place car overall in the race. Being passed by the 8th. There's 1 lap between them.
Jaeger is on a mission to get a lap back, isn't he? He's clearly been released. Let the horses off the bridle and give them a bit of a whipping, and see if he can get some of that time back, because that car was very quick early on. We saw particularly with Jaeger behind the wheel, and he works traffic very, very well. He's a confident driver. Seems to be able to make the right decisions very, very quickly when they're in the multi-class racing situation. That 25 car is Eric Lux in 7th position, so that is a battle for position there now. So the 25 with the HTP Mercedes behind it. And they are on the same lap. And that is for something like position number 7, and I say something like because I'm just waiting for an update.
I don't think they are on the same lap. This is the HTP Mercedes and
the United Autosports 25.
No, they're a lap apart.
Not on that time it's going.
Well, 4 laps ago they were 25
Okay.
seconds apart of the road. So
Okay.
4 or 5 laps maybe. I'm going to vote with you, John. I'll vote with you at the moment until I'm proven otherwise.
And he's gone through. He's done the deed.
And I mean, Thomas Jaeger, by rights, should be up there anyway. It's not. It's only for the problems that car has experienced over the race why it's dropped back. And another of the beauty of endurance racing is seeing fast cars which fall back with problems, then being able to make up positions on the racetrack. And so Thomas Jaeger then with the HTP car.
Let's head down to the pit lane. It's hot, it's sticky, but we've still got the guys out there working. Come on, Boydo, who have you got for us?
I've got a man who knows what it's like to get the heart rate up. Darshan Patayachi's car, the 45 Porsche, is down here in pit lane. They're working on it at the moment after a brake issue. Darshan, you were in the car at enormous speeds, and all of a sudden, what happened? No brakes.
Yeah, the lap before I just went wide, just felt like I didn't have a pedal. Then it was going on and off for about 3 laps, and got to the chase, pressed the pedal, and the brake was there, then just went to the floor.
Darshan, we're going to show you the overlay. Just talk us through what was going through your mind here.
I had my eyes closed, so I don't really remember, but yeah.
Quite literally, your eyes closed.
Yeah, I pressed the brake pedal and it just went to the floor, and the safest thing to do was just put it into the gravel trap, but it spat out. I just didn't want to hit anyone as I flew across.
So what actually happened? There was no, oh gee, you got some air there too. No brake pedal, then all of a sudden it just pumped up and snapped on you?
No, I actually had brake to start, and then the pedal went to the floor and it just snapped sideways. So I think it just grabbed the rear brake.
Good news is you're A-OK. Are they going to be able to get
Cheers, thanks.
Yes, I think I might have my eyes closed. Hands off, feet off. Just wait for the noise to stop, and then you know it's fine. 5:22 to go. And Mika Salo is pushing the envelope here. There is your leader. This is the Erebus Mercedes-Benz heading up the mountain one more time, and it was just over 20 seconds when Mika Salo made the pass to get into second place, and they are running long, and I think we're right into that area now that we were talking about earlier on, Aaron, when the guys are effectively back timing it to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw the lead car go by the Marcassini Audi, so that puts it 2 laps down. We've got a weight shot here up Mountain Straight. That is Mika Salo. Last time I took that gap, we're just trying to get the timing kicked back in here. 3 seconds from the Ferrari back to Andrew Cocotti in the McLaren, who is just behind. He'll be in the shot just behind. I didn't quite see, but he is there. We can absolutely tell you that's the case. They are the 3 cars that are on the lead lap of the motor race. We are now on, wait for it, lap 161.
It's the big number.
It's 1,000 kilometres.
And thanks to the guys down in timing, done a great job there. We got it redone. 21 seconds between first and second, and 3 seconds between second and third at lap 161, which are so. Somebody at the moment's head would be exploding as 5 cars were heading for the end of the Bathurst 1000. Certainly if it was anything like last year, I got the good fortune to call it back in Europe, and that's it. You'd be off after that. So we've got a couple of minutes and then we can go.
It feels very, very strange to be at 1 o'clock and just about done for 1,000 Ks. We'd be here at, I guess, 4:45 or thereabouts. So same, different? No, it's great fun, and we've still got a long way to go with how this race is unfolding. Mika Salo is pushing on here. Craig Lowndes will take over this car at the next pit stop. He's got helmeted up, he's good to go. But let's take a look at how it unfolds on the leaderboard.
The Pirelli outright leaderboard sees 8 of the top 10 cars in the Darrell Lea A-Class, with the GWS personnel B-Class in 9th and 10th position, and it's still Mercedes, Ferrari, McLaren, Audi. What a spread of manufacturers. The 2 Porsches battling it out for the B-Classes in positions 9 and 10. In the Michelin class leaderboard, well, we've told you about Bastian and Davidson in the Darrell Lea and GWS personnel classes A and B. Ridge's Class C is still the Ginetta, or is back to the Ginetta, in fact, the 17 car. The Century Batteries sees the 22 Seat car, that's the Super Cobra car, in Class D. Chrysler Group Finance Class F, the Fiat 500, it's back to the 96 car, Paul Gover behind the wheel, and our good friend Grant Denyer continues to lead the Invitational class, Class I, in the Mark Ford Focus, brought to you by Recaro. Always a comfy place to be sitting when you're in your race car. There is your leader. Nico Bastian has impressed the whatnots out of me this week. We've watched him do 1 or 2 other things as well, but the maturity with which he has gone about his business here, Aaron, has been impressive. He's got some big shoes there to stand next to. In fact, actually, Mauro Engels set the time, didn't he? And he was actually wearing a pair of Bernd Schneider's boots because he didn't have any of his own. He burned through a set of the soles of his race boot. But this young man, Nico Bastian, is carving a very nice reputation out for himself.
There's been a couple of impressive guys who've never been here before. They know the cars and this format of car really well, but to learn this track so quickly, and we've had so much halted running time in practice and qualifying with so many red flags. No one, not even the hardened Bathurst veterans, have managed to string together many laps here over the course of the weekend. So to do what Bastian's done is quite impressive, and he leads by 21 seconds at the moment. Lap 162. We've had a little bit of a drama again with the timing screen having a bit of a freeze, but yeah, this car is the one to beat at the moment in terms of the pace that it's been able to generate. But can't wait to see Shane van Gisbergen back in that McLaren. No doubt they have to put him in for the run to the checkered flag.
Question is, do you put him in for 1 stint or 2? How
looks
fresh
pretty
is he gonna
fresh.
be?
Looks pretty fresh. I haven't really seen any drivers getting out today looking absolutely shot. They've all looked quite okay. It is very warm out there, but I haven't seen anybody who looks terribly bad. Now, when do we see Tony Quinn in that car? Haven't
question.
seen him yet.
I don't think we have seen him in. Don't forget, you can only do a maximum of 4. They're talking about you, see, they're talking about you, Tony.
They're hearing me.
You're only allowed to do a maximum of 4.5 hours as a single driver and 3 hours at a single stint. Now, well in and stretching the window. These guys are getting brave on the fuel numbers. Here comes the second place car, Mika Salo. We've already seen Craig Lowndes is suited and booted and ready to go. You'd expect them then to throw a fresh set of Mitchies on that car. Michelin tyres battling at the front of the field against Pirelli.
And they're right there, and they've got stickers on them too. So a new set. Mika Salo out, Lowndes clambering in, not used to driving a left-hand drive car. Let's head down to Shay.
He may not be used to driving a left-hand drive car, but that certainly isn't stopping him from being very, very quick in the car. Craig, who started the car, is now getting back into it for his second shift. It will probably be his last of the race unless their plans change. A little further down the pit lane, the number 4 is having service done. They just got out the almighty saw and cut off the right half back of the rear bumper. That sound you're hearing is the car getting ready to go back out onto the track. Ben Barker staying behind the wheel.
Oh, it looks a bit pedestrian, doesn't it? Oh, that's an oil filler going in, pressurised oil going into the top of the engine. Looks a bit pedestrian sometimes because nothing's happening while the fuel's going in. That is the regulation. You'll see this at Le Mans as well. So if you're following Mark Webber in LMP racing next year in the World Endurance Championship, it's the same sort of thing. The engine has to be turned off. You can fuel the car or you can put tyres on the car, but you can't do them at the same time. Indeed, when the fuel's going in, the only thing that you can do is change the driver and wipe the screen. You're allowed to help the driver in and out. You can change his water bottle, you can help him do his belt up, but you can't touch the car for any other service. Once the fuel hose comes out, that's when everyone comes to life, and these guys practice and practice and practice.
And that's Clark Quinn, who is helmeted and ready for the next pit stop for the McLaren. First time that he's raced this car. In fact, he'd never driven it before they got here this weekend. He's Australian GT champion. We've seen him in a Porsche GT3R, but they've since sold that car that they've raced here previously. He's been in Moseley. He's had a steer of just about everything over the years. So he's the man helmeted up and good to go. So the question probably is, will Tony Quinn actually get in? Mika Salo, very hot work from the fin, just being cooled down. Bottle of water, some ice. But he's done a great job. That safety car helped them, but he pushed them up.
And look at how wet the front of his race suit is. I know they've put some water onto the back of his neck, but he has put a shift in. He has put a shift in. You said we haven't really seen anybody tapped out, but that is a very fit racing driver, a very experienced racing driver in the shape of Mika Salo. And I dare say he'd go again, but let's have a listen.
I'm so exhausted, I couldn't remember the correct seat is staying in. Yeah. You say this, leave the seat, do the cables, do this, because 2 hours in a car is fucking hard.
Apologies for the language there, English not his first and native language, but I think he got the idea that 2 hours in the car has completely burned him mentally more than perhaps physically. He couldn't remember the order with which to take everything off as he came in the lane.
And what he was saying to the engineers was, there, just give me the reminder. You hear it all the time. It sounds like, oh, sure, of course they're going to know what to do. Take your drink bottle out, undo the belts, unplug the radio, do all those things. But you need to be reminded, refresh. And yeah, as Mick was saying, 2 hours in the car, hot and sweaty, lots going on. But he's out, and no bottles of water or sports drinks there. He was into a slushy. Very nice.
I think it's interesting about the mental side of it as well as the physical. Really interesting. People say that these guys aren't athletes. I'd certainly argue with that. We're waiting for the McLaren to pit. Andrew Kirkcaldy is due out of that car shortly. We've got 5.25 hours still to run here on the mountain. It's the Liquid Moly 2014 Bathurst 12 hours. That's the leader of the GTC Ford Focus. 3 of those cars in the race, and they have, in terms of mechanical wise, they have run faultlessly. It's been a good run out for them. This was a moment or two ago on the Maguire's replay, down through the S's and down to the dipper. Oh, just a slight misjudgment there from the 63 Erebus Mercedes-Benz. Well, it had a run-in earlier on the right front of the car, and he's done the same side again on the back of that Daytona Coupe, and it's done way more damage than the Root did earlier on, and that is not going to polish out. They'll be having that back in the box. Now, what the question is has it done any damage to that brake ducting and to any other cooling underneath the front right-hand side of that car? What it has done is made the decision to change the under tray and some of the accoutrement around the front of that Mercedes a little bit easier, because they can't send it like that. They just won't be allowed to. So that is, again, small mistakes, big consequences. That's what happens here on the mountain. And there's a little spin for the 35 Porsche. Well, they're just putting a wheel on that, but I'm certain they're going to roll that car back in the garage. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane.
To be honest, John, I don't think the team knew about the damage, because when it pulled up, they were as surprised as I was to see a headlight missing. They're telling Jack LeBlanc after the driver changed to fire the car back up. He's going back out. He is going back out. The 61 is coming in as well, which might be part of the issue for why they had to send the 63 back out. They don't have time to worry about that car when the lead car needs service at the exact same box at the same time.
The number 1 car is in the pit lane, and this is your race leader.
And these are...
Oh, and here's the McLaren as well, Paul.
Yeah, this is a scheduled stop for the Mercedes. In fact, both of the Mercedes had scheduled stops. That probably was what Shea was saying, that we were surprised to have the damage, because the 63 Mercedes was due in anyway. But the McLaren is in as well, and for my money, that's a little bit early. We haven't actually got up to date numbers of laps completed at the moment, but we've got the McLaren in anyway, and that is, to my mind, just a slight bit early, but it may well be that Andrew Kirkcaldy is beginning to feel a bit tired out there.
I was going to say, that's the second of a double stint in the heat of the day.
But it's more than a double stint, because he made an extra 5 laps with the, in fact, an extra 8 laps to refuel. So Kirkcaldy having done a very, very long stint indeed, 2 and a bit.
Got a Porsche parked up on the top of the mountain. It's the 35 car, and that, I feel, in fact it has brought out the... Well, I thought I saw a safety car board there, but there's nothing on the start-finish line. The Padici Sennheiser Rentcorp forklifts and Fiji Water sponsored car on the run-up from Griffins to the cutting. And I tell you what, that's a great call by the race officials, because they've rolled him back into a gap, and if they can get him just a wee bit more further back, he's well out of harm's way. And once again, kudos to race control and our race director for not jumping on the full course caution straight away, right in the middle of pit stops. It would have caused chaos at the front of the field. And this is an issue for the McLaren that doesn't restart. Here's the V8 now, into first gear, and it does go out. And the 37 then, with Clark Quinn reinstalled into that car after a sterling 2 and a bit stints by the Scotsman Andrew Kirkcaldy. Clark Quinn getting in for what I think, Paul, is his third stint, if you like, in that car. He's going to have to be careful about his driver time. He was very impressive early on in that car. Remember, only 4.5 hours allowed for an individual drivers and 3 hours at one stretch. There is the GWS Class B Porsche, the 35 car.
Yeah, Andrew Kirkcaldy did 56 laps at the wheel of that car. So when you consider that a full stint is something like 25, that's 2 full stints plus a little bit more. So he'll be one tired little Scotsman down there in the pit garage.
That is the Maguire's replay from a few minutes ago when we saw the Porsche spinning just on the camber change there between the left and the right, and then that car has come to a grinding halt on the run-up from Griffins. There are the yellow flags waving on the run up the mountain, and now we do have them all the way around. We do have a full course caution. As into the pit lane comes the number 1 car, bit of damage on the back. It's a full course caution. The safety car has been deployed. Race control thinks that that car isn't as far out, so this is the splash and dash kind of mentality that Erebus are employing. He's been slightly held up in the 40k rush down pit lane by that number 50 GTC Ford Focus. Now, where is the McLaren in relation to the Mercedes-Benz? Let's get down to Shea Adam in the pit lane to talk tactics.
It was a very wise tactics move. They figured that with the Porsche spinning, they would have this caution. So they only fueled the car during that last stop. Now they have 4 new hard Michelins to go on the number 1, hoping that this will last more than a stint.
That is very, very clever indeed. That's NASCAR tactics, isn't it? You come in, you do the fuel, and then you do what needs doing the next time by on the safety car. So they have got effectively a free start. Whoa, hang on, there's something leaking out of the back of that car. I heard go, but look at the... Must have been adding water under pressure to the Mercedes-Benz V8. And I think I just saw the McLaren nip by visually. There is the safety car. Wow, he's second in the queue. So where's the McLaren? Let's have a look back down there. There's the 88 Ferrari, and there is the McLaren. He's got in and out without losing the lead.
Yeah, I can't quite see how he got out of the pit lane there, because the rules say that the pit lane exit is closed as the safety car train is coming past. And if you can come out and slot into second place, then that seems a bit...
I wonder if we've got a shot.
Optimistic pit lane exit to me, but if there was nobody showing a stop board, then he'll have gone regardless.
If we've got a shot looking back up the pit lane, and we can see whether the green or the red light is there, it is very, very visible, even in these bright conditions. And I'm sure we'll hear very shortly from down in the pits or from race control if there is an issue with that car rejoining. The BMW M5 then is back out on the circuit for its 6th time, Paul?
Just a minute, I need to go to that screen. It is the 6th time, absolutely right, well remembered.
Let's have a little look of what was going on in the pit lane. There he goes. Now watch the official on the right-hand side of the screen here. He'll put his hand out if he needs the Mercedes-Benz to stop, and he doesn't. He's out. He's allowed him through. That man in the white shirt with the cans on would normally stick his hand out. We've seen him do that before, and the leader drops straight into the train. There is the Porsche that Pat Long is a part of, as the rest of the cars now head up the pit lane. You see these officials here in the white shirts with the radio headsets on, they are in direct contact with race control and open and close the pits. And the number 50 Ford goes out. There's the HTP Mercedes-Benz. And the 19 Porsche going out as well, the Damien Flack-engined Rogue Vispa RS75 Porsche. So Nico Bastian stays in the car and retains his lead. Now, is that an issue for the 12 car? Seems to be standing there a long time. The McElrea Racing Ice Brake Porsche with Alex Davidson at the wheel when it came in. Everybody taking the opportunity to take the pit stop. And we're hearing from race control that there is no issue about him rejoining. The pits were open, pit exit was open, and therefore it is a brilliant tactical manoeuvre by the Mercedes-Benz team. Well, we've got a little bit of clean-up to do, and Nico Bastian still leads. It's Craig Lowndes now in the second place, Ferrari, and Clark Quinn in the third place, McLaren. Three great brands battling it out on the mountain, and the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours for 2014 has just over 5 hours still to run. Well, this is a bit of drama for you with just on 5 hours still to go of this race. Rahel Frey finally brings that number 3 car. It's been having some electrical gremlins. It looked like they were going to work on the brake pads of the number 3 Phoenix Racing Audi R8 LMS Ultra, the 2013 model year. That is third place. That is disappearing for that car, and indeed the McLaren has already nipped through into third place. So the 63, oh, that is very quick indeed if they've just done that. That is very good. Well done to them. And they've got that car out. In comes the 99. This is the car that Eric Banner is involved with, the Class B Racing Incident FXD Workwear sponsored Gallardo LP200, a venerable 2008 chassis. And by the way, that just proves, doesn't it, that you don't have to have the brand spanking new up-to-date machinery to come and play here on the mountain. With the amount of Twitter traffic and World Wide Web that we have had in the first 6 hours or so of this race from racing drivers and racing teams all over the world, we might have to be asking James O'Brien to extend the starting grid next year to beyond 55. The questions from CJ Wilson Racing in the United States. CJ Wilson, as well as being a massive motorhead, just happens to be a major league pitcher in baseball. Whether they can have a MX-5 class for next year, which would make him want to bring a couple of his cars over. Do you know, I bet they would fit you in somewhere, CJ. So down in the pit lane, this is the Porsche pit that Pat Long is a part of, the competition motorsports cars. The Icebreak McElrea Racing machine number 12. That looks like there's something that is awry at the front of the car itself. Now, we're not going to be going green anytime soon. The BMW M5 safety car has been out on circuit 6 times, 7 if you count it pacing the field, and it takes a special car and a special driver to make sure that all is safe at the head of an international motor race, as Shea Adam found out earlier this week.
Here at the Liqui Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst, safety is of the utmost importance, and representing safety here is BMW. Brad, you are the driver of this beautiful M5. What is it like to go around the track at speed?
It's very good. The car is quite remarkable in its handling. Heaps of horsepower, 300 plus kilowatts, sticks to the ground. But as a safety car, we only usually do 80 Ks to 100 to compress the field so that they can clean up whatever accident is on track.
You said you have racing experience at this track. How does the M5 compare to that?
It's a lot more powerful than I've ever driven here before. So yeah, it's quick, definitely.
So potentially putting down faster lap times than anything you did in a race car?
Yes, yeah, that would be easy in this car.
So when you're behind the wheel of this car and you're in front of BMWs in the D-Class, but you are leading Audi, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes, what is running through your head?
That don't crash. Very privileged to be in this position. For Sunday, there's 2 of us, 2 teams. We have hour on, hour off, so that we don't fatigue and we're not getting bored sitting around in case nothing happens.
Well, you heard it here first. Advice from the safety car driver, just don't crash.
He is a very lucky man. Not only gets to drive the safety car around the scenic and beautifully challenging 3.85 miles of Mount Panorama, but he had a very nice Breitling watch on, I noticed there as well. I'm very envious. We've got 169 laps in the book, so we've already done more than the 1,000 kilometres of the famous great October race down here at Bathurst for the Liquid Moly 12 hours for 2014. And there is the 35 Porsche. That's the second time we've seen a Porsche on a flatbed going behind the wall and back to the paddock, and that is, as Richard Craill said earlier on, somewhat unusual. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, at Bathurst 12 HOUR, and hashtag B12HR for your social interactivity here this Sunday in Australia, with the time approaching 20 minutes past 1 in the afternoon. And there is your leader, Nico Bastien. 2 cars between himself and Craig Lowndes, and then about another 3 or 4 between Lowndes and Clark Quinn. Eric Lux is the first car off the lead lap in the 25 United Autosport. And once again, Paul, the 25 car, the red, white and blue machine from England, that Audi, they've played the tactics cards very well, and they've bounced back up to 4th position.
And the way this race goes, there's nothing to stop that turning back into the lead lap. If they have the luck running their own way as well, then there's no reason why it shouldn't finish on the podium. We've got that good the HTP Mercedes as well, now up into 5th place as a result of the improvements that he's made.
Let's check some of the numbers, Paul. We started with how many cars at 6:15 this morning?
40 in the end.
40 started, and we don't get official retirements as such, but in terms of cars that are circulating, we still have how many, do you reckon?
I reckon we've had, what should we say, 7 retirements. Let's go back to, make it 10 retirements actually, because so we've got 30 still circulating. So there has been attrition. I mean, we've seen the accidents. We've had a few retirements in the pits with mechanical problems. The Oliver Gavin Audi, of course, had its mechanical problems. We've had a problem for one of the Fiats. So there have been various problems that have affected cars as well as the accidents.
You only need 2 to make a motor race, and we still have plenty more than that at the head of the field as the safety car lights are off. So the BMW M5 is in the pit lane, and Nico Bastien gets on it really early as he comes down to Maguire's. And of course the green flag hasn't gone out yet, so Craig Lowndes can't get by the lap traffic ahead of him. Now he sees the green flag, and Craig Lowndes has lost ground to the leader there. Great tactics by Nico Bastien in the Mercedes-Benz. The walking wounded includes now the 63 of Jacques Lebrock in 4th position with the right front wheel arch. The fender completely missing on that car, and it's starting to look like a late model dirt track car instead of the highly tuned GT3 machinery that car is. I've not a clue what that's going to be doing to the aerodynamic effect. The good news is, of course, he's got plenty of air on the brakes, but what is it going to do to the tyre wear and to the cooling of that big V8 engine? There is the McLaren of Clark Quinn in 3rd position, so 1 from 88 from 37. Those are the 3 lead lap cars. That's the black and purple Mercedes-Benz for Erebus Racing, the 88 Maranello, Il Bellerosso, bright red Ferrari, and that McLaren orange 37 car in 3rd position. Those are the top 3 cars on the lead lap, separated at the line by 6 seconds, as we're now well inside the last 5 hours of this race. 4 hours and 51 minutes to go, and there's been barely a dull moment for the 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. John Hindhaugh and Paul Trustwell from RadioLeMans.com taking you through the action. And don't forget, if you're here in Australia, get set for some network TV. better part of the last 3 hours of the race on SBS. Check your local listings for details, and we'll take you right through to the checkered flag and beyond on SBS. If you're not in Australia, stay on the stream. The pictures are clear, and the huge numbers have been coped with admirably by the server farm that we have ticking over gently in the background. More computing power this year than NASA used to put the man on the moon, I think. Now here is a battle for some real estate, and that is battle for position in the on the track as well, with Eric Lux in the 25, the mainly white Audi, and right in behind him he's got Thomas Jaeger, and Thomas Jaeger disposes of the Audi relatively easily. So the United Autosport car drops down to 6th position, and Thomas Jaeger continues his climb back in that HTP Mercedes-Benz. First time that we've seen anything other than Erebus as the team name on a Mercedes-Benz AMG here in Australia. And the 84 car, which was one of the quickest cars in the hands of Thomas Jaeger at the start of this race, once again begins to climb back. But just the first car, remember, off the lead lap. The leader's already working lap 172, whilst Jacques Lebrock and Thomas Jaeger, 63 and 84, 4th and 5th position, are still just one lap off the lead. And if you're watching the online scoring, just keep your eye on that 63 car, because it does disappear once in a while. Still got that transponder problem on the timer, which is even catching us out once in a while. So it's 1:88.37, all on the lead lap. Bastien Lowndes and Clark Quinn. Then it's Jacques Lebrock in the 63 car. Then it's Jaeger, and then Lux, and they're all one lap off the lead, as is Rahel Fry in the number 3 car that we saw after that brake issue earlier on. Jaeger's impressed me. He's really got the measure of this Mercedes-Benz round the mountain. These are big, wide, low cars. The sight lines to the corners of the cars make them quite difficult to position. Left-hand drive car as well, of course. That does put you close to the apex on most of the corners, which are, for the most part, left-handers. In the lane, the number 60, this is one of the GTC Ford Focus in the Recaro Invitation class, Class I. And bringing that car in was Dylan Thomas. I have to say, I didn't see whether there was a driver change. I do like the four-way flashes alternating when they're in the pit lane speed limit, so the team can spot them down the lane. Now, here is the number 6 Porsche. This is the Richard Gartner safety stop car. We saw that car in the pits not so very long ago. And behind the wheel is Michael Hector. That car back underway, and in the B class at the moment, a little bit off the pace. But we have got cars knocking on the door, in fact just inside the top 10 in Class B, which is being led by the 12 car once again, and that's Pat Long at the wheel. You can't miss this bright yellow safety stop car. Well-known and respected sponsor out here in Australia, and he's in elegant isolation at the moment, isn't it? So you might expect that he'd get a decent lap time here. It almost looks like we've got him running on a single lap qualifying run as he comes over the top of Skyline, and he's got the leader hovering into view now. And you see, such are the vagaries of this track that you don't get the circuit to yourself for very long, and almost immediately then, after we've said he's got some pace and some space on the circuit, the leader is right among him, and Michael Hector has to watch the mirrors. You don't want to tangle with the Mercedes-Benz, not at this part of the circuit, not anywhere, and he dutifully stays on line. Exactly the right thing to do for a car that is being passed. God, I love that low rumble of the Mercedes-Benz. Could only be possibly improved by the addition of a mechanical supercharger to give it that visceral whine that the 722 Mercedes-Benz had.
I mean, it's a very aesthetic car overall, isn't it? I mean, the shape of the car is great. You've got
it's old-fashioned in the fact that it's got that long snout.
Yeah.
But the proportions still work for me, I have to say.
Absolutely right. And as I say, with the long nose and the gull wings, I just think it's a super-looking car.
There's Craig Lowndes coming through his last time around at 2:06.6, and he's just 3.8 seconds now behind the leader. So Lowndes in the Ferrari, the Maranello Motorsports Il Bella racing car he shares with Peter Edwards, John Bow and Mika Salo, who did his duty earlier on with a marathon 2-hour plus stint. Now the 63 car is right behind the Ferrari here, but he's not in a battle with him as such. Of course, he will want to get past him on the circuit. The 63 is in 4th position, the 88 is in 2nd, but they're separated by a full lap of this Mount Panorama circuit.
Yeah, remember when the cars came in before the last pit stops, we had Mika Salo in the Ferrari and I've forgotten who was driving the Mercedes now, but at that point we had it was Crick, wasn't it? Yeah, and it was then that the Ferrari was trying to get through, and now it's kind of almost going the other way, isn't it?
But I tell you what, Jacques Lebrock has got some pace in that car, despite being sans right front wheel arch and bodywork. That 63 Erebus racing car, what we've been calling the Aussie Merc, that damage caused when it hit the back of the 65 Coupe. Down in the pit lane, the rest of the team, yeah, big thumbs up from Will Davison and doing the drive things. Now, here is the guy in 3rd position, and this is Clark Quinn, another young local talent. And Crailsey was saying earlier on, let's remember that he is not a professional racing driver. He helps run the Darrell Lee confectionery concern, and yet he has been mighty. And his last lap time very much up with the leaders, all running in round about the 2:06. Clark Quinn trips the timing line now, and he's on a 2:08.1, caught a bit of traffic that time around, but that bright orange McLaren has so far so good, with 4 3/4 hours still to go, impressed me. Now as we flick back down the start-finish straight, we should see the Thomas Jaeger HTP Mercedes-Benz, and there it is, Thomas Jaeger with the fluorescent yellow accents on the HTP car, and another big Rundgren V8, earns the nickname the Jaeger Bomb. Certainly did this morning on Rick Kelly. Hard to believe that that's 7 hours ago that we're talking about that, and this race still continues. And for those of you here at the circuit, I applaud your endurance, as into the pit lane comes Rahel Fry, and that is not a scheduled stop. We'll keep an eye on that.
That's right, they came in for that brake change, or certainly work on the pads, and that was on just less than 10 laps ago, so Rahel should be managing something more than 20 laps on a stint.
Eric Lux in the 25 United Autosports car. Eric's a name that our international listeners will be familiar with. He pops up all over the place, and the United Autosports car, he drives with Mark Patterson quite a lot, and we've got Marcus Winkelhock in that car.
But
as
there is scope for confusion there, because he's not the same Eric Lux as comes from Luxembourg. This is the American. Eric Lux, just to avoid confusion there. There are 2 Eric Luxes. I mean, it's an unusual name. Why do we get 2 of them?
Now, this was a moment or 2 ago in the pit lane on the Maguire's replay, and that is Rahel Fry with the Audi struggling. And we've seen this before a couple of times, and they have been given a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So straight through, so not a recurrence of the issues from earlier on. Remember, that car was coughing and spluttering, and they had to do a bit of a reset. Then they had to go of the all of the brake problems. And that, I think, just the second time we've seen someone pinged for pit lane speeding. It is only 40 kilometres an hour, which is very, very slow indeed, which is why timing your pit stops here on Mount Panorama for the Bathurst 12 hours is so important. The guy stands at the end of pit lane with the, like what the cops use, with a radar gun, and they also do it on time now as well for the pit lane speeding. And some race directors will give you maybe 1 or 2k over it. Some are absolutely zero tolerance, but you'll find out early in the week if everybody starts getting pinged during the practice sessions. Eduardo Freitas, our race director for the World Endurance Championship likes to make sure everybody knows where the white lines are at the side of the road and what the pit lane speed limits is. And it's about building a relationship with the teams and the drivers in the same way as the drivers are getting used to the circuit. They've got to get used to the race director. It's the same as a home plate umpire in baseball or a cricket umpire. You kind of get to know what they are hot on and what they are not. Referees in soccer and Aussie rules the same. You get to know the officiating team. But nowadays, with the amount of information that race control has, there's no running away from these penalties. No point in trying to protest it. They probably have it. There is the speed gun. Watching down there, the Subaru. Is that 40 clicks? Yeah, fine, not a problem. 39.7. And you see he's got another judge of fact with him. By that I mean another marshal. Glad to see that they are all hatted up. Slipped, slapped, slopped and wrapped up for the 37-degree heat that has been forecast for today. Now, Erebus again are talking tactics. We've seen this all the time. Nico Bastian with 11.7 seconds now. 10 seconds between Lowndes and Quinn, the McLaren, and the second place Ferrari. And I've got to say that these are slightly concerned faces, aren't they, Paul, down in the Erebus racing team? Now, let's check out some of the battles on the circuit. As the traffic pulls through some of the Porsches, there's Rahel Fry back out on the track now in 7th position and 2 laps off the lead. That is the 51 Porsche, and that at the moment has got Garth Walden at the wheel.
Interestingly, though, equal problems have afflicted the number 9 Audi, the Network Clothing sponsored car, because these two were having a battle earlier on, but then the number 9 car had its problems, and now with the problems that Rahel Fry's had with the Phoenix car, number 3, they're back into a position where they're on the same lap as each other and separated by quite a way. In fact, it's just over a minute, the gap between them. But again, if they're going to have problems, that's when a gap of a minute can make no difference at all and can disappear very quickly.
176 laps in the book, so we've now gone 15 laps further than the Great Race would have done last October. Rick Kelly tweeting, good fun to double stint to kick off the Sega morning. Bit early for a Jaeger bomb, though. Yes, he did get Jaeger, didn't he, at the Falcon elbow. Grove Racing Porsche there, going through short. And that car has been leading Class B, but has given up that lead to the 12 car, which is a little bit further up the road. The McElrea Racing Icebreak Competition Motorsports car. Now, we saw them with one of those little rubber splitters that go underneath the chin spoiler of the Porsche earlier on. That's not slowing down. Pat Long in 9th position and leading the GWS recruitment Class B cars. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd in class. And here is the class leader in GT4, Class C if you like. And the Ginetta G50 has outpaced the Lotus and has had fewer problems. Comes to a stop. And at the wheel of that, it's Daniel Gaunt bringing that G50 in. And he takes his time and gets out. No need to hurry. Another car on Pirelli's. Pirelli and Michelin, the two tyre manufacturers here, and battling at the head of the field with the McLaren on Pirelli's, of course. In goes the fuel. They were a little bit tardy there, weren't they, getting that in, but they know that there's no sense in rushing around. And Daniel, the outgoing driver, just helping his teammate into the belts. Often difficult with your hands device on to reach around and pull down the straps. The V6 engine, well, now he's fired that up.
9 laps of advantage for that car over the next car in its class, and I think there are only 2 cars left in the class now, because I'm not sure that we'll be seeing any more of the 55 Lotus.
Now, I think Carl Reindler was in it before Daniel Gaunt, so that may well have been Mark Griffiths who jumped into that car. There is the 2nd place car in class, and that is the Tony Alford Donut King brand new Exige, not been without its problem. Peter Limhouse at the wheel of that car at the moment. It looks absolutely stunning, and the Donut King paintwork, or wrap in this case, I think rather suiting the Exige X Cup car. nicely balanced little machine with the higher rear wing, pointing it out as the S and the Cup car rather than the more standard machines we've seen in the past. Bernd Schneider recovering in the Erebus Racing pit lane. The lucky green towel. All about cooling down, says Bernd. And here are the Abarth 500s that have been launched into Australia at this race. Fiat Chrysler have been really sweating the asset here, bringing some journalists from major motorsport and motoring publications to give these 500 Abarths a run. And of course, the 500s do have a phenomenal motorsport heritage. Gabriele Raffanelli, who used to run GT1 Ferraris, and indeed we were talking about one of his cars coming down here as with Alan Simonson and David Brabham in the Cooper's colour car. His first race car was the original version of the Abarth 500, and Paul, you were describing them. They were little pocket rockets before we'd even invented that, with the tailgate, if you like, which was the engine cover in those days, just propped open to help cool the engine down.
And help the aerodynamics as well. But it's interesting, actually. I don't know if when we get Shay back in the pits, you can find out what happened to the third one of those, because we've only got 2 of them, and we've only had 2 of them for the best part of the race. So quite what happened to the third one, we never really got to the bottom of, but it finished up in the garage, and as I say, whether that was a problem or whether the drivers just got fed up of driving it, we don't know, but that was posted as one of the very early retirements.
Let's go down to Grant Boyd and down in a very hot pit lane.
Europe at the moment? Oh man, this is ridiculous. Good fun, but yeah, 40 degrees. Certainly feeling it now. My first stint was 3 hours, and I think I did about another hour or just over an hour then, so I'm warm.
Well, you're as fit as a Mallee bull, you're young. How difficult is it out there in these conditions?
I guess it's different for depending on what car you're driving. For us, our little car is pretty warm. We've got like a helicopter window, which is about yay big. And it feels like it's blowing, like someone's got a hot air gun outside just blowing it straight on our face. So, it's warm in our car. Good fun. Like, I think we're through attrition and staying out of trouble. We're 15th at the moment. We're a bit down in the straights, but it's a great car to drive. Griffo and Carl are driving it well as well.
And leading your class by 7 laps at the moment. Not trying to jinx you or not, but this is a really good formula. It's going your way at the moment. Are you confident of maintaining that spot?
Yeah, the car was running a little bit hot in that last stint. Just I think it's the conditions, and there's a little bit of probably a little bit of debris in the radiator. But I think we can massage it home. I think I'm done now. Carl's in it at the moment. Then Griffo's going to bring it home.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks very much.
So we're looking now at just on 4.5 hours still to run here at the mountain for the 2014 Lucas Molly Bathurst. 12 hours, and at the head of the field as we look at the Pirelli outright leaderboard, it's Nico Bastian leading by just on 11 seconds from Craig Lowndes now in the Ferrari in 3rd place, and still on the lead lap. Just the top 3 now are on that lead lap. Is the McLaren with Clark Quinn behind the wheel. 8 of the top 10 are Darrell Lee A-class cars. The best of the B-class, Pat Long in the number 12 Competition Motorsports Porsche, and he's got Stephen Grove hunting him down. The Michelin class leaderboard looks like this, with Bastian, Long and Reindler. Carl Reindler in the Ridges Class C leading for Ginetta. The Century Batteries Class D is led by Seat and Richard Billington, and Adam Gowans for Recaro in the Mark Ford in Class I. So then, just on the 4.5 hours still to go at Mount Panorama. Don't write the headlines yet, there's more action to come. Shea Adam down in the pit lane earlier on in the race. Let's head down and check out some of the other competitors. The GWS BMW, the most successful car in the history of this 12-hour race for Motorline BMW, and Grant Boyden is down in their pit garage.
Yes, well, they're thinking of renaming the GWS car the Facebook car, because Alan Shepard's told me it's been tagged by everybody out there. Alan, at Mount Panorama, all the front-running drivers are always whinging about lap traffic, but you guys have copped the hard brunt of it this weekend.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of guys who are fairly new to the circuit here, and the Europeans are pretty good because they're used to passing slower cars and they tend to wait a little bit. But we do have some issues with some of our supposedly superhero local drivers who just barge in at all costs because they don't know how to wait for an opportunity. So we're just getting tagged and knocked around, but that's part of the game here.
And it's tough for you because you're sitting fourth in class and you believe that there's some competitors in front of you that may not have the machinery to get to the checkered flag. So you're battling for position every time out there.
Oh, absolutely. Look, it's so damn hot out here today that a lot of the cars won't last in the conditions. And we've seen the carnage we've had so far. Who knows what's going to happen? All we've got to do is just keep circulating. We've got a nice pace and we're really happy with the car.
We've been hearing right every car that's been made. What keeps you coming back to this joint?
Stupidity. But, look, I've raced at Nürburgring and I've raced here, two of the best tracks in the world. You get an opportunity, you take it. Peter O'Donnell offers an opportunity in the GWS personnel car, and it just had to do it. It's just great.
Thanks, Alan. Good luck.
No worries, guys. Thanks, Grant.
Boyder was talking about social media there. Just had something that's made me laugh, but then I've realised that it's quite serious. From Fiat Australia, can whoever has Luke Yulden's racing gloves, please take them back to the Abarth pits. It made me laugh to start with, but actually that's quite serious because he can't go driving without them. But they are utilising the power of Twitter to try and get them back. There's your leader, Nico Bastian, who's impressed all of us. He has done the job very well indeed. There is the Fiat Abarth, and Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, and by the way, their coverage is all free to air thanks to Nissan on track this weekend, so catch up with the race on that. Reminds me that Alan Simonson's brother Benny Simonson started his racing career, and he'll be in British GT this year, by the way, teamed up with Hector Lester, Alan's old partner in British GT, and Benny Simonson started in an Abarth, in the Abarth category over in Europe. Found some footage of that as well. I've just tweeted that at Specutainment. If you're not following us at Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, and at Bathurst 12 Hour. Bathurst 12 in numbers, and Hour HOUR. And don't forget to hashtag your tweets. Hashtag B12HR. B12HR. And then we get to see everything that you are doing. Nico Bastian, as we've got Crailsey back with us, Richard Crail, has been very impressive in this race. He's got down to work. He kind of just, I don't know, he melded into the mountain. He just gets it completely.
Yeah, you're right, he does. And what this reminds me of is the way that Thomas Jaeger and Alex Roloff, that were brought over by the Erebus team last year by AMG Customer Sports, they've plugged themselves in. They have been competitive from the first lap. They've been safe, consistent, reliable, extremely approachable and friendly to talk to outside of the car, and a wealth of information. Hugely impressive, and this is a 9.3 second lead, though we've got the number 9 car off the side of the road, Mark Eddy behind the wheel, 8th on the road at the moment. They've run as high as 3rd earlier in the day with Christopher Meese behind the wheel. Speaking of speedy, young, friendly German drivers, but Trusses, a hugely impressive job by Nico Bastian.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, the other trick, and they did this with Alex Roloff as well, is that they're unseeded drivers, which of course are critically important. And part of the trick of winning this race is to get quick unseeded drivers. So it's almost as if Erebus has this little factory somewhere where they create unseeded drivers and then bring them in when they want to. So I mean, it's been a good performance from them. But having said that, despite, you get the feeling that it's a bit of a dominant. It's not. I mean, it's 10 seconds, 11 seconds is the gap first to second.
After 7.5 hours, yeah.
And that Ferrari is still there. It's got a good, strong driver lineup as well. And then there's the McLaren, which is in third place, less than 10 seconds behind the Ferrari. Okay, they're still recovering a little bit from that last safety car situation, but we've been green for what now, 15 laps since the last safety car, and the gaps were 5 seconds, gone up to 10 seconds. It's not as if the gaps are really shooting away. I mean, the Erebus Mercedes, if it has an advantage, it's only a tiny, weeny little advantage.
And right now, it just struck me watching from in the media room just during the break there that everyone at the moment, aside from the safety cars we saw, they're all just now at the point where they're starting to just make sure they get to the end and get themselves into that final race to the flag. And there's a famous saying that the great Neil Crompton, a well-known Australian broadcaster, and former racing car driver, says you've got to buy a ticket to the last hour at Bathurst. And that's what they're all trying to do now. They're queuing up at Ticket Tag, trying to get in, lining up and waiting for that race to the flag.
Well, you're sort of looking at the race, working it out from the end of the race, pulling it back to the beginning. 3 more pit stops by my reckoning in order to do that. So that's kind of what you're doing, saying, okay, we're going to do 3 more pit stops. We're going to double stint the tyres. That means we're going to change the tyres once more. The other 2 is going to be... So you're working out how that's going to work. And for my money, the way that the driver behaviour has been, there's every possibility that we'll get to the flag. I hate saying this, but we'll get to the flag without another safety car. I mean, we've managed very well without safety cars. With a few more retirements in the garages, there's less chance of anything going wrong.
And I think that's a key point, Paul. What we've seen is a quite high rate of attrition from some of the quicker cars as well. We've lost pretty much a third of the GT3 field, certainly a goodly proportion of the Class A field, and that has just left a little more space out there on the circuit, and people are using that well.
And making that calculation, if we don't get any more safety cars, if we do get more safety cars, I'm working on about 289 laps. Now the record is 292, isn't it? So we're entirely on schedule to get a record distance out of this one, Krause.
The other thing I'd like to bring up, has there been any hypothesising about the potential of Tony Gwynn not driving today?
That was a question that was asked. Will he drive? He doesn't need to drive because they will get enough time out of Clark to make it worthwhile for the other drivers.
Exactly, and if it'll depend, I suspect. It'll depend what he feels he can contribute to it, and it'll depend what position the car is in. I would think he'd be delighted to have a go in it. If, let's say the ridiculous thing happens and suddenly the McLaren has a 2-lap lead with a half an hour to go, then Tony will get in it,
I bring that up because not for fear of whether they want to move away from what they're doing now, not for fear of Tony's performance, because in the second half of last year's Aussie GT Championship, Tony was in electrifying form and was beating Clark regularly. He was in career best form. So I don't think he'd be a weak link, but Tony, from his history, strikes me as the kind of person that said, no, we've got it sorted, let's just roll with what we've got and try and win this motor race.
Remember, you can only do 4.5 hours each driver, so that only adds up to 9 hours. You need a third driver to put some time in. So long as they can work through that, there's an opportunity for them to do it. No driver can drive more than 3 hours at a stretch, can't drive more than 4.5 hours in the race as a whole.
And you'd say, based on what we saw from Andrew Ciccoldi before, you'd be very happy with him in the car again, no problems, because he was excellent. And Shane van Gisbergen, I think, has been the talking point of the race. And it wouldn't surprise me if he was trending on Twitter based on the interactions we've had so far. It's been unbelievable as the Superbarn Supermarkets number 69 Porsche rolls into pit lane. Bit of an up and down day for this combination. James and Theo Konduris, the brothers, Steve Owen, V8 Supercar regular co-driver, one of the very best, and also Maxi Twigg, well-known Porsche Carrera Cup racer. That's him at the door there.
And the fuel probe just being a little bit calcitrant on the front there. Paul, just for people who are joining us now, you're seeing 3 more pit stops. When does that anti-penultimate pit stop round start then, in terms of who will come in and when we expect to see those cars on the lane?
Let's work from where we are now and go forwards for a minute. And that is to say that the next pit stop should be Carl Quinn coming in the 37 McLaren. Unfortunately, because of I got a little bit confused on what I've been trying to keep track of here. I haven't got an exact schedule for him to be in, but I'm expecting him in between 187 and 190 laps. Now, he's currently on his 187th lap. lap. So the McLaren is close to its next pit stop. And then we're going to have a gap of maybe 4 or 5 laps before we get the Ferrari number 88 in, which will be Craig Lowndes coming in, and I would expect him to stay in the car and leave the tyres on as they are. And then the next one to come in will be Nico Bastian with the Mercedes. So the Mercedes has this 10-second advantage on the rest of the field, and it's also got a greater fuel length in it at the moment as well. So we'd expect it to be able to achieve what it did last time as well, which is to go through the pit stop cycle without losing the lead.
There is the 37 of Clark Quinn in that McLaren, orange McLaren. I know that kind of, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that is the old testing colours.
Think Bruce McLaren.
Yes,
I mean, think
exactly.
Bruce McLaren in 1967. That was the colour that single-seater McLarens were.
And for a little while, the Formula One team did used to do their launches and testing in that colour. Corporate considerations have rather taken over nowadays.
I think there was mass derision when they decided that they wouldn't use it this year because freed of their Vodafone sponsorship. I know a lot of fans on the social media and the internet were going, well, maybe, just maybe McLaren will go back to doing something bright and inventive, but we've got a chrome car. It's a nice looking chrome car, except for the nose, but yeah, it's nice to see the orange race car, and this New Zealand link from Bruce McLaren is important, and especially the signage on the side of this car, because it's Highlands Motorsport Park, which is the racetrack that Tony built in Cromwell in the South Island, basically near the adventure capital, Cooktown in New Zealand. An amazing facility, an amazing track. If you haven't seen it, Google it and have a look, because it is just astonishing. But this car based out of Highlands for most of last year, and actually hasn't raced in Australia before this race weekend.
Oh, really?
It is the first time it has competed on Australian soil. It arrived into Oz, and then he shipped it straight over to NZ to be based at the circuit. Its racing debut in Tony Quinn's hands, or in his team's hands, was at the final round of Aussie GT at that circuit at Highlands late last year, when Greg Murphy and Neil Crompton shared the driving duties, and it actually won the round overall. So this car has not had much running, which is why I think there's a lot of eyebrows being raised by people that know the background of the team and the car, that it's been so very good today so far, touch wood.
But why has it been so long that Tony has brought that? We've seen him race Porsches here before and things like that, and he's had this car for a wee while. It's not like he's just acquired it.
Yeah, well, he owns almost one of every other, owns one of almost every other GT car that has ever been made. As we confirm the Pirelli outright leaderboard for you, Nico Bastian from Mercedes leads the way in the Durrell outright class. Craig Lowndes is next for Ferrari, and Clark Quinn third. They're the 3 cars on the lead lap. Jack LeBrock still runs 4th for Erebus Motorsport. Thomas Jaeger up to 5th. What a comeback that's been for HTP. Phoenix Racing still inside the top sticks and still in with a shout in this one. And Rail Frey leading the way in that car. Mac Patterson for Audi for United Autosport in P7. Mark Eddy in an Audi for 8. So the Audi's just stalking at the moment. The Class B leader is Patrick Long. He's 9th for the GWS Personnel B class. The Ridges Janetta for Carl Ryan leading the way in Class C. In Class D, Richard Billington's behind the wheel of the Seat, and he leads the Century Batteries Class D. Mike Sinclair, the Motoring Journo, in the Fiat leads their class, and Adam Gowans in the Mark Focus number 7. He continues to lead that way, and that car's been performing very strongly thanks to Michelin, the class leaderboard. So sensational stuff here at Mount Panorama. There's so much more to come. 4 hours and 13 minutes to go in the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour.
So with just on 4 hours and 10 minutes to go, it's Mercedes-Benz versus Ferrari versus McLaren. And there's just 29 seconds between the 3 of them. Fantastic stuff at the front of the field. Richard Krill back with us in the booth. Paul Trustwell and John Hiner from RadioLeMans.com. Krillsy, you've been involved with this for a very, very long time. We've been talking about the hashtag B12HR, B12HR for those of you on Twitter. I want to say hello, by the way, to all of the Midweek Motorsport listeners, collective listeners who were out in town and met up with us last night. Around about 25 of them down at one of the local hostelries. Have you ever seen an online presence and an online response to this race as we've had this year?
I have not in all the years, and I've been fortunate enough to be involved with this race since it returned in 2007, and even the year before that in 06, when it was the Motor Festival event, which of course has returned since over Easter in a different format, but I've never seen anything like it. Also, big shout out to everyone that's here at the racetrack. Of course, our feed going out to the circuit commentary on the big screens. There's 3 of them located around the track, and a ripper crowd. Fantastic attendance here this weekend. People were telling me that yesterday's crowd, Saturday's crowd for qualifying, was bigger than the race day crowd last year, and that's just awesome to see. Part of the thing that spectators tell me is they love the ability that they can get up and wander up to the top of the mountain or down to the elbow of the chase and see all corners of the racetrack. But thanks to everyone for sticking around. And we know it's hot outside. Make sure you stay hydrated, but stick around because it should be a thriller at the end.
Endurance racing fans tend to have long attention spans, and they like to move around. And the beauty of a 12-hour race, Grillsy, is it's not a 25-minute sprint, and that is good news because it means you can sit down here, watch the start, you can put your headphones on, listen on 87.8 FM or on 1503 2BS, who are taking our feed as well this weekend. That's another first for this event. And you can wander up the mountain, and okay, you might not be able to see the track, but you can still hear what's going on, and then you get to see one of the big screens, and you don't lose track of what's going on. It's what we do at Le Mans with our FM transmitter there, and that's why this crowd likes to come back. It's a great facility. It's one of the world's best. Into the pit lane, the number 71 is down in 18th position, one of the Class B Audis. This is the Equity 1 car. Now, that car was running well up the field early on, but it's had its strife today. New set of rubber being thrown at that car. This looks like a far more routine pit stop than we saw earlier on in the day.
So Michael Lochisano behind the wheel, a Carrera Cup racer with his friend Mark Sini, who's actually in the number 9 Audi. So they're basically teammates, though in different classes in this one. And it's actually quite a strong combination, the Equity 1 entry. Dean Koutsoumides runs this car full-time in Australian GT. Dean Grant races in Australian GT for a long time, and Dean Fiore has been in V8 Supercars full-time up to this year. So it's a good all-round combination. Michael Lochisano is a pilot and donates his time to a fantastic charity called Angel Flight, who fly sick patients from rural centres in Australia into major hospitals in towns, and he donates his time and his costs for flying them to that as well. We should also mention Camp Quality, the official partner, charitable partner of the Luca Molly 12 Hour, and it's great we've got a great crowd because $2 from every ticket sold this weekend goes towards the charity.
Oh, well done to everybody for contributing. So you probably didn't even realise that. There's one of the Abarths coming down the Conrod Straight in behind the Rumble, or that can only possibly be a V8, and that is in the front of the Daytona Coupe. That car, well, what a story that is, and if that car gets to the end, but it shows every intention of what I hope you are here to cheer it to the rafters.
And I'll tell you what, looking at that picture, it looks pretty immaculate, doesn't it?
It does now.
You know, when you compare to some of the other cars that have been running around for nearly 8 hours of this race now, that Daytona Coupe, as you say, looking absolutely wonderful, and considering that it was put together in something more than 12 hours last night, they've really done a great job to not only get it to this race, but keep it running and keep it looking good.
There are so many great stories, Paul, over the years at this place of teams fighting and fighting and fighting just to make the starter. And even some of the most famous names, Dick Johnson, the great rebuild in '83 when he broke the Green Stuff Falcon in the shootout at the top of the hill, and overnight they built Green Stuff Mark II. They bought a car, rebuilt it. There are stories like that throughout the annuals of racing at Mount Panorama, and I'm so pleased that they could get this car back out, continue to pound away as Jack LeBrock brings the 63 Erebus Merc into pit lane.
That's scheduled to stop.
And that's out of 4th position. Hello to Corey Howard and everybody over on Maguire's corner, the final corner here. It's still hot, even under the shade shelter, they say. That's off to our right. Hello to everybody over there and around the circuit, and thank you for your support. There is Jack LeBrock in the pit lane. That looks fairly standard. In goes the fuel hose, still running without the right front fender after that.
I was going to say, car doesn't look very standard, does it?
No, that's not as Mercedes-Benz and AMG intended, is it? It's not as designed. That was a little tap on the back of the Daytona Coupe coming down through the S's. A slight misjudgment by the driver of the 63 car at the time. And of course it had some damage earlier on there and just basically peeled that back. You can see just underneath, if you're watching the pictures now, that the front splitter is all gone from there. That was that fuel and driver, but no tyres? It's interesting.
There's been quite a lot of them doing that. If they can do it within the time that it takes for the fuel to get in, and Erebus certainly can, then it's worth doing. We've also got the number 8 Bella Rosso Ferrari having its fueling, and they're doing... They were doing tyre pressures there rather than tyres.
I think that's exactly right.
It was just adjusting the tyre pressures down, and now that Ferrari is on its way as well. Was in second, it's already now down to third.
I think Erebus threw us a curveball there and faked us out, because I think they had the door open and were speaking to Jack LeBrock, but he has, according to timing at least, stayed in the car. We'll check him across the first timing line as he heads up the mountain. Clark Quinn in the McLaren then, the 37 car, last car on the lead lap, but still in third position. But Thomas Jaeger beginning to climb up through the field, and in fact into the pit lane comes the leader. Is that about on schedule, Paul?
Yes, it is.
He would be. Oh, yes, you said he would be last of the cars.
He was last of them. I was expecting him in on 195. He's actually come in on 193. So Nico Bastian, having done a double stint, brings the leader in.
We will forgive you 2 laps, Trusses.
Well, it's their fault. They're not listening to him.
Correct.
He's right, they're
Exactly
wrong. You've got to remember that.
This has been well proved.
Time after time at Le Mans, the Trustwell calculations have been proved to be correct. Just a little bit of data being taken out of that car. They're checking the brakes and having a look. This car has run immaculately. It is not immaculate in itself. The trip over the sand at the top of the mountain was the big drama moment for this car, and ripped off part of the rear diffuser and part of the rear bodywork. Nico Baston has got out, and it will be a brand new set of Michelin going onto that car. They went to the harder compounds. Most of the teams went to the harder compounds before midday, sort of in the middle part of the morning.
The other question is going to be whether the brakes will last for the full 12 hours.
They were looking at that there quite clearly. They were having a look at the front end. Oh, was that dropped down just a little bit early there? Looked like the guy in the left rear only just got the wheel nut on, and I'm not sure they're happy about that. Are they going to have another look at that left rear? It's being held for a moment.
Fire the car.
It's rolling. It's fired just about and crawls out. That is not a good getaway. No,
still not going.
Stopped again.
They were struggling to select a gear or trying to fire the car up there, John. So massive dramas for our race leader, the car that's not dominated today, but certainly held the top spot for a good chunk of this race.
And it hasn't managed to keep the lead because, against my expectations, and I wasn't sure of the McLaren, but the McLaren has gone longer on this stint. So the McLaren Clark Quinn is back into the lead of this race, and that's a lead that he's not held for some little time, not since lap 109.
How many leaders of the race have we had, Paul?
4 different cars and 11 changes of lead.
And that's change of lead at the start-finish line, of course?
Yes, I'm afraid I don't count. When there was one when Van Giesbergen went over the mountain, but
just for about 100 metres.
It wasn't even 100 metres. But
the race average is 5 different leaders. We've had that on. Actually, it averages 5.5 different leaders. We're exactly split between 6 and 5. There has been no other different number. So. Only 4 so far today. An average number of 19 lead changes at the line per race.
And the Erebus car is still in the pit lane, guys. The Erebus car is still in the pit lane and has gone off the lead lap. We are now down to 2 cars on the lead lap. There is the visual confirmation, and this is disaster for what has been a clockwork run for the number 1 car, and it is still sitting there. It's on its jacks now. I think there's something wrong with the drive at the back of that car. They're looking at the rear wheels, and they're now going to do brake pads on the rear end of that car. Pads only. They've not got a set of discs out. They've got the pry bar out. They're looking at it. I have to say, I did think they dropped that car before the rear wheel was on the other side. I wonder if that's nipping up.
Oh, yeah, I wonder if the heat soak as well, if they might have had the pressure on the brakes, and of course during it sitting there it heats up, and that might have just clamped the pads onto the rotor, new rotor going on the rear of that car.
New brake disc coming out at whole brake assembly. This is taking too long, guys. This is taking too long. They're doing it in the lane, which they're quite entitled to do. But remember, you can only have 6 people working on the car. That is very, very hot in there. They don't have the right tools. They're having to struggle around. They're bringing somebody else out, trying to release the pins to get the hub loose and be able to release the caliper. It's
So remember, we're talking, John, not only is it 56 degrees ambient temperature, and they're talking about putting it in the garage. 56 degrees radiating up from the ground there, but there's 500 or 600 degrees coming off that brake rotor. So massive brake temperatures in heat like this, with heavy stops at this circuit, and they're getting the go-jacks out, and they're going to put that car in the garage. Well, one of the favourites. This is a key moment for the race, and all of a sudden the case for number 37 gets a little bit stronger.
Yeah, 37 and 88 are the only 2 cars on the lead lap, and they're separated by about a minute and 8 seconds at the moment, just over. As through comes Clark Quinn and continues to lead the motor race, and that is a complete disaster for Erebus. What went wrong down there in the pit lane? And it goes into the box. I've got to say, as soon as they were going to do something like that, I'd have had that car in the box. I don't think you get 10 seconds, but what they've just wasted there is probably 2 minutes while they were faffing about on the pit lane without the proper tools.
Absolutely, and all those dramas elevate Thomas Jaeger up to the podium at the moment. So 3rd place for the HTP Mercedes. After all the dramas earlier in the day, they have still stuck with it and have returned themselves to the top 3. So Bastian 4th at the moment, 5th now as Will Davison goes through.
Yeah, don't forget the timing issue on that 63 car, and that will be reset. And I've got to say, Betty Kay's not looking happy down in the pit lane. There's a rueful shake of the head from the head of Erebus Motorsport, and of course well known now in Australian motorsport circles for the AMG V8 supercars, but heart and soul of that team is GT Racing.
Yeah, that's where they started. That's their basis. So they've got a lot stacked up in this motor race in particular, and will return to Australian GT this year as well, as the HTP Mercedes following Clark Quinn around. So now we're looking at a fight for 3rd and 4th between Jaeger and Davison. For the minor position on the podium at this stage, bearing in mind there's just under 4 hours to go in the race.
You keep talking about Australian GT, and every time you do it, I mean to mention it and ask you some questions about it for our international listeners, and indeed perhaps even some of the domestic listeners here in Australia. What sort of grids are we getting for AGT, and what sort of cars are there, and indeed what format do the races run to?
I'll come back in a minute to that. Every time when Hadrian Morale, who's behind the wheel of the number 60, the Loveton Constructions Mark Focus, has spun on the exit of turn 1. So we spoke about turn 1 earlier, perfectly innocuous 90-degree left-hand corner, but it can bite and has claimed some massive, massive names.
No, don't reverse back onto the circuit. Do not reverse, at least reverse back onto the circuit, but just a bit. Now, first
McLaren in the pit lane.
Leader in the pit lane. Clark Quinn in the pit lane, and the Focus is back out, no harm, no foul. We'll talk about AGT in the moment. There is the pictures that confirm what we've just seen as it went from our right to left. Paul Truswell.
Oh, this will now put the 5th car of the race into the lead, because the Il Bello Rosso Ferrari, Craig Lowndes, will now come through, or say now, any moment now, he'll come out of Maguire's and go through into the lead and overtake the McLaren in the pits.
On time for this, you happy?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so all good for the Highlands Motorsport Park sponsored McLaren MP412C GT3. They do have to be so careful getting that fuel fillet over the back wing. Now the engine cover has come up. They've got time though here, because one of their major competitors is in severe trouble, and they've got some lubricant there. Is that, are they going to? That's a bleed bottle there. Is they were thinking about bleeding something there? Maybe a clutch or something like that. Through goes the Il Bello Rosso Ferrari across the start-finish line. So Craig Lowndes leads the motor race.
So Craig Lowndes in front, folks, and I know there's a lot of fans at the track will like to hear that bit of news. So Lowndes leads at Bathurst. It's always a popular thing to say. And the McLaren still sitting in the pit lane. Who would they have put in that car? Would that be a Mr. Shane Van Gisbergen, do you think?
I think you save him for the end, in case you need to push.
So Clark Quinn out, let's look like a VIP driving suit. So
Tony, for one stint?
I wonder if they've decided with removing the threat of the number 1 car, at least temporarily, still in pit lane. I wonder if they've decided that maybe they'll put Tony Quinn in the car. So the Il Bella Rosso Ferrari heading up to the cutting now as the McLaren rejoins the lane. Almost 2 minutes spent in the pit lane now. So they've lost a lot of time.
That 40-kilometre speed limit is like, is it actually going? I keep looking at them, particularly on the straight ahead shot when they're coming towards the camera and held corner.
Tony Quinn behind the wheel.
There you go. I think that is a smashing idea to do that. And Tony, who can more than hold his own in any race car, as in comes the number 3 car, Rahel Fry back in the lane in 5th position, and the 84 as well. Thomas Jaeger, the bomb, is in the lane too. We are counting back. You see, it is now only just under 4 hours to run in this race. Once you get to 4 hours, that's what, 3 pit stops.
Where does the bomb come from?
Jaeger bomb.
Thomas Jaeger. Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry.
Rick Kelly coined that this morning. He said, I got it was a bit early for a Jaeger bomb.
Oh, that's remarkable.
Come on.
Oh, good work. No, that works. That works. Excellent. Rick Kelly, what a superstar. Good stuff. So there's the HTP Motorsport. What a week it's been for that team. They got here on Monday, and I had a great chat with Renaud Dufault, the team owner or team technical director down there at HTP. Like your good self, he appeared on the back cover of the local paper as well, Hindy, but they were very optimistic about their chances. They said they were approaching this event with humility, though, which was a fantastic approach, and as it turned out, the right one.
That's a great turn of phrase, isn't it?
It was, and it turns out the right one, because it turned out on Friday they had a very large crash. Well, Harold Primat behind the wheel and fenced the car at McPhillamy Park and had to do a pretty late night rebuild. They were here till 3 a.m. in the morning, patching it back together. 5:30 in the morning, patching it back together. Not giving them enough credit for the hours they spent on it. And started 11th, got themselves to the front of the field. A great drive, aggressive drive this morning by Jaeger, and then some issues, and they've slowly worked their way back up. Number 1 still in the garage.
And dropping down the top 10 now, and is now the last of the top tranche of Class A, Darrell Lee Class A cars, and in danger of losing in a lap or two's time 8th position to the leading Class B car, which is Pat Long in the Porsche. Meantime,
that car, the number 1 Mercedes, came in before the top of the hour. So it's been in there for now more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, before the top of the race hour.
Yes, sorry.
Bearing in mind we started a 1:15. I knew exactly what you mean, though. There's your race leader, and it is Craig Lowndes leading at Bathurst. Coming down this phenomenal piece of road to the Falcon Tyres elbow.
And he will be in his element right now.
Well,
Craig Lowndes.
he'll have been told he's leading.
Yep.
And he'll be asking for his lap times. He'll be asking what Tony Quinn's doing behind him. Harold Primat's now been plugged in to the 84 HTP Mercedes-Benz in 3rd position, but still sitting just a lap off the lead.
And that car is now the leading Mercedes. I mean, I know you've just said so in as many words.
Yes.
Leading Mercedes is the HTP car.
No, well, is it because the 63 car's in there? We keep forgetting about this car getting its lap.
Right, yeah.
Will Davison.
Yeah, Will Davison is in 3rd. Sorry, I should say that. Those are the first 2 cars off the lead lap in 3rd and 4th. So 88, 37, 63 and 84, or if you prefer, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, and the number 3 is an Audi, of course.
It hasn't mattered how much attrition we've had and how much drama there's been. There's always been, almost all the whole race, there's been 3 different brands.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Unbelievably competitive between the brands at the top, and now Ferrari get their turn at the pointy end of the race. And you mentioned what will Craig Lowndes be doing? Well, he'll be listening to his team, and he will answer in the way that only Craig Lowndes can, which is with his very famous "okay." And that's all he says on the radio. Always sounds like he's got a grin on his face.
Well, why would you not be happy? He's in a fantastic car. That car, in the early part of the week, when I took some photographs, I think on Tuesday, in the pit lane, it was sitting there in a darkened garage, and the matte black roof, I have to say, I questioned the wisdom of a matte black roof in a race that was going to be so hot. Matte white, maybe, but not matte black. It just looks right. The paintwork, I've not seen that paint scheme before. It looked fantastic. Here is the B-Class 35 Porsche, the Rent Corp car. And Class B's been a class of attrition.
They've had a horror day, these guys.
Oh, they have. Down in 31st position now and well out of the running for even the podium in Class B, the GWS personnel-sponsored Class B for the older GT3 style cars. Would like to see Porsche with a Class A car, if I'm honest, Crailsey. Porsche and Aston Martin, I think, are the only two big misses from the front of this field.
I agree with you. Of course, we're very close to having the Vita for One BMWs here as well.
Yes, and the BMW.
I know a lot of interest in Australia for those cars to come, and unfortunately, Michael Bartels, the team owner there, couldn't quite get that program together in the short space of time. They only entered in late December, a day before entries closed, and there was a massive buzz, kind of unfortunately, because as it turned out, they weren't able to put that program together and get down to Bathurst for the first time. But Bartels has vowed and declared that he will come back to the mountain, so looking forward to that. But yeah, you're right, Porsche have got such a heritage of success in Australian motorsport as well. They've got such a great reputation and support it right through from grassroots through to the top level Carrera Cup, and Australian Carrera Cup drivers often get to go overseas and appear in the Porsche Scholarship and the competitions. The one that Earl Bamber won to run a drive in Porsche Super Cup. There were a couple of Aussie drivers there. Number one car being pushed back out into the working lane. So whatever the dramas were on the right rear corner of the SLS AMG have clearly been fixed, and they will resume the race, we believe, in 8th position.
6 laps lost thus far, though. So in race time terms, that's 12 minutes plus.
Do you see the jack didn't properly retract there on the front left, the air jack, and had to get into that with a pry bar, and things going from bad to worse from the defending champions. It will take a gold-plated miracle for these guys to win the race. Those words may come back to haunt me, but I don't think they will. I cannot see that car coming back from 6 laps down with only 3 hours and 48 minutes to go.
And that was a really touching shot of Betty Klemenko just going over to Damo Allen, who was one of the 2 first employees of their full-time GT program in their workshop based in Melbourne, and just gave him a bit of a hug, just said, look, it's all right, what do you do? This is the way the racing goes.
If you're just joining us here on the stream or on radiolemans.com, or even maybe coming back trackside after a little bit of hospitality or a bit of time out of the sun, listening on 87.8 FM or 1503 2BS around the Bathurst region, the big story of the last half an hour or so as we go through 200 laps, we're on 200 laps at the moment, is the Erebus Mercedes-Benz, last year's champion car, into the pit lane for what looked like a very routine stop. It was sent back out again, the car stopped immediately, rolled back, and there was an issue with the right rear brake, and that's what the guys are looking at the moment. They've fixed it, but they want to understand where it went wrong. So their race is blown. They've lost 6 laps here, but what they want to take from this is to understand what went wrong with the part, with the installation. What can they do to make sure that that particular problem doesn't happen again? That is the sign of a very, very good racing team, and that is the invitation class leader.
And selecting reverse and then first gear and driving off and avoiding a safety car. Now, we've not seen much drama at Falcon Elbow, have we? We saw Thomas Jaeger dive down the inside of the Nissan earlier on, but outside of that, good recovery though. Just the flare on the side there, a bit of bodywork coming off, but they'll head to pit lane and get that fixed.
Is that a black flag that we are seeing on the start-finish line?
It's a black flag and a number being held out, yeah.
We will see in a moment what that is, because they are very...
88.
Oh
the
my
race
goodness,
leader.
it's the race leader! The race leader, the drama continues. We've just lost the number 1 car with brake problems, and now, all of a sudden, Craig Lowndes has been given the black flag. We've know not for what at the moment, but the drama continues. 3 hours, 45 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and the number 88 is being held out over the start-finish line by our volunteer marshals, and thanks to them, there goes the 37 car through. And where is Lowndes? Has he already gone through? He must have. He's up the mountain.
There he is, top of the hill.
Top of the hill already. He will see it next time round. He's got 1 minute and 13 on the 37 car. He must now come to pit lane, and they should be on the radio to him right now and finding out what that is and whether they can get him in the lane.
Yeah, the only conjecture I will put, the only speculation I will put is that there's been an email sent out to all cars reminding teams that after a safety car there is to be no passing before the control line when restarting, even if the car in front is to be lapped. Now that's a general purpose email to all teams, but it might be coincidence that that has arrived at the same time as this black flag.
Well, we saw a bit of that this morning when cars were in trouble and moving slowly and people went through behind the safety car. There is the confirmation. The black flag is out. Through goes Craig Lowndes to start his 201st lap on the mountain, and the 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours goes back into full attack mode. We're on the limiter with a black flag for the race leader, and Craig Lowndes needs to come to the pit lane within 3 laps, otherwise they'll just stop scoring him, and at that point they're risking a DQ, a disqualification.
So this race continues to change and evolve, doesn't it? What a turn of circumstance. The team in pit lane discussing with the officials. And we're getting word through. We're getting word through that there were some dramas in the pit stop.
Here's the discussion. Here's the discussion in the pit lane from the officials. And there's what? I can't believe.
That's Jeremy Moore. That's Craig Lowndes, full-time engineer
from Triple A.
Pat Cale to his right, the engineer for the team. And they've been working on strategy. Jeremy Moore's been working on strategy for the team, and it had been looking really good up to that point.
But didn't that car already have a drive-through for pit lane speeding?
It was the first car to get a penalty of any kind.
Yeah.
And up until recently, it was the only car. In fact, the only other penalty we've had is for the number 3, the Phoenix Audi, which also was pit lane speeding. And that was just a drive-through.
So we understand items left in the working lane over the red line, the famous red line, in pit lane. So that's what we're understanding at this point in time. And that's a breach of the rules, because you must have everything over the line before the car can leave.
He can do a drive-through and not lose the lead here, guys.
He'll lose about 30 seconds plus.
Yeah. So long as this is not a stop and hold, so long as this is just a drive-through, he's on the left-hand side of the circuit and into the entering the pit lane. He's not on the pit lane speed limit yet because he doesn't need to. It's super tight in there, rattles both the cars on the way in. I think Craig Lowndes is not very happy. I'm just saying. Now he hits the pit lane speed limiter as he comes under the Liquid Moly bridge, and 40 kilometres an hour is going to feel like he's in reverse and going backwards.
And I've been watching his splits, and that lap was very, very fast. His first and second sector times were very, very competitive. So he was pushing hard to try and make up as much time as possible to account for the time that he's losing. 20 seconds, 21, it's counting.
I think ironic applause down in pit lane from the Maranello guys, and you know that they've got the radar gun on him, so you absolutely can't be over the 40 clicks. Off with the speed limiter button, he's away, and no sign of Tony Quinn yet. I'm looking off to the right from the booth. He still hasn't come round Maguire's corner, so the penalty has been served. Argue about it as much as you like, but you've not lost the lead. Forget about it. Lowndes just gets on and does his job. That's easy for him to do. The guys in the pit lane have got to forget that, calm down, stop humming and ahhing and saying that's not fair, and basically get prepared for the next pit stop.
32 seconds he lost from a minute 27 lead. More from Shea.
Well, guys, the reason behind this penalty is because a pit board was actually left out on the lane. As the team said, half the pit lane has done that. Doesn't matter. They were the ones who were caught. Now, what a pit board is this. It signifies where the car should stop in its pit box so that the car does not overshoot where it should be. The team can put the tires on and get the fuel in easier. As you can see, it's a piece of plastic that just goes in front of the car. The crew member stands in front of the car with it. This is what cost them the lead.
Well, it hasn't cost them the lead, Shane. That's the key thing. It cost them nearly 30 seconds, so their lead has been cut down, but Tony Quinn hadn't come through, so Craig Lowndes still leads it. Just a little bit of a lack of concentration there in the pit lane, and you can see the guys are quizzing Shea about what's going on, and it looks like we might get an interview with one of the team members there. That's John Bow who's looking at it and basically explaining. Great to have him up in the booth earlier on today. Always good. I try to get a chat with him every time I'm down here. And I wonder if he's going to speak on camera to us. Shea Adam is down there. It seems like it is. Shea, let's go back down to you and John Bow.
So, John Bow, your reaction to this in common English?
Common Australian. Well, I think it's bullshit, honestly. I think it's terrible. We were given a drive-through for leaving equipment in pit lane, and we didn't leave equipment at pit lane, and they're saying that it was the board, but the board always comes back in. So I don't know what was going on. And the problem is you got no right of reply. You can't debate it. You can't do anything unless you take your drive-through, which costs you a lot of time. You know, you get excluded. So I'm not a knocker of officials. In fact, I have a lot of respect for officials. But in this case, and we got a drive-through earlier for being 2 kilometres as Peter left the pit lane over the speed limit, which is way too fine, you know. I mean, it's almost like they don't want a Ferrari to do well. You wouldn't think that, would you?
Never would think that. It's interesting that you say that this is your second drive-through. Do you feel almost picked upon?
Picked upon? Well, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know who's making the calls, but we're a bit, disillusioned with it because obviously if you're 2 kilometres over the speed limit, you are 2 kilometres over the speed limit. But it was only a matter of he must have pushed the button to release the speed limit a tiny, tiny bit too early. And 2 kilometres is pretty fine. I mean, even on the road, they give you a couple of kilometres leeway, so...
Well, the good news is you are still leading, and you have Craig Lowndes behind the wheels. So whatever time that was lost, he can make it up.
Well, of course he can. I mean, we've got a great little team here that Peter Edwards and Mark Coffey and the Maranello boys do a tremendous job, and we've got some guys from Italy helping us and, from Ferrari, and it's just been an awesome weekend because the car started off pretty wayward and, everybody's worked as a good team. It's terrific. Really great experience.
Well, the great experience goes on for another 5 hours or so.
Thank you.
Well, I hope it doesn't. I hope it only goes on for 3 hours and 38. Otherwise, we're going to have a 14-hour race here. But yes, good stuff from Shea Adam down in the pit lane with John Bow. And, well, we asked the question earlier on, how much leeway do you get? And I said some of the race officials will give you maybe 1, maybe 2. It was 2 here. There's zero tolerance on some of them, I've got to say. And this is the ironic clapping now. You're over the red line there, mate. You're risking another pit lane infraction.
Yeah, they need to be careful, don't they? It's just...
Don't poke the badger.
No, it's tough.
When you're talking to officialdom.
It's tough, but it's the same rule for everybody. And clearly the official in question has seen what he's seen, and the team has been penalised. There's nothing they can do about it. On the upside, here's 2 upside points, John.
Yeah.
1, they lead the race still by 1 minute and 7 seconds.
Yeah.
2, it's Craig Lowndes, with all due respect, up against Tony Quinn.
Yeah.
Now, Tony would be the first person at this racetrack to say that he would not be as fast as Craig Lowndes around Mount Panorama. Yeah. So it's working still in the favour for Maranello Motorsport at this stage.
The frustration from the team is because they have, and we're going to wait to show you what 1 minute and 7 seconds looks like, which is going to be about 1 minute and 9 because another 2 seconds has gone awry there. The frustration from the team is because they have a routine for pit stops. And as you saw there, that board is hanging up. That's where it goes. That's its place. And teams like Maranello, like the Il Bello Rosso team, they have that routine that happens every time. And up it goes in. Now here's the stop. Let's have a look to see if we can. There is, right, it's leaning up against the wall. It hasn't been hung up at the moment. Now, it's fine at the moment, but if the car goes away with everybody behind the pit wall and that is still there, that is the pit infraction that we're looking at. Now, I know it sounds harsh, but rules is rules.
And you can see the red line there, John.
Yeah.
So bottom right-hand corner of the screen, running right along the wall of the garages and where the roller doors are. So everything before the car leads, everything must be over that line, except the car controller, before it goes. So the tyres are going up. It's a good stop, wasn't it? Very well drilled.
It's been forgotten. It should have been hung up at this point. That should have been hung up before the tyres came out. Saw that team member there have a look at it, but walk past it. Tyres are going on. Tyres are going on. Oh, the drama. And these are the small things that have big repercussions. Only 6 people allowed to work. Over they come, just the 2 guns. It's still there.
Brake dust.
Things are being thrown around it. Brake dust are going around. It's got its spot on the wall. It hasn't gone there yet. The car will come down. Watch the right-hand side. It's still hanging up there. And, well, as they say in Stick and ball sports, the statistics will indict you and the game film convicts. I placed that before I caught, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, and 10 out of 10 for the cameraman for finding it, and I don't understand all the technology, but
we used to call the replay guys and girls the tape apes because they were working with tape. I know it's all digital now, but the replay guys and girls in TV parlance are almost always called the tape apes, and they have been on the money this weekend. So thank you to everybody in the truck for picking that one up.
Fantastic. Now, we were talking about it being Craig Lowndes versus Tony Quinn. It's not, because it's Craig Lowndes versus Will Davison, because Will is on a charge in the 63 Mercedes and is catching Tony Quinn. And I'm not quite sure if we're going to be able to pick this one up, but we may well get... we could well be getting a battle on for second place on the track.
Now, this is the number 1 Mercedes-Benz, and it's been so used to seeing this car come in as one of the leaders that now it isn't, of course. It's dropped well down just inside the top 10 with Bert Schneider back at the wheel, but has dropped some 6 laps away. It went out 6 laps back. It is still 6 laps back. And I'm still saying that car can't win with just 3 hours and 34 minutes to go and 6 laps, which is somewhere in the region of 15 minutes behind the leader.
And visual confirmation that Will Davison now in front of Tony Quinn in the McLaren. So Will Davison now setting out after Craig Lowndes in the margin, 1 minute and 11 between the two.
And 3 cars back on the lead lap, that means as well, Crazy.
Correct. So Davison in the 8th last time around, Quinn 2:13.7. And we're waiting for Lowndes to come through to complete his 206th tour of Mount Panorama. And we'll see what sort of lap times the Ferrari's doing, an 8.1. So Will Davison comfortably the fastest car at the moment, looking good. We'll see what he can do to get himself back in the game. But it's been a good comeback from the 63 car after dramas throughout the day. This McLaren still looks very, very strong. But remember, for all the dramas we've seen from Maranello Motorsport, they've still got 1 minute and 13 up their sleeve. Of course, 1 minute and 13 can disappear pretty quickly with the wave of one flag.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And there is then Tony Quinn. Let's just check further up the road and have a look at some of the other classes. 6 different classes of cars on the circuit at the same time, all having their own private battles. Some of them very personal, actually, out there as well, not so private. So Craig Lowndes leads by 1 minute and 16 and a half. There is the number 1 car back out on the circuit with Bernd Schneider. He'll be lit up now, and at any pace that car's got, they will have to put in to try and grab some of it back. Number 9 Audi going through there as well. They've had their dramas earlier on, which has dropped them down the field. Ooh, Schneider is wound up, isn't he?
Yeah, it did good vision from Stephen Grove in the number 4 car. That's the red and black Porsche. Just at the bottom middle of the screen now, and he did a very good job to jump out of the way of Burn.
Second place in Class B, isn't it?
Going well with El Bamba and Ben Barker co-driving that Porsche. They've had a challenging day, and they're a couple of laps back now from Patrick Long in the Icebreak Iced Coffee number 12 car, but still good performance. Damien Flack up to 3rd in Class B in the number 19 Nexus Cleaning Group Porsche. And that too is impressive, given that car was badly damaged yesterday as part of that incident with Jason Bright at the top of Mount Panorama in qualifying 1. Big rebuild job, and we saw it. They got it out for quali 2 later in the day, didn't they? And I think 80% of the side of that car held together with race tape. A bit more of a solid repair for this one, and they're on course at the moment for a solid finish if they can get there.
Hello to Paul Marquardt, who's tweeting at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Thank you for all the kind words about the coverage, by the way, everybody. And don't forget to use the hashtag B12HR and make sure you're following the Twitter feed at Bathurst 12HOURS.
That was Lowndes, John, dropping the right rear off the curb on the exit of turn 1 at Hell Corner, and absolutely ragging the Iveco Il Bello Rosso Ferrari. Behind them is the 5th placed car, the Audi R8 LMS, as our class leader in Class B gets into pit lane. Now, let's see if they put their control board away before it gets left in pit lane.
Yeah, that's a good point. Pat Long is staying in that car, the young Californian, and learned his trade in Europe, came over and did some road racing. He has been a leading light in the American scene, poster child. In fact, I would say probably one of the best American road racers of his generation, and probably for the last 15 years. He really knows how to pedal a car. He has no issues about coming down to a place like this, going to the Nürburgring, or coming to Europe and jumping in car. And that is a very sharp stop indeed. They are going to work on the windscreen.
So this team put together a competition motorsports outfit, but also with a great degree of logistical support from McElrea Racing, which is a well-known Aussie team.
Now, the man with the board was still over the line when he pulled out, but he was holding on to the board, so does that not count?
Well, the car controller is allowed over the line.
Correct.
Before they leave.
So it's
I'm
not
assuming
equipment at that point.
No,
He's actually in control
holding
of
it and in control of it, which makes sense, doesn't it? Interesting. So, as I was saying,
there is one bit of equipment. This is just for the anoraks out there. There's one bit of equipment that you're allowed to leave out there, and it's the wheel chock. If you need to have a wheel chock to stop the car from rolling, then you can leave that out there. And other than that, no other equipment.
Pit lane is quite undulating. You don't often get to see on TV the undulations in pit lane, so quite easy for the car to roll back. So, to finish my point, McElrea Racing. Working with the competition motorsport team to run that program. Andy McElrea, expat Kiwi, former racer, Trans Am driver in New Zealand, believe it or not. And, very capable one at that, but he's put together a great team. They run up to 5 cars in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia, all of them successfully. Warren Luff, one of their drivers for this year, as well as Shay Davies, youngster, and Renee Gracie, female racer, looking for a big season. So it's a real international effort, a great bit of cooperation going on between the United States and Australia and Porsche teams from 2 sides of the globe collaborating on that performance, and so far they're looking great. Patrick Long, 9th overall and leading Class B for GWS personnel. Here's the 63 Erebus Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. Will Davison behind the wheel, and at this stage it doesn't seem like any hindrance from the damage on the front of that car, though there will be an aero effect. I've got no doubt that it will affect the balance of that car, but
if it isn't, somebody's got that something wrong.
What's the point with wings and all that stuff? Yeah, absolutely. I made a joke before that Erebus have run some open wheeler cars in the past, so they're just sort of continuing that experience today with a bit of an open wheeler Mercedes-Benz SLS.
It always makes me laugh, actually, when you see all of the equipment on Formula 1 cars. This is how that damage happened. This is some hours ago now on the Maguire's replay. The slightest of brushes on the 65 car, and in fairness, the 65 car, absolutely blameless there. A tiny misjudgment from a driver sitting on the left-hand side of the car, with the issues being on the right-hand side of the car, and just maybe not being able to see that very right-hand front part. Maybe they just weren't used to being on that side of the car, and the sight line's slightly different when you drive the left hooker, and just putting himself, well, literally an inch or two too close to that white 65 Daytona Coupe, and the damage looks fairly substantial. The car had already taken a hit earlier on in the same incident that put out the 23 Lamborghini of Peter Cox, when one of the kangaroos that wandered onto the circuit got in the way of the race cars, and he picked up some damage as well, and I think that was why it looks slightly worse, or it appeared to be a slightly worse incident than it was. There's your leader coming through Hell Corner and heading up Mountain Straight for his 210th, or at least the car's 210th time. Craig Lowndes and Tony Quinlan, Will Davison, 2nd and 3rd. Will Davison's back up into 3rd place. There is the 63 Mercedes-Benz. He's back up to 2nd place, excuse me. If you're watching on the internet at home, it will adjust when this car comes across the line. We're not getting the split times for this car.
It's 1 minute and 13 seconds behind at the moment.
Okay. Which is half a lap, isn't it? And pretty much,
just
give
over,
or take.
Just over half a lap, yeah. So it's a comfortable lead that the Ferrari still has, despite that penalty.
And it's stretched back out to that, because it was only about 1:30 when they came in for the pit stop. They went down to about a minute, and they've stretched back out again to 1:13. So Craig Lowndes, despite the fact that one of the major competitors in the shape of the number 1 Erebus Mercedes-Benz has been taken out with that brake issue that cost them 6 laps, he's still pushing on. And you might ask why, and that would be a good question actually. Why are you still pushing hard when the guys around you aren't matching your time? The thing is, you want to build up that cushion in case. Exactly. In case of what? Well, just in case.
And I think the other answer is because you can. You know, if you can build up a cushion, then do so. You know, that if the car's comfortable, if the driver's comfortable, then you might as well drive it as quick as it will go, because that's what racing is. It's about going quickly.
Hello to James Roller in North Carolina, Denver, North Carolina, on the shores of Lake Norman. Good to know that you're listening in. A massive worldwide audience that is around the world at the moment. Now there's the number 71 car going through the Audi. It's not been a brilliant week for all of the Audis. Earlier on in the week, the Squirt car had the issue in the early part of practice, right at this part of the circuit, and left that car unable to continue, and that is a massive hit. Jason Bright, now this is what it looks like on board. Jason Bright turns in, top of the mountain, loses the back end, and then blocked the track, and the two Porsches coming together on the right hand side there, and the Maguire's replay. That car left unable to continue, and Brighty really had his bell rung. The good news is that we've had word from the hospital a couple of days ago, and he was discharged after some precautionary overnight tests. Let's head down to the pit lane, Sheridan.
One of the other cars injured in that incident was the 51 iMac Porsche. That car is currently sitting in the garage yet again. The crew guys spent most of the night last night rebuilding the car. Now they have an injured clutch, so they're putting a new clutch in, and they expect to be back out there before long. Too bad, because these guys had been running well in the B class all day.
B-class guys just don't seem to want to win it now. Is that Ford Focus moving slowly? I think it is. That's not up to speed, is it? Down Conrad, and that's the 60 car. And that is bad news for them. They had been running so well in this, their first race outing for this particularly Australian project. There's a bit of dust on the left-hand side of that car, so he's been off the circuit somewhere. Now, cruising down into, I think, the pit lane. 3 hours and 23 minutes are in the book. It's been a fabulous day. Let's bring you up to date with what happened at dawn this morning. First of all, Peter Cox caught one of the local wildlife, and his bad run of luck at the mountain continues. He was out in the first hour. Well, a spin sometimes doesn't cost you too much, the Clearwater car, but when it's at the top of the mountain and you clip the wall, then it can all go very wrong very quickly indeed, as Hamaguchi-san found out. The bad news is he's facing the wrong direction. The worst news is that there is liquid on the track and cars coming towards him at 180 k's and more. Most of them missed, but unfortunately most wasn't enough. There is the 32 Nissan with Chio-san at the wheel. That car, one of the favourites, and both of those cars out on the spot. Both drivers fine and walked away under their own steam, such is the FIA GT3 standards. The battles at the head of the field, in fact all the way through the top 10, have been outstanding all day. Shane van Gisbergen and battling for the lead there with Bernd Schneider. The 48 car getting out of the way, the Lambo, but just got on that bad bit of tarmac and hit the wall. Comedy moment of the race so far, the one that's had more social network retweets and Facebooking was that one, Maxi Book in the HTP Mercedes, and then too wide through the dimmer. They said it can't be done, they said it should never be done. We had it today, and everybody in the two pits took a big sigh and watched that as if the whole world was about to come to an end. Van Gisbergen goes by the wily old German master. That was for the lead of the race. And then a couple of laps later, Mika Salo on cold tyres unwittingly get in the way of the leader. No harm, no foul, just about. Erebus Mercedes-Benz off into the gravel. That's so unusual, isn't it? And did that cause the problems from later on? Well, it might well have done. A sticky rear brake caliper caused the car to be pushed in. 6 laps lost from that. And that means a new leader, Craig Lowndes. gets to lead the motor race, but watch the right-hand side. That pit board leaning up against the wall needs to be behind the red line when the car moves. It's not. There's a drive-through, but it only cost him 30 seconds. So he's still in the lead, ahead of Will Davison now in second place in the 63 Erebus Mercedes-Benz. And still the top 8 are Darrell Lee Class A cars on the Pirelli outright leaderboard. Patrick Long continues to lead the GWS Personnel Class B in the Porsche, ahead of Ben Barker in the similar machine. As far as the Michelin classes are concerned, Darrell Lee Class A, Craig Lowndes, GWS Personnel Pat Long. Then the Riches Hotel Janetta leads the C-Class. Century Batteries Class D is still that Seat, the Super Cobra 22 car. The Chrysler Group Finance Class F has Mike Sinclair now behind the wheel of the 96, and Gary Jacobson leads the Invitation Class, sponsored by Recaro. There's Lounsey then, still cracking off these laps. He's just in his element. This is the sort of Sunday afternoon drive that Craig Lowndes lives for. The number 1 car of Bernd Schneider is kind of frustrating me at the moment, to be honest, Crailsey, because this is coulda, woulda, shoulda been. 6 laps down, but Bernd Schneider, with the blue touch paper having been lit under him, is using full military settings, and he's clawing back. He's going to get 1 of his 6 laps back here. I still say that isn't going to be enough.
No, I agree with you, and what's happened in the last 15 minutes or so since that controversial drive-through penalty for Craig Lowndes is that he's regained a good portion of that time that he lost during the drive-through penalty. So it's worked well this stint for Craig Lowndes, and his pace is good and lapping competitively. So Bernd Schneider might have plenty of speed, but when you're 6 laps behind the leader, there's not a huge amount you can do with it.
And he's got fuel still for 9 or 10 laps to go, so he's going to be able to continue to exert. Lounsey, has another 10 laps, or between 8 and 10 laps of fuel, so that you're going to be able to continue to use this advantage that he's got and just increase the size of the cushion between him and the rest of the field. Although, you know, we've only had 8 hours and 40 minutes and still plenty to go.
Slip, slap, slop and wrap up, all being done very well on the spectator banking, where we have the advantage of being in air-conditioned splendour here. And there is Bernd Schneider going past Craig Lowndes, and Craig Lowndes says, go for your life, mate. You've just taken 1 lap back. I am still, well, what, 5 laps, that's 5, 2 minutes, 10, 11 minutes. I'm 11 minutes ahead of you.
And Craig, for at least a lap, is going to be able to use the hole in the air that Mercedes is going to punch down the straights as well. So it won't do him any harm if you can just hang on to the coattails.
Being the leader in a multi-class race is always stressful because you come on the traffic first. So having a car that's running at the same speed as you, or perhaps even a little bit quicker, it's not the worst thing that can happen. The blue flags go out for him. The traffic sees them. They see the Erebus Mercedes, the guys in the slower cars. They're thinking lead car. There could be more coming through. Lounsey just cruises up behind and takes his time to get past the traffic. It's not the worst thing that can happen.
No, absolutely.
Some fake tears, I guess, in the Erebus garage. And like you said, it's a what could have been case, but that's endurance racing, isn't it, John? As you know, you gentlemen know better than probably many people, the kind of tossing and turning that can happen, I guess, in one of these races, and the way that it can change just like that.
There's still an Erebus car in second place.
Correct.
There's still an Erebus car on the lead lap. There's long enough in this race still to go. Over 3 hours still remain, and that's enough to have drama enough to fill a full television programme.
Which is funny you should say that, because if you're in nicely led to, Mr. Trustwell. Which is just a reminder that if you're in Australia at the moment, in round about half an hour's time, make sure you're tuned to SBS. They've done a few frequency changes over the last few days, so if you haven't updated that, make sure you have, because on SBS from 1:30 the next hour, we'll be picking up they'll be picking up our coverage here from the mountain, all live, with the minimum amount of ad breaks, and taking you right through to and beyond the checkered flag, as Liquid Molly Bathurst 12 Hours gets national network free-to-air coverage here in Australia. If you're further afield, stay on the stream. It's not going to make any difference to what you see and hear from us here at Radio Le Mans and on the Bathurst 12 Hours website. And delighted to say so many of you have done that. It's a rather uncivil time in Europe at the moment, coming up to 4 o'clock in the morning in the UK, 5 o'clock in the UK. I know many of you have stayed up right the way through, and in the States it's getting late at night, coming up to 11 o'clock in the evening on the East Coast, a little bit earlier on Saturday night on the left-hand coast. Thank you for staying with us. Your tweets, your messages on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at radiolemans.com have been outstanding, and the discussions that are going on there about tactics and just how big this race has become in the 7 scant years that it's been running are being noted. I'll tell you that. James O'Brien from Yeehaw Events has been watching that and watching that develop. Now there's more right rear dramas, and once again this is the class leader in the B category. This car has not long since been out. Pat Long came in, he didn't change tyres, I believe, he stayed into double stint, and the right rear has been the problem tyre for everyone who's had punctures this weekend, or at least in the race today.
Well, it's a loaded up tyre on these cars, John, with so many left-hand corners and so many of them very, very quick across the top of the mountain. Did that just spin the belt right off the tyre?
Yeah, I think it did.
So
he hasn't got far to go though. Pat Long is very experienced. He'll bring this car in, and he's done a good job, Crailsey, in getting that car back without doing any suspension damage. Now they have got a little bit of a cushion, Paul, but not much.
No, it was a lap. Well, no, it was more than a lap, wasn't it? It was two and a bit laps of the advantage that Pat Long had.
He's lost a lap of that already in touring back.
If it's just getting the wheel off and putting a new one on, they should still have the lead of the class. But as you say, it's not much.
The inside of the tyre is rattling around there, and I don't like what that's doing to the rear suspension. And don't forget, that's where the engine is on the 911, and there's cooling and oil coolers back there too.
Yeah, it makes it difficult too. So it's just all the secondary damage that something like this causes, that tyre flailing around in the guard. There's more of information from pit lane. It's becoming a busy place, Shay Adam.
It is becoming a busy place, and for all the wrong reasons for the number 12 of Patrick Long. He had just pitted only a few minutes ago. The right rear tire on this car is obliterated, gentlemen. I mean, quite frankly, there is nothing left. It is a rim. Thankfully, the co-driver was already ready to go, and David Calvert-Jones is now taking over control of the car for his stint. The crew guys are getting 4 new Michelins out. Ooh, look at that carcass. That is just nothing left on that tire. How Pat Long even managed to get the car back with it like that without ripping up the entire rear right portion of this body, I don't know.
It's the second time, Shay, that this car has had a right rear puncture. David Calvert-Jones, if you remember, was behind the wheel at Maguire's and had to do a full lap, so that's twice. Oh, and Pat Long, he's not happy, is he? He is not happy at all, and Shay's going to be brave enough to stick a microphone underneath Pat Long's nose when he's taking a breath. I wonder if there's maybe been a bit of contact there, because Pat slammed the door in the sort of way that suggests that that just didn't give up on its own.
Yeah, it's entirely possible, and he was not outspoken, but had some comments to make about the traffic earlier on in the weekend, as did several other drivers. So there's Pat Long. He's in the Works Porsche race suit, taking a deep breath. It looks like he's worked, but he's a fit man. He doesn't look like he's worked massively hard, and he's standing by in the garage. What's he got to say, Shay?
Pat, what happened?
Oh, we had a puncture. There's a lot of debris out there and gravel. The Grove car who we're fighting with has had a couple as well, so we're sort of even. Just going to keep our heads down, not let the emotion get to us. The car is super. We're just out there riding. We were able to gain a lap on them in the last stint under green, so we're confident. CJ's out there for a little bit, and then Alex is going to finish it off, but having a lot of fun, and really appreciate the support from Icebreak.
That was your second puncture. Is that just coincidence?
It's just how the race is going. There's carnage out there, there's debris, there's gravel, there's cars flying all over the place. And so you try to stay as safe as you can. You stay off the curbs when the tire pressures are low, but you can't really control where the debris is going to sit. And I felt it slowly coming, and then just did my best to come in as slow as I could. You get really apprehensive, and you want to slam the gas down and drive the car in really quick, but it'll just tear the carcass of the tire off and then tear the bodywork up. So it's very dangerous to go down Conrad that slow, but it was key to keeping the bodywork on the car.
Are you still feeling good about a podium?
I'm still feeling good about a win.
Good answer, Pat.
Well, the frustration then was simply that, just another puncture. There is the track temperature, courtesy of the pyrometer on the circuit. 56 degrees on the track right now, 50 4 degrees just a few moments ago. Shea just sticking her head in to have a look at that, and the air temperature well up as well. We have had 60 here before.
Yeah, 62 in fact last year during that triple stint that Erebus pulled during the race last year. It peaked at 62 degree track temperature, which is just incredible. Even today though, that's hot, but they're incredible, these tyres. They're doing an amazing job. I know we've seen some punctures, but that's not related to the track temperature.
A lot of our viewers and listeners say we're not talking about pickup, we're not talking about people getting offline and getting marbles, those little bits of rubber on the tyres. That's simply because, ladies and gentlemen, we're not seeing it. We're not seeing degrading of the tyres. You hear them talking about the deg all the time, the degrading of the tyres all the time in Formula One, because the tyres simply aren't wearing. This, somehow they've managed to get grip on the track with the new surface here at Mount Panorama without it being abrasive. Now, there's not quite as much grip as there will be once you put some rubber down onto it, but even so, these guys are not saying there's a lack of grip. They're just saying there's a lack of an abrasive effect on the tyres themselves. That's why you're able to see guys turning times second on third times. Absolutely fantastic, even when they're well through their second stints.
Correct, and it's impressive, isn't it? The circuit has been good. This is a great new surface. I spoke to the track manager, Mark Rayner, the other night, and he was pretty happy with the way it was going. He said, look, there's still some more things to go. There's some bumps we need to iron out. Now, whether that actually means getting an iron and just smoothing it all out or doing some more serious work, I'm not sure. And there's still some curb work they need to do as well. But very happy with the overall progress of the track. Now, Mika Salo kitting up in the Maranello garage, and that's interesting. Lowndes has been caught by Will Davison at the rate of between 1 to 1.5 seconds a lap, and for the first time that lead is down to 58 seconds, less than 1 minute, and Davison now starting to come to the race leader in the number 63 Erebus SLS.
Yeah, he's still got another 4 or 5 laps before we get the Ferrari into the pits. He will be followed by Tony Quinn coming in with the McLaren number 37. Now, you were saying that Tony was potentially just as quick as Clark. Well, he hasn't been in this particular stint. He's lost quite a lot of time in the stint as a whole since he took over behind the wheel of that car. He's lost pretty much 35 seconds, and it's still going on. And so, in some ways, even though the McLaren can go further on its tank full, I'm tempted to say the sooner it comes in, the better it will be able to, A, take the challenge back to the Erebus Mercedes 63, and B, try and catch up with that flying Ferrari.
You want to get somewhere near the 3 hour mark though, Paul. If you're going to do an hour on a tank of petrol, then you want to be somewhere near that hour, so you've only got 2 more pit stops to do.
Yes, and also if you're going to ask for a hero stint from someone like Shane Van Gisbergen, you can't give him more than 3 hours to do. So
that's a good point.
I'm not suggesting that they're going to put Van Gisbergen in for the whole of the 3 hours.
Well, I don't think they can, because I think that would take him over his 4.5.
That'll take him over his 4.5, won't it? Let me just. So he's only done 1 stint, hasn't he? It was a double.
Yeah.
I'll do some sums on that.
It was an epic stint as well early on in the race.
I think that's why they put Tony Quinn in there, because they need to find an hour to get maybe 1 more stint from Andrew Kirkcaldy and then a double at the end from Van Gisbergen. That would be my guess on that.
Part of the trouble is the regulations demand you to take a 1 hour break following any length of stint.
Yeah, so even if you're in for 5 minutes and
you know, so you could actually get yourself into a complete knot where you've got no driver who's able to drive if each driver has done a very short stint. I mean, it would be daft to do it, but if you had each of your 4 drivers doing 10 minutes, then nobody would be allowed to drive.
Let's head down into the pit lane and catch up with Dean Herridge, who's with Boydo.
Dean Herridge is down here with the car 7 car, and he's had an unusual problem. We spoke about little parts giving up on a car and, 50-cent pieces destroying a person's race. Well, Dean's actually found something in the petrol tank that wasn't there when the day started. Talk us through what's going on.
Well, it's typical of a 12-hour event, practice, qualifying. We redid all the pumps, all the lines in the tank before we got here. And as soon as we sort of started my first stint, we've had issues with the car surging. It progressively got worse to the point the best we could get at was about 5 laps. But we come in, got into the tank, we basically have found like rubber or, it's a heat shrink or something like that. We got it out, the car's running strong again, but this is, track temper 60 or something. 38's hard on a production car, which is effectively what this is. So we brought it back in. We're having a few issues with our tyres on the front as well. We've got to sort of change the camber to try and cope with the heat. We're getting just information and data that just normally wouldn't be here. So just a survival of the fittest.
You were looking good for a podium in Class D. What's the situation now? A little bit out of grasp?
I'd say so, unless someone else has some drama. Look, a few of the D-class guys have been having some issues and we've been sort of limping through. I'd say unless they have problems, we're out of the picture. For us now, survival, don't give up, get to the end.
Try and stay cool.
We will do, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Boydo. Dean Herrick, he's just he's always up, Dean. He's always positive. He's always happy. He could have had the worst day, but he'll be positive about what he's doing and the fact that he gets to come here and race at Mount
That's
Panorama.
that rally mentality, isn't it? You know, fix the car, send it back out, get it dirty again. Oh, we've brought it. Fix it, send it out, get it dirty again. That's that rally mentality. Keep going. In the pit lane, the leader.
So the Maranello Ferrari goes in, and we've already seen Mika Salo preparing with the helmet on down at the Maranello pit. How much money are they going to bet to keep an eye on that pit board and the car controller that time by, perhaps? I'm sure they would have had a team meeting between sessions.
There's the second place car coming through the Falcon Forest's elbow, and off the road at the end of the chase, the number 19.
Tyre
and
down,
that's
right
another
rear down.
tyre, and it's another right rear.
On a Porsche. It's been predominantly Porsches in this race, a Class B Porsche. So here's the driver change going on, fuel going in. So fuel goes in one side, the breather, which lets the air out of the tank so they can fit a bit more in, going into the other side of the car as one of the Audis leaves in the foreground. Driver change done. Right, everyone over. Are they going to do tyres? Yes, they are. Car controller in. Car controller's holding on to the pit board. He's not letting go this time. So they've sorted their problems, and that's a sign of a good team. So right side tyres going on. Michelin's bolted on to the Ferrari 458. Craig Land's out. Mika Salo in.
Still no sign of the second place car. And there he goes, past the pit exit. So that is a change. And Will Davison has gone to the head of the motor race. And there's issues here, Paul.
He becomes the 6th leader of the race, because that Erebus car hasn't been in the lead of the race before.
Right.
Salo.
6 different leaders for how many lead changes?
That is the 13th change of lead.
Was that just a slightly slow wheel on the left-hand side there?
Yeah, I
Maybe
think it
looking
was.
at the brakes, I don't know.
Certainly delayed them, there's no doubt. A minute 39 total time spent in pit lane from the 40k line to the 40 at the end. So that's not too bad. So here's, look, what's this? This will be
That's
the
the
Damien
Porsche.
Flake Porsche,
Yeah.
won't it, at the chase. On the exit, so just struck the wheel off wide on the outside of...
and that was enough to puncture the tyre, was it?
Well, could have been punctured beforehand.
Yeah,
of course,
that's true.
Before
That's
they got
true.
there and just ran
Cause
wide
or
and
effect.
spun it right, but it certainly looked like another puncture. So some dramas for the Porsches. That car currently sits 3rd in Class B with Damien Flack, the Sydney sider, behind the wheel, car number 19.
Don't want to throw any spanners in any works in the moment. But that car in post-race scrutineering that's leading at the moment, the 63 car, is going to be a bit lighter than it really needs to be.
It may well be.
Because it
may well be.
It's got quite...
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
No. I am thinking as a team manager, and I would make sure that that car wasn't absolutely empty of fuel when it goes across the line. I'd want to make sure that the minimum weights were being met on that car.
The other problem I have, possibly with car 63's ability to win this race, aside from the damage on the car, is that they're using Will Davison up now. It would have been great to keep him for that last hour, wouldn't it, against Lowndes or a Salo in the Ferrari, and against, we assume, Van Gisbergen in the McLaren.
In the pit lane, the 63 car heads in, so it comes out of the lead. It is scored as the leader across the line, so we get that. Oh, and off has gone the leader in the C class. The absolutely metronomic Ginetta G50, the 17 car. She had pulled itself up well inside the top 20. Carl Reindler at the wheel of that car at the moment in the Ridges C class. He's off at the side of the road now. Has he pulled it there, or has he just come to a stop there after some lurid problem?
Is he on Conrod Straight?
He's just at the end on the rise in the middle of Conrod Straight, isn't he? And you can see where he's pulled off. The tracks are behind him. I think he's driven the car there rather than had any kind of issue, and certainly the marshals weren't running back towards him as if he'd had several spins. The safety car is standing by. It depends where the recovery vehicle is. If there's a recovery vehicle that can get to him on the outside of the circuit, they could possibly pull him back without going full course caution.
You'd have to pit the McLaren now, wouldn't you? Surely they're near their window. The risk of a safety car, would you get them in pit lane now? So tyres going on the Erebus Mercedes. So this is just a standard stop. New tyres going on. They're working their way through.
Driver change.
And a driver change as well. Is it Greg Crick jumping into the car for the end? Will Davison getting out, or will it be Jack LeBrock? So LeBrock was in, so the McLaren's gone through again.
Tony Quinn leads the motor race. Mika Salo's gone through, sorry, and Tony Quinn is in second place now as this cycles through. Brand new sticker tyres. Why are they called sticker tyres? Because they have stickers on them that tell you what compound, and you can see quite clearly there
that? Yeah,
on the right front.
That's strange, isn't it?
I'm not up with that. No. It just doesn't look right.
I'm not quite sure what the organisers might be saying.
Well,
either.
particularly as we're running into near darkness, and he's got no right-hand front headlight.
Yes, it's not so much
That's
the
not
darkness.
darkness,
It's I mean, we're going to run. It's going to be still like this at 6:15, but it's just the. If you were taking that car into an English MOT, there's probably something similar
Department of
in Australia.
Transport,
it wouldn't pass.
Yeah.
And for my money, the beauty of GT cars is that they are cars that can be driven on the road. They're Grand Tourers, and that can't. So
safety car, Paul. Sorry.
So that will be for the 17 Ginetta, the Ridges Class 3 leader. That GT4 category has been one of attrition, hasn't it? Lost the Motion Sport Lotus from the front of that field early on. The Donut King cars had its problems as well. So this is the 7th safety car period of the motor race.
Yeah, we were just short of getting 2 hours without any safety car at all. We didn't quite manage to get it, but we've had 2 hours then without safety car. And
got to get the McLaren in right now.
Tony Quinn will be heading for the pits, no doubt about that at all.
So the Ferrari leads, having stopped, and we expect that McLaren in this time round. They really have to get into pit lane, and I think Tony a bit frustrated because the Mark Focus in front is not going particularly quickly.
So who has pitted out the leaders? Well, the leader has. That's Mika Salo now behind the wheel. Tony Quinn in second will want to be in the lane as quick as he can to try not to lose too much real estate and certainly not lose a lap. He'll probably be okay. This is why we are under full course caution. It
will work out well for the McLaren, provided that Tony's not too far around the track. I'm not quite sure how far he is.
Tony's in the lane.
Should be all right then by now. If he can get into the pits, it'll be a tyre probably. Certainly they'll change the driver, and that will help him overall because they'll then all be on the same fuel strategy.
Less than 3 hours left, and with about an hour in the tank, that means 2 more pit stops from here. That works really nicely for McLaren. The 84 HTP Mercedes-Benz in third place has Harold Primat on board, and he's a little bit back further around the track, and this is going to be tight for him as to whether he can get in and out before the safety car comes around. Let's head down to Grant in the pit lane.
Yeah, a little bit of drama down here with Team VIP Pet Foods. The 37 car came into pit lane. The 35 car, the Shaw Fisher Xerophos machine was behind it. He had to take a very acute angle. They had trouble getting the fuel hose on. It's cost them extra time down here in pit lane at the moment. Just at the absolute edge of what they're able to do refueling wise. Fuel's gone in. Now, it doesn't look like there's going to be any other major changes. In fact, as they come out, sticker tyres going on this car as well. So they're putting sticker tyres on the 37 car to try and get it towards the end.
Thanks, Grant. Down in the pit lane, the HTP car comes in from 4th position. Harold Primat, I think that's smart because he's in there and he'll get out quick enough to beat the safety car train. It's a full service for the Highland Motorsports Park sponsored McLaren. There is the HTP Mercedes-Benz looking far more pristine than it was in the earlier part of the week. That wasn't a driver change there for sure, because I think that was just a new bottle being thrown in. There goes the 37.
Fill the drink bottle up. Always the way. Got to keep the drivers hydrated. Remember, 37 or 8 degree ambient inside these cars. It's going to be over 55 degrees. And we heard that the Nissan had air conditioning for this weekend, but outside of that, we're not too sure.
Just a little point on the weather there. We've just had a real blow down the pit straight that's picked up a whole load of debris, and it is blowing very much hard. A little mini tornado there for a moment. Things going awry in pit lane. There is the 88 car that leads the race with Mika Salo. Here is the second place car with Shane van Gisbergen.
Hello.
Well, Paul's been crunching some numbers about how long he's been in the car. I don't think he can go to the end from here, Paul.
I got distracted. Come back to me in a minute.
Unofficially, I'm going to say that I don't think that Shane van Gisbergen to go to the end because I think he's done more than an hour and a half in the car.
Perhaps
already.
that stint that he did early on just felt like so long because we're on the edge of our seats all of it are on our tippy toes in the commentary box.
I thought he did pretty much a full double, and that would have been more than an hour and a half. I stand to be corrected by Mr. Trustwell, who is the oracle of such things.
Well, perhaps, maybe their plan is to put Clark in for the end. Clark has certainly been competitive. He hasn't been the wildfire in terms of pace that Van Gisbergen has been.
Don't forget you've got Andrew Kokodi as well.
Well, this is true, and he's been extremely stout. So it's still very much up for the winning, this motor race. There's no doubt about it. Lights are still on the BMW M5 safety car, and we've got a lot of work to do to get that Ginetta out of the way on Conrod Straight.
Notice they were sending a flatbed there. That suggests to me that there's been some issue with the suspension because the car won't tow. So that is going to take a little while to get that up. Good news is it's not too far to run that straight back into the pit lane. And because of where it is on the circuit, pretty much as soon as that is rolling, you could probably give the green flag if you've got the train that's already gone by it.
Yeah, it will be a short interruption as the number 67 Motorsport Services car enters pit lane, as do several other contenders, including the number 1 Erebus Mercedes, Bernd Schneider behind the wheel.
Back up into 8th position, and now remember 5 laps only away from the lead. I said a gold-plated miracle. Are they going to get one? They could do I'm surprised they didn't wait out there and get the wave by and get a lap back and then do the pit stop, because they could have got a lap back there. They were in front of the leader behind the safety car. I watch a lot of endurance racing, and it's the first thing you look for, whether you get a lap back.
I can only assume that they're just sticking to the strategy that they're working to, despite the dramas, and they're not concerned about that, and they're focusing on the battles in and around their sort of window that they're working with in their closest rivals.
Let's just reiterate, with now the time under 3 hours to go, 2:54 to go, you can do this now on 2 more pit stops. You get about an hour on the top cars at the front of this field, so we are looking for this pit stop now and 2 more to get you to the end of the Liqui Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst for 2014. Grant Boyer is in the pit lane.
Yeah, just to answer the question with regards to VIP pet foods, Shane van Gisbergen can stay in the car until the end of the race. Now the team, I asked Clark whether he was going to go back in the car or they're going to whack Andrew in. He said they haven't made up their mind, which in other words means mind your own business.
Did you say he can't go to the end of the race there, Boyd, or we just lost you for a moment?
No, absolutely. He can't go to the end of the race. They have to have a driver change between now and the end.
Thank you, Boyd. That is exactly the information that we've been working out on up here. 3.5 hours. 4.5 hours is what you are allowed to do in the car. That's 9 hours for 2 drivers, and you can't do more than 3 hours in one stretch. So that is Shane van Gisbergen having to get out of that car before the end of the race. Paul?
Yeah, Shane can drive for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So
splash and dash it. Well, no, you'd want to go 2 hours, wouldn't you? Because it's 2 full tanks.
Yeah, exactly. So depending on who they decide to put in the car and all that kind of story that we were just talking about, 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. They need to get him in sometime after 25 minutes, but there's no point in bringing him in straight away on the dot of 25 minutes because of working out the best use of the fuel and running as much on the tank as you can. But they'll have those sums done in their computers just as well as I've got them done on mine, and they'll then know if there's a safety car when the best time there is that they can use the safety car. The advantage that they've got now, which is the one I was referring to earlier on, is because the safety car has squashed everybody up. When the race resumes, then we're going to get Mika Salo and Van Gisbergen all together.
7th place car being pushed into the garage. That's the number 9 car. And once again, bad luck for one of the local teams.
Yeah, Mark Eddy was behind the wheel of that car and going very nicely with Mark Seni, and Christopher Meese has done an outstanding job today. He was fantastic in the middle of this race, and they were at one stage in 3rd position overall, but settled into 9th, and they had 2 laps up their sleeves over the number 1 Erebus car of Bernd Schneider, who's behind the wheel of that now. They've still got 2 laps to sort out any issues they might have and try and get back on the racetrack. But, gee, the rate of attrition in this race has been remarkable, hasn't it? As that Ginetta G50, the Hog's Breath car, is taken back down to the pit garages, and we shouldn't be too far away from a resumption of racing. It's an Andrew Ciccoldi fan.
I think it's a Mika Salo fan.
I got my crosses mixed up. Oh, that's embarrassing, isn't it? The Flying Finn leads the race, so there we go.
Just a quick note of appreciation once again. If you're just joining us, we've had all bar 2 hours and 51 minutes of this 12-hour race, and once again a note of appreciation for race control and the recovery guys and all of our volunteer marshals. They have done a absolutely splendid job this morning into this afternoon. Yes, we've had incident. Yes, we've had accident. It's been dealt with professionally. It's been dealt with quickly, and it has interrupted the racing as little as possible. Yes, we've had some full course cautions. It is going to happen, but they have been kept to a minimum by a very sensible use of the safety car by race control. All right, 2:22, double Nelson on the board, and it's still Mika Salo that leads in the Liquid Moly 2014 Bathurst 12 Hours. So we're working the end of our seventh safety car period for almost 2 hours of full course caution. The BMW M5 has done sterling duty at the head of the field, but has been used intelligently and sparingly by race control. We have cleared up the errant, what was class leader, the number 17 Ginetta G50. That is on the rollback and it's heading in towards pit lane. And the lights will go off in a moment or two's time on the top of the BMW, and it is the leader, Mika Salo, with 19 cars, 19 between him and second place Shane van Gisbergen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are of a nervous disposition, have pets or children, take a couple of steps back from the catch fencing, because we are about to light the SVG fuse and just see how long it takes for him to go off. Select military settings. Get ready for a charge through the field as if his life depended on it. He will want to get on the back of that Il Bello Rosso Ferrari of Mika Salo as quickly as he possibly can and start putting pressure on the normally implacable Finn. However, he's hassled Bernd Schneider into problems and into issues today. Maybe he can do the same with Salo. So just on 2 hours and 46 minutes still to go. There's 19 cars between Salo and the second place car, and the green flag waves as we come off the back of the seventh safety car intervention, and we're racing again at Bathurst.
Lowndes clears out, and that Seat between him and everybody else really helped. So he had a good margin before they got to the line. Van Gisbergen's already got a couple of cars. Big moment in the race, this. So Salo can pull a margin. He can get out in front. And Van Gisbergen has to work his way through the field to get up to where he needs to be. And we're just tracking the process of the battle for third as well, because Greg Crick is behind the wheel of the Erebus Motorsport number 63 car. Just to confirm, they're timing that car manually, because the incident early on when they hit the back of the Daytona Coupe tore the Dorian, the timer, out of the front of that car. So they're timing that manually at race control.
Still sitting in a good position. So we have got 224 laps completed, 225 at the moment. It's Liquid Moly. It's the 12 Hours of Bathurst for 2014, and we're about to go national here in Australia.
The Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour is fast becoming a GT classic. Amazing cars, international drivers, and an awesome piece of racetrack.
These are the cars people dream about, the brands that we aspire to own. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Audi, Nissan, Mercedes, McLaren. driven by some of the world's most highly coveted racers, masters of their trade. Mount Panorama is their place of business. Once known as the Gold Country, now the spiritual home of motor racing for Aussie and international motorsport fans alike. A place where speed and endurance are everything, and where drama is routine. Drivers must endure 12 grueling hours of some of the most feared yet respected tarmac. It is a challenge that man and machine struggle to meet.
Oh, there it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4 speeds. Oh, it's torrential at the top of the mountain. There's no way. Gisbergen's lost the front end of the Porsche.
A challenge that delivers heartbreak or pure delight. It is a challenge called the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour.
Hi everyone and welcome to Mount Panorama for the 2014 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour, the 12th running of this race, which is fast becoming a must attend on the GT motor racing calendar. Would you believe we've done over 220 laps of racing? We've gone past three-quarter race distance with some under 3 hours left running in this race. It's becoming a fight between Ferrari, between McLaren and between Mercedes-Benz. It's been an amazing day at the office. We had 40 cars start this race at 6:15 a.m. local time this morning. In fact, we've lost 4 cars before we even made the grid this morning through practice and qualifying over the previous 2 days. Weather conditions here at Mount Panorama have been very, very warm. 37 degrees Celsius right here at the moment, with track temperatures of over 50 degrees. So far today, the reigning champions of this race, Erebus Motorsport GT, have dominated. Their pole position car with the German drivers Bernd Schneider, Maro Engel and Nico Bastian dominated this race, but some 45 minutes ago, a brake drama has dropped them back in the order and it's brought an old Bathurst favourite right up to the front. Craig Lowndes took the lead in the Maranello Motorsport Ferrari. Mick Asalo, the former Formula One driver, is behind the wheel at the moment, but we are counting down to the end. This is very much turning into a fight between Mercedes-Benz with Will Davison at the helm, the McLaren of the Quins, father and son, Tony and Clark, and V8 face Shane van Gisbergen, and of course the Ferrari that leads the way. But to take us through what's happened so far today, let's head to the commentary team. It's a g'day and welcome this afternoon to Richard Craill.
Thanks, Noons. It's been an amazing day at Mount Panorama, and there's only one way to describe it. It's been Bathurst. Welcome to the show, everybody, and welcome to these two, our international guests as part of our commentary team today, Paul Truswell and John Hindhoff. Gentlemen, welcome to Mount Panorama.
It's great to be back here, Crailsy, and the RadioLeMans.com team. Love coming to this race. Our first time here last year, and what a fantastic opener it's been. Here's how it started at 6:15 this morning, just about dawn. Peter Cox's bad luck on the mountain continues. He hit a roo and put the 23 car out. Also caused a bit of strife for the 63 Erebus Mercedes. Seemingly harmless spin there for the 33, but the next time we saw it, it was in a world of trouble right at the top of the mountain. This is 160, 170k left-hander. It's bad enough that he's facing the wrong direction, but look at the liquids to the left of the picture there. And I'm afraid that caused a bit of carnage. One of the Audis hit the wall. Good miss by the Porsche, but wait, because there's a Nissan coming. And that was a huge hit.
Hiroshi Hamaguchi was in the Ferrari, and the Nissan contacted big time, but both drivers are okay. That was what was left of the Nissan GTR, the works return of Godzilla to the mountain for 22 years, and there was debris all over the circuit. This was a bit later on. The leaders were involved in a massive fight, and they passed a lapped Lamborghini. It was driven by Ross Lilly and Bathurst champion Stephen Richards, and that had a very big crash at the top of Mount Panorama, bringing out another safety car.
But once again, the safety features of the FIA GT3 cars meant the driver was all right. This is the comedy moment of the day so far. Bit of help from the marshals. That's been all over social media. You've probably already already seen it. And then let's just defy physics. Down through the S's side by side. Yeah, all right. Down through the Dimmer side by side. It can't happen. Somebody's going to go off. But they didn't.
And that's Shane van Gisbergen versus Bernd Schneider for the lead of the motor race midway through today. And then the lead changed, and Van Gisbergen has been absolutely flying. He's broken the lap record, the fastest man ever, around Mount Panorama. And then it got insane. He dived up the inside of the Ferrari of Mika Salo at the top of the mountain. And when these guys were in front, they ran across the road and caused some damage to the number one car.
Might have had an issue, that might have caused the issue with the rear brakes that saw them not be able to get away. The rear rotor was changed, but they lost 6 laps in the pits. That's around about 15, 16 minutes. And that put the 88 car into the lead. Now, look at the board on the right-hand side, leaning up against the pit building there. It's outside the red line. It's still outside the red line. When the 88 is down and away, that's an infringement and a drive-through penalty.
And Craig Lowndes behind the wheel at the time, not his fault, but had to serve a penalty, but he continues to lead the race. Well, his teammate does. Mika Salo, the former Formula One driver, leads on the Pirelli outright leaderboard. Shane van Gisbergen is second behind the wheel of the Tony Quinn entered McLaren. Harold Primar in third place behind the wheel of the HTP Mercedes-Benz SLS. And Aussie legend Greg Crick runs fourth at the moment for Erebus Motorsport, still very much in this race. The German Phoenix Audi squad run fifth at the moment, ahead of the Anglo-American United Autosport Audi team. They run sixth. Bernd Schneider, seventh place.
Now looking at the classes, and there's 6 different classes out there on the Michelin class leaderboard where we've told you about Mika Salo. Ben Barker's inside the top 10 for the GWS Class B Porsche, and the rest of the guys are battling through for the next 2 hours and 37 minutes. There is the 88 Ferrari, which leads the motor race by something in the region of 23-24 seconds, and Van Gisbergen has been set to full attack mode. We've just come off our 7th full course caution after one of the class leading cars, the number 17 Ginetta, was stalled on the Conrod Straight and had to be recovered. That bunched everybody up, but once again Mika Salo has punched the go button and pulled away.
And he's going a lot quicker at the moment than Shane van Gisbergen is. They've kind of got through the initial parts of the traffic, and now they're catching up again with the tail of the cars coming off the safety car that we've just had. But that gap was 18 seconds, and now, as John says, it was up to 23.
There is the orange McLaren in second position of Shane van Gisbergen. That's what it looks from on board that machine as he climbs the mountain straight. Now the regulations state that any driver can only do 4.5 hours of the race, and he can only do 3 hours in one go. Shane van Gisbergen has already been in the car. That means he's only got 2 hours and 20 minutes left. We've got more than that. Well, he actually only had 2:20 left when he got in the car. We had more than that left. We need about 40 minutes from another driver in this 37 car. So SVG cannot go to the end of the motor race.
Correct. So there's more pit stops to come for all of our leading cars. In fact, everyone in the field, at least 2. And in one of those, there'll be a driver change for the VIP Pet Foods team. And we think it might be Andrew Kirkcaldy, Scottish driver, who helped develop this McLaren when it was first introduced to GT racing. But let's put this race into perspective, guys. 228 laps completed. Their working lap 229. That's 1,415 kilometres in the book so far. We're used to seeing 161 laps of Mount Panorama, which is 1,000 K. So they've gone way beyond what we're used to at Mount Panorama. Still 2 hours and 36 minutes remaining. We could be on course for a distance and lap record today. 292 laps, the record set back in 2011 by the winning Audi. 228, in the book so far.
And if you're watching and you haven't seen Mount Panorama since the great race back in October, one thing you'll notice is here, down through the chase, just how much smoother it is and how much darker the road surface is. That's because Bathurst Council has resurfaced the whole more than 6 kilometres of this fantastic racing circuit, public road for the rest of the year, by the way. And that has really made it a little bit smoother. It hasn't changed the character, thank goodness. It hasn't changed it as a challenge. 1 or 2 of the cambers, the way the road falls away, have just been smoothed out a little bit, but it is billiard table smooth. And even though it is super hot here at the moment, what you can't see is any tyre debris like you would in Formula 1, no degradation. And that's because the track is very grippy, but it's not too abrasive. Let's head down to Noons in the pit lane. If you're going to have a great race like this, you need to have some great support, Noons.
Oh, John, you do absolutely. And Liquid Molly are here for the 2nd year in a row supporting the 12-hour, and Bruce Morrison's with us. Bruce, this has been an amazing race. We've had the best weather possible. The international flavour continues to rise.
Oh, mate, it's been fantastic. This is really true endurance racing, and it's great for Australians to see when a race plays out this long. You can see how many things change, how someone can be a lap down, then they're not, how someone can be in front, then they're not. It's had everything, really. Just spectacular day.
Who's looking strongest? Who's your expert tip for the race this afternoon? We've still got some 2 odd hours left.
Well, I backed anyone in the top 6 cars, so I had a safe bet there. But look, the McLaren's looking very strong. Van Gisbergen keeps putting that thing and wringing its neck. The Mercedes crew aren't out of that yet. And look at the Ferrari. Like Mika Salo can make that thing sing, and they got Craig Lowndes and John Bowers back up. This is going to be a real tight race for 3 cars.
Bruce, we'll let you enjoy it. Thanks for your support again.
Fantastic. Thanks for being here.
Just an enthusiast, Bruce, to be honest. Now, here is the 51 Porsche in the GWS Personnel B class being pushed. That's not Porsche power, that's people power, and you don't like to see that at the pit lane. He's clearly had some strife out of the circuit because he's lost the rear valance.
Andrew McPherson behind the wheel owns this car, but they've had a very good combination so far. Ben Porter, young open wheel racer, and Garth Walton, who's the World Time Attack champion, fastest man ever around Eastern Creek Raceway in Sydney.
And we got a quick flash at the top of the mountain, by the way, of Damien Flack in the 19 Porsche in 11th position. Another B-class car for the older GT3s. Looked like he might have had a tyre issue as well. That's Mika Salo in the Finnish colours on his helmet, the light blue and white, just knocking the window, just trying to get a little bit more air into that car. Extremely high temperatures here, 37 degrees Celsius and above, and that makes it probably 10 or 15, maybe even more degrees in the cockpit. No air conditioning in these cars. You are relying on air ducted through, and when the outside temperature is 37, you're not getting that much cooling effect. Here is the 63 Erebus racing car, the one without the right front fender. Both of the Erebus cars in shot there. The number 1 car we expected to be right in the play for the victory, but they've had those brake dramas, and now the Erebus flag being taken on by the 63 car.
And we should confirm these guys are in 3rd place. So Tasmanian driver Greg Crick behind the wheel at the moment, sharing with the young speedy Victorian Jack LeBrock and Will Davison, who we all know and love from Aussie V8 Supercars. They've had their share of dramas, and they're dropping up and down the timing monitor because they had an incident earlier on. You can see the damage on the right front corner, but it actually removed the timer from the car. So they're pushing the button manually in the building like they used to do here at Bathurst in the 60s and 70s to keep this car ticking over. But they are 3rd. They're going well. Greg Crick behind the wheel. And this is what happened. The Daytona Coupe in front, and just a slight misjudgment on the run into the dipper did the damage.
And that was the second hit that they'd had on the right front. They got caught up in the same incident that took Peter Cox out of the race in the Lamborghini early on when the local wildlife was involved. And why we're saying that is many of you, I know, will be following along on the Bathurst 12 Hours website, where there is live timing and scoring as well. You can see what we're seeing in the booth. And if you're going to use the social media, make sure you use the hashtag B12HR so that we can see what's going on here in the booth. So that is the 3rd place car coming down the Conrod Straight at the moment. You would think, wouldn't you, that people at Mercedes-Benz are pretty good at aero, so losing such a large amount of the front would have some real downsides in terms of performance. The guys are making a mockery out of it, as there is the 19 Porsche that we talked about earlier on with its tyre dramas just going through the shot there, but it looks like they're going to get that one back into the lane. And yet the 63 car, sans a front wing, still doing reasonably good lap times.
Makes you wonder why all these engineers and extremely impressive people worry about aerodynamics, only to the car to continue to pound around at race potentially winning pace, missing half of the front bodywork on it. So much in point to Will Davison, who did a superb job before he jumped out just recently. Greg Crick is behind the wheel of this car. We ride on board now, heading up Mountain Straight. It's a superb thing, big 6.3 litre AMG powered SLS, the famous gullwing, defending, winning Team Erebus Motorsport here with the international drivers, and they were very, very strong here 12 months ago, and were strong today, but Bathurst luck hasn't gone with them so far.
One or two of our viewers from the earlier portion of the broadcast and the radio show have been asking about what happens if one of those Mercedes, and let's hope it doesn't happen, ends up upside down. How do you get out? Because you've got gull-wing doors. It's a fine point, and we were talking about safety earlier on. The FIA mandated that because this car had gull wings, if that was to happen, there are explosive bolts in the top of the doors that you can fire out, and it basically blows the door seal so the driver can still get out. Normally, it's a lovely gull wing. It looks beautiful. But if the worst comes to the worst, it blows the door out and you can still get out of there. Let's go back down to Noons.
Well, John, pit lane has been where a lot of action has been today. We've got it really well covered with Grant Boyden, an old favourite, back with us today. Shay Adams back with us too from the United States. Grant, this has been a weird day at the office, but it's what we expect.
It's one of the strangest we've ever seen. This day started off, as soon as the first lap was completed, all hell broke loose. Then it just went quiet. Then another surge of all action. Hey, it's been quiet for the last hour or so, Aaron, so we're in for a thriller of a finish.
You know that the minute you say that, things start to happen, don't they? Shay Adams covers all of the big international GT races around the world. How does the 12-hour stack up?
It's up there with the best, for sure. When you bring in the international drivers to mix with the hometown favorites, you just get such a wonderful combination. It's a melting pot in this track, and to be honest, even though the temperatures may feel like melting, the racing is scorching.
16 nationalities in the field this weekend. We haven't had an Australian driver win this race since 2010. Could happen today.
Yeah, time to start looking at the stats because we're only a couple of pit stops away from the end of this race with 2.5 hours to run. We're live from the mountain. It's the Bathurst 12 hours with Little Molly for 2014, and that's Erebus Mercedes-Benz still turning the lap times. Behind it is one of the Audis, and Audis came in fourth this year, Rich, and for a moment earlier on it seemed as though they were climbing up the leaderboard, but they've just dropped back a little bit now. We've got Ferrari from McLaren doing a great job from Mercedes-Benz. The best of the Audis is the number 3 from René Rast, but they're just off the lead lap.
Yeah, not quite been the most competitive package this weekend for whatever reason, but it's been remarkable as this race has evolved, the different kinds of brands that we've seen, especially in the top 3 outright. It's been unbelievable. So you can see it here. This is a great shot of an Audi R8 followed by a Porsche Cup car, and just behind them was one of the Lotus Exiges in the race. A fantastic little British sports car with the, I think, Toyota-based V6 they're running. A very cool car, the Donut King entry. So it just shows the variety throughout this field. But for much of the day, it's been Ferrari versus McLaren versus Mercedes versus Audi right at the very front. And they've all took a turn leading the race.
And that's 3 of the 6 classes on the front stretch at the same time as they go through Hell Corner and climb Mountain Straight. You know, the variety that we've got here, Shay Adam touched on it there as we're looking at the number 9 car sitting just on the 10th position and some 8 laps away from the leader. The variety that you get in sports car racing is the spice of this part of our lives. They look different, they sound different, and crucially I think they have different strengths and weaknesses. And what we've seen from the Audi is perhaps it's not the quickest car in a straight line, particularly the A-Class cars with all of that aerodynamic additions on the car, but over the top of the mountain they are between 2.5 and 3 seconds faster than a V8 supercars. Now just think of that for a moment. From the cutting to the Forest Cell board, 2.5 or 3 seconds quicker than a V8 supercar.
And in ultimate pace as well, their times this weekend have been incredible. In fact, Shane van Gisbergen earlier today on lap 98, seems like an eternity ago now, set the fastest lap ever recorded by a car with a roof at Mount Panorama. 2 minutes, 3 seconds, 0.85, 203.85. Quicker than they qualified by less than half a tenth, it must be said, but quicker than they qualified yesterday. An unbelievable lap when he was in the middle of a very good fight for the lead with this car.
Last year's winners, of course, Bernd Schneider had a banner year in 2013. Won all bar one of the endurance races that he contested for Mercedes-Benz. They were the early favourites and led, dominated the race earlier on, but the issues have been legion for this car. Bernd Schneider uncharacteristically rattled by Shane van Gisbergen after a great scrap and causing a bit of damage on the back when he went off the circuit, and then extra time spent in the pits.
It was a remarkable fight, wasn't it, between the two of them, and Van Gisbergen hunted Schneider down, having been further back in the field after a safety car. So this is earlier in the stages of this motor race, and it was relentless for lap after lap, 4 hours into a 12-hour race. It was like a 2-hour sprint race. It was incredible, and they were dicing, swapping positions back and forth, and some very, very close moments that we thought would end in disaster with cars parked against concrete barriers, but somehow they got away. But the level and the quality at the front was unbelievable. This was a big moment. We saw the Lamborghini crash at the top of the show just behind them as the leaders went through, but this fight continued on, and that's where Ross Lilly unfortunately found the wall. but Van Gisbergen was just flying.
And unfortunately, when you've got guys driving that quick, you get a bit of collateral damage sometime. That was Ross Lilly. Here is the move, side by side. For a moment, just a moment, Van Gisbergen is ahead in the orange McLaren, but then Bernd Schneider squeezes him back with that Ford Focus, just getting in, maybe getting in the way and working like a block. Now, how close was that? Watch the reaction from the pit lane. They knew that that is physically, normally impossible to do. Then heading up the mountain straight into Griffin's Bend, Bernd Schneider said, hey, I've had enough of this. You go for it, son.
Yeah, they were smart, and then soon after they came across the Maranello Ferrari, and he tried to go down the inside at McPhillamy Park. Now in one of these cars, that's fifth gear at 225 kilometres an hour, and he had 3 wheels off the racing surface. Incredible car control, probably one risk too far to take in a 12-hour endurance race, but the upside is the Kiwi superstar walked away from it, continues to be in a great position.
And let me tell you, we are showing you the absolute edited highlights on the Maguire's replay here. We could have shown you an hour
They went for
of
hours,
action like this. That is just back and forth all the time, and the speed differentials as they go 3 wide down Conrod. Let's again watch that. Fantastic stuff, and the Ferrari has the horsepower to come round the outside of the British supercar and take that position back. It's been like that for basically the whole race so far. Now, one of the stories is the longevity of the Pirelli and the Michelin tyres here, and Michelin's been giving us some great data. 56 degrees Celsius, 36 in the air. That is live now, going up to 57 with the pyrometer on the track right now.
And the hottest we've ever recorded here at Mount Panorama is 62 degrees, and that was at the same race 12 months ago. So it is very, very hot on the racetrack at the moment. There have been some tyre issues, but they haven't been related to the track surface. It's been different reasons: debris, drama, contact as well.
And this car has had 2 right rear punctures, but still manages to be inside the top 10 at position 9. David Calvert-Jones is driving this car and leads the GWS Recruitment Class B. Now, this is for slightly older GT3 cars. It's a slight technical difference. They're still very quick, they're still very beautiful, aren't all Porsches. The real story here is the bringing in of American Works Porsche ace Patrick Long, who has not been to the mountain before and has just been pretty much grinning every time we've spoken to him down in the pit lane. I watch him race in the American Le Mans Series and in Le Mans every year. He is an absolute ace at road racing, one of America's best, and he's fitted right in to just the whole atmosphere of the mountain.
And the man behind the wheel of that Porsche at the moment is an expat Aussie called David Calvert-Jones, and his job is a Hollywood helicopter cameraman. So flies the helicopters around in epic motion pictures. So a lot of the aerial shots you've seen, he worked on a couple of recent blockbusters. That's his job, race car driver in part-time. Now the number 50 car, this is the Mark Focus, an Aussie-built enduro racer, has spun at the Falcon Tyres elbow, right at the top of Mount Panorama, just before you run down onto Conrod Straight.
Yeah, he's facing the wrong direction. You just got a clue there with one of the cars going back. We've seen 2 issues for these cars. The first time that car rolled away, this time that's not going to happen. The right front of that car is not how it came out of the shop. And I'm not a suspension engineer, but I don't think that's the right amount of camber, and I expect to see the BMW M5 safety car roll, and there is the confirmation on the start-finish line in front of us, and on the top of the screen, the safety car rolls for the 8th time in the 2014 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours.
Bang on the race average over 8 years at an average of 8 safety car interventions. There might yet be more. There is the M5 waiting at the end of pit lane for the leader to come through. Now, in a race context, this closes it right up. It brings Van Gisbergen to the back bumper bar of the number 88 Il Bella Rosso Ferrari, driven by Mika Salo, and it also brings the Erebus number 63 car into the game with Greg Crick as well.
But with 2 hours and 21 minutes left, it doesn't really help anybody at the head of the field. You get about an hour's worth of racing out of a tank of fuel. The only people who might have a shot at this now is, if I can't see why you would, but you might want to take Shane Van Gisbergen out and put Andrew Kokori, who we saw there, into the 37 car, because we know Shane can't go to the end of the race. But you're effectively giving yourself an extra pit stop. Paul Truswell, you're looking at the numbers.
Yeah, I think it is worth doing, because when the safety car is out, you're virtually getting a free pit stop, as long as you're not the leader.
So let's have a look at some action up on the circuit with the Maguire's replay. Watch the Audi. Look, oh, he's tipped into it. That is a bonk bonkers move from Rene Rast, and he knows better than that. And if the race officials have seen that, I'll be surprised if he doesn't get called for avoidable contact. There was really no need for that. He's charging up through the field, was in 5th position. In fact, they just nipped through into 4th, I think, ahead of Greg Crick. But that is not going to do his reputation with the race stewards very much good at all.
Yeah, so the German driver, triple Porsche Super Cup champion, one of the main supports to Formula One around Europe, and he's sitting in 5th place at the moment in the Phoenix Racing Audi. There it is, with the great Aussie-inspired livery. They always do a sensational job, Phoenix, of supporting this event. They won it 2 years ago when they were representing the Audi Australia factory, but that was a 50% move. There wasn't much in that one.
So 8 times now we have seen the BMW M5 out on the circuit here at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hours for 2014. We're going to close the field up. This is good news for Shane van Gisbergen. He was 21 seconds behind the leader. Mika Salo is going to have to watch at his mirrors, and the 88 car will go right through to the end of this race. Don't write the headlines yet. There's plenty more action to come from the mountain. We're powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance, and as you may imagine, that just getting into the TV for the national audience here in Australia, so I just had to do a little bit of housekeeping there, but you'll stay with us. We won't take any ad breaks here. Paul Truswell, who goes in? I think you'd have a go with the McLaren. You can put Kirkcaldy in for an hour or so, and then have Van Gisbergen have more than an hour's break, which you need, and then he can take it to the end if you need to step the pace up.
I think that's right, yes. It depends a little bit what the Ferrari does, and presumably from where he is, Van Gisbergen can see what the Ferrari is doing. If the Ferrari comes in, then you have to follow in the Ferrari, because you have to copy what he does in order not to get caught out.
Really? But if he stays out, you can still come in.
You can still come in. You're not going to copy the Ferrari regardless, but I think I'd be thinking about coming in anyway. But the risk of coming in goes away completely if the Ferrari comes in.
Yeah.
If the Ferrari stays out and you come in, then you're taking a risk on the strategy aspect of it. We'll see what happens, because they're on their way now down the Conrod Straight, and then they'll be coming into the pit lane entrance.
Well, that's Chris Meese getting ready to get into the Erebus car and get Greg Crick out of the 63 car.
Maro Engel.
Was it Engel?
Engel.
Yeah, that was
Excuse
Engel.
me.
Yep. So
And that's the 4th position car. So Salo, Van Gisbergen, Premack and Crick. So Crick is out of that car.
No, well,
and Engel in.
Engel getting into
the
number one car,
excuse
so
me,
replacing Schneider. So Keith Kasulki out of the Mark Focus, which was parked at the top of the hill at Falcon Tyres, and we probably lap and a half to go, I would have thought, under this safety car. They should have a reasonably quick recovery.
Yeah, I think that the McLaren will probably stay out at this point, because he's only 3 cars behind the Ferrari.
Okay.
So I think the right decision is to stay out.
Well, we're hearing that the 88 might come into the pit lane and Mika Salo take a splash of fuel, and the leader is there. He's there. It's a late dive in from Mika Salo. He just gets in before the blend line. That was plain chicken.
He knew that Van Gisbergen was going to copy him.
And look how he speeded up there, Paul, before he gets to the line. Now, does Van Gisbergen follow him in? That's the question. He has not. He has followed him in. So this is drama. We're going back to our national TV audience here in Australia in a few moments' time, and they'll pick up on this pit stop. You're listening to Radio Le Mans live from Bathurst, going all the way to the flag, powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance, the Liqui Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst 2014.
Mika Salo is in the lane, the Maranello Ferrari that leads the way with 237 laps complete. This is the 2nd place McLaren. Shane van Gisbergen is also in. Safety car is out here at Mount Panorama. Refuel, the former Formula One driver, stays on board the Ferrari that he shared with Craig Lowndes, John Bowe and Peter Edwards, and he's back out into the fray, but still work goes with this brand new McLaren. Its racing debut in Australia is on target to be on the podium as we tick away. Still 2.25 hours to go in this amazing race that seems to have more twists and turns than you could ever believe, Richard Crale.
Noons it does. It's shaping up to be a real thriller right to the very end of this one, with a change of driver in the VIP Pet Foods Darrell Lee McLaren 12C, and Andrew Cacoldi jumping into that car, the Scottish driver whose CRS racing team was the key driving force behind getting this GT3 McLaren program on track. So he changes. No driver change at Maranello Motorsport, and Mika Salo stays behind the wheel, Paul Truswell.
But the car that didn't come into the pits was the number 84, the HTP Motorsport Mercedes SLS, which Harold Premat stayed out in. Now, by my reckoning, he's now gone into the lead of the race behind the safety car, although obviously he's going into, it was a pit stop when we get round to that.
So a hot and sweaty Shane van Gisbergen jumped out of this car. All reason to expect after a short stint then that he'll have enough driving time up his sleeve to get back in for the final sprint to the flag.
But he does have to have a 1 hour rest. Regulations do demand him to have a 1 hour rest now, so we have to leave it until 5 o'clock, and then he'll be able to get back in the car again.
So just going past 4 o'clock local time here at Mount Panorama. Plenty of time for this all to play out. So Mercedes now retake their turn at the front of the race, but this time it's the number 84 entry of Harold Premat, French driver, German team, HTP Motorsport, and they've been one of the best and brightest of the Mercedes AMG customer sports teams from around the world. The Ferrari shown in second and Cacoldi third in the McLaren, but he's shown plenty of pace today, and the number 63 Erebus Motorsport Mercedes in the mix in this one as well.
Yeah, and this, just the way you guys were talking there, our viewers will get the idea of how many decisions are being made, not just behind the wheel, but also from the wall as well. And the tactics and the chat will continue down there in the pit lane and in the garage, as Shea Adam can tell us now.
This pit lane was very active during that caution flag stop, and especially for the 88. The class leader came in after the ultimate game of chicken. They came in at the last second to try and hold out the people who were running in second, the 37. But the 88 almost made the same mistake they made earlier, which involved leaving a pit board out. That cost them 30 seconds. This time they learned from their mistakes. They remembered to bring the pit board in, but they very, very nearly repeated what cost them so much earlier.
Yeah, you saw the guy with the stop board there in front of the 88 car, almost leaning up against the wall. He did that last time and sent the car. That was pit equipment left on the lane, and they had to come through for that drive-through. We showed you that at the start of the broadcast. He remembered, picked it up this time. This is what's called the wave by. So what we're looking for now is the leader of the motor race, so we're not disadvantaging the guys who are in front of the leader, and taking advantage of that is the 84 car, Harold Premat, who would have been the leader, now heads straight into the pit lane, and he gets a free pit stop because we're still under the full course caution. Now, you won't wave back any further at this point. That's the whole point. We got back to the leader. We won't wave by anymore. And one or two drivers perhaps not quite so sure about that. It'll be Greg Crick, the next guy in line, who would be the next car who are leading the motor race in the 63.
Yeah, but the safety car, once the HTP car pulled off, the safety car has to stop waving anybody past. So hopefully that will sort itself out.
Shane van Gisbergen is out of the 37. Seems an interesting call from the McLaren team. Greg Boyden can tell us more on their tactical thinking.
Yeah, very big tactical performance there. Was it your call to come in at the last moment, or did the team call you in?
I think we needed to. Now I've got to have an hour compulsory out of the car and then jump in and finish. So that got us back in position, and the safety car helps as well. But, car's still, really flying. Tyres are awesome. So we just got to be there at the last hour and we can take them on.
Hot conditions, and you said the brakes were getting a little bit spongy on that last stint.
Yeah, the boys have worn them out, but that's all right. The car still performs. It's got a bit of knock-off, but, everyone's got the same issues. But, Tony did a good job and stayed on the lead lap and got pretty fast at the end. And now the other guys are, Andy's in the car now, so if he stays in touch, I think we can have a shot.
How different is the McLaren to a V8 supercar?
Yeah, that's a big question. It's so much easier to be on the edge and be quick around here than a supercar. But it's amazing over the top, having downforce and not having to slide around in the big taxi. But the V8 is such a challenge to get a good lap time out of, so that's the beauty of that. But yeah, looking forward to the end.
You've certainly been on the edge. One of your fellow V8 supercar competitors, Will Davison's with Aaron Noonan.
Hey, Will Davison, this has been a weird day. Your debut with Erebus Motorsport, but you've got a wounded car, but you're still at the front. But are you a sitting duck, and can you hold these other guys off?
Well, it's just been an incredible day. It's been an amazing experience. So certainly an eye-opener for me, my first 12-hour, and it really is a privilege to be part of Erebus and their whole GT program leading into obviously the V8 Supercar season. But what a day. I mean, I think 6 or 7 minutes in, we made a bit of a meal of a beautiful race car with a kangaroo jumping out in front of Jack. And it's obviously taken pretty much half the front splitter away, and it's killed all front aero. So it's a bit of a handful, but we've persevered, and it's just a brilliant group of people here that have kept us in contention. And, in these types of races, you just never know what's going to happen.
Clearly, it's too long to try to change it. It would take too long.
Yeah, obviously we discussed all those options. We went a lap down quite early in the race, and it was possibly like a 10-minute change, and the safety car lapped for about 5 minutes. So, we discussed, do we try and maybe lose a couple of laps and change it? But there's also quite a lot of the brackets and whatnot are also broken. It's quite complex, so we've persevered. I think it was the right decision. If it's a shootout to the end, we could be a bit of a sitting duck, but we've still managed to punch out some low fives, which just goes to show if it was, if the car was as it should be, it'd be an incredible car. We'd be doing, I think, 3s out there. So, it's just testament to these guys that prep such an awesome SLS.
And Rich, they're going to put Jack LeBrock in this car next, and Will here will take them home to the checkered flag in the Aussie Merc Car 63.
Yeah, so mirroring the strategy that the VIP Pet Foods team are doing with the McLaren in just rotating their fastest driver out of the car. Now, there's been a massive amount of drama on the mountain, as there always is today. The Motion Sport Lotus BTCC champion Gordon Shedden amongst the driving squad here. They brought out an early safety car, John with an off at the chase, but this was a big moment, probably the biggest of the day, I think, with Hiroshi Hamaguchi and a massive lose at the top.
And amazing to me that he didn't get picked up by more people. It's such a quick double apex left-hander right at the top of the mountain there. All kinds of things going on behind him. One of the Audis hits the wall and damages the front splitter and the suspension. But the big hit is about to come up from the left-hand side of the screen. And it doesn't get any better no matter how many times we watch it. Godzilla back on the mountain, the Nissan GTR for the first time in 22 years. A bit of Aussie folklore surrounding Nissan and the GTR. And that was some of the sundry pieces that were left. And in slow motion, God, it still just doesn't get any better, does it?
And Rick Kelly was one of the drivers of that car, the V8 Supercar Star, and did a brilliant job early in the race, and they were a legitimate podium threat early on. This was later on Ross Lilly in the Lamborghini, avoiding the dicing leaders of the race, and just ran wide at almost exactly the same moment. Bang, square into the wall, and another massive impact. Fortunately, Ross also was okay, got out of the car under his own steam.
Driver's side into the wall, he can open the door. Watch this and cringe, and then see how little damage there was to the car that he got out of it on his own. Down into the end of the chase. What happens when you have no brakes? That's what happens. Pump it, pump it, pump it, then it locks up, airborne, and, well, just close your eyes, it'll all be all right in the end.
Yeah, that was a remarkable off too, and so lucky not to roll the car. There's a big ditch in the middle of the gravel trap right about there. Launches over the curb in front of other cars, one of the Mark Focuses going through, and that was a very, very big moment for the number 45 Team BRM Porsche. And this, well, we've not long seen this down the inside. Rene Rast at Falcon Tyres. It was absolutely unbelievable. And they're going crazy on the track today and off it as well. What's going on here? There is all sorts of colour and drama at Mount Panorama, and this is happening amongst the very large crowd here today.
Fitness freak. He's clearly a fitness freak. You should have seen him before he started his fitness regime.
Well, I have seen it all at Mount Panorama. There's no such thing as a dull moment at Mount Panorama. Hind ear to all our international followers. It's just a remarkable... He's filming himself.
That's going to be on YouTube at some stage in the very near future. Now, hang on. Let's just get those hamstrings pulled out. Got to make sure that you stretch out when you've been on a bike, otherwise those hamstrings can just shorten up a little bit. We're behind the BMW M5 safety car, which has been out for something over a couple of hours, but it has not dulled the excitement. These guys are watching the same pictures that you've just seen, and seen that fine figure of a man doing his workout in the heat here at Mount Panorama.
Well, while we're under this safety car and we're talking about the crowd, I can tell you that a massive crowd, more than 26,000 people over 3 days to the mountain, which is 4,000 people up on 2013. So this race really building, really growing, and it's also building to a massive finish, John, because but there's still so long to go. It's hard to predict how this is going to play out, but there are 4 cars that look like potential winners so far.
Yeah, and we've got the 63 in the lead here with Greg Crick at the wheel of that Erebus Mercedes-Benz. That's him looking back to one of the Abarth 500s new in this race this weekend. It's 2 hours and 5 minutes to go. You might just want to splash if you're not one of the very leading cars here, and then try and go with just one more pit stop from here, Paul.
I don't think it's worth doing it just at the moment, John. I think because we're about to go green, you need to get with the programme, as it were, get on the track and get the laps on board. What is interesting is that the car that has got itself into the lead has shuffled itself into the lead by making the pit stop as soon as the safety car came out, and that's how the number 63 is into the lead now.
So the green and black Mercedes-Benz at the head of that queue is leading. Where is the second place car? Ansett going through the shot right there. There's about half a dozen cars, and there is the McLaren in third position. The bright orange car is pretty easy to pick out, so green and black leads. Then it's the red Ferrari. Ferraris have almost got to be red, and that is Mika Salo, the ex-Formula One driver. And Andrew Kirkcaldy is in the McLaren in third place. Andrew Kirkcaldy, the Scotsman, has been part of this McLaren GT programme since it started. Indeed, his company designed and developed the race car from that walking-built supercar right from Paul Truswell's area of the world.
This is going to be something to watch, because the race could play out right here in terms of who's going to have a shot. And as soon as the safety car's in, Greg Crick in that Erebus Mercedes can go. Everyone else is bundled up behind that Fiat before they get to the control line, which they get to now. Now they can go for it. And the faster cars can go through, and Mika Salo already on the inside, working his way past in that bright red Ferrari. But Greg Crick has gone up the road, but Salo's been consistently one of the fastest cars in the race today. This is his moment to shine, and the orange McLaren, you can see it just going out of shot. It's right in contention too.
And here's a bit of great news for Greg Crick. He's got his teammate, only Bernd Schneider, multiple DTM champion, as tail end Charlie. He's not in this race, he's 5 laps down, but he's between the Mercedes-Benz and the Ferrari and the third place McLaren. This could work out very nicely for the 63 car.
You know your race is going okay when you've got one of the greatest German touring car drivers and a man that won all but one of the major endurance races in the world last year as your rear gunner. It's just a remarkable circumstance that Greg Crick finds himself in, but there is still 2 hours to go in this motor race. And as we mentioned, we're heading towards what we think could be a record distance, though that last safety car did not help out pace for this one. The pressure on down at Maranello Motorsport.
Captured, absolutely captured, and the team having a little go at him as well. Father and son team, that is the Clark Père et Fils down in the pit lane, the VIP pet food guy. Tony has had a go. Tony Clark kept his end up nicely in the middle and gave that extra hour so that they had the options to get Andrew Kirkcaldy back in this car now to save Shane Van Gisbergen to the end. All tactical, not always just about speed out on the track.
And Van Gisbergen been one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack, the fastest driver all day long. So here's the rear gunner in play for Bernd Schneider, following his teammate around, protecting him from this guy, Mika Salo in the flying Ferrari, with 240 laps, approaching 1,500 kilometres of Mount Panorama today with 2 hours to go.
I'm not sure if you let Schneider go through. Well, he has. He's gone through. That's interesting. They must feel that they've got half a chance of getting some of the 5 laps that they are in arrears back. Now down to 4 just. Maybe he can just trail him round a little bit. Maybe Greg Crick can follow in the wheel tracks, literally, of a multiple champion and the defending champion from this race last year in his team car. But Salo is coming. Salo is inexorably drawing in towards the lead of this race. It would be very, very emotional indeed if this Ferrari could get somewhere near the victory as they go mountain straight for the 242nd time. There's Craig Lowndes. He is out of the car and getting ready.
Adele, the team physio at Maranello Motorsport, giving Lowndesy a rub down just out the back of the garages. You get your drivers nice and loose before it, so get them relaxed. They've got to be fit. We all know they're great athletes, but they're dealing with some very high cabin temperatures today, so they need to deal with the heat. They need to deal with the pressure of this great motor race. So Lowndes just limbering up, getting ready for that final stint. This is Mika Salo. We're on board the Flying Ferrari, the screaming 4.5 litre V8 behind him. And just look how fast these cars are across the top of the mountain.
And listen to the engine, feather on, feather off, and look how quick he comes to the scene of the accident we watched earlier on. Wait for the grid on the right-hand side, turn in now. And it's just a lift there and back on the throttle. That is awesome from Mika Salo. This man knows how to pedal. Down through the gearbox, hit the curb on the left, mind the wall on the right, you get close to it but not too close. Dropping down into the dimmer, down another gear, quick squirt of power, get the car settled down, down to the forest elbow coming up on the left-hand side. Now brake down, 1-2 gears and turn in.
And onto Conrod Straight, which in these cars they're not actually as fast as a V8 supercar in a straight line, but you wait till you see how late they brake at the very end of it. So paddle shift gearbox, you can see Mika picking gears. He's closing right into the leader. So grab 6 gear as they get to the crest and then they run down to the chase. 275, 280. They'll just be touching 285 now. Still flat, still flat, still flat. Wow. Brake at 170 metres and down to third gear and get it turned in at the top of the hill. He's looming ever closer to our race leader, Greg Crick. This is on for the lead with less than 2 hours to go.
Not a hint of a lift as he went through into the chase there. Now looking back from the leader, that is what Greg Crick can see through his rear view mirror, and what it says is you're not going to be the leader very much longer. He needs to be sensible about this. Everything in Greg Crick's mind as a racing driver will want him to fight against that Ferrari, but that's not his job right now as the McLaren goes through behind and has dropped down into 4th position because the 84 HPT of Maxi Burke has gone ahead of him. That's the Mercedes-Benz. Greg now just needs to be sensible. He can't win the race now for the 63 team, but he could lose it if he tries to defend too hard.
A 10-0 last time round for Greg Crick. It's 7-9 for Mika Salo. So a full 2.1 seconds faster than the leader. So Salo closing in at the rate of 2 seconds a lap. So change of position for third as well. Maximilian Buch, the young German driver, has got himself to third in the HTP Mercedes-Benz. Kakoldi back to 4. So 4 cars on the lead lap. This is going to be an unbelievable finish to the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour.
Do you know that HTP car? I'd written that off a couple or 3 hours ago, and it just proves, doesn't it, that you've got to keep your eyes on what's going on. Eyes on the prize, guys. And look at just a little dab of the brakes by Greg Crick. Just a feather on the brake by Mika Salo. Over the top, through Brock Skyline, down into the S's. You can see now that Mika Salo is already planning. He's doing the calculation in his head. He's not thinking about brake, throttle, turn in. He does that automatically. He's got a tactical mode now, and he's looking to see where that Airbus Mercedes might be just a little bit slower. Now it's very, very quick down the Conrod Straight, so he's got to be right underneath the rear wing if he's got any chance at all of getting somewhere into position. But look, Greg Crick gets on the right-hand pedal and he's just easing away. The Ferrari's still in the hole in the air. You can hear the wind rattling on that car, but he can't live with the power of the big V8 Merc.
And this is the beauty of top-line GT racing, John, that the different cars are strong in different parts of the racetrack. The Ferrari's better across the top, the Merc better in a straight line, and that's what we're seeing. It makes it difficult to pass, but it produces very close racing, and they're lapping within half a tenth of each other. So Salo right on the back now, very good under brakes too, Mika, all weekend, the Flying Finn. Remember, almost 100 Grand Prix starts and raced for Ferrari for a couple of seasons too.
And that variety and that difference of performance is what I'm talking about when I'm saying that the second place car there with Mika Salo at the wheel, he is planning, he's plotting, he's trying to have a look at where he's stronger. There is the new third place guy, and that is the 84 car, the HTP, a Mercedes-Benz. First time we've seen any team other than Erebus run the Mercedes-Benz, the AMG, here at Bathurst. There's the leader, and again you see on the fast part of the circuit the Mercedes-Benz pulls out, but now Mika Salo has had to just drop away a little bit. There's the McLaren in 4th position with Andrew Kakotti. Now, did he have an issue? Well, that seems to be running quite nicely now. He had a slow lap last time around.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the pace of the leaders at the moment, but it's okay. As long as the McLaren stays on the lead lap and is somewhere within striking distance, Shane van Gisbergen has been the fastest guy on the mountain today. So he'll get in the next 50 minutes or so and drive the car to the end. But I was going to say, Maxi Buch, the young German who was the Blockpan Endurance Series champion last year, amazing driver in Europe, one of the young rising stars. He was the fastest man on the circuit last time to the tune of 2 seconds. He's flying.
quite clearly the package that is fastest at the moment, though, would be Mika Salo if he was in clear air. But in motor racing, you don't always get what you want. And at the moment, Mika Salo is looking for a safe way to get by Greg Quick, who's doing a great job round the outside, down into the Falcon tyres, elbow at the top of Conrod Straight. He has a little look, but he can't get it done. Greg Quick, by the way, is doing nothing wrong and everything right. He's not waving around, he's not blocking, he's just using the extra power of that Mercedes-Benz to his advantage.
And we should mention, Cricky is lapping as quick as the leaders in the Bathurst 1000 were last October. He's not going slowly, it's just that Salo's really, really fast. We go back on board the Ferrari, and Salo's been just superb this weekend. They missed out on pole position by 0.5 of a second and missed out on the Alan Simonson pole position trophy, which was inaugurated this year to remember our late great friend Alan Simonson, who drove this car here last year and up to this year was the fastest man ever around Mount Panorama in a GT car. They were a bit distraught about missing that. The Erebus team won it, but gee, they put on a great performance today.
And underlining the camaraderie, the team leader and very much the inspiration of Erebus Racing, Betty Cape, took that trophy down, handed it to the guy at Maranello Motorsport, there she is, and said, hey guys, how about you look after this for a little while? And I just thought that was an outstanding gesture to the guys who were still hurting over losing their comrade. Erebus Motorsports then leads, proudly flying the Australian flag on the Michelin tyres. Remember the car in fourth place now. Andrew Cocotti is on Pirelli, so we do have a battle at the head of the field between the tyre manufacturers. There is Greg Crick, looks nice and relaxed. He had a glance into the side mirror there as he turns right, heading up the cutting, and he knows that that red Ferrari is going to come at him and come at him hard over the top of the mountain. But he's doing everything right. He's using the strengths of his car. He doesn't have to push too hard here. He doesn't need to go any faster because, quite frankly, Mika Salo would have to get that car to grow wings and fly over the top of it so long as he sits in the right place on the road.
But you can hear in the Erebus Mercedes the different style of car. It's not as high revving, not as high stressed, of course. Front engine, rear drive. The Ferrari with the mid-mount, high revving 4.5 litre V8. The bigger, more torquey and more grunty V8 in the Erebus Mercedes. And they're just getting caught up behind some lap traffic. One of the Fiat Abarth 500s making their debut in Australian motorsport this weekend. Salo continuing to attack, but I'm not surprised Cricky looks so relaxed. Experienced Tasmanian. He's been here many times as a co-driver. He's won sports sedans championships in Australia and he's won the Targa Tasmania Tarmac Rally, and he still races at the top level in Touring Car Masters.
But he is not a professional racing driver, and I don't mean that as any detriment, Krilsey. What I'm saying is that's a great job he's doing against a man who raced at the very top of motorsport and is still one of the best GT drivers in the world, that being Mika Salo behind him. He still earns his living as a professional racing driver. Cricky is doing what he does because he loves it.
Yeah, it's the Launceston car dealer against the former Ferrari F1 driver. That's what we're seeing here.
Write that headline. I love it. And here comes a little bit of traffic, and it's always danger time for the leader. You hope that the slower cars see you. 6 different classes on the circuit at the same time. Some of them more touring and sedan style cars than these out and out race bred GT3 machineries of the exotic manufacturers like Ferrari, Mercedes-Benz, Audi and the rest. And again, you see, you just can't get that Ferrari close enough to make the pass going into the second corner, Griffin's Bend, at the end of Mountain Straight.
209.2 for Crick last time round. Salo an 8.8, just a fraction quicker. Maxi Book had a bit of a moment at the chase. We just caught it, edge of shot, ran a little bit wide, caught up in a lap car, did a 10.9, and Cacaldi's now up to speed in that McLaren and lapping as fast as the leaders, so he's right in contention too, and they're the leading group of cars. Rene Rast a little bit further back. Somehow or another, Phoenix have magicked their way back onto the lead lap of this race, having been a few laps back earlier on today, but Rene Rast right in this race there in P5 in the Audi.
Took the way by at the last safety car period. Now, for my money, Mika Salo now is just cooling his Michelin tyres a little bit and planning and scheming and working out where he can go. I think what will happen is he'll close up very quickly to the back of Greg Crick somewhere on the circuit, probably down in the Falcon tyres elbow, and try and have a little look and try and surprise the man in the Erebus Mercedes. I think Cricky has got that covered, if I'm honest. It's a choice of two ways that you can go into the elbow, which is where we are now. Cricky prefers the inside line, and I think that's smart for him because what he does is stands up the Ferrari and stops Mika Salo getting on the power quite as early as he wants to. He already knows his car's got a better punch out of the corner and better top speed, so that means that he can't get alongside him when you come down to this right-hander at the chase.
So this race continuing to evolve. There's an hour and 50 to go in the Liqui 12 hour for 2014, and things are shaping up for a thriller. Let's have a look at where things stand at the moment. The Ferrari continues to lead the Pirelli leaderboard. In fact, it's Greg Crick, Salo second, then Maxi Book, Andrew Ciccoldi fourth for McLaren. Audis are next in fifth and sixth position. This race is building at Mount Panorama. Lots more to come from the mountain and the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour.
RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance. Let's get back on board with the second place car, Mika Salo. I'm not sure what else Mika can do at the moment other than a massive do or die lunge down the inside, and he doesn't want to do that. So this is great news for Erebus. Paul Truswell is watching the numbers and the clock ticking down.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Mika Salo's problem. Even if he were to get past that Mercedes and take a lunge or something, the Mercedes would just cruise past him when they got back to the Conrad straight on the next lap. So it's almost worth Mika just saving the car and shadowing the Mercedes.
Where he's got to get through to make a difference is going into Griffin's Bend, and then he's got the whole of the top of the mountain to get himself a cushion, and Crick is not going to stay with him across the mountain. Even a good driver, even a pro driver, that came out wrong, and sorry Greg Crick for that, that's not what I meant. Even a full-time pro driver in the Mercedes would struggle to stay with Mika Salo across the top of the mountain in the Ferrari, and just having enough of a gap by the time they get down to the start of the Conrad Straight, I think might be enough. But that's what he's trying to plan to do at the moment. Again, he shows the nose of the Ferrari to the outside on the Falcon tyres elbow and heads down using all of the exit. He's closer this time, and he got on the power nice and early, and he's in the tow, but the Mercedes-Benz just stretches gently away, and you just hear the change in the air that goes over the car in second place. It's quiet, it's quiet, it's quieter, then you hear as he just drops out into the dirty air behind the Mercedes-Benz, but he's closer now. Oh, now down at Maguire's, last corner, he's putting himself in position for that. They're absolutely nose and tail going under the Liqui Bridge, and it's forced Greg Crick to be a little defensive. He's in the middle of the road this time, and now that's going to be a sprint towards turn number one, Hell Corner, and this is more like it. Mika Salo has changed it up. He's going for it in different parts of the circuit. He's not close enough to have a lunge into the first left-hander. They'll run out wide and use all of the road on the exit, and Salo knows that this is half a chance. He's pressuring Crick now, and again the Mercedes-Benz just ekes out 1, 2, 3. It's even actually more noticeable up the mountain straight than it is down Conrad.
Too much torque for that SLS. It's just a rocket ship in a straight line, isn't it? So there's absolutely nothing Mika Salo can do except take a risk, and there's no point in doing that at this point in stage of the race. There's so much time to go. So Crick continues to lead the way. Maxi Book in third place and absolutely flying at the moment. And Ciccoldi is in fourth place at the moment.
You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo for Digital Age Performance. On board with the second place car, as we're looking at Mika Salo, and Mika Salo is looking at the back of a Mercedes-Benz by Erebus with Greg Crick at the wheel. Greg Crick doing an awesome job and holding on to the lead for the Erebus 63 Mercedes, the Aussie Mercedes, and here comes Salo, goes round the outside at the Falcon tyres elbow, can't get it done but drops straight back in. The issue now is the torque and the power of that big Mercedes V8 that will once again just ease away. Can he stay in the hole in the air? He's holding on a little bit better this time. I reckon if he can hassle Greg just enough, he might have a look into the last corner at Maguire's.
Can I remind you, this is a 12-hour motor race, and we're 10 hours and 13 minutes into it, and this is the intensity of the fight for the lead.
Yeah, he's close.
It's just amazing. As we said before the break, a Launceston car dealer versus a former Ferrari F1 driver in Mika Salo. The flying Finn, he's got a great run out of the chase. He looked to fire one down the inside or the outside of Maguire's corner, but not this time, and Greg Crick is really up to the challenge.
And behind these two, Maximilian Buck in the light-coloured Mercedes-Benz is right there as the leaders are going down into Hell Corner. Here comes Solo down the inside. He's leaving his braking very late, but he has to drop back in behind the leader. There's an issue now for Mika Salo because the Mercedes-Benz behind with the bright fluorescent yellow accoutrements is the third place car, and he's going to come under pressure from Maxi Burke in third position. First, second and third on Mountain Straight after just 10 and a quarter hours of rest.
Just saw a shot there. The man in the glasses was Jeremy Moore, who's Craig Lowndes' V8 supercar engineer. Down to pit lane, here's Boydo.
Well, Jack LeBrock standing with me at the moment. You're just about to hop into this car. Look, I don't know who you'd rather be up against, Mika Salo or Craig Lowndes, who's about to step in too. Tough day for you at the office.
Yeah, definitely. It's been very full on after hitting that kangaroo at the start of the race. It wasn't ideal, but we're pressing on. And the team's done a great job with the strategy, and Will and Greg have done an amazing job. And Greg's out there now leading the race. So yeah, let's see what happens.
So that's the word from the speedy young Victorian former Australian Formula 4 champion of 2 years ago. He's a great young talent, Jack LeBrock. He is going to be a star of the future, but relative to the guys he's racing, not right as experience. So this isn't now a battle of three. This is impressive stuff from Maximilian Buck, the young German, has hauled this HTP car along with his teammates Harold Primer and Thomas Jaeger right into this, and Mika Salo's in trouble. He's harassing the back of Crick more so than ever because he knows the straight line potential of the car behind him.
And he had to get out of the throttle there in the middle of the corner. He was on it early, thought he was going to get a run down the inside. He had to back out of it, and that could be curtains for the Ferrari in second. Watch that light-coloured Mercedes-Benz. That's the Erebus Racing pit. It's now not just about first and second, it's about first, second and third down through the chase, and this is the battle for the lead. 3 cars, 2 Mercedes-Benz, 1 Ferrari, 1 former Formula 1 driver, a European touring car and endurance champion, and a car dealer.
And while they do this, as Buck looks down the inside, this is for second.
Nailed it, absolutely nailed it. Maximilian Burke comes back, just rolls off the brakes as he goes to the apex, and Mika Salo will not be best pleased about that, but what he will try and do is hang on to the back of that lighter coloured Mercedes-Benz and try and use him to drag him back to the leader and then maybe get them both in one swift manoeuvre.
I don't think the 88 car is racing the 63, and a gesture from Salo. What's going on? I'm frustrated. I don't have enough straight line speed to challenge these SLSs at Mount Panorama. That's why they're such a good package. Middle of screen, middle of that row. That's Jeremy Moore with a hat on. Craig Lowndes, full-time engineer in V8 Supercars. He's running strategy for Maranello this weekend.
And he's talking to Mika Salo and saying, Mika, calm down, calm down. I know we haven't got the speed in a straight line. We'll get him later, boy. We'll get him later. Now the battle for first and second becomes an inter-mark rivalry. Erebus Mercedes-Benz, the guys who championed bringing the AMG GT3 cars over to Australia, and the new pretenders, HTP, with the guys from Europe bringing some international flavour to the mountain. And this is the battle for first, second and third, and we've still got an hour and 43 minutes to go.
So the Ferrari couldn't get past the Mercedes. What about the Mercedes trying to get past the Mercedes? So 2 identical cars now, first and second in the race with the Ferrari watching on. And while these guys dice, that will bring Cacoldi back into the mix in the McLaren as well.
And don't forget the damage on the front of Greg Crick's car. That's got to be giving him some kind of aerodynamic disadvantage. Does that mean that Maxi Burke will be able to use that in his favour at this part of the circuit? Well, he's not really close enough, is he? As they had to go past some of the slower cars. Now we're getting down towards, in the next 10 or 15 minutes, what will be last pit stop times. Paul Truswell, who's going to have to blink first?
Well, they're all going to have to pit roughly together because they all pitted together on the previous time. But by my reckoning, it'll be the Erebus car, the car that leads the 63, which will be in first, and the one that will be in last is the other Mercedes, the HTP car. Ooh. So they're the ones perhaps with the box seats.
And coming down to Maguire's the final corner, Maxi Burke, this is where he got second place, and this is where he gets the lead. Thank you very much indeed. And how frustrating is that going to be, watching on from behind for Mika Salo, because he's tried lap after lap, but Greg is not giving up, is he? Greg Crick. Oh, there was a touch there. That was very close indeed, going into Hell Corner. it's not going to do anything for Mika Salo's mood to see just how easy Maxi Burke got down the inside, and he hasn't been able to get anywhere near the back of that green and black machine.
So from third to second to first in the space of a couple of laps for the young German in the white SLS AMG that leads the race. And this has been a storming drive. Very, very impressive. They started this race 11th, and Thomas Jaeger, the German who teamed with Erebus last year to win the race, there's a sense of irony given who they're racing at the moment, dragged this car kicking and screaming from the back of the field and got it up in towards a race-winning potential position.
Greg Crick held up there as he went up the cutting, had to get off the power, and that's allowed Mika Salo just to have another little sniff. Will he be able to drag back up to the second place car? But it is freed Maxi Burke in that HTP Mercedes-Benz like a cork from the bottle. Now he's got to do qualifying laps till he comes into the pits. He's the last man into the pit lane. He's got to build as much lead as he can for the 84 car. And here comes the Ferrari down the outside into the top of the S's. Almost a chance for a pass there using the slower car as a pick, but there's no way you can go too wide through there unless you're Shane Van Gisbergen, as we showed you in the highlights package.
Yeah, he's about the only one that could do it. 250 laps now in the books of the Liqui Moly 12 hour with an hour and 40 to go. That's the key number. We don't need to look at laps in this race. It's all about time and working backwards, boxed in behind a lap car. Mika Salo will try and get the toe from the Porsche. Now he pulls in behind Greg Crick down Conrad. This has to be his best opportunity to get past this pesky SLS AMG, and the place to do it is at the chase.
But Greg Crick's done his job. He's held the lead. He's done exactly what he wanted. He hasn't allowed the Ferrari to go by and get a lead. I think you pull him in now and put in one of the other drivers and let them run the hour and 40 minutes to the end of the race. Does he go into the pit lane? He's over to the left-hand side of the circuit. No, he stayed out this time. And surely the Ferrari must be able to get down the inside this time. He's nowhere near. And how annoying is that going to be for Mika Salo? He's still there, though. Look at the right-hand side. The Mercedes-Benz pulls away. He was halfway alongside coming out of Maguire's, but he can't get into position to pass. Yes, he can! Comes from way back. Mika Salo pulls the old over and under and gets through into second place. And there's a huge cheer down in the Maranello Motorsport pits.
The trick now is to cover it, because this is where he's vulnerable. Once they get to turn 2, Mika Salo will be fine and will be away, but he's vulnerable until then to the straight line speed of Greg Crick, and Cricky will sail around the outside, but Salo is okay.
Nice.
He's okay, the Finnish driver, and he's second.
And that was a veteran move. Just made it slightly to the left and said to Cricky, listen, if you want to go around, you're going to have to go on the dirty part of the track. And now as they head up the cutting, Greg Crick is going to watch a masterclass from the back of that Ferrari ahead of him. This was great stuff. Looks like he's going to do it. Looks like he's not going to do it. And then at the last possible yawning moment, gets down the inside. The key there is just rolling off the brakes as he goes through the apex of the corner and making sure he doesn't lock a wheel.
Unreal stuff. Remember, 12-hour race. You'd think it was a sprint, just so intense. Although not if you're Craig Lowndes, let's be honest, because he looks pretty relaxed. He's had his massage, he's chilled out, ready to jump into this car and drive it to the line and see where they end up at the end of 12 hours around the mountain.
The issue for Mika Salo is he's lost 3.5 seconds to Maxi Burke in the other Mercedes-Benz when he was some 8 seconds, 9 seconds in front of him when he's been sitting behind Greg Crick.
Well, this is where we now get an indication now they're both in clear air, and by that I mean not following other cars relentlessly lap after lap or dicing for position, where Maxi books pace in the white Mercedes. There it is into the chase, and just behind them the red Ferrari. Now we see how fast they are relative to each other, and that will be a good indicator of what kind of cars they've got underneath them after a pretty bruising 10 hours and 22 minutes of racing on the mountain.
Well, I still think that Ferrari is a quick car. I think the issue is he needs to get past the Mercedes-Benz at the right part of the circuit, and that's been the planning and scheming that we were talking about early on. And let's head down into the pit lane. Craig Lowndes is now done with his massage. He's back suited and booted and ready to race. Will he be back in the race before the end? Shea Adams can tell us.
Well, Craig, now that you've had your massage, are you ready to go for the final stint?
Yeah, I think that we're all right and ready to go. So see what Mika does. He's doing a fantastic job. The day's getting hotter, the track's getting hotter. Things are all coming, but of course it's it's been a crazy day. It's sort of thing. You've seen a lot of things happen. And of course, whatever's got time left is so I'm bound to have more to go.
Does the Ferrari like these hotter environments?
Not to be honest, no. I think it's more the cooler temperature the car likes. You know, this morning the car was quite nice. When I got out of the car before in the hotter conditions, it was moving around a little bit more. But you still do the times. You just got to work a bit harder. So the way it is, it's hot enough. But the car's been running great all day. Both JB, Pete, Mika, and I have had a run in the car and stayed out of trouble, which was probably the main thing today.
Well, staying out of trouble was what you started with, and hopefully it's what you'll finish with.
Yeah, Craig Lowndes looks like he can't wait to get back in that car and race to the checkered flag in an hour and 36 minutes time. We need to get to about an hour. This is what it looked like from on board. This is Maguire's, the final corner across the line. For all the world, it looks like the pass is made there. Mika Salo goes there, I'll drop in and I'll take a little bit of the aero advantage. I'm not coming. Oh, yes I am. Fooled you.
And you wait till the brake lights in the car in front come on, count 1, 2, and then brake yourself and fire it up the inside and hope it can stop. This is it from Salo's car. So Crick just offline, but wait, we'll see the horsepower from the SLS, the big AMG V8, there it is. Salo ducks in behind, gets in the aero effect, the car in front, brake lights, then wait, and then he jumps on the picks and gets it turned in. Ripper move, great racing, very, very competitive stuff at the end of a 12-hour.
And I really like the way that his gear changes were bang, wait, bang, wait. You go down too quickly, you can lock the back wheels, and particularly under excessive braking, that could have kicked him sideways. But Mika Salo is far too an experienced hand to make that kind of error, and he will be very, very pleased to have dealt with the number 63 car. And he's off in pursuit of Maxi Book, who is now 3.3 seconds up the road. There he is, turning onto Mountain Straight for the 254th time. Remember, the great race in October, Australia's race, is 161 laps, and we're already onto 253. What a great story for this car. 2 punctures on the rear end of this car. Earl Bamber had an issue earlier on, but they fought back to the lead in the GWS Personnel Class B with that Porsche, and well inside the top 10 as well. In 8th position, David Calvert-Jones is behind them, and they're in 2nd place. That's the car with Pat Long we were talking about earlier on, and the Porsches really coming to the fore in Class B.
This is a really good combination too, with Earl Bamber, the Kiwi Porsche Super Cup racer, and British driver Ben Barker, who'll be familiar to Australian audiences because he raced here in Australian F3, where he was champion in 2010, and racing in Porsche Super Cup now. More from Noons in pit lane.
Rich, really good timing. I just walked into the Grove Racing garage and they're in a really big fight against Andy McElroy's team, and it's this car that's slowing on Conrod. The cheer has gone up here in the garage because this is the Competition Motorsport Ice Break Coffee car of David Calvert-Jones, which was losing time to Earl Bamber in car 4, and now the 2nd place car in Class B that has Alex Davison and the American factory Porsche driver Patrick Long in it is stopping on Conrad, and this could be another safety car, and this could completely change things for the front of this race.
He's turning the car off and on. You can see the headlights going off and on. That was a massive battle going on while we were watching the lead, and the moment we go to it and there's an issue, but look, he's recycled something. He's pulled the fuses, pushed the fuses, hit every button that he can. The guys will be screaming at him down the radio, saying to him, push this, push that, do this, do that. I expect to see that car in the pit lane. They want to have a look at that, get it fueled and send it to the end.
I'm not sure where they were on pit strategy, but I seem to remember them being in the pits reasonably recently, so surely can't have run that thing out of fuel and hunting for a reserve and then trying to refire it. But some other driver, case of a walking wounded in several instances, of course, across this race, and no one in Class B has been unscathed today. Everyone has had some form of drama. So the HTP Mercedes continues. The man that did the job in this car early in the morning is Thomas Jaeger. He's in pit lane with Grant Boyden.
Yeah, no disrespect, Thomas. To find you guys at the front of the field, we weren't expecting it. From what I hear, you guys weren't expecting it either. Well done.
Yeah, we're absolutely lucky. In the end, the team did a great strategy because we were already 2 laps down. And then, we did quite good lap times. We were lucky with the safety cars, and now we're in the lead, so it will be pretty tough towards the end. So we'll see who has to stop once or twice for fuel. But after all these problems we had in the last 2 days, we can be really, really lucky and happy to be back in the game again.
Well, strategy is one thing, but speed's another, and that car's got a lot of pace. Any issues at all with it at the moment?
Not at all. Everything is fine, and setup seems to work. Tire degradation is pretty good, so we have to pay a little bit attention with the fuel consumption, and then hopefully we have at least a podium result.
Any more pit stops for you guys?
yeah, we have to make at least one more.
Thanks very much for your time, Thomas.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
The pressure is ramping up down there, you know. Everybody's trying to be cool, calm and collected when we send our pit reporters in there. The guys in the cars are in some ways isolated from what's going on in the pits, and racing drivers will tell you at this stage they'd much rather be driving than watching somebody else driving their car when they can't influence it. And the worst thing is we've still got at least one pit stop for all the leading runners, and a drop wheel nut, a fumble, a piece of equipment run over, that could be your race over and done with. And if I know that, and now you guys know that, so does everybody in the pit lane who've got their jobs to do.
The number 45 Class B Porsche, this was a class leader at some stage throughout the day until we saw the highlights reel just before that off at the chase when their brakes had issues. They had a massive off. It was a drama. Here's where things run in the Locomoly Bathurst 12 hour with an hour and a half to go. Thanks to Pirelli, it's Maximilian Book leading the way in the Mercedes from Ferrari. Greg Crick still sits third in the Erebus Motorsport car. Cacoldi next in the McLaren, then Rene Rast, Marcus Winkelhock, Maro Engel, and the first of the Class B cars. We've seen drama then running in ninth place.
The Michelin class leaderboard, there's that car, Earl Bamber in ninth place. Then the Ridges Class C is the Lotus of Tony Alford, the Donut King car. The Daytona leads the Century Class now, the Century Batteries Class D. The Fiat in Class F and I is Andrew Madecki in the Recaro Fords. Well, we've still got an hour and 30 minutes to go. Pit stops to come, drama aplenty. Yeah, I'll guarantee that from Mount Panorama. It's RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance. And there is the second place car of Mika Salo. He's pulled that lead back down to 2.5 seconds. And Mika, old head, but he will still be slightly hurting that the car didn't quite do what he wanted it to do. He needed another, couple of miles an hour, maybe something like that, in that big battle with Greg Crick. But look at this, he's right in behind the leader now, and 2.5 seconds has disappeared on the top of the mountain for Maxi Burke as he got caught behind one of the Class B Porsches, and that means that it's on again for the lead. And you just know that Mika Salo's going, oh, thanks a lot. I get back to the leader, but it's another one of those Pexi Mercedes-Benz. Oh, thank you so much. And we're hearing that car 12 has run out of fuel, and they're trying to push it they were trying to push it too far, and that car could get stranded. We'll see where that pops up in a few moments' time. Now, I wonder I was just wondering whether the Mercs, you know, Krilsey, were starting to get a bit of brake trouble. Get a bit of brake trouble for the Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It's been an intense day, and all that dueling as well. They're just working the brakes harder and harder. And when we're talking about 36 degrees ambient, it's remarkable stuff. So 63 pits. Greg Crick brings the 63 car into the lane, and we heard Jack LeBrock will jump in and will almost a double to the end, an hour and a half worth of driving time to the end. So they'll have to stop, and then I'd suggest they're going to have to stop one more time for fuel to get to the flag.
Yes, absolutely right. You cannot do 90 minutes, even with the intervention of a safety car. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who's down in the pit lane.
The 63 has pulled into the pits. Jack LeBrock, who started the car, will finish it. He's getting in for the final stint. They are pulling out Greg Crick after what was an admirable drive for somebody who does not race full-time as a profession. Now, the car is still damaged. It has the damage from both this morning's incident with the Kangaroo and the later incident in the afternoon. The team is not worried about it at all. They think this car can still win, even though it is not the way it came out of the factory.
That's a good point you make, Shay, because it's been competitive, there's no doubt. And we saw with Will Davison behind the wheel how competitive this car was and the kind of lap times it was punching out. And we saw how wide it could become when Greg Crick planted the thing in the middle of the road and would not let Mika Salo go through. It was a different case, though, when Maxi Book had a go and tried to get past in a similar car. So when everything's even, it's perhaps not quite as good, but when they can use their straight line speed advantage to their benefit, that is a potentially race-winning car. So they're still very much in the game in this one.
So it's the 84 of Maxi Burke that leads, but only just 1.4 seconds as Mika Salo closes in. Andrew Kirkcaldy in third. On the lead lap is 19 seconds further back. Rahel Fry now up into fourth position. for the number 3 Audi. That's the lead Audi. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance. Welcome back to the mountain, into the pit lane for the leader. Just a couple of moments ago, and Greg Crick, having done a super job, climbs gently out of the 63 Erebus Mercedes-Benz, and Jack Le Brocq gets in. Perhaps a name that some of you aren't familiar with, but Richard Creel, this guy has got talent.
He's got a whole heap of talent. He won the Australian Formula 4 Championship 2 years ago, a product of Australia's karting and open wheel system, and last year raced this Erebus Mercedes in Australian GT and won 3 rounds, started 3 rounds, so he is very, very talented. It was a good, clean stop, and he will take this car to the end. Now, they cannot reach the end on fuel. They will have to stop again for a splash and go towards the end of the race, and there's a very happy Benny Klemenko kissing Greg Crick on the helmet and getting it in. So it's a very colourful helmet too there. Cricky's got the Tasmanian car dealer.
And that is Mika Salo in second place. Ahead of him, but not by very much, is a lighter coloured Mercedes-Benz than the one he was tussling with earlier on, just disappearing down towards the dipper. There is the leader of the race, and Mika Salo has been turned up to 11. He is absolutely flinging this Ferrari around the corners. No quarter asked or given. There's the leader with the bright fluorescent yellow trim on the HTP Mercedes-Benz going down Conrod, and that has come down from somewhere near 3 seconds, and that looks like it's down to about a second yet. Now tactics is going to play a part, Crailsey.
We've just heard from pit lane that this will be a short run for Jack Le Brocq, and Will Davison will indeed get in and finish this race. So he told us something contrary a little bit early on. I like it, good move. So they're putting their fastest driver of the day in that car for the run to the flag. So this is Mika Salo, he's second. We'll check their lap times when they come around the line this time by, because I'm keen to see where he sits in relation to the leader. So Maxi Book into the 205s, a 5.8, Salo 7.0. The gap extends at 3 seconds now.
It's just the traffic, isn't it? And it depends where you hit it. There is the leader and the second place heading up the mountain on lap 259. Yes, 259. Remember, this is a 12-hour race, and quite frankly, you're joining at a very exciting time with just under 90 minutes to go, but it's been like this since 6:15 this morning.
So this is how the field sits. First, second go through. There's the Lamborghini that Eric Banner's been driving today, and they've had a tremendous job right at the top of the screen. A bright orange little McLaren MP4 12C, driven by a Scottish driver called Andrew Cicaldi. They are still very much in the hunt for this race. That's the Darrell Lee VIP Pet Foods Racing entry that Clark Quinn, Tony Quinn and Shane Van Gisbergen are sharing, and SVG will jump in that car for the final hour of this race. A little bit further back, we wait to find the Phoenix Racing Audi. That's the next car in the line on the lead lap. Rene Rast, the Porsche Super Cup champion and well noted for Porsche racing, but now a factory Audi driver as well. They're fourth. And then we wait and wait and wait for Jack Le Brocq in the number 63 car. And they're going to be further down the train behind a whole group of cars. That's the United Autosports Audi with Marcus Winkelhock behind the wheel. They're sixth. They're actually a lap behind this leading group of cars, but still looking in pretty good form. There's seventh position, Maro Engel, the pole city yesterday with a brilliant 2-minute 3.8 second lap. And they're pounding around a couple of laps behind the pace in seventh.
And there is the damaged car that we've been waiting for around the first corner. Jacques Le Brocq, then, we expect to see him out of that car in about 23 minutes and 2 seconds. And why am I being so precise about that? Because you can do an hour on a tank of fuel. So expect to see him in just before that we tick into the final hour to put Will Davison back in that car and set him on full attack to the end of the race. Tactics looks to be going pretty well. John Bow and Craig Lowndes having a bit of a laugh down in the pits.
We were joking with them earlier in the week that it was 1994 here, bearing in mind it's 2014, so 20 years ago, when a bright young upstart called Craig Lowndes fired a move around the outside of a Bathurst champion John Bow at turn 2 and took the lead of the Bathurst 1000 with less than an hour to go, and launched a career that has spanned 20 years at the very, very top of his game. 3 championships, 5 Bathursts, and more than 90 victories at the top. And it was ironic now that they end up back at Mount Panorama sharing a car that's in contention for the race victory.
It just scares me a little bit because I remember when Craig Lowndes was being talked about as one of the new young things in Aussie V8s. The 65 here is a unique car as far as this race is concerned this weekend. This looks very much like a 1960s, 1970s car. It is in fact an homage to that. The Daytona Coupe sitting in the lead of Class D at the moment, and that car has got a great story behind it. It crashed very heavily early in the practice. Watch it. Oh, this just hurts me every time I see it. And that wasn't just the bodywork that took the hit. All of the front chassis members right back to the engine had a massive hit, and they basically dismantled the car in the pit lane, but they didn't have quite enough parts, so they stayed up all night and waited them to come from all parts, Melbourne, Perth, all over the place, and started putting it back together at 3 in the morning, fired it up just before race time. It had a water leak, and then they had to try and get it back into the race. It has done, and now it leads. Fan favourite? Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of those great Bathurst can-do moments, and they worked really, really hard to get that car on the track. Yep, they got parts from Melbourne, 1,000 kilometres driven up the Hume Highway overnight, more than that in fact, overnight, got here at about midnight, and they started putting that car back together. They've had their troubles today, but generally they've been very good, and we all agree that that's the fastest car in a straight line.
Yes.
We've got no maths to back that up, but based on it pulled out and passed an Erebus Mercedes in a straight line earlier on today, that thing is an absolute rocket ship. Great fun to watch, and great to see all the different cars running in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
And that is the 19 car in 10th position, and that's the Damien Flacken at Roche Vispa RS75 with Rob Smith, I think, at the wheel of that at the moment.
Here's the Hulk, Eric Bannett behind the wheel of the Lamborghini, running 11th and doing an absolutely superb job in this Class B Lambo. They're 4th in class at the moment, and a couple of laps back from the number 19 Porsche we just saw, who's further up the road. But Eric's done a superb job. Remember, this is his game of golf. This is what he does for fun between making Hollywood blockbuster movies like Star Trek. So he's a fantastic driver, though, very, very capable, and along with Simon Middleton and Peter Hill, has done a very good job today.
Wouldn't put a bet against somebody ahead of them having an issue and them actually being on the podium, and that would be an excellent result for this car. And it is Banner that is in the car at the moment. And if you must have seen it. You're in Australia, most of you who are watching this. You must have seen Loving the Beast, and if you haven't, it's a piece of national treasure, the way that Eric talks about his cars, and that car in particular.
And this is amazingly the sole surviving Lamborghini in the race. We started with 3 of them at the start of the day, and 2 were out basically before halfway. Stephen Richards took a turn in the lead, driving the M Motorsport car, was very, very fast, setting very quick lap times, and we saw Peter Cox run into some native wildlife early on and took them out of the race. And from the sublime to, well, I'm not going to say ridiculous because these are proper little racing cars, but from the sublime to something a little bit offbeat. It's the Fiat 500R Bath. It's driven by Paul Stoker and a bunch of Australia's best motoring journalists, and they have had a fantastic day.
Yeah, it's Dowling in the wheel of that at the moment. A 1.4 inline 4-cylinder turbocharged engine for upwards of 150 horsepower. They look fantastic, and Abarths have been racing since there's been an Abarth and a Fiat 500. It's great to see them back in Australia and back on the mountain. This is interesting. Craig Lowndes is getting himself ready to go motor racing,
which is exciting for everybody watching this race. And this is the car who'll jump in. Just to touch on the Fiat, to show you how good those cars are, their best lap is identical to the fastest lap of a 4-wheel drive turbo Subaru Impreza WRX. Yeah. They are potent little racing cars, those Fiat 500R Baths, and that's been a great project. So Mika Salo continues behind the wheel of the Maranello Ferrari. He's dropping a little bit of time to Maxi Book, but it's topping and tailing a little bit as they each hit traffic every lap around this 6.213 kilometre circuit. So he's closing in, then he loses a bit of time as he gets the traffic, but Lowndes will jump in with an hour and 17 to go and take over this car to
I think the key thing, Paul Trustwell, is that it's not going out massively, and Mika Salo is keeping Maxi Burke effectively in sight.
Absolutely, it's going to come down to the pit stops. We know they've got another pit stop to make. When cars come in, it'll be handing over to different drivers, and then that'll be whether they change tyres as well. If they can keep the car on the same tyres, then of course they'll be a lot quicker in the pits because you can't refuel and change tyres at the same time. It's going to be down to the work in the pits as much as it is to the drivers on the track.
There is the Erebus Mercedes that we expected to be at the head of the field, and following it, one of the legion of Audis that started this race. Oh, this is a disaster. This is the number 3 car that's René Rast in 4th position. This car's had cut out electrical problems in the race. Rahel Fry was behind the wheel earlier on and had a couple of laps where 20 seconds disappeared from her times, and basically it cycled through the electrics and the car seems to fire and go on, and there for a moment it looked like it was going to happen again.
And somehow or another they managed to get themselves back onto the lead lap and in contention, and then more dramas strike. But that's racing at Mount Panorama, that's the way it goes. So
it's not up to pace.
It's better than it was going up Mountain Straight, but yeah, it's not up to full-on racing pace. Just going past was Marcus Winkelhock in the United Autosport car. They've done a really good job today as well. They have stayed out of trouble and just circulated, and they're going to get themselves a good result if they can get to the flag. I say that because they were in a very similar position last year. In fact, they might have almost been in the same position, United. It rained very, very hard towards the end of last year's race, and a young Kiwi driver, Brendan Hartley, was driving the car, ended up crashing at the top of Mount Panorama. This time, though, they've got their gun in the car. Marcus Winkelhock driving really, really well, and we'll see if they can get it to the flag.
That number 1 car, the purple and black machine, many laps down, and sensibly Maro Engel allows Chris Meese to go through 11th position for the Audi.
Yesterday was a big day for Maro Engel.
Yeah.
Hindy, that was a massive moment to get pole position here, and his troubles have been well documented. Of course, a full-time V8 supercar driver last year lost his ride with Erebus downscaling to 2 cars. It was a big moment. This is a cool thing. This is an Aussie-built, Aussie-designed race car. It's called a Mark Focus. Mark Race Cars Australia, a project headed up by the noted racer Ryan McLeod, son of 87 Bathurst champion Peter. And this is a fantastic car, and it's a turnkey enduro race car, purpose-built to pound round and round and round Mount Panorama all day, and then go and do it at Spa or the Nürburgring the next week. And
this is in the
traffic
pit lane.
jam.
This is in the pit lane, and the guys are coming in. It's the 22 Seat Supercopa with their blown right front tyre, the really Hiraki sponsored car, and that was a problem for the number 3 of Rahel Frey, who is in the pit lane now.
So the Phoenix car comes in. This car's got some damage on the right front. They've run through the gravel trap. The splitter hanging down there, all lots of dirt and debris out, and they've got a front tyre down as well. So this is the Motorsport Services team. They're from New Zealand, not far from Auckland. They're based at the Hampton Downs circuit, which is one of the new circuits built over there in our Kiwi cousins' homeland. And they've done a great job. They've been fantastic supporters of this race too, bringing a pair of Porsches and 2 of the Seats to come and run in this race.
Now that looks like a fairly standard driver change and fuel. Look, nothing else being done other than a driver change, because you're not allowed to. The team manager, the guy in the black shirt with his hand on his head, the reason his hand's on his head there, he's pushing the push to talk on the radio. He's talking to his drivers, talking them through. Don't forget the lap belts, get yourself strapped in properly. Let's head down to the McLaren pit. Still 3rd place for Andrew Kirkcaldy. Nunes is down there.
Thought I'd take you for a little bit of a tour through here, guys. We'll get Dave, our cameraman, to come with me on this. Shane Van Gisbergen back in the garage, ready to go for the last stint of the race. There he is, smile for the camera. Hey, come around with me here too. Clark Quinn, Tony Quinn, sitting by, watching on, intently waiting. There's a lady hiding up the back here, and she doesn't want to know about this. This is Clark's mum. He's put his mum on the pit crew. How bad's his form? Hey, I know she's running away. We'll leave her alone now, but one thing I wanted to show you too, this car's running on Pirelli tyres. Have a look at what's ready here. This is what we call a sticker tyre. It's so new, it's brand new. It's got the sticker on, so SVG will have the best rubber for the run home to the checkered flag.
And Pirelli have done a cracking job in giving a tyre that is durable for that McLaren. There was talk of them possibly even triple stinting them. That's 3 hours nearly of racing. They've only had to double them at the moment, and that has been key to keeping this car in the fight, as well as the pace of the car and the driver. Michelin are acknowledged as the guys at the top of the game as far as endurance racing. If you think back to Le Mans last year, the winning Audi did the whole of the 24-hour race on just 9 sets of Michelin tyres, including a quintuple stint over 3 hours of racing at the world's hardest 24-hour race. And this tyre battle is great for us. It's also great for the tyre companies because this is a rolling laboratory that you're seeing out there. The technology that comes out of what you're seeing in the endurance racing side of things makes it onto your street car much quicker than you'd expect.
And great management as well from the teams to look after their tyres as well, because you only get 10 new sets of tyres to last you for 4 practice sessions on Friday, 3 qualifying sessions yesterday, and 1 12-hour race today. So good management for VIP Pet Foods Racing to get 1 brand new set free, put them to the side of the garage, forget you've even got them, and bolt them on when you put the fast Kiwi on for that run to the flag. So this car is a contender, and not many people thought it would be. This is the first time it's raced in Australia, and it has impressed.
Van Giesbergen, he's going to have his work cut out though, because the Andrew Cocotti has lost some 20 seconds or so on the lead battle between the Mercedes and the Ferrari. So it's going to be a big job for Van Giesbergen to get on with.
I've seen him do it before. He pulled back 24 seconds earlier on in the race on Bernd Schneider, so it's doable. Will he have enough time to do that rather than the pace of the car and the pace of Shane Van Gisbergen? Will he have enough time left at the end of the race? And that is what they will be working out right now on this 37 car. How much longer before we think the McLaren will be into the pit lane, Paul?
I would say any time in the next 10 minutes. In fact, probably, next 2 to 3 laps.
Right. You want to get it as close to an hour to go. There's an hour and 11 to go at the moment. If you can get it to an hour, that will be your last stop, and you will race to the checkered flag. The reason that you get your last stop done as quickly as possible in endurance racing, because you might think you'd want to go as long as you can and then short fill to get to the end. As soon as you get your last fuel stop or driver stop and tyre stop done, it means if the safety car comes out, you can't have your tactics messed about. You can't get caught on the wrong side of a full course caution. So the accepted thinking, if you are at the head of the field, is to get your last pit stop done as soon as you can. That's dictated by how much fuel goes in. 100 litres for these cars, roughly speaking, about an hour.
Tony Richards, the Kiwi driver behind the wheel of the number 67 Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. These are the cars that race in the one-make Porsche Carrera Cups around the world, and this is a 2010 specification car. He's been sharing this with Jeff Lowry from New Zealand, and John O'Venter, who's a sensational young driver, races Porsches in NZ, came out of an open wheel background, and they've had a challenging day, let's be honest, and they're running in 28th position, 189 laps in the books compared to 265 for our race leader.
The 97 BMW, the Timonava Luxury Resort sponsors E92. That car not in the first flush of youth either, but still a competitive race car and a perfect example of the variety that we can get in Class D.
And this has been a great story. 2 father and son combinations, Warwick Mortar and his son Andre, Michael Lyons and Frank Lyons, son and father there. Michael Lyons was racing in F5000 last weekend. This is what's happened recently in the race. Dramas for the number 1 car. Well, that was a contender for 8 hours of this motor race.
And it was a brake problem that cost them 6 laps. Then a mix-up in the pitch. Watch that pit board on the right-hand side leaning up against the grey brick column. It should be behind the red line when this car goes. It's not. That cost a 30-second drive-through. Next time around, going to make the same mistake? Oh, no, we'll take it back. Make sure you don't make it twice. Once is bad enough. A little bit of unnecessary contact with one of the GTC Ford Focus, and the Audi sent that one around at the Falcon Tyres elbow.
And this was the battle for the lead that was just thrilling stuff, with Mika Salo applying the pressure to Greg Crick. But the race for the lead develops again because the McLaren has pulled into pit lane with Andrew Cocoldi jumping out. Such an intense battle, and it ebbed and flowed, and there was some really wild, tough racing. Maxi Book went down the inside of Mika Salo. Soon thereafter, he would take the lead away from the similar, although slightly more damaged, it must be said, SLS AMG. And it was intense stuff, bearing in mind there was still an hour and a half to go in the motor race. This was a great move from Mika.
Oh, come from all the way back through the dummy. Watch what he does here. He gets the crossover. It looks like he's going to go down the inside early, but he had to drop in behind the Mercedes-Benz of Greg Crick, and then comes at the very last yawning moment, dives up the inside into Hell Corner, got the position and set off on the pursuit of Maxi Burke. This is live out of of the McLaren has jumped Andrew Kirkcaldy, and in has jumped Shane van Gisbergen. In goes the fuel. Set of new Pirellis, yes please. Sticker tyres waiting to go on that car.
Yeah, so this is a good stop. Team going away, so you can only do fuel and the driver change at once, and you can only have a number of drivers over the line at any one time, and the driver that's jumped out of the car will generally be the driver's assistant who helps the other driver strap in. Right, now fuel's done, tyres can be done, and you're only allowed 2 rattle guns at any one time, so you can only change 2 wheels at any one time. Keeps costs down, keeps it safe in pit lane as well. So tyres going on.
Look at how precise the guys are being when they're mounting the wheels, making sure that they are getting that on the pegs, on the hook. There's not any time to recover now from any issues. You've got to make sure that this is right. A tear off the screen. And what's going on here? Oh, they couldn't make their mind up about whether we're going to do something inside the car. Slam the door to make sure it was properly closed.
Yeah, so that was an issue, but they got away. It wasn't a bad stop there. So the Pirelli leaderboard, it's still the Mercedes leading the way, but Mika Salo continuing to put the pressure. But the final stops are starting to emerge here at the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. This race is going to go down to the wire. Erebus still in the game as well. The Michelin class leaders, Maxi Book in front. Further back, Mike Sinclair, the motoring journo in the Fiat is next, and Andrew Meineke leads the way in the Mark Focus in Class I. More to come from the mountain. This race will be a thriller to the end.
Digital Age performance by Nismo, powering RadioLeMans.com as we go flag to flag with no brakes.
You know who that was? That was Alan Grice.
It was Gricey, was it?
One of the great men of Australian motorsport. That's awesome. Great to see Gricey here. His boy Ben has been racing, came out of Speedway and racing what makes Suzuki Swifts of all things, and doing it very, very well too. Great to see Gricey just in the Maranello garage.
The number 19 Porsche in from 3rd position in Class B, getting a set of tyres, and I would suggest that'll be the last stop for the Damien Flag-ended Roche Vosper RS75 car. Rob Smith bringing that car in. Not been a clean run for many of the Class B runners. It really has been about how these guys have reacted to problems and solved them and got the cars back out on the circuit. And in has gone an ice pack for the driver cool suit. Very smart indeed. And I love the way these guys are working so methodically, making sure all the wheels go on, everything is mounted. Now down at the Maranello Racing pit, Maranello Motorsport pit, this is a brand new set of Michelin tyres. A very revved up racing driver in the shape of Craig Lowndes, and the 88 of Mika Salo about to come into the pits, having dropped about 8.5 seconds back, which is not what we wanted to see. An hour and 4 minutes. Well, they're going to push all the way to the end if they're coming in with an hour and 4 to go. I just wonder, by the way, whether the 37 can go all the way to the end with Shane van Gisbergen.
You've read my mind, John. He can get as far as 293 laps without the use of a safety car. If he gets a safety car, it'll go a little bit longer. Now, the furthest that's ever gone the 12 hours at Bathurst, Crailsy, was 292 laps, wasn't it? So if we do get to 293, that'll be an absolute record. There's just time, by my calculation, to do 294 laps, but inevitably the pace towards the end of the race just seems to slow. Something will happen which will slow it down, but it could be right on the cusp for that number 37 McLaren, John, and you're absolutely right to draw attention to it, because Van Gisbergen isn't going to be making any fuel economy measures in that car.
He's not got his slippers on, there's no doubt about that. Into the pit lane comes the number 84, and that is Maxi Burke, the leader in the HTP Mercedes-Benz. And again, this is going to be tight. An hour and 3 minutes. It's going to take around about 40 seconds or so, maybe a little more. A little bit closer. I don't think they're taking as much of a gamble.
By the time they've changed the tyres and refueled it, he'll be on his way again.
Right, and in comes the 88 as well, out of 2nd position, and this will be a full service stop as well. In goes the fuel hose, out gets the fin, in gets Craig Lowndes, and now it's a question of taking a breath, getting yourself sorted out, and you're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance, live from the mountain at Bathurst. This could be a pivotal part of the last hour and 2 minutes. We are watching final pit stops for two of the leading cars, first and second in the lane. The red Ferrari, already Mika Salo out, plugging Craig Lowndes. Let's have a new set of Michelin rubber, brand new, for this man who has to go all out and try and win the 2014 Little Molly Bathurst 12 Hours. Behind him in the lane, the light-coloured Mercedes-Benz. Maxi Burke spinning up those wheels again. They're having some... Oh, they've got a problem with the front brake, and they're going to have to do brake pads. That's it. They're out of it. They're not going to get out of the pit lane quick enough, and this is handing the lead to Mika Salo 100 metres up the lane, pulling the pads out. You saw them there with the spreaders. In they'll go, and there is the de facto leader of the motor race rolling out, and this has gone all the way back to Ferrari in a race that's ebbed and flowed for the last 11 hours.
HTP are taking a gamble here. They think they might be a safety car towards the end, though. Maranello are absolutely pumped, having got that stop out of the way, and brilliantly done by the Melbourne-based team. But they are fired up. But I think HTP, they were either with massive issues, or they're just making sure they can stop as well as they can if we get a late race safety car, and they need to wade into battle with that Ferrari for the lead. But they're out of pit lane. They've dropped a stack of time in green flag running. That's all favour Ferrari for me.
We were just watching the way the cars were battling early on and wondering if the Mercedes-Benz were having a bit of issue on the braking front, and that really confirms it for me. And I wonder if the 63 Erebus car was having the same sort of issues, because certainly they were getting a little bit further back down the road when they were starting to do their braking. The 88 car then back out on the circuit.
Yeah, brakes are always a problem on the Mercedes, because the weight of the car, and to run 12 hours is about the limit for a Mercedes without changing brakes. I'm just looking across at the VIP Foods pit crew. They've got a big sign saying no radio, which they're about to hang out over the pit wall to Shane Van Gisbergen, and obviously that speaks for itself, but it means that Van Gisbergen's not going to know what's going on at every lap like he would normally do.
So Mika Salo out of the Ferrari. What a drive by Mika, and he's talking to the team, just running through what happened during that stint. Tell us about it, Mika. What's the car like? They would have been communicating that on the radio. Mika doesn't look overly happy about what's going on there. He's a bit animated, he's a bit distressed, but I think it's okay. I think Mika's all right. That was a ripper drive and a really good stint, and they've got them in a position to win this motor race. There's still an hour to go, and an hour at Mount Panorama can be an eternity. There is so much yet to happen on the mountain. We're on board with the Flying Kiwi, Shane Van Gisbergen. Let's have a listen to the McLaren, the 12C, as he runs down Conrod Straight.
Where's the cruiser?
He was never going to take his foot off the throttle, and they break it just after 150 metres to get the car stopped. The aero effect and the downforce on these cars help them stop so very, very well. Smooth, in control, and working very, very nicely. It's a great noise too. High revving V8, not quite as rich as the Ferrari, not quite as shrieky, I guess, as the Ferrari, in fact. It's a deeper noise, bigger capacity, but thundering up the hill, and Van Gisbergen's done a superb job today. To reiterate what we talked about before, fastest ever man around Mount Panorama in a car with a roof. F3 cars have gone quicker in qualifying trim, but Van Gisbergen did a 3.8 in the race early on today, which was just unbelievably fast. And he is driving at the very peak of his powers. Remember, raced at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, the opening round of the United Sports Car Championship in the United States, raced a Porsche there, and I think became a bit of a cult hero or something in the United States because of it.
Absolutely right. So Mika Salo out, and we've plugged in Craig Lowndes into the 88 car.
So look at the flow across the top, John, in this car, and he's dealing through traffic, and this is a constant in this race. You have to negotiate traffic and just keep your flow up, be smooth and in control, and that's what Van Gisbergen's doing right now. He's had some hairy moments early on, but this is working very nicely for him so far. In control. And if you compare this to a lap in his Techno Autosport V8 Supercar, be working harder, be making more adjustments, but the fact these cars have got so much grip really helps the cause here at Mount Panorama in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
So the big question is, how far can these guys go to the end of the race? We know the 88 car can go all the way to the end. The 37, Shane Van Gisbergen, probably not. We think that one's going to be a tiny bit short. The big question, there is.
But remember, we heard before that they will stop again and put Will Davison in this car for the run to the flag. Whether they were sending us misinformation or not, we don't know. And they're all playing the quiet game at the moment with 56 minutes to go in an astonishing Liqui Moly 12 Hour of 2014.
But if they're going to do that, then it'll be a short run for Will Davidson, because what you'd want to do is run this all the way to the end of its fuel and have a timed fuel stop. The problem with that is it takes a finite time to change the driver, and if you're standing still longer than it takes the fuel, then you've lost the advantage.
If Jack's anyway going quick enough, then it really doesn't matter that much. So
yeah, and he's got good pace, Paul, last time in the 6s. So a 6.8 last time round for Jack Le Brocq. He's got good speed in the Erebus car, so he's got good pace. So he will be competitive. Grant Boyden, you've got more from a very hot pit lane at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, an interesting little story is taking place with Eric Banner, who's just made his way past the start-finish line again. As you can see, the crew in the background standing by for Eric to come in. Unfortunately, his two-way radio doesn't work. What they've been doing is putting this board out, trying to let Eric know, come into pit lane. He is running out of fuel. The fuel gauge is only a very rough indication, and this crew are starting to worry.
Nicely done with the signage there, Boydo. So dramas for Eric Banner. They need to get that car in. The worst thing you can do is run it out of fuel.
And here it is. Here it is. The leader is in the pit lane. We said it had to be around about the hour mark. Well, they've gone down to 55. This is the roll of the dice for the Erebus Motorsport Mercedes SLS. This is the only one of their two cars that can lead it. He's come storming into the pit lane and just about gets the car slowed down. Let's go down to Shea Adam, who's standing right in front of this final pit stop.
A final pit stop and a final driver change. Will Davidson will get behind the wheel of the car. They are putting medium Michelin tires on the car, which means that they should come up to temperature but not fall off so quickly. So Will should be able to get several good laps out of this car. They are hoping to maintain the lead with just over an hour to go.
And it's a good stop so
Yeah,
far.
it is.
There's Will Davison, formerly a factory Ford driver. He switched to Erebus now for the V8 Supercar season in 2014. Exciting times for the Erebus team in the V8s. And look, the HTP Merc was just about to go through, John, to change positions. So they drop back down the order, and the toing and froing in this race continues.
Well, you just don't put your house on anybody at the front end of this, because it's like they go through. There's Max, there's the 84 car going through. That's the HTP Mercedes-Benz. That's how close it was. Wow, that is a fantastic piece of pit work. The 84 car with Maxi Burke at the wheel has just nipped through. And that is going to be bad news for the 63 car. That's an extra car they're going to have to pass. Now, the 84 car, can that go to the end from here? That's the big question as they head up the mountain again.
Yeah, and that is the big question, but that car's still, for me, the X factor in this one. I don't know how they'll go. Now, this is the chase. Just a moment ago, bouncing across the gravel trap that's the Calvert Jones, the Ice Brake Racing Porsche.
What a day they've had. If they haven't been leading, they have been certainly giving us plenty of action out there. 2 punctures and then a big off at the end of the chase.
And Alex Davison behind the wheel, a Carrera Cup champion of Australia. So even the best can make mistakes. Here's Eric Banner. He got the message. The pit board worked.
The sentiment script.
Pit lane. Yes.
That's what they did. Give him a cue, he'll hit it. He's a professional.
We've got a great role for you, Eric. It's called a driver change. You'll love it. It's exciting. It's meaty. It's all yours. So driver change going in. These guys have performed brilliantly today, and they've lapped all day long consistently. They've stayed out of trouble, and proof again that if you do that at Mount Panorama, 9 times out of 10 you'll jag a good result, and that's what they've done. So the Ferrari across the line, Lowndes leading the race. The margin is building We need to look back to Van Gisbergen in the McLaren, who will be second. Maximilian Buch, the young German, in third in the HTP Mercedes. And at this stage, we're showing the Phoenix Audi, I think, with Van Thor, has jumped Davison in that pit stop cycle. So remember that extra stop there for the 63 car towards the end. We'll confirm that with you going through. They've had some timing issues with that car all day after that crash earlier on.
However, what you can say is that there's absolutely nothing between the leaders as we watch this stop for the 99 Lamborghini. A new set of tyres. Only 10 sets of tyres for the 12 hours and all the practice and qualifying. So you do have to manage that fairly carefully, whether you're on the Mitchis, the Michelins or the Pirellis. And it looks like the FXT Clothing 99 Class B Lambo will go down in a moment. Let's get down to Boydo in the pit lane.
We've been told to back off, sorry. We've been told to back off.
Oh, well, it's getting a little bit tense down there. I think it's Prematt that's in the 84 car rather than Maxi Burke, by the way. There's a couple of bits and pieces that are just changing. Shane Van Gisbergen's just been slotted into the 37 car at the last stop, and that's just changed on the timing and scoring if you're watching at home.
Or was it Thomas Jaeger? I think it might be Thomas Jaeger.
We'll confirm that for you. That car is somewhere in the mix for a podium finish, regardless, after a very, very strong day. The clock ticks down at Mount Panorama, 51 minutes to go, and it's busy in pit lane. It's a dangerous place, and some toing and froing as the 99 car that Eric Banner's just jumped out of has to take some evasive action. Maro Engel in the number 1 car had to drive around and just, it's like negotiating the main street of Bathurst on a Friday night when all the youth are out enjoying themselves. Great city, Mount Panorama, or Bathurst, and a great racetrack, Mount Panorama, as number 1 comes in. For me, what could have been for this car today.
And Maro Engel, who brought that car in, will be thinking exactly the same. He's done a great job over the weekend, snagged the Alan Simonson Pole Award on Saturday here on the mountain. And therefore, to coin a phrase, there'll be a new name on the trophy, because it will not be the defending champions who managed to hold on to the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. But will it be the same team? Will it be the team car? They seem to have fumbled themselves out of this one. It could be a new manufacturer, because we've never had McLaren win here.
And Ferrari have never won the 12-hour either. And in fact, Ferraris have had a good run at this race. The Maranello team have not. Clearwater Racing, an Asian team, we saw them taken out, based in Singapore, but they were taken out early in the race when Hamaguchi had that big crash at the top. Boydo, you found your man. You've got Eric Banner in pit lane.
Yeah, I certainly do. We had to give him a few moments to take a little bit of a breather and get some cool air. It's tough out there, Eric.
Yeah, it's real hard work now. It's considerably hotter in the cabin. I think just residual temperature, just feet are getting hot, everything's getting hot. Stuck the hand out to get some air in a couple of times. But we're getting there.
And even harder when you don't have a two-way radio. Did you see that sign that they were waving out at you, or did you just take the punt and come in?
No, we haven't had a radio for about the last 3 hours, and so we had half a plan there, and no radio, no water, and we're just hydrated before going in, and it's up to Pete to bring it home now, but it's still pretty awesome out there.
I think you'd have to be pretty happy with the way this whole team has performed this weekend, sitting right up there and doing a good job, and you haven't suffered the major issues of some of the other teams further up pit lane.
Yeah, look, we've had a few small niggles, but we really can't complain. We're, a bunch of guys that just put an entry together. We've got 3, non-pro drivers, so we're really, really happy. We've been quite realistic with what we're trying to achieve, and I just really want to see the car come home in one piece now.
Glad you're enjoying your motorsport. Thanks for your time.
No worries, Grant. Cheers.
Great stuff to hear from Eric Banner, who really loves going car racing. And this is our race leader. It's Craig Lowndes. This is a familiar place for him.
Now, we are in the area now where you've got to work out who can go to the checkered flag at 6:15 local time. That's some 45 minutes away. This car, yes, absolutely. They were right in the window when they came in and took out the flying fin and threw in the Craig Lowndes driving machine, as we've got someone going down the...
That looks like another Porsche with another right rear.
Yes, it really is, and it's down Conrod again.
This has been a trend today for Porsches in particular, just popping that right rear tyre. So this is the Canberra team, Superbarn Supermarkets Racing. Steve Owen behind the wheel, car number 69. And the great man Steve Owen, who's been racing in Development Series and main game Enduro co-driver Phoenix Racing.
Let's have a look at this pit stop. This is the last pit stop for the number 3 Phoenix racing car. They put in Lawrence Vanter. That's all great. Now look on the right-hand side. You can just about see the pit board there. Remember, we had a drive-through penalty. We've had a couple of tweets from people who seem to think that that might not have been taken away when the car pulls away. And Race Control have seen those tweets as well, and they are concerned that they might have broken the pit rules.
Dobbed in on social media, isn't it? The new world we live in. B12HR trending on Twitter around Australia as well. Now they go to tyres, so they go through the process, but I'd suggest it looked like they did leave that board out. Now we should reiterate, there's a red line in the garages in pit lane. No one across that line and nothing across that line unless it is held by the car controller. So there is a drama for Phoenix, and if indeed it stay out, they will get penalised there for the Phoenix Racing Camp.
And one of the things about televising motor racing nowadays is that you have the evidence there for Race Control. They can see it, so they're allowed to make the call to the truck and say, can we see that piece of evidence, which is effectively what it is. You become a judge of fact.
And we need to comply with Race Control. They'll give us a drive-through penalty. Ferrari that leads the race. Now, they can go to the end.
Yes.
We think.
No, I know that they can go to the end because they're K6 as he heads up the mountain straight. Now, in second place, P12 of Shane Van. Unless they have been playing fast and loose with us all day, Paul Truswell, that car has not gone the time that has left to the end of the race.
I'm doing it on number of laps. It can do 293 laps by my reckoning, and my calculation is that the race is going to be 292.
Oh,
now,
so they can.
It's right on the cusp. It depends. If we get a safety car, it's not a problem. If the pace is really hot and Van Gisbergen is going to be as hot as he possibly can, then it's going to be an issue. It's going to be right on the cusp. They're going to be running on fumes at the end of the 12 hours.
Last time round, Craig Lowndes 206.8, Shane Van Gisbergen 205.9. He's flying. He's closing the gap. It's down to 20 seconds, 45 minutes to go. There is time for this race to go down to the line. But catching Craig Lowndes is one thing, getting past is another.
And stressing the car and the tyres the way that Van Gisbergen is going to have to do, as opposed to Craig Lowndes, who is not cruising, but he is measuring his pace. 2 wheels off the ground there, down through the S as he takes so much curb. Now in third place, the 84 Mercedes-Benz. That car came in with 1 hour and 7 minutes to go. It's sitting pretty at the moment, the HTP Mercedes-Benz, but 1 hour and 7 in the Merc, I'm not sure about that one either. Paul Truswell will crunch the numbers as we watch the leader, Craig Lowndes, in elegant isolation at the moment as he comes off the end of the chase.
Van Gisbergen flying this lap. He's taken another 1.5 seconds out of Lowndes, and they haven't even got to the start-finish line yet. So absolutely flying as we confirm the Pirelli outright leaderboard. Craig Lowndes leads the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. Shane Van Gisbergen second and flying. Maximilian Book in third. Will Davison sits fourth.
And look, we've got the two Class B cars in 8th and 9th position, driven by Earl Bamber and Alex Davison, and the Michelin Clash leaderboard. So that the Class C Ridges category is headed by Alonis. We're coming back after this break to go all the way to the checkered flag for the 2014 Liqui Moly 12 Hours at Bathurst. Can Van Gisbergen chase down the leader? We'll find out next. So there is Will Davison in 4th position in the 63 car with the Sean Edwards tribute sticker on the wings of the seat. Just seen Hector Lester, by the way, in the Maranello pit in the green shirt. And why that is significant is that Hector gave Alan Simonson his first big break in GT racing and raced with him in the Ferrari in the British GT Championship. And he's just done a deal to get Benny, Alan's brother, into the British GT Championship, and he's going to go back and race with the name Simonson on the car again. So Lester and Simonson will ride again in the British GT Championship this year, which is fast becoming one of the real must-do GT championships in the world, getting on for 30 GT3 cars running around that British National Championship. So the 63 car still turning the laps. Will Davison behind the wheel.
This is astonishing, John. The finish that we've got coming our way is unbelievable, because we've got a flying Van Gisbergen who may or may not make it to the end.
The flying Van Gisbergen sounds like some kind of circus act, doesn't it? The high wire with the flying Van Gisbergen.
Correct. Yeah, interesting stuff, isn't it? But he's flying, may or may not make it to the end. We think he can just get there on fumes. Going up against Craig Lowndes, who in the last 10 years at this place has an unbelievable record of success, and it just stretches all the way back. He's only finished off the podium once in the last 4 years in the V8 supercars here at Mount Panorama. It's just remarkable.
And it is Maxi Burke in the car. There was a slight worry that we might have had a driver change, but in the 84 car, it's confirmed now it's Maxi Burke in that car.
In fact, Lowndes, since 2006, has finished off the podium in the Bathurst 1000 once. He finished fifth. Bad day at the office when you finish fifth in the great race. So that is how competitive and how strong Craig Lowndes is at this place, and he will be the toughest person of all to take on in a fight for the lead. But if anyone can do it, based on what we've seen today, it's Shane Van Gisbergen. And the way they're catching each other, it's all going to come together in the last 15 minutes of a 12-hour motor race at Mount Panorama. Just astonishing. So 41 minutes to go in this race. So Ferrari leading McLaren, leading Mercedes-Benz.
Our eyes and ears, well, our eyes on the start-finish straight all this weekend has been Scott Fitzsimmons. I can't quite see down to McLaren, but there's a
rate is actually going to go to 296 or even 297 laps, so they definitely don't have enough fuel on them.
RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo Digital Age Performance, live from the mountain. Well, we're down to the last 40 minutes of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2014, and leaning out and looking down the pit lane, we can see the pit boards. It's got down to the fact where the teams aren't even using their radios now because tactics is so important, and we're expecting to see Shane Van Gisbergen in second place be called in by his McLaren team. The pace of the race has picked up so much that now the projected race distance is probably 2 or 3 laps further than the McLaren has fuel, and here is the confirmation, and this is really big news. They were hoping to go all the way to the end. I was pretty sure they couldn't, and the pace has picked up enough that they absolutely can't. Now they're not going to risk it, and Van Gisbergen will give up track position to get a splash of fuel.
So fuel going into the car now. They'll go in and give SVG a drink of water quickly. It won't be long. They'll stopwatch will be on the fuel. They know the rate that it flows into the car, and now we'll see some special times from Shane Van Gisbergen. Maxi Book goes through, that's second. Will Davison goes through, that's third. And the McLaren will be fourth, but it will have a very fired up Kiwi driver, as if he wasn't already, charging forward with 39 minutes to go. If we get a safety car, however, the game changes completely, and this car probably becomes the favourite.
That was stationary for a much longer time than I expected to put 2 or 3 extra laps of fuel in. I think they've put a bit extra in than they needed to, and there's drama on the mountain because that 65 car has not got all 8 of its V8 cylinders running.
Yeah, definitely finish up Daytona.
So the 65 car is sick on the mountain coming down onto Conrod Straight.
And just had to pull out of the way there because faster cars coming through. We've already seen drama with the 65 car. That's what caused the damage on the car that Will Davison is currently driving. Here's Van Gisbergen already out of pit lane, straight on the offensive, getting past Lawrence Van Thor. So Craig Lowndes leads Maximilian Book by 29.2 seconds, with Shane Van Gisbergen, who would be Will Davison behind, and then Van Gisbergen about 15 seconds further back, Paul.
I also have calculated that both Lowndes and Book are going to have that same problem of a splash of fuel they're going to need. Unless we have a safety car, they're 2 laps short of the race distance if we have full racing speed from here to 6:15, the closing, the end of the race.
Can Lowndes not just back it off enough that he can control it at the head of the field? He's got half a minute between him and the rest of the field. This is a sign going out of Van Gisbergen. Let's have a look to see what this says before Paul answers it. Map 1 push. Right, full rich, go, go, go. It's basically saying, we've taken you off the leash now, son. If you're going to win this race, you've got to give it stick. Let's go back to what I said about Craig Lowndes. Can he match his pace and look for 6:13 plus 1 lap, because that's what the regulation says?
He'll have to wind down the mapping and do less and do less. and do less fast lap times. You just have to slow the pace, and that might not be enough with Van Gisbergen pushing hard.
And that's what's happening. Truss's Lowndes last time round 2:11.5. I think HTP Motorsport have gone, we're gonna have to stop anyway, go as hard as you can, because Maxi Book, a low, or 2 minute 5.7, 6 seconds quicker. He is flying. Lowndes is going to try and get there without stopping. HTP are going to try and get there with a stop.
The thing about saving fuel is you've got to do that from the start of your stint, really, to make the difference. I think Lowndes has not been soft pedalling, but I certainly think that he has been matching his times to the guys behind. Now it's about managing that gap. It's down to 25 seconds between him and Maxi Burke in second place, but the real charger will be Van Gisbergen, and that is 1 minute and 2 seconds with just 37 minutes to go. And the bright orange McLaren has been set to go, and Van Gisbergen goes down the inside and takes the position. That's 5th place. That is 5th place and 4th place, and Davidson is not that far up the road. Will Davidson will be the next target for Shane Van Gisbergen.
And remember, Davison could go to the end because they had that last late driver change to put Will back in the car after Jack LeBrock drove. We saw them bouncing across the gravel on the entry to pit lane. So all of a sudden, the 63 Erebus car looks like it's within a shot. But so's the HTP Mercedes, and so's the Maranello Ferrari. There are 4 cars, possibly 5, if you take into account the car that Van Gisbergen's just flown past, the Phoenix Audi, in with a shot at winning this motor race with 35 minutes to go, and that is a remarkable scenario.
This place keeps turning out brilliant motor races. Cast your mind back to October and the finish of the 1000. The last 15-20 minutes of that was edge of the seat stuff all the way through, and this is shaping up to be exactly the same for slightly different reasons. You've got guys, again, talked about the variety earlier on. It's not all going to be the same tactics. Craig Lowndes picks up his pace to a 2:09 last time around. They've got to think they've got track position, and giving up the lead at this stage is something that they will not want to countenance. What they are looking at is what's going on behind, and they will cover anyone behind. Van Gisbergen is now within a minute. He's already taken 3 seconds off the leader, and that's the car that they will be measuring themselves against. The other guys probably have to stop as well. Let's get down to the lane and Neves.
John, I just checked in at Maranello with Jeremy Moore, race engineer for Craig Lowndes. I had to ask the question, are you good on fuel? He looked at me and said, we're okay. His data engineer to his left had his fingers crossed. This is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. Lowndes could become the 5th man to win the Bathurst 1000 and the 12-hour and join the likes of Alan Grice, the late great Greg Hansford, Tony Longhurst and John Bower. But this has got a long way to go. They're not home and hosed here. There's still plenty of nerves at Maranello Motorsport.
And a couple of pit stops ago, we got some oil going into the back. Now, this is what happened to the leader a couple of moments ago. This is how close things can be on the mountain. I'm going right, I'm going left, and he's right across the grass. How does Craig Lowndes hold onto that? I just want to have a look at the back, the white colour on the back of that Maranello Ferrari, because a couple of pit stops ago, they're laughing now. They wouldn't have been if he'd gone into the wall. Phew, I bet you Lowndes he's not laughing. A few pit stops ago, we saw a red bottle going onto the back of the 88 car, and I'm just starting to see from the exhaust pipes right in the middle of the back of the rear valance, the white part, a little bit of a haze and just a little bit of dirt on there, and I'm just wondering if they're starting to use a little bit of oil on that 4.5 V8.
It's fine, don't worry. So they've got bigger things to worry about, like lapped cars. That was a monumental moment at the top of Mount Panorama. Remember, these cars with their aerodynamic grip and their big tyres are 205 kilometres an hour as they turn in to McPhillamy Park. It's so fast, and he had all 4 wheels off the road.
Maxi Burke is back out to 21.2 seconds, and it is Maxi Burke at the wheel. It was just Primat with his helmet on, leaning in at that last stop, as we said. And who is chasing him down? It's Will Davidson, and he's just a couple of seconds back down the road. And then you've got about 25 seconds back to Shane Van Gisbergen, who is chasing. And this car, we know, is filled. It's ready to go. He's on full rich, which means the engine is producing as much power as it possibly can. They are throwing fuel into the 8-cylinder engine of that McLaren and making power.
Yeah, raw fuel just exploding in the engine bay in that car, isn't it? As they try and get maximum power out of the McLaren, it's still 4th. This team finished third last year in a Porsche, and no one predicted that at the start of the day. So once again, this team, who have won back-to-back Australian GT championships, are trying to deliver, once again, a strong result on the mountain. Davison is closing on Book as well. The gap is less than 2 seconds.
And that's great news.
Quicker last time round.
Great news for Lowndes, because Book is now going to have to deal with the car behind him and not worry about chasing the leader. All right, I'm going to ask the question. Lowndes, he stays out. Does he win it?
I think he does. Jeremy Moore has done this for a long time with CL in V8 supercar racing. He's a very, very, very smart person. They all have their fuel numbers right.
And that's his boy in the car as well. And they will be watching the fuel numbers on the dashboard. What we mean by that is that there's a readout on all of these cars. They're tremendously sophisticated. You don't just have a fuel gauge, you have numbers of how much literage of fuel you're using every lap. And you're basically looking at that to set your pace to it. Here's Will Davison for Erebus Motorsport through into the chase. And he is chasing down the 63, in the 63 at the moment, chasing down Maxi Burke in the similar Mercedes-Benz of HTP, and now he's got him in sight. And the kind of relief that you get as a driver when you can see the car you're racing ahead, doesn't matter if it's a speck in the distance, as soon as you see it, it gives you another half a tenth every corner, and traffic is not the friend of this Erebus Mercedes at the moment.
I tell you what, Will Davison was going through that Mark Ford Focus, even if he had to go underneath it in that final corner at Maguire's turn. He was absolutely committed in the braking zone at the final corner. Needed to dispose of the lap traffic as quickly as he could to chase down that Mercedes. So second and third, this is the battle for the podium. Lowndes 21 seconds up the road, and the pace has increased for Lowndes. These two have dropped back, so there might have been a radio call to Craig Lowndes going, all right, Craig, you're going to be okay on field. I think you might be all right. The other reason why I say I think he can win it, in his last 13 starts at Mount Panorama in the Bathurst 1000, he's finished outside the podium twice.
And there is Van Gisbergen coming round and onto the mountain straight. Don't worry about that Mercedes-Benz ahead of him. He is just now chasing. Everything in front has to be dealt with. It doesn't matter whether it's a pass for position. He's just got to keep charging until he sees the white rear end of Craig Lowndes' red 88 Ferrari.
The former racer Brett Francis, who heads up the VIP Pet Foods team, looking stressed. Certainly stressed on pit wall as he coaches Van Gisbergen around, and SVG was the fastest guy on the racetrack today. Lap 98 of 282 he set the fastest lap, 203.85, and as we touched on earlier, the fastest lap ever recorded by a car with a roof at Mount Panorama in race or qualifying.
By some distance.
By a massive margin. Well, the previous race lap record for this race was a 206.3. They're 3 seconds faster. Some of that's down to the new track, yes, but some of it down to these top-notch cars, teams and drivers who've got assembled this year, the deepest ever field we've seen. Remember, look at Molly 12 hour.
Remember, in terms of pace and technology, if you're standing still in motorsport, you're actually going backwards because everything moves forward so quickly. And Shane Van Gisbergen knows that, and he is on it. He is really, if he could do anything, the only thing more he could do is literally pick up that McLaren and throw it down the straight like a cricket ball. He is muscling that car, but then you see him inside and look how calm, look how cool he is. He's not gripping the wheel hard. Fastest part of the circuit, turns into the fastest corner in Australia, and he looks like he's on a Sunday drive, and that's why he's so good.
I'm trying to reiterate to you at home how close this is at the moment, and how remarkable that we've got this situation after 1,754 kilometres and growing of top-notch motor racing at Mount Panorama. After 11 hours and 31 minutes, there are 5 cars covered by less than 1 minute, racing as fast as they can, almost, to the checkered flag. Some of them are saving fuel, but this is a sprint to the flag after 11 and a half hours of motor racing. It's unbelievable, Paul.
It is, yeah, and the interesting thing is it's not being done by safety cars. We've had an hour and a half now, fingers crossed we're not going to get any more, an hour and a half without having the safety car out.
Grant Boyden is down in the pit lane.
Yeah, with a very, very confident Clark. Quinn, Clark, you've been confident since the get-go. Can Shane Van Gisbergen do it from this point?
He's smashing out the times. You know, if anyone can do it, it's SVG. He is smashing out the times. It's going to be tight, but yeah, it's going to be, we've got no more fingernails left.
And it's even made worse by the fact that you can't coach him along. You've got no two-way communications to him.
Yeah, we lost the radio, but you know, he knows what he's got to do now. It's just race to the finish line. So he's doing a great job. We've been trying for so many years, sometimes on the podium, but never clinched the first place. So, you know, just need to get that first.
Shane van Gisbergen's lap record here, the 2:03.85, is about half a second quicker than the outright record on the mountain by a Formula 3 car.
Correct.
That's how quick they are. The Formula 3 car is about a third of the weight of one of these McLarens out there. McLaren have not delivered in terms of outright wins in long distance races. Indeed, I can only find in the history of this car one race win in a race over 3 hours, and that was the Barcelona 24 hours in 2012. It was the Lapidus Motorsport car, and as such we've seen one or two people in Europe moving away from the McLaren and into Porsches, into Mercedes-Benz, and into particularly the Audi R8. There are 11 McLarens for sale in Europe at the moment, and their price, which was about 180,000 euros yesterday, is already going up through the roof. Formula Oddly Q, please.
Shane van Gisbergen is flying a 2:05.0. Let's watch this man at work. He's the fastest man on Mount Panorama, and he's got 6.213 kilometres of the best racetrack in Australia to take him round.
Coming up to Griffin's Bend, let's just listen to a master at work. He's working the throttle. He can't see very much through Griffin and up towards the cutting. Listen how he works the throttle on the McLaren. The skyline now, he'll catch a little bit of traffic down through the gearbox, bang, bang, bang on the paddle shift. Notice it's not a full steering wheel on the McLaren style, very much after the Formula 1 cars. It's all carbon fibre, costs about 10 grand to replace. That's 10 grand euros, by the way.
No worries, small change for you, John. So second gear at Falcon Tyres Elbow. This is Conrod Straight, and up through the gears you can see the gear change indicator on the digital dash in front of SVG. Fifth gear now. And he'll grab 6. He's got the toe of the number 1 Mercedes in front of him, so that will help the top line speed. 265, 75 k's an hour as they get down towards the kink. Some lap traffic. Is there any hesitation? Well, listen. Just a smidge, he had to lift because of the slow cars in front. He sails one up the inside of the number 1 Mercedes of Maro Engel behind the wheel. That is a massive, massive move, but full of confidence, SVG, and he's flying. This is going to be a massive lap. Fastest of anybody this lap to the second intermediate at the exit of the cutting. He'll come around to the start-finish line. It should be a 5-something. Oh, it's a 6-0. He got that traffic at the end, cost him some time.
I tell you what, though, at the head of the field, Lownde's still doing a great job. 2:07 last time around. But Maximilian Burke in second place has cut that lead. It was 21 seconds a few laps ago, and now it's down to 16 and a half. But Lowndes is just taking his pace from the guys on behind him as they come down through the S's for the 286th time. And that just phenomenal stuff from these drivers to keep the concentration going as the kilometres rack up.
And remember, record distance here is 292 laps set in 2011. That's 1,814 kilometres. So there's 1,770 odd at the moment. So there's a little bit to go, but they, the way they're going at the moment, they should get a new race record.
Yeah.
It shows the pace that they've been running this race at.
Now let's hear as the hands are stretched by Lowndes. No lift at all the way down to the 100-metre board before he starts to think about braking. In the 88 Ferrari, 16.5 seconds now, the gap between Lowndes.
16 seconds, the closest.
He's doing really, I think, with 23 minutes left, he's doing absolutely the best. 2:06.2 last time for Craig Lowndes. That is a very good lap. He's still looking at his fuel numbers. There is Maxi Burke. The 84 HTP car has to now not hold back. Nobody can be conservative for the win at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours in 2014. Van Gisbergen, he's looking to close down. He's got the gap to the lead down to 46 and a half seconds. It seemed like moments ago when I was seeing it, it was a minute and 2.
The closest official finish at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour is 7 between the two Audis in 2011. The closest racing finish when they were flat out all the way to the flag was 6.4 seconds in 2009. back in the production car days between a couple of Mitsubishi Lancers, Rod Salmon, Damien White, and former Bathurst 1000 winner Tony Longhurst. At the moment, 17.4 seconds the margin. Either way, it's remarkably close, but this is the closest top 5 in the closing stages of the race that we've ever seen.
And that's less than a minute from 1 through to 5. 17.4 first to second, 22 seconds first to third, 46 seconds first to fourth, and that is Van Gisbergen on a tear. 206.7 from him last time around. He needs to find a little bit more speed out of the McLaren, but that will just be lap traffic. It's when he gets a clear lap, Van Gisbergen, he is absolutely unbelievable. Chances are being taken now. There's nothing being left in the fast draw. You basically now have to put it out there. Patience is not going to help you at this point unless you're Craig Lowndes.
Well, this what we're looking at now is all helping Van Gisbergen too, because Will Davison quite badly balked all the way down from the top of Mount Panorama and costing him time, losing time to Van Gisbergen. We'll tell you how much in just a second when SVG gets to the second intermediate, but he is absolutely flying.
I love the lower, throaty rumble of that Mercedes 3. We're talking about variety in sports car racing. You've got the screaming Ferrari, the screaming and slightly harsher note of the McLaren, and then this big, almost visceral noise that comes from the Mercedes-Benz. Much lower revving engine, bags of torque. They make their lap times in different ways, but they are so closely matched. And after 11 hours and 40 minutes of racing, the top 5 are within a minute on the mountain.
It's incredible, isn't it? And here's Van Gisbergen. He's going past Marcus Winkelhock. It's a United Autosport Audi R8. They're currently in 6th position. 3 laps behind, I was right the first time, behind our leading cars, 285 laps for them. The former Formula 1 driver Winkelhock running that Audi, and they've done a great job today. Top 6 is a superb effort. Further down in the top 10, Maro Engels 7th, Earl Bamber leading Class B in the Porsche. He's got 2 laps up on Alex Davison. So the Grove Group Porsche, and there's a Porsche in the wall. 67 cars, and somewhere it's off to the side. I wonder if they'll leave that there.
Jeff Lowry at the wheel. He's done the right front suspension on that. 19 minutes to go. I don't know what I want. I don't want a safety car at this point, but we may not have a choice. I want to see this race run out its natural course. We've been over 2 hours of green, and there is the green flag after the incident. You know, that might be far enough away, and there is somewhere to pull that car back to if they can get a tow rope to it. He's clipped the wall on the right-hand side there, Crailsey.
So after the metal gate, that's race control.
I wouldn't be in there for quids.
A lot of pressure on them at the moment to make a decision about what's going on. There's some very experienced hands, a lot of damage. There is an access road just behind them by the John Hinksman Vista. There's a lookout on the inside, and there's an access road that they could drag that car into. So if there is a caution, it would be a very, very brief one, or could be a very brief one, but it's out of the way. There's the BMW M5 safety car.
It started its engine. The red lights came on at the back, the brake lights. That kind of means that it has started the car. Let's go down to Aaron Nance in the pit lane.
Guys, this just reminds me of something. If you rewind your minds back to 2006, remember the end of the 1000? Remember our late great mate Jason Richards ended up in the fence there. Similar scenario, car parked in a similar position, and they let the race run. They did not go with the safety car, and it was at about a similar point of how many minutes were to go in the race. So let's keep our eyes on that BMW at the end of the lane. Everyone is waiting and watching here, particularly these guys at Maranello Motorsport, because if
26,000 people across the weekend has come here. We sold them a seat. They're only using the very, very edge of it at the moment, because with just on 20 minutes to go, in fact under that now, 18 minutes to go, we're on the cusp of something magical with the Maranello Ferrari leading by 7. Benz in second place is trying his hardest and takes 2 seconds out of the lead at that time. It's below 16 from first to second. In third place, the 63 Erebus Mercedes-Benz is 10 seconds further back, and he's got 20 seconds on Shane Van Gisbergen, the man who is most likely. He is the man who has been the star, and the safety car is rolling from the end of the pit lane. Full course caution with 18 minutes to go. This actually doesn't really... Well, it's going to change everything because it'll close everything up. We have the top 5 within a minute, but Craig Lowndes gets to save fuel and will be able to turn the wick up, so it's not the worst thing that can happen for the Maranello.
It's right on the cusp of his fuel as well, so this will help him in the number 84 HDP Mercedes. So it's going to close up, but it's going to mean that everybody can go flat out.
Let's go down to Grant Boyden in the pit lane. All sorts of emotions running high down there, Boyd.
Oh, you have no idea here the very moment that screen went yellow and the safety car came out. The entire VIP crew jumped for joy, and Clark Quinn, that's exactly what you were looking for. This puts you right back in the hunt.
Yeah, we'll be right behind the boys now. And, geez.
You're pulling your hair out now. You had a tough weekend too. You've got the flu, and your body just hasn't been 100%. This is just really taking the lot out of not only your body but your mind as well.
I'm going to have the next week off, I reckon. But, yeah, it's just been an incredible week. And, the boys have done such a great job. The car is sensational. The McLaren is just fantastic. The Pirellis are holding up really well. And, the whole team's doing a fantastic job. So, SVG, he is a legend, and he'll be the next legend that we're talking about that's going around Bathurst. So, all hail him. But, we're still in fourth, so we can't be celebrating too much yet, but he has got pace. So, let's see how we go.
Fingers, legs, and anything else you can find, keep them all crossed.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, guys.
I want to add a bit of context to this decision by Race Control, because I hear what Aaron Noonan has said about history here, but I think the difference in what has made the call for the safety car is not necessarily where that car is. I think it's the fluid on the racing line right in a very, very fast part of the circuit, and where some of the cars do have to have a little tap of the brakes, and that, I think, will have been in the minds of the guys in Race Control. There's the end of the accident. That has been a big hit on the walk.
So I agree. The other point to make was that it was important to get medical to the driver of the 67 car. Even if he was uninjured, Laurie behind the wheel, we saw him climb out unaided and walk away from the car. But even though they did need to get medical to him just to make sure he's okay. So Jeff Laurie, we saw him get out. He's all right. But they do need to check. And yes, look, if one car can go there, another one can.
Exactly.
Whether there's 12 hours left or 15. So it's a decision, it's a tough decision that they had to make, but they've made it. That's the way it is. And we've got 14 minutes to go.
It's out of the way. They've taken it down that access road. The Pirelli outright leaderboard has Craig Lowndes leading. It's all going to close up. The top 7 are all in the Darrell Lee Class A, and the top 5 down to that Lauren Van Tour driven Audi in 5th position are all on the lead lap, and they're all going to be in the line behind the M5 safety car. Earl Bamber and Alex Davison still battling it out in the GWS Personnel B class, as you can see, sitting on the Michelin class leaderboard. In Class C, it's the Lotus of Peter Lemhus. In D, the Seat, the Century Batteries class leader, Luke Yulden in the Fiat in the Chrysler Group Finance, and for the Recaro Invitational class, it's still that Ford Focus.
This works perfectly for Craig Lowndes because there's a couple of slots. Maxibook cannot get past those lap cars before they get to the control line. 2 of them are the little Fiat Abarth 500s. This works for Lowndes because he surrendered 17 seconds. But remember what I said before, the closest racing finish in this race is 6.7 seconds. I got to bet that it might be a bit closer than that one in a couple of minutes' time, Noons.
Stopped in at the Class B leading Grove Porsche team. A McLaren squad walked in. They're going along the lane asking all of the teams that are in between them and the leaders to bunch up. They don't want 2nd or 2 or 3 to those guys at the front. So they're asking the Focus team, they're asking the Porsche team, bunch up. Don't leave any big gap.
Happy to see that yellow come out. They are still in the lead, and the time is still clicking off the clock. That is what's important right now. But if these guys can hang on for about the next 15 minutes, then they will go to victory lane.
How long can you hold your breath for, Crailsey? Because the next 15 minutes might just be like that. Craig Lowndes leads the motor race, gets on the power nice and early. The M5 is in the pit lane. There's no issue about him overtaking that car as he comes down to Maguire's. He's got the drop. And the 2 Fiats come into the pit lane. That's great news for Maxi Burke and everybody who's coming through behind him. Big applause from Maranello Motorsport on the pit wall. Maxi Burke then in 2nd place. He is charging up. Shane van Gisbergen, there he is in the McLaren going across the line. Heck, the speed on the start-finish straight when you see it from that whip pan on the camera. They are really hauling up Mountain Straight again. And the great thing for Craig Lowndes is the fact that there's 5 cars on the lead lap. He's not just racing 1 car, he's racing 5, but they're all racing each other as well.
So Lowndes has got ground on Maxibook, and there's the Lamborghini in between. There goes Shane van Gisbergen in the 63 car just in front. That is for track position. That is for 3rd on the road. for the podium, the Liquid Moly 12 hour. So Van Gisbergen is in a prime position. They're going to have 4 or 5 laps maximum in this race in the next 11 and a half minutes. 18:03 local time, 18:15 checkered.
18:13 plus a lap, that's what you're looking for. 18:13 plus 1 lap. And now we've had half a day's racing coming down to 10 minutes to 600 seconds. And it is broken down like that because every single fraction is going to count. And already Shane Van Gisbergen is on the back of the 63 car and he's coming down the hill now, down from the top of the mountain. He can't afford to be patient. He's got to make the moves. This is like one of those challenges on a video game when you know you've only got a certain amount of laps and you've got to get by. There's going to be paid traded. There could be no quarter asked or given here, and Will Davison will know that. He's got a fast car in a straight line, and that's going to be the issue for the McLaren. We saw the Ferrari had trouble with the Mercedes-Benz earlier on. Has the McLaren got anything more in a straight line?
It's been better in a straight line than the Audis and the Ferraris this weekend, so I like Van Gisbergen's chance, but he's been unbelievable under brakes this weekend, so watch them go into the chase. This is for third, the longest race in Australian motorsport, and it goes down to the final 10 minutes of the day that has given us everything. It's been unbelievable. Lowndes about to come to the start-finish line now. Crosses the line, a 7.3 first rolling lap. 6.7 for Maxi Book. The gap's 2.4. Van Gisbergen will come to the line and does a 7.1, chasing Will Davison for third.
And they go down to the first corner, Hell Corner. You know, I've just thought the other thing that does help Lowndes, apart from the fact he can turn up the engine map and get a little more power out of that Ferrari, is he's got a clear track in front of him, at least for 3 or 4 laps, until he gets onto the back of that train. Then all hell breaks loose because everybody is so packed up. He's going to have to start taking risks that he wasn't doing before when he had 16 or 20 seconds. But first of all, Van Gisbergen has got to get past this 4th place car, this 3rd place car of Will Davison. This is for a spot on the podium, but it's not about 3rd place for Van Gisbergen. It's about someone who is another 8 seconds up the road, and that's the leader of this race, Craig Lowndes.
We've seen Van Gisbergen pass on the outside, the inside. He's always driven undercars today. Do not put any corner out of the question for him to pull a move on Will Davison. But Davo's one of the best and brightest in the sport. He will be well up to this. Across the top of the mountain they go, the McLaren, following the thundering SLS Merc with bits of bodywork flying off at 220k across the top of the mountain.
Where is he going to make the move? We've seen him pull off some unbelievable manoeuvres in places that we've never seen passers made in the whole history of the racing on the mountain. 5 laps to go, we reckon, on time. It'll take us to 296 laps, and that would be a new distance record here for the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. Again, the issue is the big torque of that big V8 Mercedes-Benz. There's no doubt in my mind that if it was a clear track and the leader was 8 seconds up the road, that Van Gisbergen would get to him, but there's not one but 2 Mercedes-Benz between him and the leader. Here's the second one, 2nd place, and he's closing down on the leader.
It's 1.7 seconds, Craig Lowndes to Maximilian Book, so Lowndes just playing the game. He's done this before, knows what it's all about. Ferrari versus Mercedes at the front. You start to worry if you're Craig Lowndes, if the Mercedes gets within a couple of car lengths, because it's so good in a straight line, it becomes very difficult to defend on the run up to the mountain and the 1.8 kilometre long run down Conrod Straight. That's the look down at HTP Motorsport. What a job that team has done today to get themselves back into contention.
And they fancy themselves. You can see that there's nerves there, but that gap is going down. But once again, let's talk about the different strengths and weaknesses, relative weaknesses of these cars. The Ferrari is super fast over the top of the mountain. The Mercedes-Benz is very quick on the straights. This is a massive compromise circuit because you have 3 parts of the circuit, 1 very twisty, 2 very quick.
You cannot underestimate the experience factor.
Here's the
This
traffic.
is when mountain experience will pay off for Craig Lowndes compared to the young German that's chasing him down. This is where Craig needs to put every ounce of his laps and the experience he's gained and all his success at this place to absolutely drive this Ferrari as straight as square as he can to keep it in front of the flying Mercedes, but it's there. The gap's 0.4 of a second. There's 7 minutes to go and it's on for the lead.
And you know what? That Mercedes-Benz is doing a great job. Everybody getting out of the way of the leaders. Everybody will be on the pits to car radio. But I think that Mercedes-Benz might just be close enough here, you know, to have a little drag and have a look down Conrod short straight at 285 kilometres in about 15 or 20 seconds time when they turn right-handed into the chase. These two cars may well be side by side. Maxi Berg is giving it everything. No one can look down in the pit lane. Everyone is holding their breath, and the 6.5 minutes of racing still to go.
5/10, but the margin's redundant. It's all about track position and who can place their car the best to get to the checkered flag. Unbelievable battle, and that it comes down to this is incredible. And Lowndes is right on the ragged edge through the kink in the chase, and look how close the SLS gets. If Lowndes can beat him off the mountain on the final lap of this, he'll be a chance because he'll drive that thing down the middle of the road. But if Maxi gets a run, it might be too tough for him to hold on.
Don't forget, we've seen the Mercedes-Benz changing the brake pads, and that may well be the difference in these cars, because I've been surprised at the pace of that Maranello Ferrari, but look at how much later that Mercedes-Benz is braking, and that, which I thought had taken them out of the lead, that might be the master stroke. We didn't know it at the time, and all of a sudden, it's coming to that HTP Mercedes-Benz as they go up the mountain straight. The leader is going to have to stay driver's right and send him the long way around into Griffin's Bench. Surely he can't go from that far around. They're side by side. He's gone through. He knows it's into the lead, but the Ferrari has the racing line and there's no way through. Racing Room, Aston Given, brilliant stuff from two top drivers, Craig Lowndes and Maxi Berg. Inches from disaster, but fight on into the last 5 minutes.
It's Mark Winterbottom and Jamie Whincup from October all over again. It's unbelievable how this place continues to deliver. What a finish.
We're based just off the media room here on the pit straight, and everybody is staring at the screens. The timing screen doesn't matter now. It's all about the last 5 minutes, 3 laps, possibly only 2, between these 2, 3, 4 cars and the winner's podium for the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours of 2014. Richard Krill, this has been another cracker, and it's not over yet.
I just want to confirm, I think Van Gisbergen's got past Will Davison for 3rd, so I think the McLaren could be on the podium. So, and Maxi Berg, held up. That could be the difference. 1st to 2nd in this motor race, and more lap cars for the SLS to deal with. Here's the move. This is 3rd. Van Gisbergen trying to make a hole where there wasn't one.
Trying to go down the inside in the folded tyres, hairpin, and nearly gets pushed into the wall. Don't forget the timing glitch on that 63 car. We need to always confirm those positional changes by seeing it on the track, because they lost their transponder when they lost most of the right hand side bodywork of that car. It hasn't slowed them down. The lap traffic stays to driver's right, and Craig Lowndes has got breathing room. It's 18:11, 2 more minutes, and then 1 more lap. After that, there's 2 more laps left of the motor race. It'll be laps 2:96, I think, as they go through. Paul Truswell nods. This is the battle for the final step on the podium, and these 2 guys, I think, are slightly holding each other up, and they're not getting back to the leading pair.
And they've already broken a distance record. 294 laps is the most ever completed in a 12-hour race, and there's more to go yet. So Paul Truswell's predictions of how far we go were absolutely bang on, and as expected. 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. Lowndes, we can talk gap now. It's 1.9 seconds. That moment around the outside at turn 2 was everything for this motor race, because it just got book offline and gave Lowndes a little bit of breathing room, and the fight is on now for 3rd place. So let's take another look. Wild stuff on the outside, and Lowndes was in control of this, remember, because he can squeeze his opponent wide.
Yeah, on the McGuire's replay into Griffin's Bend. That was an awesome manoeuvre, and yeah, we held on to it. Oh, we've got it. No, we haven't. We thought we had the lead, but it's gone back. And look at how much it means for all these guys. They've worked for 4 days, not just this 12 hours. First and second are back together, and the leader gets held up. He's got to go one way or the other. Here comes Maximilian Berg down the middle, over the top of Brock Skyline, and there's nothing in it again. And actually, brilliant piece of driving for Craig Lowndes. He didn't commit himself one way or the other. He could have put himself offline and lost the lead. He knew that if he couldn't get past, neither could Maxi Berg. So he's controlled that. He's still going to have just enough, I think, as he comes out of the Falcon Tyres hairpin. It will be the last lap next time around, and this is going to be tight for 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Well, that's not over yet. If you can take a breath, do it now, because in the next 3 minutes we're going to find out who is on the podium, and it's been any 3 from 4 for the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours of 2014.
I bet Craig Lowndes wishes he had SLS type top speed, because that's the weakness of the Ferrari. Remember, fresh brakes on this HTP Mercedes as well, and that's making a difference. We've seen it. We saw how deep he went 2 laps ago at turn 2 to go around the outside of Craig Lowndes, but all that experience and
in the middle of the road
of the V8 Supercar legend held on in front. This is unbelievable stuff. 1:39 left on the clock. Not long to go in the 12 hour.
He can't move over on him from there. He has to take the racing line, otherwise he compromises the speed up the mountain straight too much. John Bow watching his teammate. He knows what's going on. We are on the last lap. Did we see the last lap ball go out? Have we got one more? I think this is the last lap.
18:13 plus 1. Here goes Book. He'll try around the outside again, but Lowndes drives it down the middle of the road. He'll hold on.
Lowndes, he's got to be getting the power on nice and smoothly, and he does exactly that. I'm seeing one of the last 2 corners for the Mercedes-Benz using the additional braking power that he's got. He's got to be right there. I don't think he's quite got the power. They've really turned up the Maranello engine on the bright red Ferrari. Craig Lowndes actually has done all right after the safety car period, saved a bit of fuel, and here comes the issue again. It's going to be down to the traffic. It's the Donut King Lotus and holds up the leader, but once again Lowndes positions his car right in the middle of the road, but here comes Burke round the outside into Brock Skyline. Last lap, half a lap to go for 2014 in the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours.
Spare a thought for Peter Edwards, who's put a lot of his own money and time into building his program with Mark Coffey at Maranello Motorsport. And what about John Bow and Mick Asalo, the Flying Finn, who's done an outstanding job all weekend?
People are on the walls applauding this battle for the lead, and we're not over yet. The marshals are watching this just as much as we are. Down Conrod Straight for the final time. There's a third of a lap and 3, possibly only 2 outbraking manoeuvres left for Maxi Burke, and Craig Lowndes is putting it all on the line. This is for a Ferrari win. They've never won here. Maranello Motorsport, the emotions running high. This is Alan Simonson's car. Can they get this to the line? There's one more heavy braking down into Maguire's for the final time. The teams are on the pit wall, and he's not coming from that far back. He's not coming from that far back. Craig Lowndes brings home Alan Simonson's Ferrari and wins the Liquid Moly 12 hours for 2014. Bathurst delivers.
The margin 4/10 of a second. 4/10, John Hindhoff and Paul Truswell, after 296 laps and 1,835 kilometres of the best racetrack in the land.
I'm going to put my head in a bucket of iced water. Once again, the mountain lives up to the great race moniker. In October, it was the V8 Supercars. This weekend, it's been the GT3s. Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours breaks all the records. Let's go down to the pits.
John Bow, you just won the 12 hours of Bathurst. You suffered through penalties. You've gone through it all, but congratulations, you are the winner.
Yeah, well, we are the winners, the Maranello team. Those 2 guys, Craig and Mick, are unbelievable. Pete Edwards is a fantastic guy, fantastic driver. He's getting better all the time, and everybody that supports us. The guys, 2 guys came from Italy to help us out, so it's pretty amazing.
Now, you drove with Alan Simonson last year. What does this win mean to you?
Well, I think it's great for the team. The last 3 years we've all driven together, and we haven't finished. So, to finish first is amazing. Even my age, I'm stoked.
We'll go celebrate on the podium, John.
Okay, thank you.
That is a man in the very early stages of a very big hangover as he walks away to the team. Maranello Motorsports have done it. There's a man in a green shirt down there. If we get a shot of him, it's Hector Lester, who put Alan Simonson in a GT car in British GTs many years ago and is masterminding now the career of Alan's brother Benny. And what about the race further back down? And look, Maxi Burke and Craig Lowndes, they knew they left nothing out there. That was everything.
Maxi Burke tried twice to wrangle the lead from one of the best that this place has ever seen, and what a fantastic finish, Paul Trustwell. The drama and the safety car did close it up towards the end. It was a valid safety car. There was a bad crash at the top of Mount Panorama, but so much of that race was a natural, pure, raw endurance race where it all happened naturally.
Every good endurance race has 1,000 stories of what if and if only and all of those types of things, and there were so many of them even in the last few minutes of that race. There could have been all kinds of tiny little things which happened.
Will Davison gets third. Can you believe that? After the day they've had, they couldn't held out Shane van Gisbergen, the fastest driver around Mount Panorama, new outright lap record holder too, as the remaining cars come through. And it's almost sad in a way that we don't get to see that amazing battle towards the end. Boydo with more of the celebrations.
Yeah, down here with team principal Mark Coffey. Mark, I don't know if it's your greatest moment in motorsport, but it's certainly your most emotional. We're going to take these glasses off. Mate, congratulations. What a great result.
Great day in the office. Just, we stayed out of trouble. We had a plan. We stuck to it. But Mick Asalo's stint, Craig Lowndes' last stint, just fantastic. What more could you ask for?
You've been coming here for years trying to take this one out. Today it's come on a year that you've given away the Alan Simonson Trophy. That must mean something special to him.
All the boys are pretty choked up, as you could well imagine. This was his place, his most fond place in the world to race, and we all miss him dearly.
Is Mark Coffey paying for the drinks tonight?
I think so.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cheers.
That's for everybody, by the way, watching and listening. Mark is in the chair tonight. The Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2014 started in the half light of dawn at 6:15 this morning. Peter Cox, the first man to go out. The Lamborghini coming into contact with one of the local animals. Then a little bit of a bomb and run by the 84 car. The 84 car in the lane with brake problems. And they had to fight their way back. The stories early on was about pace, about speed in a straight line. The Nissan of Rick Kelly certainly had that in spades.
Yeah, and that was a really strong car early on and looked like a contender. This was a big moment for the Compare Insurance Motorsport Lotus. It brought a safety car out, big lose at the chase. They would unfortunately DNF, and this was a wild ride for one of the Mark Ford Focuses towards the end.
Didn't hit anything though, got away with it. And the Clearwater Ferrari gets away with this, but the next time we saw it in Strife, it certainly didn't. Already been in the wall, front suspension damage, spraying fluids everywhere, and spins on its own coolant. Causes chaos behind as people go left and right. Audi goes into the wall and bends the steering, but the big hit is yet to come. Look at the fluid on the track. Fluid and slick tyres don't mix, and up over the hill comes the Nissan GTR, and there's nowhere to go.
That was a massive impact. Fortunately, all the drivers walked away from that one. That was a very, very scary impact, and it stopped Godzilla's return to the mountain early in its tracks, but they proved the point. They are fast and they are back. The Phoenix Racing Audi R8 was walking wounded for some of the day. They still finished fifth. This was Ross Lilly in the Lamborghini. Watch to the left of screen. Had a big moment early on at the top of the mountain as the leaders went through and crashed heavily into the wall. Fortunately, these cars are very safe, and Ross Lilly got out A-OK. This was a light-hearted moment, and this car was through so much today and almost ended up winning the motor race, with Thomas Jaeger behind the wheel. I think had dramas with the gull-wing door, and then Shane van Gisbergen, Mr. Excitement around the outside at Skyline, almost unheard of.
Then we started looking further up the field with issues and punctures for some of the Porsches, including the 12 car. And it was right rear that was the issue for some of those Porsche Clash B cars. But Shane van Gisbergen and Bernd Schneider put on the Bernd and Shane's show for everybody. Oh, that's the lead's taken. Then it goes back to the Mercedes-Benz. You can't get two through the dipper, but they did. And everybody knows how close they were to disaster, even in the pit lane.
That was a remarkable piece of driving by two very, very good racing car drivers. And in the end, Erebus decided, no, we don't want to get in this, and they let van Gisbergen go. Then he attacked the Maranello Ferrari and drove the car off the road on the inside, trying to get through on Mick Asalo. This was a big moment and possibly a costly one for a car that led for so much of today.
Yes, because although they got away with it there by just losing some of the bodywork, we'll see some issues for it later on. Porsche's airborne in the chase and down into the bunker, down into the top of the Mountain, just a slight misjudgment for the 63 car. Will Davison brought that car home to the end, and here is the possible problems. Maybe a stone or something from that off caught in the brakes, and problems in the pits. Well, they could have been costly for the 88 car. Look at the pit board on the right hand side, it's over the red line.
2 penalties today, remember, for Maranello, speeding in pit lane, 2 k's an hour over the limit. It must be said earlier on, this was the Phoenix Racing Audi. They had the same problem, a bit careless, left the pit board out, and they got stung for that as well. This was a race a little bit early on as Mika Salo tried to fight his way past Greg Creek.
Watch the dive down the inside. Greg Crick did his job, but Mika Salo got it done and went through. Then the change of brake pads. I called it out. Gone. No chance for that car, but it fought back and almost took the victory. And how close to disaster was Craig Lowndes here as he goes all 4 Michelins onto the greenery.
And this was the car that brought the safety car out at the end and set up that amazing finish. John, here are the results.
Pirelli outright leaderboard. Craig Lowndes takes it by half a second from Maxi Puck for Mercedes-Benz, and Will Davidson in the 63 car in 3rd position. Those are the guys that will be on the podium with Lowndes.
Molly Bathurst 12 Hour has delivered. Did you like that? Bruce Morrison is here from Liquid Moly to present the trophies. In 3rd place for Mercedes and Erebus Motorsport, Greg Crick, Jack LeBrock and Will Davison. In 2nd place, coming from Germany, the HTP Mercedes-Benz team. What a race at the end. Maxi Book, Thomas Jaeger, last year's winner, and Harold Premat. And the winners, Ferrari has conquered the mountain. Maranello Motorsport, Mika Salo, Peter Edwards, John Bowe and Craig Lowndes. Craig, come on in. Craig, come on in. We're running short on time. One quick question. Wow.
Look, it's a great honour to be part of the Ferrari guys, and obviously they were here this weekend for Al, and we did him proud, I think, at the end there. It was a hell of a battle. But look, to say hello to Levi and Chili back at home, but it's a great race. I'm looking forward to next year already.
Well done. Ferrari win at Bathurst in the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. It's time for the traditional spraying of the champagne.
So it's a new name on the trophy in terms of the manufacturer. Maranello Motorsport and Ferrari take the 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours. And for this moment, we are all Danish and we are all sports car fans. It was for Alan. It certainly honoured his memory. Aaron Noonan on the podium.
To an amazing Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. Ferrari have conquered the mountain. Craig Lowndes finally adds a 12-hour title. He tried with Audi a few times, he never got there. John Bowe has won another Bathurst crown. And what about Peter Edwards too? And Mika Salo, all the way from Finland, picks up a trophy here at the mountain. What a special day it is for Maranello Motorsport and everybody involved. What an amazing race. We'll see you in 2015.
The 2014 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hours is all long hold now racing. Simonson's Ferrari and wins the Liquid Moly 12 Hours for 2014. Bathurst delivers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the rest of the class finishing positions to give the podiums to. So again, congratulations to the top 3 finishers in Class A and outright for the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. We might get them to head off to the side of the stage. They've got a media conference to head to. So let's start to give out some trophies for the rest of the classes in another classic Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. Class B was tightly competitive. The Audi was fast early on with Ollie Gavin and the Rotec team. In the end, though, it was the Grove Group team. Stephen Grove, Earl Bamber and Ben Barker. They're trying to push their way past Bavendum. Stephen Grove, Earl Bamber and Ben Barker, ladies and gentlemen. The winners of Class B in the Porsche GT3 Cup car. They finished 2 laps clear of the David Calvert-Jones, Alex Davison and Pat Long Porsche. Well done, gents. Great job. Class C, the GT4 category, small field, but tightly contested. The winners on board the Lotus, Tony Elford, Peter Lemus and Mark O'Connor. The boys completed 204 laps. Well done. Great job from the Donut King team. We'll move on now to Class D, and a really big mix of cars in this category. In the end, it was one of the Sayets that came on top. 247 laps, the team of Billington, Scott and Owers. The Kiwis have certainly delivered at the mountain in the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. Well done, guys. Great job. Hope to see you next year. Class F was all about Fiats, the 3 Fiats. The A-Bar 500s, the winners of the class, Luke Yulden, Paul Gover, Mike Sinclair in the number 96 car. There they are. Are we throwing caps or not? The boys from the Factory Fiat team, well done, a great addition to the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour field this year. And a few journos with a few good stories to write next week, I'm sure. Well done, guys, great job. Yes, Paul, hi and bye. And in Class I, the invitational category, the Mark Focuses were the cars of choice in this category on debut. The winner in Class 268 laps completed, Grant Denyer, Adam Gowans, Gary Jacobson and Andrew Madecki. What a ragtag bunch this is. Well done, gentlemen. The new Mark Focus certainly was a great addition this year at the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. That's the end of our podium presentation. Congratulations to all the class winners and indeed all of you. Thank you very much for coming and supporting this event. We'll see you in 2015 for the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour.
Aaron Noonan doing the honours on the podium, and thanks to Grant Denyer and to Shea Adam as well, who did sterling work in the pit lane. Richard Krills is already off doing the podium ceremonies, or at least the press ceremonies here behind us. Paul Truswell, I don't even know where to start with that. There was safety cars, yes, but it was used intelligently. I have no issue with the end of the race. I think that had to be done, and we saw drama, incident and accident. I wrote a couple of cars off to my peril because they came back, notably the 63 and the 84 HTP car.
You can never write off Mercedes. Never write off Mercedes, can you? And what I love about this race is it demonstrates so strongly what we love about endurance racing. It's got everything in it. We had a super crowd here today. We had super weather, and it just had everything. And it does. It wears you out.
The categories at the front of the field were more than enough entertainment, but Class B, actually, we didn't get to see too much of it because there was so much going on. That was really interesting. Ollie Gavin making his debut here, led the race at the start, and then it all kind of went wrong for seemingly everybody who led Class B, punctures for the Porsches, and even Patrick Long's influence couldn't get that Porsche to the lead. It was the Grove guys who took it.
Exactly, and at one point, Patrick Long had a 2-lap advantage in the class, and it had enough interest in it that we could have just talked about Class B and still had enough to talk about for 12 hours.
I'd like to see a few more cars in the GT4 category. There's some Aston Martins out there that should have really been here, but congratulations to the guys who won it. But really, everything comes back to what happened at the head of the field. That late race caution, who did it play into the hands of? We weren't sure, but 5 cars before that, let's remind ourselves, were within a minute after 11 hours and 40 minutes of racing.
I don't think it would have made any difference at all to the excitement level whether we'd have had that safety car or not. If we hadn't, there would have been safety issues. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have done, but if we hadn't, we'd have still had the same level of interest. There'd have still been the same catch-up. It would have still been fantastic.
And in the end, the Ferrari wins it. They had problems in the pit lane. They weren't happy, but they did exactly the right thing. Put that behind them, leave it in the hands of the experienced drivers. And you've got to say Mika Salo and Craig Lowndes at the end, absolutely unflappable.
The key thing was Lowndes' experience on the mountain. He knew exactly where he needed to be at the right time. So it was an absolutely fantastic effort from Lowndes. And for my money, he demonstrated his worth in the team just because he knew the circuit.
Yeah, knowledge of the mountain is absolutely key. It's been a phenomenal Liqui Moly Bathurst for 2014. 12 hours that we'll relive over and over again. 1,000 stories, maybe 10,000 stories that all came down to a 15-minute sprint. Endurance racing is all about the tactics, and the guys who played that the best today were the winners. The 88 Maranello Motorsport Ferrari squad take Ferrari to the top. And, you know, emotionally, Alan Simonson's car winning here in the year that we inaugurate the Alan Simonson Pole Position Award. It has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? The Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours for 2014 will live long in the memory. Thanks for being with us. I'm John Hindorf. For the whole team, in front and behind the camera, we've had a great time. Hope you've enjoyed being with us. See you in 2015. Bye-bye. And the 2014 Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours is all long hold now racing. Simonson's Ferrari and wins the Liqui Moly 12 hours for 2014. Bathurst